think our feelings is okay, but we need to see in the matches, you know. It will be show how we feeling real, but we prepare at boot camp 10 days, and we are trying to do the best one on this tournament. I think it's you know, something new minds, you know, and it's interesting a bit to work, and it's like fresh view on the game, you know, and we will see what will happen in the future, but now he helps a lot and working good. Of course, our main goals it's Shanghai, but a lot of important tournaments in the middle of season, like here EWC, Cologne, and we need to be in the best our form to win the tournaments, and we need to work a lot. Of course, we want deep run and we want beat everyone here and take the trophy. This tournament, it's like one tournament with this interesting system. It's like international in Dota, I think, someone told me. You play one game, you go into the playoff, and you have single elimination bracket. And it's very important to be focused on your game, and you need to control your mind. And I think it helps young players a lot, because when they play in tournament like that, it's give a lot of experience, because teams here want to show their best games, you know, and it's important to play matches like that. They give a lot of experience. I think they need to just maybe change Vertigo, and they doing some new Vertigo, like for previous update, and now it's new map. They doing this gap on A side and this like ramp, right side ramp. And I don't know why they're doing like this and changing, because they just change the map. And for us, it's not the best one, because second time they changed our best map. It was Overpass. Previous it was Dust 2. We was also good on Dust 2. We want to they change Vertigo or Nuke, and it will be great.
For my holiday and during the break we had, actually, for myself I didn't do much. I just do like, just to see my mom. I just went to see my mom, like, because it's been like more than 6 months I didn't see them, so I just want to spend my time with them, and I didn't want to travel because we are traveling a lot. Everyone have a good rest, everyone had like good holidays, and actually we had like 1 week of practice, and it was a really good week for us, so we are happy for that, and we are just ready to fight. Against Faze, we don't have anything against them, or no, actually we just play our game against them. Maybe it's hard for them to counter us or anything, but we are not doing crazy thing against them. We're just gonna play our own game. We are not overthinking. I don't really care about the changement, to be honest. Every team can beat anyone at this day, so it's gonna be a good tournament. How the relationship is like, Apex is a lot of his like emotion, like he's showing a lot of things. Me maybe less, so maybe that's why it's really good to have both of us in the same team, and also as a friend or outside of the server, because we just complement like ourselves together. Like he's really good. Like I don't have to show anything, because Apex is showing like already a lot. And actually we had to talk like 1 week ago, and he said, and I was agreed, like we are like an old couple. Like we can scream at us, he can scream at me, I can say also something, but in the end we will be happy to say that, because we're going forward and we're gonna work together, and that's also the beautiful of our like relationship. I've been looking back on my career, obviously what I can feel inside of me is like I have more confidence like into myself. I remember 6 years ago I couldn't do interviews or anything because I was scared to do it, I was scared to speak in front of people, I was too much on my own bubble, I would say. And now, yeah, with talking with to see Apex or to see other people, to see like also to have to do interviews, I can see like people are. Yeah, I'm not scared anymore. Obviously, that's also a part of our job to have some fun close to us, and they like to. And we need to think also we need to enjoy it with them, because it's them like watching us, like giving support about us. Like they give a lot. Like I give an example for the Paris Major, where I remember if it wasn't in Paris, I think we should have lost or anything, because when we see all the fans like giving support, screaming your name, screaming like Vitality or anything, they can take 10 or 15% of the win you did for the day, and that's amazing to see that. But at the same time, I feel bad as well. You know, I don't know. I feel like between the thing. I just need to think about that. I need to work also about that, and it's gonna be good.
Ready, set, go.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup. Get ready for 8 action-packed weeks of competition featuring the world's leading games, where the world's top esports clubs and over 1,500 players compete for a life-changing prize pool of more than $60 million, the largest prize pool in esports history. This prize pool will be divided into 4 categories: game championships, player bounties and qualifiers, with the remaining 20 million up for grabs in our cross-game competitive format, crowning the best esports club in the world. Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the club championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup club champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money. The action doesn't stop here. In addition to the competition, the Esports World Cup will transform Riyadh into the epicenter of esports fandom and gaming culture with a massive immersive festival featuring gaming activations, community tournaments, pop culture celebrations, international experiences, and much more. This will be a historic event, so make sure you witness the action and see who will rise up and conquer the world. See you in Riyadh.
Now, we may know this place as Boulevard City, but for 7 teams yesterday, Darth, they knew it as the Boulevard of Broken Dreams, because that resurrection bracket, it got savage.
It did indeed, and my dreams were certainly broken, because every single one of my American idiots got sent on home, M80 and Complexity both eliminated.
Yeah, and this ain't gonna be no holiday for the likes of Complexity, MIBR, and FlyQuest moving on forward, because they got eliminated in the first round of the bracket, and they're gonna need to get their stuff together by the time Cologne rolls around. But Darth, call me a basket case. Furia over the Mongols, the sole survivors of the resurrection bracket. I did not see that one coming.
I didn't see any of these punts coming either, but at this point, Freya, just wake me up when the pre-show ends.
As you can see, it is a sunrise. It was a late finish here last night in Riyadh, but we did get down to the end of the resurrection bracket, which is what we all came here for, right? Just to see grueling best of ones, seeing teams eliminated, and really crushing those keys, really just sending them home. Because we do have to crown a winner here. That's how a competition works at the end of the day. My name is Trey Saranthus, and I'll be your desk host for today. I've been called Stunna a few times. The best part is that we did start this tournament with 15 teams total. Now, if you take a look at this list of teams, this was all of them when we started, of course, because now things are much different. Only 7 teams remaining after a format that was beyond grueling. I'm talking about best of ones from here to there to everywhere. If you didn't do it that day, you weren't going to do it here in Riyadh, and that is the unfortunate reality for you and your team. However, if you did find success, check this out. $400,000 right on the top. That's number 1 out of the $1 million prize purse. Now, all the way to number 15, still getting paid. And in which case, I need to go ahead and introduce my co-host here. I say co-host, we'll call him analyst. Well, we'll just do that. I've called you guys a lot better, a lot worse as well. We've got Maniac over here to my left, and then to his right, we are looking at a YNK. There is a ton of things to grab onto here with the Esports World Cup.
Absolutely, Trace. It's been an exciting couple of days here, right? We're done with the resurrection bracket. We were done with one of the quarterfinals last night, and it was quite of an upsetting result, right? G2 taking down Spirit, the #1 team in the world, in a 2-1 fashion in their first event with 2 new players, Snacks and Malps.
That is pretty crazy. Were you awake for that? Did you stay awake? Did you fight all the way
yes.
towards the very end?
Bro, yesterday I had Furia go through the resurrection bracket now with Fallen. Their T sides were great. Sure, they played Nuke all 3 times, but it looked really good, right? And then I had G2 pick Mirage, not ban it.
I know.
They picked it against Spirit, and they looked great on it and managed to win, you know, in a 2-1 fashion to sort of out-grind Spirit. So for me, yesterday, it was one of the best days this year.
Oh. Yeah, there were a couple question marks yesterday, without a doubt, like just period. In fact, there were some questions as to why anybody might have even picked G2 to begin with, and even more so, a question about
Look at this guy over there.
Who picked him?
Who picked G2 to win?
Someone picked G2.
Someone did pick G2.
Who was it?
But then that pick was questioned by our commentators. You know Moses, Dinko, you know those guys?
I've heard of Moses, but who's the other guy?
What's a Dinko?
Dinko. Dinkler, I call him Dinko, Dinkler. However, check this out. I'm going to tell you exactly why I have picked these fine gentlemen right here behind me in G2. I'm going to tell you exactly why, Moses. This is without a doubt an expensive team and a project with at least one player's legacy going to be remembered by in large part. And in knowing him, yeah, I know, sometimes I know pros, like it's sometimes. I can tell you that there's absolutely no way he's cool with fading into a list of mediocre results. Also, Monacy's cracked. Hunter's got the mojo. Mobs fits in like a glove. And most importantly, it's the big dessert, and Snacks is hungry.
Mal? I thought you mean Monk.
Who? Monk? No, different segment altogether.
He out-donked Donk yesterday.
Dude, okay, so we look at this resurrection bracket right here.
We're looking back.
Yikes for some of these teams, right?
Yeah, where do you want to start the yikes? I mean,
let's start over here.
Just at the very bottom list, like this very moment right there. This was really rough to watch. I got honestly, this morning I bumped into Grim in the elevator and I just asked him like, "How you doing? Like, how are you doing right now?" And obviously, this was a very rough moment, very emotional for them. The interview from Elige, I think a lot of it came through the camera, through the questions, how complicated this was for complexity. But the yikes continue as well. Personally, I thought Mongols might just prevail in this resurrection bracket. I thought they had what was needed. Stopped by Furia in their tracks at the very end. Can you imagine the last game to make it to playoffs? And all for naught, all for nada. Down against Furia, losing 13-9.
It was a bit surprising that they allowed it to go to Nuke in the end against Furia. They had a choice between Inferno and Nuke. I think Inferno would have been better because Furia's been playing nothing but Nuke
That's
pretty
the
much
third
this
time,
tournament. But, you know, disappointing for the Mongols. That's 2 in a row now with Jean popping in here after that win at Yala Compass. But yeah, complexity as well. Just a poor result, poor showing from them. And MIBR, I mean, sure, a tough draw with Spirit and then the Mongols, but they didn't even put up a fight.
Yeah, I think Yala is the word I'm looking for right here. When we start to look at this bracket itself, you know, we did have to slot what would be Furia in there, so that's cool. We got the first round of the quarterfinals out of the way here, for G2 at least. Anybody got any feelings, questions, comments, concerns about what happened specifically right here?
I mean, listen, obviously we're going to touch on that game. That was absolutely massive from G2. The fact that we're able to take down Spirit over 3 different maps. We use the term honeymoon period. Yeah, sure, of course we will. We know all of these players are absolutely 150% to deliver everything they have, but just the fact that Monacy wasn't exactly even needed to be an extraterrestrial to win. Now this is how G2 is going to win. And people come at me and say, "Maniac, it's too fast, you're overreacting, wait a few months." I don't give a shit about a few months.
It's so
fun.
fun.
About today. I'm
it's
talking
fun
about
to
today.
Overreact.
Yeah, hell yeah, today.
I'm talking about today, Trace.
Today? Well, how about we talk about these Pepsi top reactions? You said react, and that was kind of the word we were looking for here. They had a time last night. Like, it wasn't just given to them. Spirit made them work for it.
I mean, it was a super entertaining game to watch.
Yes.
Really, you know, you had highlight moments.
What the hell was that?
Thank you, Fallen, for that one. And yeah, I mean, you had highlight moments, you had everything. I think Monacy, despite being the lowest rated player for G2, still had his moments and so on. But just the fact that you would open the stats page and see that G2 managed to come out on top is very surprising.
Yeah, and it's the fact that it feels from the very get-go. Of course, Mal's going to have to learn a little bit on the CT side. And we know that's going to happen. There is adaptation adjustments that need to be made, but G2 have already figured out how to get the best out of him on the T side. Like, it's happening already. Like, he's delivering them some of these opening kills. He's using that ability to go and look for the duel, to make the difference, to take the 40-60 duel, and he doesn't care. That helped G2 tremendously.
This is what it did. Listen, Malbs, you have this guy Nico, so you can't really get...
You're not getting everything.
Some of your positions on the CT side, and Hunter as well, he can't be an anchor. So you're going to have to do this for us, but hey, listen, on T side, we'll let you do your thing, right? You'll get to have fun on the T side, and I think that's a fair compromise to make, you know, both him and Hunter having to make some concessions to their game, and it's worked out really well so far in the tournament.
Yeah, you can say that. Huh?
Check it out, quarterfinals, all day, all night, quarterfinals.
All day.
Yeah, Navi.
That first game.
The last game.
The card we got for this playoff is pretty damn sexy when you consider.
It's nice.
We started with G2 Spirit yesterday. We have a little bit of a Navi phase, which obviously don't need any selling in terms of the punches that it packs. Furia, who now get a chance to fight against Mouse. I don't think Mouse is protected from any sort of mishap in that. And then Vitality VP, just to make sure that I get to panic early on in the day.
Yeah, but the Jamil Motorsport match of the day. And it's right there, Navi, Faze. I mean, that kind of speaks some volumes, doesn't it?
Yeah, rematch of the grand final, right? And we heard Rain talk about in the interview after when FaZe managed to beat them, saying, I think we'll have to beat them 10 times in a row for me to let that major final go, and then they lost to them after that again. So, but yeah, it's definitely going to be very motivating for FaZe to go up against Navi each time they play, but it's up to Navi also to show us that they've been able to build on this lineup and to progress as a team.
Yeah, I agree. The inconsistency of Navi is something we're going to discuss. Also, what kind of phase do we have post-break? It felt like they were one of the most obvious team and candidate for exhaustion, just being at the end of it. The rope is over. The win in Chengdu, just completely decompression after that.
Yeah.
They apparently seemingly much more needed these weeks of break. Let's see what kind of FaZe clan shows up in.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for. The phase that we were promised, almost in a way. At least what we
got him for a few months. Let's not pretend.
We definitely did. And I can promise you one thing. You can head over to sdcplay.gg and let us know where your allegiances lie. And by that, I'm talking about who you predict to win today. We're going to go over and kind of take a look at some of those results a little bit later. Who will be victorious? Again, that's sdcplay.gg. Now, I'd give you guys predictions, but we normally do that, right? So anything that you want to kind of recap on? We've had 2 days of play so far. We're going into our third. Is there anything that kind of is particularly sticking out to you guys? Not G2 related.
Yeah, I was going to say G2 was right there on the
Furia. I think it has to be Furia, right? Because it was so disappointing, really. And I think this is the first time now that the roster makes sense from the outside, right? Because you have just fallen, being the in-game leader and the captain and taking this team where he wants to take it. And then you have the pieces around him where he can actually do some work, right? Yeah. And these players can execute some of his ideas in a proper fashion. I mean, Skull seemed like he was going to cry yesterday, you know, with how happy he was.
Can you imagine what he went through?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even tweeting loud, like, I'm so happy about this, you know, this is a dream, right?
Like
going from bad situation in Liquid, just, a bad vibe in that team to here and finding instant success. And for us to say that it's a success for Furia to just make it out of this lower bracket, right, tells you how low the expectations have been for this team when you still have Caserato on the roster, who's been absolutely incredible for years and years.
Consistently, too.
That's how I look at it as well. There's definitely some sort of elation for Skulls to have gone through the hardship of Liquid, then finally finding his footage here in Furia. But then the other side of the coin is the same. Like, imagine all of the frustration that Furia, some of these players had to go through. This sort of power struggle of Art, Fallen, what the hell kind of Counter-Strike are we playing? Most of the rounds we have no idea what's happening. It builds up a whole lot of tension, and I think both parts are pretty much very happy with the direction that this is taking.
And the most important thing is, when you look at it, you can tell it's not random. It's not, things are not happening by accident, right? You see some of that patience, you see some of that signature Fallen style in their game, right? His stamp, and I think that's great news for Furia, because from that you can find some consistency. And sure, they can lose to Mouse and struggle, but I think that they're finally, the most important is finally Furia is on the right path.
It just pisses me off that we only saw one map. That's the only thing. Like, you talk about the T side, they have the highest win rate of the entire event, so like 66% on T side. It's just, give me more maps. Best of 3, we're not going to play Nuke 3 times. Are we now, Trace?
I don't think so.
No, we can't.
I don't think anybody in the world wants to watch that. And that means 3 times nukes right over and then a decider there on pool day. But we'll let Chad kind of talk about that a little bit later. However, it is now time for me to tell you about our Dr. Suleiman upcoming showdown. That is right. Showdown health check on the next match brought to you by Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib. There's going to be Vitality taking on Virtus Pro in a quarterfinal.
And maybe Maniac will need a health check after this game is over.
Funny enough, I know exactly where the nursery is. So
Yes, you do. But that's why it's time for our Jamil Motorsport arrivals. You're going to take a look right now at VP wading through the sun, through the heat, trying to find their way into the AC, and then turn that heat back up in the server.
yeah, don't we all do that? That walk from the shuttle, just waiting for that AC to kick in. We see VP coming over. A team that has gone through its fair amount of turmoil, you got to be honest. The fact that Electronic comes in, and obviously a profile like that will always have its say about Counter-Strike, what kind of CS I want to play, what am I happy or unhappy with. Jame, uncontested, pretty much the closest thing to a cult leader at this point in time in the VP jersey for a long time. And now someone comes in and says, wait a minute, actually, I don't think that's how we should play the game. So there has been an adjustment period, and I'm glad. I would hope for these two to be able to sort of cohabitate and synergize. It looks like it's getting better for VP, and I'm all for it.
Yeah, and of course, again, thank you to Jamil Motorsport for ensuring our players arrived safely at the Boulevard. Is it the Boulevard of Broken Dreams or the Boulevard of brand new memes? That's what I want to know.
With you, it's definitely always the meme.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much for that. I feel so esteemed now. But yeah, Vitality having the same path. They've got to go inside. They've got to get ready for the game as well. Just looking at this game from the top, I think that we can kind of see where both of these teams are and their different trajectories, right? We've had a Vitality that's been together, and you know they've made it mesh. There were question marks at certain points. But then if you look at VP, they bring in Electronic. Have they found that footing now?
Well, I think we'll see this season, really, you know, in the next couple of tournaments. Why? Because Electronic joined, and it's been from tournament to tournament for VP. I think they maybe played more official maps than practice maps ever since he joined the roster. So that's always going to be tough to have to, you know, get adjusted on the fly as you're playing official games, because obviously you're trying to win these games. You know, the focus isn't, oh yeah, let's just make sure you're comfortable and test things out and see how it goes. And their results have been up and down in a sense. So I'm very curious to see how they'll look now after the break, when they've had some time to just practice and put all the pieces together.
Yeah, and that's what we look for, right? We're trying to see who can get those keys to the car exactly for these guys, at least, or at least to get that car going in the right direction, which is kind of where we're going with this. We were just about to hear from one of the teams, but it's not quite there yet. However, when you, again, the stature is what I'm looking for here.
Okay.
When we come into a quarterfinal between these two teams, they're not strangers to the stage, right?
No, absolutely not. I mean, Vitality more than VP, of course, have their fair experience when it comes to big stages in CS2 already. But it is a team that we've already seen in London can show weaknesses, mental weaknesses. Would that be the case again in reality?
Big question marks. Speaking of which, we probably do get some of those questions answered with Mezzi through Freya.
Okay, Mezzi, time for a quick grading exercise. A star, because we're British, it's not A+, to F grade. How would you rank Vitality's form in the first half of 2024?
First half, oof. It's tough because not getting a title is rough, but I think we're always in contention. So I would put us B+ or something around B around this, because yeah, I mean we'd be in the A category if we had won something, but unfortunately not.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's fair, consistently making playoffs as well. You said something interesting at the end of that first half of 24 back at Spring Finals, where you said you kind of felt you found your groove in the team. You're more comfortable. What do you think the biggest reason for that is?
I think it's just time on the team. I think for me as an individual, even outside the game, it's like my personality. I'm a bit quiet at first, and I think it takes me a bit of time to just get used to the environment and just new players. And I think it just comes down to time. And of course, I would love to get into the team and instantly from day one it just clicks, but sometimes it doesn't, and it's taken a bit longer than I would have hoped. But yeah, like I said, more confident. More comfortable now on the team, so I'm happy with where I am.
I'm only laughing a little bit because Spinks is over there and he just said, I helped him when I asked you that question. Final question for you. Obviously, Virtus Pro coming up as your first game here on the stage at EWC. What's the most frustrating thing about going up against Virtus Pro?
Probably the economy, because you never know what type of buy they have. I think we've practiced them quite a bit as well, and sometimes you're thinking, okay, they're Eco, now we're going up against pistols, and somehow James got an AWP and someone's got an AK or something. So I think of course, they're a frustrating team to play against because of how they're just style overall. But I think they one of the teams also that handled the economy side pretty well, and it's always tough to. You never really feel like you have a free round or one of an easy round because they always have something in the back pocket with an AWP or an AK or something because it's always tough to go up against. But I would say this.
Well, best of luck, Mozian. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
And let's think about this a little bit. And when I'm saying that, I'm talking about the last time we've seen these teams match up. These two. We're talking about a month ago. It was a 3-mapper affair. Vitality took Inferno 13-5, but then it's VP and Vitality bouncing back and forth across the rest too.
No, I think this is way too fair of an adjustment.
I'm trying to be nice here.
You can't be doing that. We're on it. We have to be honest to the people at home. We have a responsibility.
Okay.
This was about Vitality on Dust 2. Just allowing Electronic to multi-kill them and then letting Fame clutch a 1v4 with 3 HP going to overtime instead of winning Dust 2. This should have been a 2-0. The third map should never have been played. I don't give a shit about what happened after that point. It took them like 7-8 rounds to come back to life. That is the truth of what happened in London. Vitality had everything they needed. They needed to put this game to bed, move on 2-0. But we all know what happened then.
Yeah, I mean, they started the first map with 8 unanswered rounds on their CT side. You're thinking like, hey, this kind of smells good, doesn't it, Yanko?
Yeah, and then all of a sudden it started smelling like, well, whatever it was that Maniac just said. But I think, yeah, listen, the problem is you listen to Messi in that interview, he's like, oh yeah, it's a B+. But the problem is you can't just be, you need to add context to the results. Like in a lot of these losses that they've had to G2 at Dallas, to Mouse at Pro League, the one we just mentioned even to VP at Blast, it's just the team falls apart completely.
Yes.
Like I wouldn't mind it if they had the same results, but the games were closer, they put up a good fight, it was still the Vitality, they were just bested by the other team. There's no shame in losing to Mouse or, well, there is shame.
G2 is a bit different. That's a bit different in that one.
But I'm saying, so that's the problem. And I think an even bigger problem that we see is like Vitality isn't necessarily playing the way they want to play or the way Apex would like to play, but they have to do a lot more set things because I don't think they have like full trust in the players to just play default and make correct decisions in mid to late round situations. And that's limiting them in what they can do.
I agree with you. The problem is that when the game starts and if Vitality is having a good time, they're capable of doing it. Like they can have the more relaxed, intuition-based Counter-Strike and play off of each other and all. The issue is that as the round loss kind of pile up, then they become unable to deal with the pressure. Then people get tensed up, and the communication just retracts a little bit. Apex starts shouting more, getting more upset, and you find yourself into this vicious circle where I'm getting mad at you for not doing what you want to do. So you feel it. You start doing less, then I'm going more mad at you, and at the end, no one is doing any move. And the only thing you can do is like a set strategy at 30 seconds because nothing happened. These are the breakdowns that you're talking about that we've witnessed from Vitality. And I don't know how the summer break has fixed that. Like maybe 4 weeks in a desert, just talking to the sky together. I don't know, something like that.
Well, it's similar
talking
to
the sky.
We talked about it with complexity, that it's a matter that's more mental than CS related, and the players just need to find a way to unlock that. I mean, we were talking about Spinks for a lot of these situations, right? When it's crunch time and from his position, just struggling to find impact, right? And I think that's something that obviously Vitality can recognize as well, and that they hopefully addressed during the break, and we'll see how they look now in the new season.
Yeah, I mean, just Zywoo with 58 frags, just a casual little 50 bomb right over there across the series.
Yeah, but the third map, he's not going to give you 25 on the third map. I mean, let's not pretend like he's not part of the problem in there. It doesn't do him any good.
But it's fun to watch for us. I mean, it's not our,
I'm sure
necessarily our problem. But I mean, well, it's fun to watch for us, probably. I think it's probably the easiest way to look at this one. Yeah, so we switch tones here a little bit. We're going to have the Veto come out. We're going to find out what maps we're playing in this best of 3-quarter final. But in doing so, where do we see ourselves going in terms of the map? Because obviously, the last time we saw the result. Are they going to run it back?
Well, the only problem that I have is I don't know how teams stand on the current Vertigo right now. I don't know if teams are ready to play in an official. I don't really believe so. So I think the maps will be relatively similar. It could be an Inferno. It could be a Dust 2 against in the pool. And the third map, teams wouldn't be mad about Anubis being there. Ancient's going to be flown out here from Vitality. No reason to play that. And then you see what VP does. They go for a Dust 2. They actually Mirage. That is a bit of a left curve compared to London.
Yeah, it's a bit of a curveball. I thought we might see the same maps, just in a different order, right? That VP would pick Anubis and then Dust 2 would be the third map, but they decide to switch it up completely, go for Mirage. Vitality was the one who could have potentially picked Vertigo, right? But
I don't know if they're ready for it.
They played it against M80, yeah, but they decided against it probably with that 13-5 win the last time they played. No reason to have to switch it up so hard. So Anubis and Dust 2,
I think they go Dust 2 here.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, considering the last time they played, right? Anubis was a little close.
Yeah, but the problem is the Anubis at the time was off the back of that emotional uppercut they got on Dust 2. And that's the problem with Vitality. They're a team now for whom it seems very complicated to fully reset from map to map and not have this credit at the bank open that you have to repay the first 5 or 6 rounds. And I think that's a huge indictment of a team at the very top level that I'm incapable of standing here telling you they're going to be fine. The next map is a different story. Everybody's going to reset. Dust 2 third map. We'll see. I mean, the map pool is not that different than I expected.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to seeing how VP shows up, man, because we were talking when Electronic was announced. They might have the strongest rifle core, one of the strongest rifle cores. Fleet Fame Electronic. I mean, that's a lot of firepower. You have Jane on the op doing his thing, and Norbert has also stepped up. You know, this year has been finding good impact for the team. So Electronic had an incredible series against Complexity, his best series ever since he joined VP. So this team, if they have started to figure it out, right, and get on the same page, and it's fluid, it can be very, very difficult to play against them.
And you know what is not necessarily going to help Vitality's case? I know you're going to like this one.
It's okay.
We're talking about 42 opening kills by VP to the 23 of Vitality. You know,
23 of Vitality.
That's across the last time they played in the series, right? So that doesn't necessarily help you out earlier on in these rounds.
No, definitely not. And I think VP is a very cerebral team to play these power play situations, these 5v4s. They don't give a lot of space for you to come back in. And you couple that with the lack of creativity of a Vitality that's losing, and then it's a dangerous formula. You were talking about Electronic as well and his level. I agree with you. What VP had to go through was to survive the mentally taxing period where we both know we're not going to play the best Counter-Strike because we're attempting something here. Like we're living our comfort zone, which is the Counter-Strike we used to play with Jane. We're going to try and take a step in your direction, which means we're going to lose a few rounds here and there because we can't execute it well. But you have to be strong and resilient enough to kind of separate what are we doing wrong or where was the good idea badly executed. If you can keep your eyes on that and you can keep working on what needs to be worked on, then that's it. That's perfect. But a lot of teams don't survive that period. A lot of teams just say, you know what, screw this. I'm not okay with this. We're going to stop at this very moment. If VP can survive it, and now they actually get to execute some of their new plans together, which they've been doing, gets really dangerous. A bit squeaky, if you will.
Yeah, I thought I heard some squeaks in there. I wasn't sure if it was like Yanko fuming at the ideas that you're throwing out here about Vitality. I love the little lover's quarrel you kind of have between the two of you, even though only one of your teams is here currently, right? So,
I mean, VP is here.
Yeah, there you go. Just because.
It's okay. Jump on that one.
Just because. Gentlemen, we've identified who we're looking at to be those sort of heavy hitters. We've talked about James versus, Zaiwu. We could go into the stats there. We could talk about it until we're blue in the face, but eventually we have to get the teams on stage. We do know the maps. We've got VP picking Mirage. We've got a Vitality picking into Inferno, and then a Dust 2, should we need it, and a Countdown even. And that makes me nervous sometimes. Is it making you guys nervous?
How long do I need to take Vitality? Vitality! Took me a second. I was scared.
Good Lord, bro. Anyway, it's all good.
I was told I have to be quick.
Yeah, you've done well.
I'm cool as a cucumber, Trace, and I think VP, strong showing in the opening game. I think they have a good understanding of how to play against Vitality, how to punish their style. I think they take them down here.
I will find out. Let's sit by. Better yet, let's go to the stage.
The curtain raises on another day here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The Esports World Cup. Counter-Strike has had a whole day of best of ones. Now it's best of threes.
Absolutely. We had a best of three that lasted quite a while last night, but you know what? It just means that the action is always ongoing here at the heart of Riyadh.
Do you know, it was a long night last night. I will testify to that. It was a very long night, but what a game as well. Absolutely. Seeing G2 against the odds go through, and that's what this is all about. We had one quarterfinal last night. G2 have gone through to their semi-finals. Today, it is the rest of those quarters. 3 best of threes to see who will make it through to the semis.
Dreams will be crushed, and so will the keys, as we've seen them in our move it up as the day goes. But let's introduce our team, starting off with Team Vitality. Apex, Zayu, Flames, Spinks, and Mezzi. They are Team Vitality!
And they are a team walking out as favourites. The team they're taking on, yes, on paper, they will be the underdogs, but they do not feel that in their hearts. Please welcome Riyadh, please welcome Virtus Pro. And let us introduce that team for you, starting with Norbert, Jane, Faye, Flit, and Electronic. They are Virtus Pro. And what a game we have for you today. A best of 3, a quarter-final. The winner goes through to the semi. The loser, they get crushed in 2 ways.
Absolutely, they get crushed on stage, and they have to give their key away to the winning team to
So
have
brutal.
it crushed.
It's
Honestly,
so brutal.
I mean, everybody's been calling it the Boulevard of Broken Dreams. Memes also, if you want to go down the road here for Stunna, but I'm really looking forward to this match.
The Boulevard of Broken Keys.
Absolutely, we'll keep it at that. But that was it for us introducing the teams, getting them on stage, but let's get our game ready. Back to the studio.
So Vitality on the stage, VP on the stage, and now 2 gentlemen on my stage trying to tell me who's going to win this game.
Why are you catching strays?
Oh yeah, what's going on
I'm
here?
shocked. Like, I've got Moses and Dinko on my back. OJ, he's never gotten off my back. So you tell me.
It's okay, we got you. This is a safe space. Nothing can happen to you. We'll protect you, we'll hype you up, give you high fives if you need, all of the good stuff.
I tucked in my shirt today, so I feel already awkward enough. Didn't need any of that. Thank you very much. Yeah, so Huddle's in, and it's time to get serious here. So key factors here that's going to keep Vitality from winning this game. Yanko.
I think just their style, it's a little bit predictable, right? Okay, they're playing good Counter-Strike, they're proactive. We say that's good Counter-Strike, but you can't do it the same way all the time. And I think a team like VP is very good at punishing that, and that's what could potentially give them an edge in this matchup.
Yeah, and if you just saw it, those were our STCplay.gg results. We asked you to predict. What is it, Maniac? You look troubled.
Yeah, of course I look troubled. Anytime Vitality goes to stage, I look a little troubled.
His nickname is Maniac.
I've accepted it.
Troubled.
I have accepted it. I agree with Yanko. I think the proactivity from Vitality very often just hides an ugly truth about how to play the mid-round a bit more calmly on the CT side, how to go for information gathering, how to have these moves that a team that is in confidence actually plays out. I don't think this is something they could have practiced during the break, but I hope they have this philosophy in mind, this mind state, or the state of mind rather, of going for information, being fluid, being spontaneous on the server, and that's not something that we've seen from them in the past few weeks.
No, and we haven't. There's a bit of poise, there's a bit of approach, right? There's a bit of demeanor, and that's kind of what we were talking about before. You're seeing your teammates get frustrated off of things that they can't control, and then that somehow is infectious. It's somehow contagious.
Yeah, it's the issue of like a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? If you start losing rounds, and in the back of your mind you believe that you're going to lose the next round, that leads you to play slightly worse, slightly force it, which leads you to actually lose the round, which leads you to be slightly worse. That is the principle of a vicious cycle which Vitality have found themselves in a few times.
And talking about, you know, Vitality maybe being a little bit one-dimensional in that approach, same applies for VP. You know, they're a little bit too default-based, a little bit too slow, which again is something that Vitality can use against them. And then you're hoping for VP to have added and sprinkled in some of those faster things to make them more difficult to read.
Let's sprinkle ourselves into the game. How about that? Let's go ahead and do this one. It's a quarterfinal. We got Vitality, we got VP, and it's the Esports World Cup. Chad, Alex, take it away.
It is indeed the Esports World Cup, and a big one. We're going to be having these playoff games throughout the day. This is our quarterfinal, Team Vitality and Virtus Pro. What do you reckon, Chad? Team Vitality, so far, so good out of the break?
One series, it does make it a little bit more difficult to, you know, really gauge exactly what to expect from these teams. But when we look at it within the microcosm of the Esports World Cup, yeah, great. You've won your series. You haven't dropped a map.
What more could you ask for?
Exactly. The same to be said for VP, who had a tougher opponent of Complexity, or that could be argued with their loss to M80, but either way.
Flet's going to be cooking up some util to get the boys into B. Zywoo, however, has got a lot on his plate. 12 bullets in that USP. Let's see if he can dispatch a majority of VP before the cavalry arrive. You can see they've already cleared out ramp.
Well, rotation is going to be miles away if VP hit the go.
Then what are they waiting for? It's actually giving the CTs a bit more time here.
Well, Electronic is the probe. He's seeing how much room he can find. Hasn't taken any contact.
Oh wait, my mini-map's bugged. Cool.
Yeah, you just hit a Alt-R.
Done.
An Alt-R for the refresh, but Electronic's made a lot of space. I don't think he's been heard. Oh, okay, well, he's been noted now.
Zywoo, you've been here this whole time. He's cracked one across and, doesn't nail the first. Now that he's noted and he's deleted. Good work eventually. 3v3. Spinks takes one as well. So everyone's kind of got their one. It's time for Flames and Mezzy to do the same.
From Flamesy, though.
He can't deny the plant, but he has got the element of surprise. No, he hasn't. Flit immediately catches a glimpse of him. And Mezzy's got a duel with Electronic as well. This is uncomfortable for Vitality now. Flames trying to be proactive. Jumps out of the apartments and has managed to land a bullet into Electronic. Mezzy and damn, Flit looking good. He finds the necessary frags. Electronic and Flit with a double kill to start us off.
Yeah, that looked great from Flamesy in terms of just jumping out the window to avoid the van player and trying to isolate that one fight towards the front of the market door. And, you know, having Zywoo over towards B as the worst case. All right, guys, we'll be the pack. We'll go and try and take the space. And they got that information over towards A. You have Zywoo in case they come early and you think, well, this is Zywoo, great on pistols. Let's see if he can get us a couple of kills. Only able to get away with one. And the rotation from Vitality was there in time just due to allowing Electronic on that probe. So pissed around to VP on their map choice. A great T-side start, but into the force buy for round number 2. Zywoo with the scout. A couple of MP9s, some pistol upgrades, and a light bit of util. Apex.
Got a similar call.
B. Yeah, very team heavy. And Matthew he had a nice way of putting it. The proactivity of Vitality hides, well, I'm paraphrasing him a little bit here, but they're ugly mid-rounds.
Oh yeah, we saw that on Vertigo. That's why we're not going to be playing that. Norbert leaping out of the apartments does take down the only Vitality defender of this B-bomb site. So I guess you go for a second bite into the third round. Considering you full investment here, just the one loss.
I wonder, you know, what we're going to see if Vitality have changed anything on this map, because there's conversations, and I don't know that we need to get too deep into them at the moment, but it's about how some of the players could be used. And Apex is one of these in-game leaders who likes to play map control positions on the CT side, being connector. How the pistol round and a force buy, normally you do things a little bit more out of the box, right? You're either hoping you get the stat correctly. They had an aggression on that CT side. So we'll see when we get to the rifle rounds if anything has changed for this team within the break. Because I know one of the conclusions that some of the minds of Counter-Strike out there come to is it feels like Vitality might not have trust, or at least Apex from the leadership position, in some of the players to make the right decisions. So he plays those spots. And you can be very influential as an in-game leader in those spots, but one of the things you want to avoid is getting in-game leader brain where you're focusing too much on the radar and rotations, because you get caught out in a very key position on the map. You need to be finding impact. But, you know, we watch some Apex games on Nuke when he's outside, right? He's mauling players with smoke spams. Well, nice movement from Norbert. They're making that one look beautiful. So he's no slouch, but, well, you know, sometimes he is, sometimes he isn't.
Yeah.
But you have to take the good with the bad, right?
Yeah, he's a little volatile in the fragging department.
And in the emotions. That's why we love him.
Oh, look at this mid-push. And it looks like Flit's been set up for success, unable to land the transfer, so just a one and done. Spink's good to shut him down mid-range. Continues to push forward. Norbert's just taking this space. Wow, perfect punish here from VP. And already it feels like Vitality haven't had a chance to play. Sure, the pistol, but into the second and third, it's just been abusing this B-bomb side.
Precisely.
Flame's gone.
I think that's a key that you just highlighted. So within the early stages of this match, they've just conditioned the B-bomb side, or at least the idea that this is the side they're going to be hitting. So we'll see if that continues going into the gun rounds.
Like, they're professional players at Vitality. You know, they're not going to be kind of under the impression like, okay, they're going to keep coming. But it is proof from VP, like, hey, you know, we'll happily waltz in. If you're not playing bodies on B, we can already be getting that bomb down.
I think that was something that happened yesterday with G2 going up against Spirit on Ancient, right, with those calls from G2 to go towards A time after time. And that's a map where you do the heavy press mid, you do the heavy press B, and maybe you leave A under fortified or not fortified at all. And then it's a game of bluff. Okay, hold up, they just did an A play. Surely now they think they've conditioned us, we'll play somebody, and you go again. And how deep does this rabbit hole go?
Yeah, the Mongols on A Ancient, that was always they were quite relentless, taking these smaller, lesser occupied sites. Looks like Flames has got his headset off. We may have a small delay. Just adjusting his earpiece, I think.
He's having a conversation with the admin team. We'll see if this one gets rectified quickly or not. We've got plenty more best of threes coming your way today. This is the first one just kicking things off here at the Esports World Cup for day number 3 of competition. And our second quarter-final. Got Mouse versus Furia. Yeah, you did. You're a naughty boy.
I'm going to stay up late again.
Past your bedtime.
G2 Spirit was a banger, and I had to go 3 just to really screw my sleep schedule. But we also had Navi Faze.
You going to stay out for that one?
I have to.
All right.
I have to. I'm intrigued. I'm
Major
very
grand
intrigued.
final rematch?
Yeah, and I'm just interested to see what form Faze are in. I haven't been watching much of their Counter-Strike so far.
It was FlyQuest they played against, and it was 2 very close maps.
Oh, that's right.
That was on the same time we were covering G2 versus Mongols on day number 1.
So yeah, I'm going to be interested to see what form Faze are in up against an opponent that they'll be giving full respect to.
Well, here we go. It looks like B once more, or at least the early probe. Early util lobbed out, flash forward, extinguish and go.
He's in so much trouble. Good util though. Look at the damage. They weather the storm.
That's a 1G.
Bit of a 1G, yeah. Fame takes himself down. And they've locked it down. Oh, this is dreamy. We were just talking about conditioning. One way to say no is to have 5 alive as they try and do a pace switch, charging into B on the first gun round. This has been shut down, running through the Molotov, running into their own Molotovs, and there it is, one little blemish on the record with the HE from Electronic, but yeah, Apex, he knows what that means. It's a message to James saying, try someone else.
That feels really good. The fact that you're able to shut that down with just the 2 players over towards the B bomb site and also make Fame look a little bit funny. You can see just getting chunked down as he drops into his own flames. So he's going to be feeling a little bit silly about that one, but that's sometimes just the way she goes. All right, VP, do we see you transition now into something a little bit more default heavy? No, we'll just continue the pack rolls, but we've knocked on one door plenty of times. Let's try the other. Apparently this is a game show.
It is, and it's funny that they are going to be starting quite heavy towards B and mid. Poor Apex. He's going to be screaming, there's 1,000 nades in the sky. I need some assistance. They're not going to be respecting his smoke. I'll tell you that much for free. Apex, what have you got for us? He's tracked. Whoa, just about. 20 bullets later, does deal lethal damage to Fame. Flip goes down to Flames. Good response from the con players. Zywu and Mezzy going to hit in CT as that bomb does get planted by Electronic.
James has good...
Clear. Exposed and executed. Nice from Zywu.
It's highlighting James' utility. Don't worry about that.
Zyewu's going to close this one down. Mezzy, do you clear your corners? You don't clear your corners, and Norbert's going for some trigger discipline. That smoke keeps him completely hidden. They're going to overlook him. He does tap into the one. Mezzy needs to react. Spam from the smoke. That was necessary. Good work from Vitality. And Norbert giving it everything it was worth.
I like the decision to go for the ult first, right? Because you get the jump on Zywu on top of Ticket, and then you think Mezzy's still going to be in front of you as you swing the crosshair back. But the fact he jumped up on the box, you see him flip around with the crosshair, go, wait, where the hell did he go? So that one's a bit unfortunate for Norbert there. But these direct approaches from VP, you see Apex there laboured. Fortunate that he got one. But another decent shutdown from Vitality. I wonder if these direct approaches from VP are trying to account for the fact that they think Vitality will be aggressive on the CT side in moments, just looking to try and win rounds. You know, shoving all in mid. Can they win it there? Going aggressive towards A with some pushes like we saw on Pistol.
Like, we're already into round 6. We're nearly halfway through this attacking half. Yet to see that slow VP default, and it's getting shut down in mid. Look at them go. Flames, Spinks, Apex, Norbert only the one, and the round is already done. There's 1 minute 30 still on the clock.
Yeah, these have been some fast rounds, but this is now Vitality in control of the rhythm of the game, right? The Pistol with the conversions, we were talking about the conditioning towards B, well, it's being completely flipped on the head. You go for a B rush on the first gun round, you get shut down by Vitality. Then you go in towards an A execute, sure, you get in towards the site, you get the bomb down, but you still get absolutely smothered as you try and take that space and control to get set up for the retake. And then you go, all right, well, now we're just going to do a mid play, and you get mauled there too. Vitality had it literally every single member cheating over, multiple players in connector, window, and short for the fight.
Is James just having a chat, or is he disconnected? Okay.
Maybe he's having a, you know, he's doing a French tactical timeout, taking a page out of...
Right, you know.
Norbert Scout, that's obviously Norbert special. I'd love to see this one. It's classic. Can't stop ranting and raving about it.
Spinks could not be better positioned for this one. They've got a very heavy mid setup here. Flash for the push of Flames. Does well to find Fame.
Come on,
there will be pre-aim. There's no doubt about it. You can see Electronic and James just waiting for Flit.
3 of them tucked in. All right.
And he's off. Does well, managing his angles, falls into the third. And Norbert Scout doesn't get too much done.
All right, well, 3 straight from Virtus Pro, now 4 on the trot from Vitality. In that 4-round spree, the bomb's gone down once. Let's see, will there be a tactical timeout to have a discussion from VP? Get the newly appointed coach. I know he's been there from before the break, but I'm going to say Zoma. It's X-O-M-A now. I'm sure for all the Russian speakers out there, we're saying it incorrectly, but let us know. Maybe we can try and do it your way.
Acentric, Flames in assistance of Apex this time.
At least they've sold some mid-pressure this time around. You've got the window smoke in, top camp, molly towards connector. This makes it feel like more of a default round. But a heavy rifle setup, so Apex to be the surprise. Flames need to take first contact. Spinx and Zywoo, the one tasked with middle, and that AWP posted up on short has given them deep sight lines. So being able to call mid primarily clear on Vitality. They don't have eyes towards underpass. Setting up for the A-go. Flamesy, Apex. How many can you stop?
Counter utility in. Flames a little mid-sight smoke, give him some options. They throw the util and pause. Flit going to try and fake out with an additional smoke. That's the entirety of their smoke grenades. They are going to make the play into Flames. It's one and done. Norbert up Tetris. Apex hoping to be overlooked. Ready for the balcony player. Fame delayed. Norbert pushing. He's already across to bench. They're going to overlook him. This is big for Apex, and he's going to find at least one. Can he deny the plant? Oh, he can't. He covered nicely. James does manage to get his gun out in time, as he needs to find some impact here. Good start. Takes down James, and a 2-on-2 emerges. Zywoo coming in from conside. Flit hit the shot from the ramp. Zywoo. Smoke on the bomb will already get them a bit uncomfortable. And it's a hard one now. Missing that first shot. He realizes his chances are fading. Just going for a stick. And never mind. Fake flick. Now he has to hold it. Flick just needs to spam the smoke. Oh dear. Zywoo's pulling out of his arse. A 1 versus 2. Up against the odds, up against 2 rifles, he still manages to emerge victorious.
Yeah, that buffer of cash that they have, you know, it definitely allows Zywoo to have the liberty to go for a round like that. After the first missed shot, you think, okay, well, he's going to be done now. How's he going to make it in towards the site? But the fact that he pulls that off and so brazenly, smoke on the bomb, it's going to pay for itself as Vitality keep the winning streak alive. Now, 5 in a row. Bomb going down again, a bit of a double pump from Virtus.pro. But not enough to secure the round. That one's going to have some mild frustrations because you feel you could have started getting back in the winning ways as far as the gun rounds are concerned, but max loss bonus, bomb goes down, cash available for a purchase.
Yeah, that was really nice from Zywoo. Also just using all the time he had available, using all his resources, that smoke grenade made that round doable.
Just take a look at the left-hand side of your screen right now. You can see extra cash for everybody on Vitality, so it will take a couple of rounds to be able to grind them down. Already heading into round number 9. MR12, it can get away from you quick. Insta window lines up. Away it goes with a little jump, step and a throw. Window will be obscured. 6th landing on that one.
Oh my goodness, it looks like a default.
Well, it's about time really, isn't it? The direct approaches of VP haven't rewarded in anything since the pistol with the conversions against the Force, and that's where Vitality were more gambling. They've definitely had a couple of more outside-of-the-box setups, right? You can see, you know, all in towards mid or the AWP over towards ticket. Apex in that previous round as the sleeper agent in the site. He's the con player, so playing Counter-Strike by the nameplates. It can come back to haunt you if you think, oh, wait, Apex should be coming in from con. We won't clear the site.
We clear the boost. Just beautifully managing his ankles. James just better. Not ready for the walkout from Electronic. At least Flames brings it back to a 4v3, does get that trade onto Electronic. It was Fame that got the frag though, so nameplates indicate at least one more towards the ramp. Flames and Zywoo responsible for that. Norbert just parked mid for the late
Flash
piece.
good.
Flash could. And is. Takes one. Flip will find it.
Bomb would have been spotted there as well.
Interesting that Zywoo opts to go back towards the jungle side. Norbert trying to beat them. An audible scope, perhaps no, Norbert was too far away. Got across, but sitting duck is James. Looking a bit stuck out in the open there. Overlooked Norbert's position, so it does work out for VP. Or does it? Mezzy pushing the smoke. Look in him, Norbert has saved VP there. A high impact round from Norbert. And maybe it's just, you know, my memory, but I feel like we've been singing the praises of Norbert for a little while in this VP jersey.
He's definitely had some really good patches throughout the 2024 so far. As these big games, then still for his type of position can have some pretty miserable games as far as the stat lines are concerned. But yeah, there's been some big Norbert moments, and that one there is important. You can't lose two back-to-back one-on-twos in your favor. That would start to get the tilt factor of a VP really riled up. Back 10 for Electronic. Rifles in the hands again for Vitality. A chance to break them late in the half, VP, if you win this one.
Norbert applying early pressure towards the B site, but no reaction as he feels comfortable. You've invested a lot of your smoke grenades.
You can see how ready to fight Vitality out towards middle. This is just by seeing Flamesy gravitating towards Connector alongside of Apex. Spinks lying in wait in window, and then, oh, Norbert just taking down Mezzy towards B. Okay.
Oof. That's
going to open things up. I feel like Vitality are going to be forced into have to fighting middle for some information space or potentially a trade back.
That's what Flit and Electronic are expecting as well. Vision obscured. Flit advancing. That's a missed shot from ZywOo. That's uncomfortable now for the Orb. Incendiary being punished. Leaps across. Gets into the site. Just ignores him. Says you can have ladder. I want the B site. Apex gives it a go. ZywOo won, but not ready for the flank. Still gets away with another. Covered by Flames. And now a 2-on-2. I thought this round was locked in for VP, but with 35 seconds left, you need to prioritize that plant. Fame and Norbert, what have you got? ZywOo kicking up a fuss, trying to just obscure, or rather clear the smoke for an angle towards the apartments. Tries to draw attention. And wow, how has Norbert not found that? Flame does a lot in this round, and it's not over yet. Fame rather, up against Flame. And Flames takes 3. That is a recovered round from Vitality. 5 frags between the two of them. ZywOo and Flames deliver a crucial 6th round.
ZywOo's fear factor on the AWP there is what made it a little bit dicey. They were so focused on his position over towards short with the AWP. Flames, he was able to find that timing to eke his way out the window. So good stuff from him. 9 kills in total. Leading the charge. At least for Vitality's sake, it is Norbert who found the opener in that round. So closer in the previous, opener in this one. Still not enough to get the round on the board, and we are at the tail end of this first half of play.
Flames and M4A4 enjoyer.
Another little mix-up. We've seen so many different moves from Vitality. This is Apex out the window into the underpass, looking for early B fights, and mid is awfully clear.
Yeah, a little suspicious. Mezzy and Spink start to prepare themselves for what could be quick B, and it is. Here comes the Util. Spink that looks like a good HE, tucks into the corner, and manages to spray down at least one. Mezzy combines, and VP, they're getting escorted immediately back to spawn. Nothing here for Flit. He just wants a rifle. Frag. Nice work from Flit. No, Spinks was there too. And Apex is activating. He might be able to catch James leaving with the bomb here. James away with a push possibility, but Apex has won the round with that one. Just like that, a 7th secured for Vitality.
Yeah, Dink dead and a lot of those jewels there, and good utility usage from Vitality as well. The nades, also catching them with bottles of flame on the way out, so good stuff from Vitality. Started with the pistol and the conversions going against them, but since then, it's been 7 out of the 8 rounds of play. And the round they won came down to a 1-on-1, but Mezzy was definitely within his rights to win. VP have bought what they can for this final round.
Not the worst, not the best. In fact, distinct lack of util, so it's going to have to be bullets for VP if they want to try and find an advantage to start us off here in the final round of their attack. Oh, Mezzy, you are getting a little bit big for your boots. He's already called apps clear, but he has to just park the bus here. That's a gift for the defense. Oh, never mind. It's Norbert that steps into the Mezzy push.
You can't really go through this if you're on the T side. That smoke's so deep. Obviously, the way the CS2 smokes plume as well, it just seems so big. You need to look for a fight elsewhere. You're already down a man and make it another. Pain continues for VP.
This is VP's pick. And they're the ones getting picked apart. Fame does brave that smoke. And now he knows he can try and surge into the site, take some space as the rotations come through. Spinks. Be cognizant that bench could already be under VP control, and that's confirmed as Apex pushes in. Yeah, without a bit of coordination, that seems a little Suicidal. All of you coming in from market as well. This is unfun.
Smoke Molly HE to make this possible. Plenty of time. Diffuse gets in play.
Incendiary out. Right, that is a good one from Flames. He's got some impact already on the retake. Spinks looking for Fame. James to swing off the contact. And he's done well with that 1v1 though. James just going to be hiding. And there's time for Spinks here. A 5th round fought for vehemently by VP, and they will secure it. Competitive first half in this quarterfinal. The Esports World Cup in pursuit of a champion. We'll be back after the break.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
It's Mirage, first map of this quarterfinal between Virtus Pro and Team Vitality. A good and competitive half with 7-5 going the way of Team Vitality. However, now we have swapped sides, an attack now for the international roster. And I'm intrigued to see how competitive they can be on VP's map pick. It looked good, Chad, in that first half.
Yeah, if we return to the head-to-head just before the break over there in London, VP picked that one up, but they lost their map choice, which at the time was Inferno, which is now Vitality's map pick. So maybe this is just VP. They lose on their own map choice, and then they'll win their opponents. We'll find out. We've still got a whole half to get through.
And that's the end of ZywOo. We know he's one of the best, if not the best, in the pistol. Not this time. Cut down by James. Just his 4th frag as well. James, I expect him to start to hit some shots once he gets the AWP in his hands on this defense. And Flip, Beretta's good for 1. It's the electronic pair onto Apex out Palace. The bomb, however, will likely go down into this 2v2.
Flash on Norbert. Will that come into play?
Oh, what you going, Spinks? He thought he had way more time. Trying to reposition it, puts it all onto Flames.
He can win around like this.
He certainly can. No kit. Flame's going to be cognizant that it's unlikely, unless he's hearing a smoke grenade. Oh.
Someone's got to stick it.
And they're going to hit it. Nice work. It's Norbert again. I feel like he's the one that's been securing the important kills in VP's round conversions more often than not.
Yeah, decent amount of impact kills. That one right there, obviously, to get the defuse through the 1v2 situation that we're 1v1 against that of Mezzi. Some frustrations from Apex being shown, but that's a bit of a classic, isn't it? It's just going to feel a little bit sour losing both pistols. But with the bomb down, do we see a Vitality forced by? This was a crispy one from Mezzi in that first bullet straight into the dome of James. We'll get our answers in a moment if we see the force buy or if they'll just hold on to these Glocks.
Nice shot from Norbert there on Spinks' cross.
It did feel a bit weird that Spinks was trying to move out of that site, right? So Coach Exton is just having a word with the admin team. Hopefully not too many dramas, and we will see the force buy.
It's util heavy, Chad. Just Tech 9s and a whole lot of util. Is this just going to be kind of, you know, shock and awe into a site with everything covered and considered? Oops, fumbled on the jump boost.
Actually could be a difference maker, couldn't it?
Yeah. Gets himself across all the same.
Feigning mid-pressure, so how close will the support stay of Norbert?
Head of the nade. Mezzi making his move. Spinks and ZywOo swallowed that one, though. This looks like it could go horribly wrong, horribly quick. Just as easy as those opening 2.
Oh!
Nothing from Mezzi. Couldn't find the head. Instead, just chips away at him into the shoulder blades. Now it's uncomfortable for Apex. No plant available. There's too many bodies on the site running into them. Jane collects, and we're up 7-7.
I'd really like to see that from Norbert's perspective. Spinning on a dime right there into that frag. That was huge again. You're talking about Norbert's impact. He's up to 14. Tippy top of the server right now. Norbert's continuing. Smoke perfect. You think, okay, yeah, there should be a couple here for Electronics. ZywOo does well, but this is it from Norbert. Okay, yeah, he's just flicked into it. There's not a whole lot of control onto that. Great shot from Norbert.
Yeah, I'd like to take it back. It's not Mezzi's fault at all. That's just Norbert being an absolute madman. Commits to the spray. High sense activities.
I have invested a little bit here, Vitality. There's some deagles upgraded in the hands of 4, Flash in the hands of Flamesy. You're just looking for damage if you're Vitality. See how many of these rifles you can make them reinvest into the next. You don't want to give them such a comfy start. And they did have quite a comfy start into the first half, but all in rounds after rounds. Stalled out as...
Laboured.
This is very laboured, isn't it? Don't want to lose Electronic. He needs to keep his head tucked.
Oh, blimey. I don't think we got anything more from ZywOo, but that was real quick. On the draw, Jane will close it down. Yeah, he is starting to close that gap. He's equalized now with the majority of his squad.
So what, about 3K worth of investment to force 2 CTs to have to rebuy everything or get dropped. So a decent amount of damage. Here it is in slow-mo. Bang, and that bullet was meant for Electronic. Norbert's just the one to take it between the eyes. All right, AWP out for James. Not the same for ZywOo on the other side of the server. VP now into the lead, but just by 1. Will it be the same story as the first half? Pistol conversions and then falling flat for a spree. Let's find out.
They call it mid completely clear. A lot of information. And Fame confirms ramp feels under scrutiny. Quick to commit. Off you got. Flames an opening. And a lineup for Fame. What is that from Fame? Ready for Mezzi. Triple kill in defensive A. Segregated. Apex thinks he might have a chance to plant. He's not wrong. Gets the bomb down. And Spinks, the late piece. Will they overlook it?
They're so aware of the look. James was literally still looking at B apps as he was rotating away from B.
Well, you know you've just killed 3 on A. Spinks is giving her timing. Oh, Flint's still considering it. This is all about Spinx's decision-making. When does he choose to move? Too early, it seems. Apex in trouble. One shot, two. Oh! And Apex another! A triple kill from the in-game leader, and he might get a fourth! Baby! Shrug of the shoulders, an insane clutch from Apex!
Just dancing around, out the sandwich, smooth, crouching into fights, and how the hell has he pulled that one off? Spinx, they had his number, read him like a book, knew that that flank was coming in, knew the exact type of player they were dealing with, and it's Apex who has to step up with a 1v4.
That was so good. We'll see it again. This is just the last one, the pièce de résistance. Jane got him to 5 HP, Chad. 5 HP, 1 bullet left in the mag, and he takes him down. Yeah, look at the faces, just shocked, baffled. How has that happened? I mean, okay, you can't win a pistol, but you can win a 1v4.
Well, you've got the ZywOo 1v2 within the first half. Now you've got Apex stepping up with something quite magnificent indeed.
Bloody hell.
And that is another round that felt like it should have been VPs. That one is going to sting, and it leaves a mark in the finances as well. Losing it to Apex, right? That one, you know, oh, we've lost to the in-game leader. We've lost that 1v4 to the man we should be having in the pocket.
Oh, Mezzi's a dead man. Or not! Ooh, 8 HP in it. Fame just about pulls it across the line. Will they overlook Electronic? It's looking increasingly like it's happening. And 1, 2 on the FAMAS. Should be brought down through the boards. Apex, again, already needs to do a lot. He's got ZywOo with him, though. That's quite the potent partnership.
They're boxed in. Look at this quick flank from the likes of Norbert and Fame, who...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's quite a large miss.
Oh, that's a bad miss. Okay, now, ZywOo is on an adventure, and understandably so, given the time. They want the CTs to start getting a bit confused as to what's open, what's worth being considered, and yeah, well-timed on Flit there, catches Apex.
Flit's positioning tells me he knows that this is a possibility.
To round. He knows, but not quite ready for ZywOo. The pace on that. Fame. Oh, Fame. Started this round with a magnificent push into the Palace, and that's one way to recover from the 1v4.
Had to make good on that promise, because that would have been the cash shattered and a red carpet for Vitality to be staring down the barrel of double digits already accrued. So nice one started by Fame with that push, but Electronic, right, well, they've already just pushed apps, you know, he's not going to take that type of a swing. But you see Electronic, he's always in these cheeky positions, right? Boost up B balcony, now he's on A Palace. Feels like he goes wherever he wants. Well, the Hero AK now out for the likes of ZywOo, with the rest with a couple of pistol upgrades besides Apex just rocking the Glock. Likely the one that donated that AK across to ZywOo.
You know, we joke.
Stickers on it, so maybe not.
About the ZywOo go kill. This is very much what he's been tasked with. Does well to at least provide the trade, albeit a little bit.
I thought he finished him,
scrappy.
the classic.
Yep.
Yeah, he should be dead, right? Whoop, hold up, let me finish that one off.
Comes back for his seconds. The A side's completely vacant. What's VP's game plan here? Just concerned about middle?
Surely not throw multiple bodies through the vent.
They are. 3 players just creeping in a crawler.
The round could have been done there.
Yeah, right? If it's I would just park the bus, that gets awkward.
Look at the multiple search parties. Hey guys, there's nobody home.
This is so weird, they can't believe it. And ZywOo does fall after 1. Additional frag towards CT. Now they return towards A. Norbert's going to be taking this fight with Flames. Huge work from Flames in the absence of armor. Oh, can't cover. Just live. Apex doing everything he can. A little burst. Glock jump shot, and Flames has hit it. Can he come up clutch? This would be another one that VP should have converted. It's up to James. Flames no Kev. Doesn't really matter up against the AWP. That's well positioned for the Incendiary. He tries to clear out that right side corner, but it is planted for Flames.
There's a kid in the back of the site, but it's awkward. He might not be able to find it.
Looking for it.
Seen it now.
There it is. Picks it up and holding. Flames needs to commit to this. He's too scared, playing scared. No, James got off it. And he hits the shot with just enough time to lock it down for a 10th. Valiant attempt from Vitality considering the investment. But James, he saves the day.
Yeah, that one would have been surely the backbreaker for VP. You lose that one after the Apex 1v4 as well, knowing that that was just an AK and a couple of pistols invested. You would have been in hot water. But they hold on again. As the flip flashed forward for the opener. Zawu making sure he finishes his meal. And then, yeah, as I said, multiple search parties. Everybody checking every corner. Have they pushed A? Are they Palace again? Well, they had evacuated the site completely. Zawu with the AWP out now.
Okay, here we go. T-side AWPing. Standard spread. It's brave from Flip. He's holding that angle. He does chip away at the AWPer. Feels it.
Looked into his teammate's flash, didn't he? Oh, another team flash?
The other side of that smoke. Apex resides. Apex revealed now. Nice shot onto Jane. Flip back. This is going to be chaotic. Flip nice on the double. And a big one back from Spinks. Some significant damage dealt. Flip's going to activate, looking for more. Mezzi on towards the ramp as well. It's just a biff, a full brawl in middle. And it's Vitality that leave with the lead. Heavy advantage. Norbert just braving these flames. The spread brings him low. That's significant damage. 64 damage.
Oh, they knew
trying to poke his nose around the corner.
Yeah, knew it was likely B, but there they definitely know exactly where he was. They've heard the singe, they've thrown some nades to deal with it. The bomb's now been picked up from Apex, and that was crazy over towards middle. Either team with team flashes, right? You saw the one for Flit to pick top mid, copped his teammates in the face, and then when they came out from underpass, the T's throwing it to facilitate Apex, trying to grab some room. And he gets it in the face. It almost cost them in a big way, but a nice little double kill there from Apex. More impact from the in-game leader.
You know, he's no slouch. And if anyone feels bad or gets bullied by their friends for having a dad crosshair, you know, a big chunky monkey, like we have here on the Observer PC.
Yeah, but that's for the visibility of all of you at home who don't have to squint too hard.
But Apex rocks it, and he's hanging with the big boys, okay? You can tell them next time.
It is interesting to see play. I get like the comfort over so many years of playing Counter-Strike, sticking with like similar crosshairs or similar resolutions, and it is hard to shake.
Yeah, I mean, I actually learnt that MC, one of our observing team, and general technical wizard, he plays with the Observer crosshair. I guess he's just spent
so used to it, just spending all these hours glaring directly at it. Well, let's just say VP are financially worse for wear. They've only lost 2 rounds in this half, but the last spree, there's been some real close moments, so haven't been able to accrue too much of a CT-sided economy, and that's why you can see Norbert going for the save in the 1-on-3. Not only a difficult round to win, but a weapon that they need quite desperately.
Different round if Mezzi doesn't clear out Fame. Second tactical timeout taken by VP. As Vitality do post their second T round, the bar was set. 7-5 half in favor of Vitality.
Well, we are returning to this impact round, the Apex 1v4. So Spinks goes down. This second one just catches Flip right under his nose. No trade from Fame. Right, Fame there, unable to finish that one off. Puts him down to 45. USP comes out because it's the AWPer last alive. And that one, that is where things really could have started going wrong. But VP have been able to bounce back. That timeout that you just discussed, well, it's more to decide, you know, what are we going to do with our limited funds? Because the loss bonus bottom of the barrel. They have been able to get out a couple of upgraded pistols. Norbert's dropped that M4 across the Flit to hopefully find some impact. Giving himself a FAMAS to work with. Heard Mezzi in the pre-game interview talking about how difficult it can be to be up against a team like VP because there's always something up their sleeve. Right? Oh, do they have enough money for an AWP? You always need to be on guard when you're playing Virtus Pro. Obviously, their identity shifting a little bit since the addition of Electronic. They tend to like to run through smokes a whole lot more these days.
There's certainly something up their sleeve here. Armed and dangerous is Flit. Slower pace to this one. Look how much utility Vitality still have. They'll start to play now. I guess just kind of essentially giving the 30 seconds to see if there was anything aggressive and coordinated from VP. Here's Flit's M4 taking a swing into the AWP, no less.
He's got a flash, right? There was a flash that came over from B. You can see he just obviously wasn't wide enough because Zawu hit that one with ease. So the rifle that was donated has been dropped without any impact. Fame Can't do anything either. This one falling apart at the seams now for VP. Should be tied up 10-10 for Vitality. Just need to get towards the site now.
I was going to say, yeah, maybe we'll just retrieve the M4 and save. James already a step ahead. He's grabbed it from window and finds himself just battening down the hatches over on that B site.
Yeah, better than the alternative, which would be a full eco coming into the next. I think it'll be that 1900 loss bonus, so they will hold on to these goods. I imagine take the save around these weapons, fight with them the best they can, and then have a rifle round going into the next when the scoreline for Vitality should read 11-10. This is just the first map of the best of 3. We're done with the Resurrection bracket, the best of 1's your chance to get back in the tournament, and that was Furia, having the luxury of practicing Nuke all day yesterday.
Yeah, crazy.
Was surprising to see Mongols allow that when they are the ones who had the choice between Inferno and Nuke on the final best of 1 of the day, but hey, they gave the Brazilians the opportunity and they seized it.
Yeah, can't fault Furia if it's given to you.
Bomb goes off, round secured, 10-10, 20 rounds deep in this one. And there's Zawu coming out of the flashbang to take down Flit, so yeah, that one is going to feel a little bit frustrating. Dominoes easily could have started to tip the other way. Let's say Flit gets the first, but still gets traded, then they come up Con, Fame grabs one, then he gets traded. At that point, okay, maybe, just maybe, VP can scrap it together in all of the chaos, but no saved guns. And away we go again. James, the one with the A1S. Stops the movement there. Still break the vent. Flashes were on Fame early. Now it was just a smoke towards the A ramp. A smoke for Norbert to work with as well.
Flit, the stepping stool, has been brought over to get James back where he was looking for. Into ladder. And a kind of anti-eco spread. They've kind of parked the bomb towards A side and sent the majority towards middle and B just to ensure no early info pushes from VP.
These type of rounds can be tough, and you'd see it with lesser teams. I think maybe even using M80 as an example in the early stage of the complexity game yesterday, when they knew they were against an anti-force or an anti-eco, they were sitting back, okay, is there an aggressive move? No. Okay, now let's go through our map control variation. I think with Vitality, this is a much better and well-understood team of...
Oops.
Just as I was singing their praises. Well, I missed window smoke, but they understand, hey, we need to, if they're not going to fight us, go for the aggro move, which is what you wait for early. Oh, James.
Oh, audible. Oh, the spread. He's going to go down 100-0.
That's why he missed the window smoke, Alex. That's exactly why Spinks missed that.
Flit could have something, but it's going to be cleared well. Further away from the angle was Spinks. And there's a nice cleanup. I mean, that's a tilter. I'll tell you what is a tilter. 1v4, 100-0 with the only rifle. They've had a couple here on Mirage.
Yeah, James looks very silly here, doesn't he?
Oh, wait, hang on, jump. Oh, bugger. Okay.
Yep, and he missed the jump at the start of the round as well. So that M4 saved for 2 rounds from Norbert results in absolutely 0 impact.
Respect to James, though. I mean, that's...
What, to not lose your cool?
Didn't even raise his fist towards the desk.
Definitely.
I don't think I've ever seen James hit the... Oh. Back-to-back rounds, or are we watching a replay? He has attempted to get towards a similar position. It looks like we're going to be getting him out mid again.
This is a bit more direct, a bit more pep in the step. They don't have to worry about, hey, where is this one rifle saved? They're the ones setting the tone right now. Vitality 2 rounds away from picking up this first map of play and then moving to Inferno, their turf, where they absolutely turfed VP when they met just before the break. Zawu, 17 kills, had a clutch of his own, a 1v2 in that first half. Everybody contributing for Vitality. Well, VP are allowing Vitality to go through the paces for this mid control. Vent room's theirs. Connector could be. No utility to really speak of for VP to close out this round. Defuse kit not in sight, just 1 HE for James. Well, they've parked Flamesy up in towards that ladder room here. You're able to hear the rotations. Might even be able to catch a player if they go for an aggressive maneuver. So right now he's the sleeper cell. What will he be able to offer? He also will get to activate late, as we do see Vitality now group up with 4 and set themselves onto just a contact.
Late is the key word here, Chad. You need to get into this site. Walking through ramp at 20 seconds remaining. This is uncomfortable for Vitality. 5 alive on both sides. 15 seconds still yet to cross towards the site. That's a big duel. That's on the bomb. Spinks loses the bomb. They've hit the shots. This has to be a quick retrieval. Where is the bomb? 5 seconds. Get onto the sandwich. Zywoo just about getting it down. The spam can't find him. 1 HP left as he gets it in. Is Flames really in a position to win this? Oh, doesn't look like it. Does manage to chase down one towards the Tetris position. No trade immediately, but Norbert's there. Another impactful close from Norbert.
From something that looked like Vitality were doing the right thing, they get the space, they leave Flames there to activate late, they rotate in. The thing was, it looked like they wanted to go contact. As soon as they were at the point to take the fight, that's when they started throwing the util. They didn't really obscure any lines of sight, and then Spinks being the first to go down with the bomb, you can see you want him pathing towards the site here, but he jumps up and over with such limited time left. Maybe you would want Mezzi going for that, or have Zywoo trying to do that. You needed Spinks to be definitely pathing towards the site for the plant.
Yeah, it might be one of those ones where you just...
Didn't realize he had it, maybe.
Yeah. I need big Comic Sans text telling me I've got
blinking in the middle of your screen at all times.
Yeah. They're activating.
Flash and fight.
Yeah, flash and fight. That's the name of the game. Oh, obscured by the HE smoke. It still leaves with an opening kill. It's going to be okay to peek over this flame. Oh, a flub smoke from Mezzi. Might be an angle for them to work with around that. Flame starting to maneuver towards this fight on Norbert. Flit, yeah, that's the bad smoke. Oh, and it collapses for Vitality. At such a crucial moment of the game as well. VP in pursuit of 12 first, and it looks like it's theirs. Spinks and Mezzi left standing. So brutal. Such small discrepancies can lead to a 5 versus 2. You think you're covered from Con, focus your attention on short, and instead, what was a 5v4 becomes a, I'd say, unmanageable 2v5. Is Electronic going to be overlooked? Here in his corners, Electronic strafes out, good for 1. And Spinks with it all to do. Jane collects. We are going to see VP secure 12. We'll have some cash. Significantly comfortable for Vitality to at least put up the best fight possible, taking their attack timeout to make sure they get it all lined up.
Yeah, the finances is one thing you're talking about here, but the other is what is the necessary approach going to be? Because the spree of rounds that they've got, the 3 on the trot, it came with breaking the money and then having the saves, and that was also off some back and forth close rounds, right? There was clutches in the mix. So they were able to whittle Virtus.pro down with the finances, and that's what was able to put them in a position of superiority regarding the guns. Right now, they will be able to buy. Vitality will be able to afford. It's just a tough spot there for Apex. Shouldn't be getting too mad about that one. I don't think they was really able to cover him in that environment. But both teams will have a full buy. There won't be the Zywoo AWP, but will Vitality try and go for something mid-centric again? Will it be a pace change? They have all their nades, right? They don't have to just go all in. And they've been able to get map territory. That round was, VP playing ahead with a bit of confidence.
Oh, they're boosting the AWP up. Oh, God, the movement has not working today.
Yeah, and it might cost him, Alex.
I mean, that would have potentially caught out Apex. It's ahead of the flash. A jump peek from James. Good nade. Looks like they've managed to avert the potential for disaster.
You think the clutches that Vitality had wanted to kind of level this game out, because remember, both pistols and conversions going in the favor of VP. If the clutches aren't enough, need to put together a very good team-based round of Counter-Strike here, Vitality, to take us into overtime.
Well, they've got a minute to do it. They have found the path of least resistance towards middle. Flit already concerned about ladder. It's an indicator as to how uncertain he is as to the Vitality positions. 50 seconds as they do start to encroach. James, good read of the situation, looking to bolster the numbers on B. And his Flit to activate onto Apex. Norbert under scrutiny towards the bench position. They are swinging through. Need some support. He goes down to Zywoo. James and Flit locked out in the market. The util lands. You're not pushing that. And a good nade to chip away.
Everybody from market, Alex. They might need to diversify the retake.
No, couldn't find anything. Bit of chip damage onto Flame's back. They're all grouped up. This is uncomfortable. Swinging over the Flames. Nades, jumps, everything's a bit kooky here. but this angle from Zywu should be set for success. Commits to the spray. Can he find a second? No, good trade back. Electronic in. Do we need overtime? Time to find out. 2 towards the van position. Mezzi on short in this off angle. Will he be overlooked? Looking good from Spinks, gets one. Mezzi, that's an important frag back, and now all onto James. Goes down, and overtime required on map 1 of this quarterfinal.
Yeah, Norbert getting left on an island over towards that B bomb site, and then him swinging to take the fight. He really couldn't stay alive. Isolated had to worry about apps as well as them already leaking up short, so Vitality do eke us over the line. 12.5K, we set ourselves up for looking for 16 as the magic number for one of these two teams to pick up map number 1. Inferno waiting in the wings. Dust 2 as the third and decider if we need to get there. But we're straight back into play. Both teams able to get out the full buys and some frustrations from Norbert. Thought they should have had that one done. Flit had been the difference maker late with a lot of his mid plays. Able to stick the landing as Fame just walks into that AWP Zywu. Now they spring to action.
Yeah, James under a lot of pressure. These flashes limit his contributions. Trying to get across and planting. Flame's doing just that. Oh, Flick gone already. God, this round is over before you know it.
Yeah, it might be VP save in overtime. Understandably so. You know, the CTs can really siphon through these finances quite quickly. Can purge you of the cash and, well, you can have a few troubles. They are worried about this Spinks lurk. He actually did find impact from underpass onto Flit. Oh, they are waltzing in. Let's see how close they get.
Still walking. Running for it. Going for a ninja defuse. This is actually crazy. There's no time. They can't find the bomb in time. Oh, okay. I mean, giving it a go. At least the AWP is saved. So, you know, best of a bad situation for them. A lot of Vitality members going down with the ship, but that means all diddly squat.
I think one of the luxuries you have if you're a team like VP and saving is synonymous with the name is essentially in some of these scenarios you can lull a team into a false sense of security that you are just going to hold onto your guns. But in overtime, Flames are doing the right thing, not getting too far away from that bomb, and well, the bomb too far away from Norbert to get on it with the right amount of time on the clock.
It had legs. Yeah, it made sense. Just not going to work out.
Now this is more direct. Vitality, they do just tend to contact up this ramp. It can catch you off guard.
No one's looking at it right now. Flames is going to be having a little look intermittently from the elevated position. Flames caught a whiff. Fame dips down into dark. Molotov's going to force him wide. And he's down empty-handed again. Back-to-back rounds. Fame not been able to do too much here in overtime. Jane good to catch the mid-lurk early. Flit's working on a fast flank ramp. 3 4 VP, and now just 2. Apex has managed to find an early encroaching Norbert. Bringing that bomb in now, Flames. Trying to hold, wow, just to spam through. The smoke catches Electronic. He was trying to get flashed through at the same time.
Nothing feels like it's team-based for VP though, does it? A lot of the time these kills are just happening without even trade potential. Even a lot of the times that Flit was looking for space, sure, he's being set up by flashes, but he was going in alone. So if he went down there, still wasn't going to be able to be the opportunity to take that room off the back of him. So Vitality doing a great job now that we've made it to the bonus rounds. Making VP look a little bit silly in these last 2. Not rounds that they're even in with a chance of winning. And James looking to hold on to his AWP again. Gets a kill sure, but that one's just for the HLTV stats page. You see him prioritizing. Oh, you can keep the AK, mate.
It's all yours.
Yeah, hold on to that. All right, well, this might just be the clean sweep. Vitality just waiting to show us their best CS on the T side until they had everything they wanted and more. And Vitality looking really hot now. As mentioned, it feels like everybody's had their contributions. Obviously, Mezzi at the bottom of the scoreboard with 12, but Apex with the 1-on-4, but pushing into CT. This kill right here is a big one to win. Zywu catching Flit on the flank. Here it is, and deep on the flank as well, so making sure that doesn't even become an issue within the round.
Yeah, I mean, that's what was happening in CT onto Norbert as well, and I like this from Apex. Just this pendulum swinging, contact into A. Good nade from Norbert. Can he pass this test? A lot of bodies coming his way. In that power position towards the bench will be overlooked. And flattened is Electronic. Norbert gets himself the 1, but he kind of needed 2. That's asking a lot of him, sure, but look at that smoke from Vitality. You can see how Flit's completely nullified towards short side. Can't even clear it with the nade.
Flamesy the can opener, Alex. He got openings in back-to-back rounds there.
Just running and gunning, takes off Electronic. That's a big one. Hang on. With Fame finding Apex, this 3-on-3, it's on. Has to be on. And now Jane finding Zywoo as well. This is all to play for. Oh, and Jane caught out. Good work, wide swing, confident from Spinks. Puts it onto Mezzy. In the apartments, Fame seems to be aware as to his position. There's plenty of time for the mind games to begin. Does Mezzy call this bluff? Does he even move? He doesn't move a muscle. Fame has to go hunting. Mezzy anticipating this loud as Fame. Charging in, catches him on the jump. Well read by Mezzy, and a clean sheet on their T side. 3-0 for Vitality's attack.
Yeah, it feels like they've sucked any energy out of VP that was possible. This is great stuff from Virtus Pro to turn the game on its head. Back and forth in nature throughout, and now it's just looking like one-way traffic. Flamesy, as mentioned, has been great, just charging into these sites and finding that opening kill. The CT side, sometimes he finds himself in a few more anchor positions, and there's the frustration from Norbert being unleashed again. But Flamesy, you let him go, you send him in. He's the type of kid with the aim to crack open the bomb site. Yeah. And look at this. They've gone for a double AWP setup on Team Vitality to be the knockout blow. One for Spinks, one for Zywoo.
Interesting.
Something we're keeping tabs on as well, and this is probably bigger picture for Vitality, is Spinks in his lurks. Is he being a bit more active, right? And I think we saw in a couple of those rounds there, he was, letting his team take the initial fight, but then he was not too far behind trying to catch a timing. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. The life of a lurker. If they're dry into this, Zywoo has a free opener.
Zywoo just looks away. Oh, spotted now. Electronic cancels his plans. Does he? Pushing in. Zywoo flashed off of the line and re-peeking. Everyone fighting for underpass. Zywoo concedes at 50 seconds. He'll smoke it off, so that limits their options. You're not pushing that, so channel towards B.
There's some problems for VP in this final round. The whole point they did the wall smokes with the 2 mollies on A is to draw the attention from middle away, and it was still locked down. VP are in hot water.
Yeah, they're very uncomfortable. It's going to have to be a hero. Electronic and Flip postured to be the first one in. And it's Spinks. That AWP, it does work out. This double AWP investment already finds an opener. Electronic watching from the sidelines as their map pick gets pulled away, one frag at a time. Lovely hold from Spinks and Mezzy. And Mezzy's still here. Maneuvers around the site, does Flit. Good work from him. A chance to extend play. But the bomb does need to be planted. Fame tasked with that. Should be able to get it down uncontested. They're going to be boosting short side. Fame needs to choose his post-plant position wisely. Zywoo providing the Overwatch cover. Flash to get himself out of dodge, trying to reposition off of the back of it. Flames caught out on the turn. Good team play we're seeing from the two of them. Flit and Fame piecing together a recovery. Apex braves the window. Oh, he can't hit the shot. Flit too good. This is a big round from Flit. You said it had to be a hero play. Well, 4 kills from Flit. I think that's heroic enough. A nice one back from Zywoo. Bomb's not planted from the market. Might cause a bit of a panic from Flit, but nice. Baits the shot out of the AWP. Counts down in his head and runs him down. It's a VP round, and Flit, he's the one to thank.
Yeah, may as well give him the ace there. Doesn't read it in the scoreboard, but we'll give it to him. Does take down Zywoo there with the bomb at the very end, and Zywoo with another attempt on a 1-on-2 CT side AWP, but this time the biggest issue. And that looked like it was done. It looked like Vitality were just going to close this map down, especially after Spinks gets 2. Mezzy was still alive, but they're still able to break through with a round in overtime.
Great maneuver from Flip.
I knew that they had to dictate a couple of these fights. If they just sat back and allowed Vitality to slowly comb in towards the side, they would have been isolated and taken out one at a time. Vitality have actually taken their overtime tactical timeout to have this conversation. And look, the double AWP setup, you feel it worked to get you the opening kill, so do you run it again? Well, apparently that's not the case. Xtaz off the mic. Spinks, I see now buying into an A1S. Zywoo still with his weapon of choice. Full buy obviously available for Virtus Pro, even though they all went down as well. But that was a tough round. As I mentioned, they did that A pressure to draw the mid players back to give them a gap to work through underpass, and they were completely denied. So the fact that they still win that round with the heroics of Flit, that's something special. Are you going to be able to pull that off again?
Jane working up the ramp.
Freebie.
Complete freebie, yeah. Fame delivers an AK-47 and a death.
Feels worse than last round. Last round, you didn't get what you wanted with your util. This time, you just lose an opening kill within the first 20 seconds.
Flames cannot believe his luck in such an important round. In a quarterfinal, and Fame just presents himself. Considering making a play.
Look at all the bodies.
He does. Leaps into the smoke. He's gone down again. Just 2 individual plays. Puts VP down in the dirt, down in the dumps. 3v5. Can Flit do it again? That's a good start. Molly's going to force Mezzi into a position. Doesn't have a smoke, has to swing. Burning, finds a safe haven. Flit will clear him. Look at it. Ooh, look at the pre-aim. It was so close. Still converts. 2v2. All to play for and 49 seconds. Flit, uncertain as the potential for a flank. Looks like James going to be brazen about this in order to confirm it is not a threat. Decisions to be made. Loud footsteps towards T-spawn. James actually going to join his teammate towards the palace. So the decision's been made, and you can see just by cutting the noise, making this decision, it's 4 Sidewoo away. It is going to all hinge on Apex. Can he get this information safely? If he goes down, it's likely a VP round. About 5 seconds before they have to commit and start making noise. Here we go. In the smoke. Apex does choose to spam, and understandably so, not far off the mark. The last couple of bullets do chip at Flit.
Still gets interesting. Apex, for this defuse, has a smoke and a molly.
Game smoked off, plays ahead of it. Who plays first? As discussed, that util's been used. It falls now to the bullets. Apex caught out. Good work from Flit. Oh my god, Flit, he's going to do it all. Flit does it again! Back-to-back quad kills to keep Virtus Pro in it to win it.
Oh, the light is shining on Flit right now. Keep this guy alive late. A 3v5 situation that you're able to turn around because Flit gets you another 4K in the most pressure of moments. The map is on the line, and in back-to-back rounds on the T side, he is looking absolutely masterful. Here's the first.
Can we just clone Flit?
The technology's not quite there.
My god. He's just completely impervious to pressure. If anything, he just gets better.
Had to deal with ZywOo as well in the 1v1s of both of those. All right, guys, 2 of you walk out and die, and then Flip will happen.
They say a man meets himself in the face of adversity. And Flit, he does not flinch. He does not buckle. Ooh, Spinks, that's a lot of damage on the tracking of Norbert out the window with a white screen. Spamming away, evades the flame, no down. Good from Norbert, it's a double into the site. Could VP really match Vitality's output on this T side? It certainly looks that way. Apex caught walking. Another as well, comfortable collections for VP, and ZywOo thrust into a 1 versus 5. And we go again. 3-0, VP match it.
The good feeling of getting the 3-0 start on your T side has just been flipped completely on its head. You were on the CT side, considered the easiest side on this map, not by much, but definitely by a little. You had a round where you get multiple kills on Spinks's AWP. You then have, what, another 3v5 in the next round. You have multiple opportunities to close this game down, move on to your map choice of Inferno, where you drubbed VP last time. And now we do it all again.
Oh, this is a highly competitive game of Counter-Strike right now.
Well, I thought there was a massive tone shift once we had made it into the OT, just because of how Vitality were playing that first half.
But we didn't account for Flit.
Oh, can VP make it 6 in a row? Let's see if, first of all, they can make it 4.
Feigning mid-pressure.
Yeah, but they have the info. Just look at the position of Spinks.
Does that mean they'll be able to bolster A quicker? Seems like ZywOo's going to be the first man on the scene, but smoked off and flashed off. They can lose this site. Might be one hell of a retake demanded of Vitality here. Or not. Actually, Apex catching Flit of all the characters to find. That's a big one to post before the bomb goes down. Trying to get info off that boost. Don't find too much. Tough one here. Looks like they're going to be majority Mezzi and Flames at least heading CT. ZywOo with a little late peek, and oh, James puts one in his knee. Iconic. Oh, wow, unable to convert, but Norbert can. Holding, spamming, down he goes. Good work from Spinks and Flames combined. It does put Fame and Jame in an uncomfortable position, but the time is on their side. If they can just keep him off the bomb, which they will, as Jame hits the shot necessary, the round is theirs. VP continue their spree on this T side.
Well, they're going to lose everything again. Spinks and Zywoo too close to the bomb. They go down. We'll see if that has any ramifications. They lose the next one again. Vitality, you might see have MP9s in a few of the hands come the final round of this OT number 2 first half. Good timing from Apex to catch Flit, right? They weren't focused on CT spawn whatsoever, but the opener meant nothing. This from Jame, just aiming way too low. Could have essentially confirmed the round with that kill onto Zywoo a little bit earlier, but still, this one gets close. We're keeping it interesting. The entertainment being delivered.
Most definitely.
Quarterfinal number 2, day number 3, match number 1.
Flames. This time it's his turn to be the opening death. As opposed to the opening kill. We've seen him provide a couple. Forces a reaction out of the CTs there, and that's what Jane, this is where Jane can call some of his best Counter-Strike. When he gets that opening that he's been hoping for, converting that tends to be where VP do their best work.
It did feel like the ideas were flowing for Vitality, right? They had all these different setups. You know, Apex was everywhere late in the game. He's pushing underpass. He was the sleeper agent in A site, while Flamesy takes first contact. Now that's working against them as they will encroach middle. Again, great information. So the util counts for naught, but still Vitality need to lock down the site.
Zywoo poised. Anticipate James got some util, full belt about to be thrown out. Will Zywoo get the chance to take the shot ahead of the swing? Or ahead of the smoke and flash? Spinks is active. Good catch from our obs. He's on his way. And Zywoo does get his chance. Norbert just a fraction too early on that flashbang. Down goes Jame, and down goes VP's chances of converting this 5v4. I need to get a fork and eat my words, because it all falls to Flit now. An early advantage squandered here by VP. Flit down to 50. Good nade right on his nose.
Surely no time.
And no time, no hope. Apex confirms it. So, tied up this time.
Okay, well, they finally break the streak. That was 4 consecutive rounds for VP, all on the T side in overtime. That's finally been broken for Vitality. So somebody has posted a CT round at least. And this is Spinks' flank, right? And that was down a man, a free kill early onto Flamesy. But that's it right there, right? Spinks just being able to catch that perfect timing. If it wasn't Jame at the back of the pack and it wasn't the bomb loose. Oh, double ops again. Spinks found success with it earlier. Let's see if they can do it to put the second on the board for the CT side of Vitality.
Apex.
Oh,
no.
TK.
Down electronic. Team kill of Vitality. Able to convert this 2-man advantage. From both teams finding perfect T-halves, we could see Vitality into the second overtime with 2 CT rounds, back-to-back defensive rounds. Have they found the solution?
I think Spinks' position, it depends on how far he keeps going, is essentially secured this A site regardless of what happens elsewhere. But the bomb now pivoting back on Norbert tells a different picture. But VP once more strung out individually, and Flit, the man that's found the impact, or at least a lot of it, he's dead. So who do we turn to?
My eyes are on Norbert, to be honest with you. However, with the bomb on his back, he's not going to be the one to take this first engagement. James just throws the AWP onto his back and starts to maneuver into the site with his Tech 9. Flames needs support. He is about to be overwhelmed. Not distracted by the steps behind him, hoping not to be cleared from above. And yep, he's not. Norbert with the bomb in his hands. Flame secures it, surely. There's nothing here for James. A dead man walking. And it is going to be a 2-1 half. Vitality find the answer for their defensive woes.
Okay, well, how many twists and turns do we have left in this one?
Let's see this exchange again. So it was, oh yeah, just straight into the left there.
Yeah, you got to be a little bit frustrated if you Flit as well. You weren't blind.
Yeah, just stand still.
Yeah, hey, mate, I know you're Flash, but can you not take me down with you? Thanks.
I'd be scared to call Electronic out there. I wouldn't say anything.
That's one of the problems. He's definitely got an attitude to him. I was going to say, understandably so, you know, major winner, but so was Flit. So, you know, if we're having a measuring contest.
A measuring contest. Look at my ruler. I have a tape measure.
Right, 2 rounds of Vitality required to take this. Magic number 19 this time round. Nades towards connector, hoping to soften up any aggression. Finding the mark. James on cat with the AWP. Will he be able to track the run boost? Flash is going to make it difficult as he turns back. Flames is already out and behind the mid box. Apex and Spinks to make their way through the underpass.
They're searching. Electronic, he's making his move. I would caught off. Perfect play from Electronic. Threads the needle between the lines of sight. Does some heavy damage. And he's even got the bomb. Stick a Volk in this one, it is done.
When you see plays like that, you're wondering, you know, what's going through these guys' heads, because to us it's like, oh, okay, so he's just decided now on all timings that he's going to walk out, and he finds it absolutely perfectly. Stuff from Electronic. Now let's see, they just have to close this down. Mezzi, it's his turn to give a 1v4 a crack. The low HP of Electronic should be able to get through this if he gets the chance on the fight. But Electronic just playing for info. Now we can back off. Well played.
Yeah, playing it by the book is Electronic, and now James is going to have Mezzi's number on the cross. The flash might catch him. It is well placed, but it doesn't matter. James pulls the trigger blind.
Tied up again.
Here we go. Could this be a chance for VP to match Vitality's CT output? The bar was set at 2. VP find the first of this second half of our second overtime. Apex, look at this warp path he's on. He's feeling emboldened to charge. James nails the jump this time and removes that B-lurk instantaneously. Problems now. Maybe there's something to be said about Fame. He has been a bit of a liability for VP. Mezzi, gonna have him in his sight soon. In that off-angle jiggle, he's only gone and done it. Takes down Mezzi, extends their advantage. Apex has wormed out of Con and doesn't manage to profit. Not immediately anyway. Bomb is detached from the pack.
And they know exactly where Apex's aggressions are. If they step out a little bit overzealously, the AWP might finish him off with the timing, apparently favoring Electronic.
Yeah, I mean, he's securing the round with this push into Palace. Very few options here. VP going to be avoiding them. Keeping them at arm's length. Flit another onto Apex, so removing that aggressive prong.
They changed the nameplates. It feels a little bit like how some of VP's rounds were going down one at a time. These deaths happening, not really tradable. Trying to take the gamble of space based off what you think the picture of the CT setup looks like. You just walk out to your demise. So VP, they grab 18.
And a team ace. Testament to that. If Electronic was to find the final frag, he is, however, a little too far away.
Okay, well, this, you know, it's had little bursts of excitement. We've had a couple of clutches in there, some crazy moments. Apex, I think, has the statement as far as that's concerned. But this has been a bit more of a tug of war, an arm wrestle. Some stalemates at time. I'm going to see if they can take this AWP away from ZywOo, and considering the cash you have in the coffers, you may as well give this one a go with 10 seconds left on the clock. They are, you know, going from cold to hot. You remove this after time, ZywOo is not going to get any loss bonus, and finances could be an issue, a conversation, 2-1, and okay. Well, fortunately, went down before the round ended. It was an absolute nail-biter.
What? It must have been...
I think he had like $100, right? And now he's got 27.
No, absolutely, but it felt like it was after time. Must have been just in that last second. Calculated, obviously.
Just like ZywOo at all times. Okay, well, maybe you're new to viewing the MR12. Once you get into the overtimes, you get one timeout to use within the confines of that overtime. So 1 per. They don't stack. And you're seeing Vitality use theirs when they need it most. Now, ZywOo's been able to get an AWP dropped across.
This is where the call has to be spot on. The third overtime if Vitality want to be able to convert this.
And a bit of a vogue look from Electronic bringing out the AUG. Floppy tried this yesterday. Didn't really get him anything. You don't see the AUG too much these days. Let's see if Electronic can put it on the front of the magazine.
Probably just going to sit on that truck off angle on the bumper. Call that one the Carrigan. James the one bringing the fight here. How good are the jiggles? Knee revealed. Apex thinks twice.
Well, James will evaporate. Might want to keep that ult moving, especially if it was noted.
Brave. He knows it was being held, but he just anticipates the fall off. Starts his crawl all the same.
The type of guy to make those more brazen plays. Window smoke lands in unison with the CT and Sendry down to stall out the crawl of Apex through underpass. So they're aware of this possibility and, well, not just going to sit and bide by his Electronic. He's going to take the round into his own hands.
They're gambling quite heavily towards this B site here.
But look, if he keeps pushing and doesn't go underpass, it looks like he's just going to park the bus. Again, Obs team, great job highlighting where that C4 is. Will need to be picked up at some point, but 60 seconds left on the clock, more than enough time. Apex went all the way through underpass, now back to top middle, gets the bomb himself.
So what's the go here?
It looks like an A split.
Nice shot. James puts VP in the driving seat. A flash and a jump peek, and oh, James collects. Two impactful AWP frags. It's up to you now, Mezzi. Good timing from Flit on the re-peek. Uncrouches into Mezzi. Still goes down. Well, they overlook Fame, this forward setup. They need this frag. Fame delivers it. Oh no, Spinks has found it. VP, after their AWP, does so much heavy lifting. 15 seconds, can they deny the plant? The pressure is on Flames. Punches in the code, and it is all action. Stations are recovered. 5v3. Now a 3-on-3. Vitality to force another overtime, to make this Mirage continue, and Flames has taken a leap in that direction. Norbert gone, no trade there. It's Electronics AUG for one, and down goes James. We need more rounds.
How are we continuing with this game? Another 3v5 situation in the overtimes that should have had the game done and dusted. Well, now the shoe on the other foot. Both teams knowing exactly how that feels. 18-18, still locking horns, and we go again.
God, if you're James, you definitely feel like you've done enough there.
And as well, you get the dink on Mezzi, right? So you think at that point, okay, well, somebody just has to land another bullet and we probably win this round. How have they not converted that one? VP licking their wounds. Maybe another, maybe second or third win for Vitality now, but this should just be a little bit more direct. No more funny business out the A ramp, and they burst in towards the site.
Yeah, a burst indeed. Look how just shocking this is for the VP defense. Panic stations on the rotations. No hurry here for Vitality. You've got all the time in the world. Don't want to let this one slip away.
Another one. Keep counting the number advantage, round losses. We'll see how many more we can find. Sure, somebody's got a tally at home.
Not this one, it seems. For VP, Zywoo catching the swing. Norbert gave it a go. Electronic just the one. Do you hunt? Is it in your interest to hunt? I mean, there's no harm in doing so. They'll certainly put the feelers out, as a wise man once said.
Apex running head on with this. Well, noted again. James getting run on down now. I don't think he's going to walk away with this one. Completely surrounded, short apartments and market from behind. He does hit a nice shot. Maybe, just maybe, that's going to be enough. Runs across the line aside from Flames. He must have been in transition at the time. And James somehow holds on to the AWP.
It's what he does best, Chad.
We were making the hunts entertaining.
That was good. Well, we know how much he likes to prioritize it, and so important save from James. You can shake that one off if you're Vitality. You leave with the round. That's what really matters.
Need something from Fame on this A defense. He's been exploited a couple of times. It's just one kill just to stall them out. Look at Mezzi. He's going for the bully straight through. Yeah, we'll just keep going for this fight on Fame.
Fame is screaming, I need help. Electronic down after the one on his aggress up mid. Okay, pressure is on. Mezzi does kind of pull back after his initial test of Fame. Had his one pot shot, unable to connect on the jiggle of Fame. Back on default, now heads to CT. Doesn't want to concede this site.
Yeah, juggling a couple of nades, see if he can use that to hold them at the door for now. They've contacted out of this ramp a lot, so the fact that it hasn't been telegraphed in a lot of times has caught him off guard, and maybe again, they just come straight through the smoke. They do. Look at this.
So brave. And it might work out for them. Messi does at least bring down Fame. James, his AWP noted in CT. Flit so far away, just about now, starting to head towards T-spawn. We'll check in with him later because it's Norbert with the action onto Messi. Clear of the smoke and a good frag. Bomb still down, a missed shot from Jane, gets away.
That might cost him.
Could do. A 1v3 would have been too much to ask, but now with two of them, with Zywoo in the mix, they're really counting on Flit to find Spinks caught off. Oh, I think he caught a whiff. Oh, yes, he did. A clean headshot from Spinks for his 30th. And then a double jungle retake. Time about half gone on that bomb. Gonna have to make haste now on the cross. The crossfire established here. Spinks, oh, with Zywoo's help, has dealt with the invaders. And now just live. That's what they're saying. Live. And it hits the shot, but through the bricks. So close to a magnificent clutch from James. Just couldn't quite adjust past the brickwork.
Really getting punished on this A side, aren't they? One of the things with the A anchor, that defender tends to either put themselves in a position where they play ticket and they jump spot for both, or you're a bit burrowed in, like you laser focus on Palace and then you hope that your teammates can catch them if they come out ramp or they're telegraphed or vice versa.
Sure.
Right? You know, you have your comm player, they'll smoke apps for you, or they'll watch apps if they're the AWPer from window when they're smoked off, and you try and cover the holes that way. But the timings in which they've just walked out ramp has felt like it's caught Fame off guard time and time again. And what's one way to deal with that? Put the AWP over towards ticket.
I wonder if that's deliberate there from Jamie. He threw the old Molotov, which does give that angle to Messi, and he just holds it. Cheeky beaky.
That adjustment coming in very late, though. And Apex, he just waltzes out. Respect. The traditional A-lurk done. Well, Apex, the in-game leader, he'll take that space. Fame's found something.
CT, gonna be overlooked here. Good timing from Fame. VP look to at least leave with one round on this defense. Spinks and Zywoo with it all to do. Spinks very disconnected at this point. Zywoo is just going to sit and wait. As that bomb will be retrieved. Does this cut of noise get a little bit worried for the B site? It looks like Norbert is acknowledging the potential. Even Flit starting to maneuver further away. It's worked out in their favor. Zywoo, oh, he hears him. Did they not spot him on the jump? I don't think they did. Zywoo's making a play. This could be a huge play. Fame caught out! Oh! And Zywoo's double destroys VP! Not another. Surely not. Big shot back. Of course it's Flit. And now, what is that? Norbert, lovely control. Zywoo nearly made the play. The play.
The amount of rounds that have gotten out of control with number advantages is insane in this game, and that would have been another one to chalk up. Some crazy clutches.
If I'm Fame, I'm shaking my head. SMH. Just can't seem to catch a break.
All right, we'll have something to take in the second half, but you wonder if this one's ever going to end with the back-and-forth nature, with the what has felt like unwinnable or unlosable situations going either way. But once more, we lock horns. Flit charging forward, scaling in front of the smoke. Flamesy takes him down. With the number advantage, they want to back off. Caught at the flash, and Electronic now, he's the one in the open. Norbert finishes off Spinks. 3v4.
An advantage for VP. Looks like VP may be targeting the lesser of the two evils here, with more bodies towards the second letter of the alphabet. Apex with Messi the closest to respond, just pre-aiming that bench walkthrough. Saying that, Zywoo thinks he's seen enough. Throws out the smoke and second-guessing himself here. They really are flying blind. This contact walk into A, it seems destined for glory for VP to equalize here in OT. Third overtime. Apex. Oh, the timing. Could not have been better. Activates, finds James, nade to clear on Con. And Norbert disrupted on the plant. Should be able to still get it down here. He's under a lot of pressure though. Has to be planting very quickly. 29, just a couple of bullets could have done it, but Fame finding Apex. Caught on this push through the smoke is Mezzi. VP, they will convert that man advantage.
I give it a go, Zaiwu.
Why not?
Let's have it happen. Let's have some more magic.
A wave of his magic stick. Shy of the mark onto Electronic. We are back to level pegging. 20-20.
21. We do it again for OT number 4, Alex. 22 this time is the number that we are looking for to have the map secured.
At this point, why not?
That'll just keep the game going.
Yeah, why not?
They love staying late last night, I heard, especially with that Spirit versus G2 game.
Right, I'm not sure I'll be able to make Navi Faze if this keeps going this way.
Oh, an all-5, look at this. Just a swing.
Thanks
Straight out middle, a real change up, sure.
Okay, I guess, says Zaiwu. Apex as well. At least James able to punish. Zaiwu just thought he was able to re-peek into that.
Yeah, well, they're no longer ripping out pages the strapple.
Oh, okay.
They're creating pages the strapple.
Oh, yeah, they're right in it. The ink is still wet as Fame on the warpath into Apex. He should be traded. Ooh. Oh. Flit. Couldn't quite hold on to the spray there. Lost control.
Considering the impact he had in overtime number 1, he was mental. 4K rounds coming out of his ass. This time can't convert onto Apex. Now it's James' turn for another clutch.
Doable. Objective 1 lies over a stone's throw from James' current position. And of course, you can see this paranoia. Doesn't know where to expect these CTs.
Feels like a country mile. I think the fortunate factor is they don't know where it is.
Yeah, it's Mezzi he's uncertain about, right? He doesn't know whether that BABS player has been pushing this whole time. So he's highly concerned about it. We are going to take a quick look at this dry swing. I mean, mixing it up, I guess.
Yeah, you take those every day of the week. I think if you want to try something as risky as that this deep, definitely trying to catch Vitality off guard.
Checking back in with the James walk. Getting his steps, 10,000 a day.
He's been able to pick up the necessary package for the objective, but still just searching. Vitality have absolutely no idea where James is either.
Here he comes. Apex is hearing him. Motor Mouth letting him know, and oh, James not ready. It's a tough one. Had he had the bomb, it's a different situation. It's a different round, but as we discussed, Mezzi, the unknown entity. Apex, the AWP vendor, makes sure Zaiwu has the same weapon in which he opened the previous round.
All right, what comes next? I saw Xtas just before we got into play there signaling to take the tactical timeout, so he'll use another. He's getting the luxury. If the overtimes keep coming, he keeps getting a 30-second chat available. This time, the advantage for them to close things out. Let's see, are they able to come up with the solution? I don't think VP will be going for a dry swing out top mid anytime soon. And look, if we do need to flick back to VP on the CT side, we can start having a bit more of a conversation about Fame. I was saying that, you know, you and I are looking into the positions before we get into this, and it feels like Fame and Electronic have been flip-flopping a little bit in recent times of who's the short player and who's the A anchor, and maybe this is why Fame is having a couple of qualms. Might not be his necessary comfort zone, but Electronic, his voice might be just a little bit louder in getting the positions that he's looking for. Regardless, might be a conversation for VP to break down after the fact. This time Smokes used the standard window and top count with the connector Molotov as well to try and constrict some of this mid control. No, but smoked off.
It's a forward position from Flames, but confident with Zaiwu's cover. Oh, they're jumping up. Apex will be caught out by this on the spam. Electronic will just himself into the ledge, allows him to be a late piece, a late arrival as the pressure gets turned up on A. Vulnerable to a short swing, but no such move from Spinks just yet. Concedes window? That's going to be a gap. Electronic, I don't know whether or not he's going to be wanting to make the first move.
Well, a bit of a gamble right now from Vitality. You can see this boost on B, but that's where Apex is joining, so getting a bit of an inkling, unless they want to try and clear out middle from short.
So I was leaving as well.
Oh, fortunately, they give him the sound cues, and that's the fight. And it's the same result for Flick. Can't seem to win these duels just yet. Electronic does arrive. Even Stevens. 3v3, never mind. Flames down, comms are good. Electronic spams another. Electronic, a multi-kill. Triple kill. Gets away with it as well. Mezzi, what can you do? 15 seconds as James still hesitant to plant. Worried Mezzi may already made his way. James and Mezzi.
It's 10 seconds, James.
Yeah.
James, James!
Oh, no, he's planted in the open, and Mezzi just...
That's the round, that's the game!
He's clutched up, that's the win! It should not, it cannot end like that! Overlooking, planting for his opponent, and that, of all ways for it to end, is madness.
Apex missed a sitter on Electronic in the window. Electronic goes on to get a multi-kill. James walks out in the open on short. Visible to short on his own, just has to plant the bomb, too scared to make the move, and Mezzi clutches things up.
Big
meltdown.
Unbelievable scene. That's just map 1. It took us 90 minutes, but Vitality have taken down VP on map 1 of this quarterfinal. I can't wait to hear what the analysts have to say about that one.
And so a lot of things to take into consideration here. Of course, we were looking down the barrel of what could have been a quad OT, but really the way that last round fell apart, wild scenes. I've got to say that much at the very minimum. But I think we start this conversation around the words man advantage and how to give them away.
Listen, we have to stop paying teams by the rounds because this is taken to such length. We have to stop this. Economically speaking, that doesn't work, Trace, anymore. Teams cannot be paid by the rounds. They're all consorting right now to create the longest games of Counter-Strike, never winning 5v2s and 4v3s, walking away with bombs in your hand. We have to stop this. This has to stop. It's time to rethink Counter-Strike. This was too much.
It's time to stop.
Can you be Apex for a second, Matthew, and I'm going to be James?
Okay, what do you want me to do?
So, you guys want to win this game?
I mean, what about you win this week?
No, I mean, that's cool though, but do you guys want to win?
Let me just talk to my crew for a second. No, actually, maybe you win.
I felt like both of these teams were just throwing the game constantly. It's like, okay, we're going to win both pistols, but hey, here's a 1v4 Apex, so now you guys can win the game. Okay, that's nice, thank you so much, but you know, we're not gonna clear the B bomb site, so here's a 2v5 for you guys. Okay, well, let's just go to overtime, let's prolong this.
And continue with that as well?
And continue with that as well. It's just such sloppy CS from both of them.
Yeah, listen, Trace, you have to indulge us. We're having a little bit of fun. This was not a clean game of Counter-Strike, but it was an entertaining one. It was very entertaining. You had a bunch of moments that changed stories of rounds, multi-kills that were very impressive. But it's true, both teams had many opportunities to close it and do it in a cleaner fashion. I think Vitality should have closed much early on in regulation. Pistol round converted both sides for VP. This was supposed to be Vitality's easy game, but no, they took us for a marathon, and here we are.
And honestly, we're looking at the first OT, I'm thinking like, okay, without Flit in the first OT, well, probably not even going as far as it did.
Yeah, and it was reminiscent of the grand final in Dallas for Vitality and the game against G2 on Inferno, right? Because that game goes into OT. Vitality wins 3 rounds on the T side, 3 match points, and then G2 brought it all the way back. And that's what VP did here. Sure, heavy lifting from Flit, but, you know, off the back of that, VP still wasn't able to close out the game. We had another overtime.
Yeah, and I agree with you with the comparison, but I think it's even worse than in Dallas because in that situation, G2 played really well. Like when they crow back from that 0-3, these are incredible rounds, good calls from G2 frags and all. Vitality had 2 rounds back-to-back with massive power plays. Like the first wave of attack from VP is getting stomped immediately to 5v2 to 5v3, and then I think this is Vitality trying to play perfect. Like nobody wants to give the angle, nobody wants to give the kill that's going to allow VP back, and they overcomplicate.
Except for Apex.
I mean, he's always up. He's going to, it's kind of part of the DNA of Counter-Strike. So yeah, Vitality made things a little too complicated. I think the first overtime should have been it. We should have been looking at whatever 16 to 12 or 13 at best. That's it. My best offer.
At best.
That's all I can do for you.
No, I get that. I do get that. I mean, we're talking about a game that had its ups and downs for both sides. I mean, there were some issues from both camps. It seemed like there was a bit of cohesion missing.
What? Sorry, I couldn't hear.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Sometimes we decide not to listen to you just to make sure that you're following.
Just to make sure that I'm also...
Exactly.
Well, I'm not listening to you guys, so
that
who's
makes
listening
sense.
to who around?
So you were asking...
I was listening, I just couldn't hear you.
What about, let's talk about ZywOo just a little bit. You're talking about conditions that were working for a team. The fact that ZywOo quickly put his hands on AWPs early on in this game and connected, I thought was going to be enough. I thought this was going to be enough. One of the criticism for him is a bit too hybrid, missing shots with the AWP at times. He, from the very beginning, put on the AWP on the CT side. He had a couple of very key stabilizing multi-kills on the defense. He had his 1v2 that he crafted out of nowhere. This was supposed to be the win condition. He did what I wanted from him early on in regulation. He kept on going with the pace, finishes at, what, 36, 37 kills. And as we can see in this replay, he very important, not lazy kills. Because hear me out, ZywOo can be lazy. Because when the game is so easy, sometimes you just take a step back and you say, I just have to hold this angle, it's gonna be fine. I want him to be creative. I want him to try, have initiatives. That's what he did here. He used a couple of pop grenades in the smoke, found some kills. This was ZywOo that was active. Turned out, helped Vitality massively.
Let's also give some more flowers around here, because he wasn't alone. Spinks had his impact undoubtedly.
Yeah, he did. I think just looking at it, you know, from a bit of a broader perspective, I liked for VP at the start, they won the pistol, they converted, and then there was a couple of fast hits.
Oh, yeah.
You know, B-pop, A-pop, sure, they couldn't win the rounds, but I liked the change of pace. It was ZywOo stepping up, you know, that really denied them some of these rounds early on, but then it was not converting some of the clutches. The 1v2 from ZywOo was very big. Obviously, the 1v4 from Apex, that never really should happen, and that was the problem. That really put a hit on VP's economy, and then VP, you win 3 rounds in a row, a CT, 3 gun rounds where your opponents don't plant the bomb and they still have enough money to buy. That was the 30th or the 24th round of the game, last round of regulation, and that's a problem. Like, you should be able to have an easier round at that point in time, and it was just because the clutch from Apex completely shifted the economy in regulation.
Yeah, just making it tough, to say the least. Maniac, I like that we sat near you during this OT, because I know you have sort of an affinity here for watching what is Vitality play Counter-Strike. On the scale of how it made you feel today, tell us, is it the smiley face, the mid-smiley face, or like the sad face?
Oh, I'm having like a mild smile on my face. You know, we get the W, they get the W on Mirage. That's great, but it didn't need to be so complicated. Good for them to not completely fall apart. I think there were chances, there were places here where you could have completely fallen apart. In fact, when VP pushed it to the second OT, in my mind, that's it. I'm thinking this is it. I know Vitality, I know how these boys react. They're not gonna come back from these power play situations they misplayed, and they did. So good for them, good on them. You would like to see them have that resilience, but also it didn't need to be that complicated. So I'm like, my emotion would be,
So like
that's about where I am.
Like the 3 out of the 5 happy scale.
I mean, you can also tell things were breaking down towards the end of that. I mean, just the final round of the game.
Absolutely.
James just being completely lost in that one, and yeah, it's going to be tough for VP to bounce back from this.
That's what I want to talk about. VP bouncing back on Inferno. We've already kind of highlighted the fact that Vitality might just run around with this one right from the get-go.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Mirage was a win condition for VP. History tells Vitality is an extremely strong team right now. Only really G2 can mess around with the Inferno when it comes to Vitality. So now you keep an eye on what is it you've been doing well on Mirage, how you got to these leading positions, how you got to these power plays. We apply it again. But for me, Vitality have survived the scariest moment in this series, and this should, being the operative word, be the end on Inferno.
And we'll see, you know, if the same thing that happened in London happens here, right? Where it was Vitality crumbling.
1v5 us again.
No, Vitality allowing a comeback and crumbling completely, right? And from that point on, VP taking over the series. So if that's going to happen here on Inferno, we'll have to wait and see.
Oh, I was trying to...
No, it's okay. It's going to come back. That's the power that we have. We hold here, the camera's going to come to us.
You're right. You're right. So Inferno, see Vitality close here. And
yes.
then go to face G2. So is that what we're looking at?
Yeah, I mean, G2 is pretty much there already. I don't think we can change that. You know, they kind of earned their position in the semifinal. It's happening.
Yeah, very true. Gentlemen, let's go ahead and head a break. Let's go into Inferno. Let's try to settle the differences here on what Alex Machine Richardson called a measuring contest. That's right. We're going to be jumping into Inferno.
Measuring of what?
Yep. Rulers, he said. VP, Vitality, when we return.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات،
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليته يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
For my holiday and during the break we had, actually, for myself I didn't do much. I just do just to see my mom. I just went to see my mom because it's been more than 6 months I didn't see them, so I just want to spend my time with them, and I didn't want to travel because we are traveling a lot. Everyone have a good rest, everyone had good holidays, and actually we had 1 week of practice, and it was a really good week for us, so we are happy for that, and we are just ready to fight. Against Faze, we don't have anything against them, or no, actually we just play our game against them. Maybe it's hard for them to counter us or anything, but we are not doing crazy thing against them. We're just gonna play our own game. We are not overthinking. I don't really care about the changement, to be honest. Every team can beat anyone at this day, so it's gonna be a good tournament. How the relationship is like Apex is a lot of his emotion express, he's showing a lot of things. Me maybe less, so maybe that's why it's really good to have both of us in the same team, and also as a friend or outside of the server, because we just complement ourselves together. He's really good. I don't have to show anything because Apex is showing already a lot. And actually we had to talk 1 week ago, and he said, and I was agreed, we are an old couple. We can scream at us, he can scream at me, I can say also something, but in the end we will be happy to say that because we're going forward and we're gonna work together, and that's also the beautiful of our relationship. I've been looking back at my career, obviously what I can feel inside of me is I have more confidence into myself. I remember 6 years ago I couldn't do interviews or anything because I was scared to do it, I was scared to speak in front of people, I was too much on my own bubble, I would say. And now, yeah, with talking to see Apex or to see other people, to see also to have to do interviews, I can see people are, yeah, I'm not scared anymore. Obviously that's also a part of our job to have some fun close to us, and and we need to think also we need to enjoy it with them, because it's them watching us, giving support about us, they give they give a lot. Like I give an example for the Paris Major, where I remember if it wasn't in Paris, I think we should have lost or anything, because when we see all the fans like giving support, screaming out your name, screaming like Vitality or anything, they can take 10 or 15% of the win you did for the day, and that's amazing to see that. But at the same time, I feel bad as well. You know, I don't know. I feel like between the thing. I just need to think about that. I need to work also about that, and it's gonna be good.
Time sure does fly, doesn't it? Having a full sit-down interview with ZywOo. It feels like only yesterday he was telling Freya that
no,
I don't.
No was about as far as it went.
Yeah,
I will not be talking to you. No.
Well, listen to him now. You know, talking about the rest and relaxation they had off of the break. Some teams taking as much as 2 to 3 weeks off of the game, walking away, touching grass, and we're ready to get ourselves in and situated for our second map of this quarterfinal. Can you believe it? It's only the second map of the day. It's been a long one on Mirage.
Yeah, it was, 90 minutes, 42 rounds of CS. That's almost 2 whole regulation games. And that one final little detail, Jame and Electronic, the 2 leader figures, seemingly fumbling the last round. Now, you can break that down. There's conversations on whose fault that could have been. Should Electronic have gone connector? Should Jame have been a little bit braver and just gone into the site and tried to plant? And then there's everything that happened before that. But the point stands. The 2 leadership figures, are they tilted, right? That's the big question mark, because that was such a long game on their map choice. Will any residual issues now filter into Inferno, where they lost to Vitality on their map choice in London, 13-5?
Is a good question. I'd like to think we're going to have an equally competitive game here. Silent boost into the apartments is the name of the game here for Vitality's pistol. Norbert going to be on that boiler position with the dual Berettas, but Flames with a perfect first bullet. Swings into Norbert, takes down that investment, so now one more pair remains, and Jame isolated. Oh no, Jame is completely alone. No one is acknowledging the potential for this app's pop. And he has no Kev either, so unless he's hitting some crazy shots, this one looks like it's already set up for a plant. Set up well, but still Flames goes down to Jame, and Jame does start to deliver.
No rotation still.
It still hasn't bought it. The bomb is hit.
Do it all, Alex.
Doing it all, mate. Takes down Spinks as well. Who needs Kevlar when you've got headshots? Jame, not a single bullet touching him. Just untouchable. Does nearly catch ZywOo as well, but ZywOo's still in the server. This one not done. Tasked with retrieving the bomb, does just that. Mezzi on the site as well, all congregated towards this library side. They need more frags, and they're going to get them, as ZywOo only the one. But it's a winnable round for Mezzi after all of James' hard work. Can he track them both? He gets the first, but denied by Flit. And Jame gets a firm pat on the back, surely, after what he's managed to deliver.
Considering their output in that situation, he's getting multiple kills. There's pressure there, there's util, no rotation until the 3rd kill comes in. They start to make their way over. He delayed, they still have to deal with him. Jame is the hero of the pistol round. People might want to debate if he was the villain of, well, not taking us to quad OT, but he's kicked things off on the right foot. Another pistol round converted for Virtus Pro. Will make that 3 for 3 so far. And something else that needs to be kept in mind is the fact that they did pick this map and lost it last time they played. So now Vitality see this as a weakness, but VP at the time saw it as a strength. And a lot of these teams go, yeah, we didn't play our game, or this went wrong, we lost this. Well, they're obviously happy to play this map against Vitality, right? They picked it last time round, so let's see if they can make good on how things went wrong.
ZywOo go kill. Name of this round. His 2 kills in the pistol have allowed it to be financially viable. And the game plan is simply set by ZywOo's pace. He looks to punish an overextension on the James smoke, but not to happen.
I just want to reflect on a couple of things within that last map, if we could. The teamwork was there in terms of setting each other up with flashes, and I thought for both teams. And there's obviously cases. This doesn't apply to every single round. We had 42 rounds of CS, right?
Right.
But it felt like there was a lot of situations where the rounds were extremely strung out in individual duels, like one-on-one type fights, where the trade potential was pretty few and far between. And even though there was certain rounds where the trades probably should have come through, it felt sloppy, like players not finishing off kills that they should have gotten. So I felt that the team play in certain rounds in that game was quite poor from both of these teams. So we'll have to see if Inferno is any different. You're going to need some good team play to be, making sure you get your banana control down on the CT side. Some of these retakes are going to require some good coordination. And I say that, but think about how many rounds as well we had that were like 3v5 scenarios that teams should really never have been winning, which they did. There's a bunch of clutches as well. So it was exciting, or it had patches of excitement. It might be a better way to frame it. We'll see if that can continue on map number 2. Now the AKs are out. Caught that one right in the face, but safe for now. ZywOo charging up Banana to try and grab this control. Something that VP have always done a lot of on Inferno is these gambles.
Oh, that's the B-bomb site wide open. Flit, he just gave him an elbow, and somehow ZywOo finds his head.
These are these gambles I'm talking about, right? Like, it's not unusual to see 3 players stack over towards B at the start of the round for Banana control, but VP, we're always like, hold up, why in this round have they decided to have 3 guys here? And sometimes the trap works, sometimes it doesn't. Well, right now we get to see the classic. It is going to be the VP save. So there's still parts of the DNA that James has flushed through. Let's keep the camera on electronic if we can. Rushley 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I would love to see just how much vitriol he is currently spouting.
He's looking down the line. Eye contact required. But yeah, I mean, that's going to be something from VP's gambling nature, that is, that they're going to be well aware of. Obviously, VP have the ability to kind of subvert the expectation, but it is interesting nonetheless that ZywOo was so quick ahead of that. He mollied up top Banana, cleared his corners, and of course, it takes more, some mechanical skill to be able to hit that shot. It's not like Flit was overextending there. That was a quick jiggle out and loss of the round.
There was something that Matthew was talking about during the death segment, talking about ZywOo because not being lazy, which was something that he was highlighting. Right? For ZywOo, if you this is not a lazy kill.
No.
Right?
Yeah.
You see what I mean? But ZywOo, he could just sit back and then you get a couple kills. But that's a hugely impactful frag that secured them around. It was ZywOo searching Banana. Not only is he a great AWPer, he's also a great rifler. He's one of these all-rounder type Counter-Strike players that gets to play the AWP role within the team, but he's bloody good at everything. So the fact that he's just surged up Banana in such a fashion made a bit of a statement early in the half of his intent. We'll see how many more times he's able to tussle.
Ooh, interesting approach to the apartments for Flames and Spinks. They actually just partner up and go loud about it. They want the A players to be aware that this is occupied.
Seems that VP's game plan on this CT side is to try and hold on to this util. It's obviously facilitated by having the AWP, which just sounded off. So that gives this A defense an inkling that maybe Vitality want to push the issue, knowing that the AWP won't be on that long side. Here they come. They're going to comb forward. These transitional aggressions on the CT side worked in certain rounds on Mirage.
That it did. I'm not going to kind of go too far. There's a flash half wall.
Oh, well, they know it's a fake, don't they?
You
know it's a fake.
Yeah, they're well aware. And Fame will be there in time. Not the best weapon for the job, the FAMAS, and that smoke is going to give an angle to Flames on the elevation. Understandably concerned about Pit. The Molotov finds nothing, and Flames clears it out. Now they can focus their attention on the site. That's a big one from Flames. Builds a second into it, onto Electronic, and now Norbert in trouble. It's a Flames round. Triple kill. Flick caught off by Spinks. Vitality putting together 2 very nice rounds back-to-back.
That's a nasty one to lose, isn't it? Considering you know that it's a fake, you know exactly what's coming your way. You stall out with utility that then gets used against you. Would love to see a bit of a bounce back from Fame, who felt like he was getting abused over towards that A site on Mirage. He's the first one to fall, and he's the one that you think is the least likely to take contact over towards that long side. But that should not have been such light work. Definitely hoping for better in the trading department there from VP.
Yeah, I can't help but feel that short smoke gave a lot of options to Vitality.
It did. If you had a player in pit and that smoke goes down, then you're covering off both sides of it. Right. Because of that scenario, it lands, and you've actually created an avenue for them to get in towards the bomb site. So a misplay there from VP does come back to haunt them for consecutive rounds. Couple of save rifles.
Even for Fame, I mean, he's got 2, 3 players on his screen swinging out of the smoke, your teammates through. comfortable. No doubt about it. Early doors, early rounds. Vitality one up in this series. Looks like mid, a bit of a mid-centric approach with an aggressive smoke. Flames is looking hot. Spams out electronic. Look at the damage. Mezzi for the extinguish gets it down just in time. But now I guess he's going to have to be the probe. You don't want to be sending in the healthy Zywoo yet. Ooh, too much. Too quick. Mezzi catches that one. And Zywoo, just as he transitioned off of those barrels, confirms with the potential for a cross. He's going to be diligent on the clear. James Orp is here. Zywoo a free frag. Nice work from James. Re-peeks in for a second. Flames cut down. Apex, he's not going to shy away from this one. That's this little gap he's found. Nope, never mind. James, well aware of the potential. James, the only one really laying down the law so far. Multi-kill rounds that have converted both the pistol. And now here in the 5th round of play.
That scenario right there is one of those situations where you look at the overzealous nature of Apex and you question, was that necessary? Right? I know that 2 of his teammates were just felled, a lot of defensive utility was dropped, but he's still trying to punish the gap. Zywoo had called there was 2 players top banana, and what he spotted wasn't an AWP on either. He would have seen that both were rifles, but that's the thing, in that time, it's hard to communicate all of that information. Then James shows up the AWP, so you know that there's 3 players there. They lose 2, so at that point we're looking at a 2v4 situation, but there was still about a minute on the clock. So, like, I don't want to be overly critical because I think Matthew put it nicely. It's like the DNA of Counter-Strike is Apex being aggressive. You expect those maneuvers from him, but if you let the round simmer out and you do a bit more damage, look at right now on the right-hand side of the screen, you have a lot of cash left over. So you're fine for the buys. VP, even if they win the round, you take away a couple of guns, they're going to have to drop. It's going to be keeping pressure on their economy. You run in like that, you don't do any more damage. Now they have 4 players staying alive. So it's the little details. It's definitely not the end of the world, and we'll have to see how the half trends. They were shut out of this round most likely, but let's say they get 1 or 2 more kills and still lose the round. Well, I would have taken that result over Spinks just then having to go and sit away and save.
Interesting consideration. And how much did he see of Apex?
He's had 2 good rounds now, James, with the pistol round, and then the triple on the AWP.
The AD spam, full mag spray. Maybe Flames is going to try
another entry?
Yeah, has he got it in him? James in the right place again. This time, ooh, Norbert back to and easy frag. Spinks 1. Norbert doubles up. It's a triple spray from Norbert on that recovered AK. Puts it to very good use. Electronic, absolutely no problem onto Apex. Flames the last man, stand in and not for long. Flip puts him down. Lovely work from Norbert. Joins the multi-kill masters of James.
3 players right now for Vitality combined. I wonder if Xtaz wants to take a timeout early within the half just to discuss their options going forward. You could get an AK on the likes of Spinks, Zywoo, as well as Flamesy, and then for Apex and Mezzi, they could operate with Galils. I just need to talk about what type of utility that you want to be bringing forward. Will they take this tactical? No, they are just going to take a hero AK. So Spinks will be rocking and rolling with that. So upgrades coming in late from spawn as well. So, okay, they've smattered something together. They're obviously in no rush. Understandably, Inferno does tend to play a little bit slower these days with just how good everybody is with the U2. You can see even though the CTs and Sentries have been nerfed, still plenty of ways to skin a cat and getting that banana control. You also want to stay away from the flak damage regarding the HEs, not get yourself melted down too early. Spam through smokes, all of those qualms. So we'll just be hitting the pause button on the start of round number 7. It might take us a couple of hours to get there, but I would love to see these 2 go toe-to-toe on Dust 2. Obviously, I think a lot of people having it reintroduced into their map pool, not massive favorites, but I'd like to see it. You know, wider corridors. I think it allows a little bit of a different play style. It can play slow, can have a lot of saves too, but can have some excitement to it, Dust 2. And we might get some excitement on B. To be pulled back over would be Flit. We'll need some support Fame in a moment.
Flames has only gone and done it again. An entry into the isolated anchor. Eagle headshot onto Fame. He's It's given Vitality the chance at a round. Mezzi going down is a problem, but not if ZywOo can provide the trade, recover the rifle, and not go down to Electronic on the hunt. It's a big frag to post from ZywOo. Awkward now. Confirmation of James' presence. Apex even scavenging away a gun. And one Deagle headshot. And this site comes tumbling down in favor of Vitality. Electronic was the second piece. Could have perhaps persuaded them to give it a go, give it a look in. You talk about saves. I think this one most definitely is a guarantee for James and Norbert.
You wonder what the situation is there. Obviously, you're not expecting Fame just to get his head absolutely ripped off. Are they planning to just play retake if there was an execute up banana? Because you could have really justified a full gun round. And they just threw in little bits and pieces. There wasn't a whole lot of investment right there. I think that's also the fourth opening kill for Flamesy within this half. Had one on the pistol, two in back-to-back rifle rounds, and now one with the Deagle. So his impact on the T side is definitely being felt. But that setup as well, you know, you're playing over towards Speedway. I think that's where Flit was for the rotation point. Fame playing from Coffins. Again, not expecting just to get destroyed in that fashion, but still, they could have and should have lost the bomb site if there was a set piece execute.
Maybe they're going to take a bit more action here. Yeah, forward stepping is Electronic. In that Norbert smoke. Get caught out again! This smoke is their death sentence. Now, admittedly, they won the 4v5 after Flames' smoke spam, and ooh, James had an opportunity there for an early equalizer. Doesn't connect it. Sticking around for a repeat, but they're already pushing out apps. This is awkward. Norbert's going to have to be aware of this. Norbert switching weapons. Oh!
How's he get a kill?
Well to find a kill.
Great effort.
Yeah, fair play. Fair play. I was going to be critical, but no, actually, considering, it's a very impressive shot.
Oh, let's see them save again. Apex, don't let him do it, Apex.
He's on the way. Flit about to go and look at this mysterious watermelon in a bowl. What are you cooking? Vitality are cooking a very competitive T side here. Just pairs of rounds strung together.
It is insane how much the opening kill is able to dictate how these rounds go, right? Because this hedging nature from VP, again, these scenarios, Electronic pushing down, he's making a play. So there's no trade potential there, but if he gets 2 kills, they probably win the round. Instead, he gives it open, and then Apex, you can see immediately, whatever the code word is, A pressure is applied immediately.
2 rounds VP have overcome the 4v5. That was the pistol, where Flames found Norbert, and James killed everyone. And the second 4v5 was that flame smoke spam, recovered by James on the AWP. So yeah, I guess James is the only solution they've got so far to these early openings.
Well, they'll get to buy again. Tactical timeout from VP. They just tried aggression. I don't expect to see that one manifest once more.
That's twice. I mean, keep throwing the smoke, but it doesn't seem like it's being conducive with success.
Well, the thing is, if you're doing it to slow the default, to stop them from getting map control so early, stop giving them the kill behind it. You know, if you want them to take time with that, obviously there's lots of implications behind that smoke.
Same smoke, but they are going to be having multiple bodies towards second middle, so a flash from Apex, they can clear this one out. Just like that. Flash banana. Flit's going to be pushing on the deep banana smoke, and ZywOo's going to catch this timing, give it a go. Good cover. Really important frag from Fame. Not only onto ZywOo, but saves his teammate with just a fraction of health remaining.
Look how far Flit's backed off. Hey, all right, we'll just leave you on an island again, shall we, Fame? And just hope that they don't come to your bomb site and put one bullet in between your eyes.
Maybe he's just going for that flashbang. No, he really is just... He's gambling.
You know, these are these situations that definitely do start to take shape. We were talking about the gamble. Well, what? They're expecting an immediate reaction in towards A. It might be coming. It might line up. Long smoke deployed, telling now. Porch Molly, defensive setup.
They're in the right place. James unable to hit the shot.
Still plenty of time, 40 seconds left within the round.
Yeah, they can pivot, and with the bomb in limbo, it's certainly looking more and more likely that they're heading towards the S-occupied site.
And the information, extremely lacking for VP. You know you've lost brackets, you know banana control is a possibility as well. That's a well-timed block on the smoke, but it's the AWP. You can't miss a shot here, James.
Yeah, he knows he has to be combat orping. Double scoping is crazy, and Flames gets the trade. Not bad. Not bad at all. Fame unable to contribute. Is this really going to be another save? Surely, you've got the man advantage. You've got to give it a look in.
Oh, there is a kit. Remember, Flit is low, and Incendiary on Norbert as well to try and make this retake possible. Norbert's still investigating top middle for the lurk. Spink's alive.
They've got another smoke. They smoke CT now. You're really... Oh, you're either pushing a smoke or it's a very late retake. Yeah, pushing. That's the name of the game. Flashes are in. Cocked and ready. Apex Molotov out. Finds an angle. Boost up, boost up. Good frag from Flame. Spinks combines. And all of these resources now crumbling. Electronic trying to remain alive at the end of this one. Trying to leave with his M4. And he can't even do that. Flit, of all the people, the first man to be put low. He's the only one to get out. And another Vitality round.
I know it's just a one-round game at this point, but the rounds from VP have looked pretty miserable, haven't they? They've felt like they've always been outmaneuvered. In that situation as well, with Fame rotating back in, James just dies getting one, and I think it was decent effort to get one, but he's not positioned to defend the site. Right? He's playing in another non-committed position. So if they did execute like they did, he has to play ahead in a position where he's likely to be traded because of the weapon. And then Fame, he's not in a scenario where he can just run through the smoke and try and disrupt either, because there's nobody close behind him to either make good on that. But you can't, like, if you're Vitality, you get to set up your post plant perfectly. You have multiple smokes. It's so comfortable.
Yeah, that's a good word for this T-side so far. And looks like it's Zywoo putting Flit in the dirt. The only saved rifle. It's the opening death from VP.
In they go.
Fame needs a big one. Swings on the flash. It was nearly two. Mezzi did get dinked up. They can try and spam that smoke as much as they want. Apex isn't scared, apparently. So one will go down, and yeah, this seems like a guaranteed 6th round.
Our referee is going to just jot 6 in his notepad right there.
B has been a real problem.
Oh, the whole map kind of feels like it's been a bit of a problem.
Actually. Did they get there? Oh, yeah, they got 2 of those rounds kind of early doors.
Yeah, so it was James 3K pistol, then Eco with the Zywoo deagle, easy enough to convert against. Then Zywoo running up banana first gun round when they were gambling. They just had one player top B. Zywoo rips his head off, they win the round. Then you have James with 3 kills on the AWP. All right, little bit of damage.
Little summit, but as you discussed with those round runs from Vitality, they got cash. This is their 4th consecutive victory, 2 of which with minimal casualties.
You're not a gambling man, Alex, but 7 or 8.
I'm thinking 7.
Okay. I think VP will get one more in him. Oh, there was also the A round where Flamesy used their smoke against them, jumped over when they were had a man disadvantage. There we go. Take another man disadvantage.
Oh, they're actually going to extend it. Look at the timing on that push from Electronic. Very brave maneuver. Should seal it. Yeah, most definitely. James does find his 2nd. But not one to discount the woo.
Isn't it crazy that you could have such a rough-looking half and still walk away with 4 or 5 and then still be in the game with MR12? You win the pistol again, which would make them 4 from 4 after the break. You know, get the conversions, which they've been good at doing.
Yeah, I'm not one to discount the VPT side.
Well, we have to play all the rounds so they don't get paid.
That's right. It's part of the deal. Oh, we're trying to pip the gap on this smoke, and he's not far off of the mark. Fame did duck in. Flit's the one to activate. He does well to secure this one.
Should have bossed it now, shouldn't he, Mezzi? He'll be able to get a drop into the next round of play. He's got the lowest cash on the squad, but his teammates will be able to hook him up.
There he goes. See, James, he only tagged him because I told you, James getting 2. Can't be getting 3. And we are going to be seeing the first tactical timeout called by Vitality X-Taz on the mic, and he's moving those lips rapidly. You only get 30 seconds. You better make good use of them.
Whack-a-mole.
Just as Apex trying to duck under.
Catching him on the way down, yeah. Good awareness from Flit as well, not just stepping out lazily behind the smoke, ready for the fight.
Well, what's the change going to be for the final round of half number 1, map number 2? Extaz orders will have finished. Could be 7-5, could be 6-6, all tied up, inseparable as we turn into the halftime break.
Nice little cache of retake flashes and even a HE there going to be left at CT spawn.
Yeah, if you're not leaving extra util on the final round of the half, what are you doing?
Good question. What's the call here? Let's see how Apex is going to try and pursue this 7th. Action, the name of the game, but Zywoo does well to find Flit there. White screen, just good control, good pre-aim. Even with his vision obscured, he's done well there.
Apex doing a lot of talking, trying to pull this mid round together. I think he's expecting rotation off of that kill, so trying to get them to quickly pop through this smoke.
Electronic dipping away. That's actually a very astute tug from Electronic, and Fame immediately backs off.
Might get doubled.
Pushing in, aiming, executes Flames. Beautiful from Electronic, but Mezzi very quick on the trade. That's only his 3rd frag, so Mezzi, this could be his chance to find a round-winning frag sequence. Molotov and down. Spinks clears out the B side for the boys, and James just ducks under the taps of Apex. 3 versus 2, Norbert on the way.
Can't save on this one.
Yeah, he's going to reload and try and get this double nade from Norbert into the mix. Clears out the first. No one active. What are you doing here, boys? A conversation happening. Waiting for the fade, grouping up. This crossfire is going to be very hard to break. And Norbert just cycling through all of his nades, trying to get ahead of it. Good play again from Jane, but still Mezzi's hitting shots, and it's Mezzi. 3 kills to end it. 7-5 on the half. Vitality, I don't know if they'll be too satisfied with that. It still feels competitive. Despite looking like the better side in our first half of our second map, this quarterfinal, more twists and turns, I anticipate.
set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Back in action for Inferno, the second map between Vitality and Virtus Pro. This quarterfinal, it was an absolute banger on our first map, and here on Inferno, 7-5. These two teams still very much up for debate as to whether or not we need Dust 2. I'm joined by Sponge, who he'd like to see it. We'd like to see some Dust 2 action here in Riyadh for the Esports World Cup 2024. Let's find out if it's necessary as we take Vitality to the defense. VP on the attack.
And Mezzi, the utility mule, has hooked up Apex. Mr. Merriman will be operating without any Kevlar, but a smoke to help block. 3 players starting over towards the top of Banana to play for information, and Zywoo, the sharpest tool in their shed, is the spearhead. And there you have it.
Shot! Demonstration. Live before our very eyes, and he doesn't seem to be done. I can't believe he's sticking around. He just wants to fight. Apex is deleted by Fame, but Zywoo's still alive. So now they're second-guessing it. Do we commit? Yeah, the answer is yes. We're just going to throw every nade in the book at him. Double molly into Zywoo. Mezzi and Spinks are on the way.
Might be on for the ace, Zywoo.
Yeah, he could have something more for us. Zywoo looking so deadly. Plays with the USP. Taps away a third. Still re-peaking on the low HP, but he's done his work. He's done everything. Boost could work out, but the smoke is going to obscure them all the same. Hoping for a little change in the smoke, and there it is. Gets a sight line, confirms Fame dark, Jane poolside. Pushing through the smoke would be very difficult for Mezzi, and they're going to try and do it together, timing their Fame aware of the possibilities, swinging through, and it's comfortable for Jane. Everything Zywoo tried, but still doesn't work out.
And keeping tally, that's 4 from 4 as far as pistols are concerned. Imagine losing 2-0 and having all the pistols. That would be a miserable way for things to go down for VP. This started fantastically. Great shot from Zywoo. Nade lands on logs. Flamesy running down. Zywoo grabs a second. Able to pick off a third as they run in towards his side, but it's the Goosh after that, and he's suddenly getting a bit of hot water. At the point he went down, I think he only had 8 bullets remaining, and that was residual included. Well, those 3 kills have allowed Zywoo to drop a silenced A1S into the hands of Spinks. I like to see this, right? These second round force buys, you need to be more creative than everybody just buying like MP9s or 5.7s, Deagles with a little bit of util. Got something creative going with this. So Zywoo, the one who's going to hook it up, means he doesn't have Kevlar, sure, but has the Deagle. So if he hits a shot and can drop back, it's not the end of the world. And there you have it.
He's hit it and does get away. Now Mezzi can find Norbert's crawl, and just like that, Vitality with a 2-man advantage in this force bite. It's a good idea, Chad. It's worked out wonderfully. Zywoo doesn't even need Kevlar to be a threat. Flashes and go.
Boost will work.
It will work very well. Lottie Flit hits that shot. What a massive headshot to pop. Flying UMP into Apex. Yeah, I forgot we have Flit in the server.
But you know what's crazy there? Look at the residual cash on Spinks. He could have had head armor.
Oh. That is a misstep from Spinks, and it could have cost them, and likely has cost them the round.
Still time if they give it a go now, Vitality.
They're assuming they're in the smoke, but as it fades, they'll start looking towards the ruins. Looking towards Banana. Doubt about this. No trade available. 3 HP hits it. Zywoo off. You got nothing. As Fame nails it.
Can't sleep.
Absolutely mad. That's back-to-back triple kills in round losses from Zywoo.
I'm curious to see if Spinks holding on to extra cash is going to net in him potentially dropping an AWP come the first gun round, because now we should see the eco, right? Gets 2,900 as the loss bonus going into the next. Oh. Well, no, I've got to be eating my words. He could have just bought into head armor in the previous because he's cheaply invested again. Grabbed himself a Deagle, grabbed himself some Kevlar. 3v5 falling by the wayside, saved by Flit's UMP. It's going to be. Yeah, keep it a bit more simple. Last round, the technical side. Apex trying to bring the CZ75 back into popularity.
Second orange boost. Good angle. And not so good on the spray. Aim punch. It's tough.
Well, how much more damage can you do if you're Vitality, right? Last round it was just Fame staying alive. This time around, if you grab yourself another couple of kills again, we can play the financial game, which is all this one is really going to become. Zywoo's position now noted thanks to the Deagle spamming off through the smoke. And there are SMGs in the mix, so one of the questions you have to ask yourself is, do you want to try and back off and avoid these $600 kill rewards that are going to be possible for the likes of Electronic and Flit? Or do you want to play for exits? Either way, I'm sure we'll see some action before the round done. Bomb about halfway gone, the reposition.
Can we talk about Norbert's angle for a second? Look at this one. He's really locking it down. Just in case. And it's going to work out for him potentially if Flames had gone a step further. The SMGs are on the hunt, and looks like Flit's UMP is destined for a couple more. Electronic gets it all. So yeah, making the most out of that round of VP.
Yeah, normally I don't bother talking about those details because I think that the SMGs would search out, especially when the fights, you're just gonna shoot them, right? But the fact that they have absolutely been sublime with the usage there, we'll give them a big tick of approval. And a lot of the things VP do are intentional. So for them, I think we'll give it to them. Oh man, we lost the eco.
Damn it.
Guys, we suck.
Oh, I couldn't kill him with a CC mid-range.
When I was the only one holding the bomb side.
Damn it.
God damn it. Things I wouldn't be frustrated about for $10, thank you.
Yeah, well, you are not French.
True. I do get frustrated though, ask Rushley.
You and me both. Saiwu and Spinks getting a little challenge here. Looking a bit VP-esque from Vitality here, isn't it? An early four-man gamble. Saiwu flashed off of the line. Respects it.
Well, Flamesy has another smoke over towards B, so once that's deployed, I'm curious to see the rotation. Oh,
it's quick. Rapid onto Electronic, takes him down.
So that's just landed. They do have a HE for Norbert to break.
Here comes the reclear. This is Spinks looking a bit more active, but he could be punished by James. Oh, but he, what? Didn't hit it.
Through the legs, look like. Oh, Flamesy, you have to defend.
Off you got for us. Fame leading the charge. Apex goes wild. Quick swing through. Flames about to be flushed out by Flit, having no problems getting into this B bomb site. When he wants it, he takes it. Double kill from Flit. Setting VP up for a perfect fourth round on this T side. Yet to see Vitality survive.
They have to save it. Yeah, the only way back in would be if you found one through the spam there on the way back in, but nobody from VP giving that option over, and we're going to see more of this. It's pretty classic with VP Vitality games to get a lot of saves. I think you go back, there was a couple, especially when D2 was just reintroduced to the pool. You saw a lot of it. But that's VP going to be putting themselves up to a 2-round lead. 9 now in total. And Flit, his multi-kills instrumental throughout this series so far. On Mirage in overtime when the pressure was at the highest, had 2 massive back-to-back 4K rounds. Up to 15 kills, sitting at the top of the scoreboard alongside a James who's had his fair share of multi-kill rounds as well, especially in that first half. Great clear from Saiwu. Detecting Electronic, but still... Yep, well, we know how that one ends. Second word starts with a B. Apex going buck wild. Let's get them one. Flamesy not really able to respond off of that, gets called back side. And then a kill for him. Maybe we have an interesting scenario on our hands. It is going to be the second tactical timeout for Vitality now. Xtaz again on the microphone, those saved guns. Lost bonus where it is. Can be another rifle round. You don't want to lose this one. Now we do have more best of threes coming everybody's way today. I think when you start the day with a VP game, you never know quite when it's going to end, but it was slated to have Mouse versus Furia. I think it was meant to be 5:30. I think that might be slightly getting pushed now. And then you've got Navi versus Faze to be the final game of the day. And that'll conclude all of our quarterfinals. We head into the semis tomorrow on Saturday, and then Championship Sunday here at the Esports World Cup.
He's pre-aiming barrels. Flit's going to be pushing forward on that. And, ooh, takes a good pot shot, unable to connect. Saiwu, Zorp heard. How's he going to be committing through this?
And Saiwu has been looking sharp. He's had some nice moments as well. Crispy digs.
God, look at the kill spread right now, yeah.
His entries up Banana were great as well. He just surged up and took those fights clinical. But again, another gamble stack, and ZywOo, if he just gets smoked off, mollied out, this was one of the scenarios where he just might have to be looking down the barrel of a save again. I think one of the positives for Vitality going into this one, still no defuse kit. ZywOo?
Gets it from the smoke, dips it back. Now they're going to start to make a move on going down on B.
Well, the positive I was talking about is the util they've held on to, Alex. Smokes, mollies, flashes. This retake may manifest, but again, no kit.
Just like you've been practicing in your scrims. 5-man retake of B. And ZywOo's got another one. The only man here, and he's still kicking, still fragging, takes down Fame. Flames down, Electronic cut to half HP. And James doing well to completely minimize the push from Banana.
The orbs just going off.
Norbert a nice tap on the smoke, and it is orb on orb. ZywOo with 2, James with 3, and take a look at James as well. 17 and 5. That's a KD for you.
Well, that round was all about the orbs. I can't believe ZywOo gets 2 kills. The first one was insane. If you think about that round from ZywOo, he's aggressive Banana at the start, a molly lands behind him. He still goes forward for a flick in a fight. Then he runs through the flames, takes about 60 damage, smokes it off, has to dip back. They execute, comes through coffins, gets a kill, CT, another frag, and you think, okay, this retake can be on, but then James, his time on the AWP, lights it up and shuts it down, and what could have been Vitality with another save and potentially another buy off the back of it will still be a buy, Alex. Just with one omission, Mezzi with a poor little pea shooter, the MP9. Oh, a bit more of a standard start, not a gamble. Not a 4-1 split.
Ouch. That's a lot of damage there. 1 HE, about 70 damage, and Norbert hit down Spinks right early doors.
Yeah, I think he tried to peek through window room.
Okay, well, looking for info. He gets more than he bargained for.
It is good to see Spinks coming for some of these plays. We discussed it over there on Mirage, but right now he's sitting at 4 and 10. So, you know, this is one of the things. People could be critical of him not being active enough. Right now, maybe too active. That's the problem. You're doomed if you do, you're doomed if you don't. And what does that mean? Well, maybe we're seeing why VP picked this map back before the season ended. You just part this one in, Alex.
Oh, yeah.
Diligent stuff from VP, making sure they're not just going to run on in, using all the util. The flashes are great for the scaling. Fame across the pool, Electronic surging, the backside cleared, bomb to go down. Will there be a hunt? That is the next question, because the round is all but secure for VP. We'll call that 11 on the nose. And yet to drop a round in this second half of play, looking to lock in 6 consecutive rounds after this one. And they felt like they were having a really tough time with on that CT side. Vitality more so.
Ooh, ZywOo couldn't track it. Roles reversed now as the T's are trying to get into the site on A. And it looks like ZywOo's AWP is no more, nor is Apex. Good farm. They were trying to bring through a very comprehensive buy into round 19, but denied.
It still will be possible for them to all get rifles, and understandably so they're going to burn their third timeout. Mezzi can drop one, Flames do the same, Apex and Spinks are already in positions where they could get rifles, so realistically it's just ZywOo who needs a gun. But it's all about the opening approach to the round. What do they want to fight for? Because to start off in the patch, they had a couple of rounds that were 4-1s, and they were dominated in different fashions, right? You think about the way that it happened to VP when they were on the CT side. ZywOo came up and he hit crackers of shots. Flames did the same with the Deagle, right? They were able to entry in that way, but in the scenarios we've seen, it's been executes and then they've just been smoked off or behind the smoke walls, and it's been tough for them to be able to respond. It hasn't just been an opener out of nowhere. So these teams have had different approaches. This was the opening kill from Norbert onto Spinks, going looking. A little adjustment there from Norbert, and a good finish on the hunt as well. We do have Dust 2 as the third and deciding map. Just 2 more rounds for VP to take us there. Last timeout, last conversation, and potentially last frustrations for Vitality. What is the change-up going to be? You need to win an early exchange. You need to hold on to a little bit of real estate. Right now, you're chasing VP around the map.
I feel like if James did design a Counter-Strike map, it would look like Inferno.
So threatening. Look at all the room they have early in this round.
Punishing this. This is
So
very
much pressure.
proactive. Spinks just about gets himself out of dodge. Electronic's going to try and punish this absence. Flash necessary. Surely Electronic anticipating this. Yeah, he's already dipped back. Now they swing through. Spinks good for it. An important duel won by Spinks. Can Vitality win a CT round with a man advantage?
Oh, this could be huge. This could be a massive
Apex
gap.
is thinking about it. Okay, got a bit scary there. A bit slow on the trigger. Still takes down Fame. James still alive though, and I'm not ready to write him out of this one. Just like that, Zywoo's gone. If only he'd have saved his AWP. Would have been a different state of affairs. Instead, now Arch Smoke. James swaps to the AK-47. He can pincer into Spinks. Apex Library, re-peek, and ooh, info. Loses his element of surprise as Norbert's Molotov on
one man on the side.
Clears him out. It's only Spinks now, and it's just too easy for them. VP turning it on. It was everything Vitality needed. Opening kills, an advantage squandered. Apex gives it a go. Flip 2 prepared, ready to convert. And a 12 for VP. Vitality, their map pick, and it is disintegrating before our very eyes.
It could just be a spotless T-half from VP.
It seems that way, right?
Yeah, just one more round required now. And the way that they pieced that one together, the fact that they were lingering, flirting with that arch side with multiple bodies, it gets you wondering if you're Vitality, hey, are they actually trying to pivot back and split towards B? A good utility usage over towards Pit. Able to deal with the anchor, waltz out. Spinks then completely isolated because Apex is having to worry about that arch side for so long. And Flamesy, all he can hold on to is an MP9. So this is really nicely put together from VP with a first half that did look like it had its struggles, but apparently the James multi-kill rounds is more than enough. Quite a few players for Vitality just haven't been showing up in the fragging department in this one, Spinks and Apex notably, but Flamesy and Mezzy, don't think we can really excuse them from the conversation. Zywoo, 18, but nobody else even in double digits.
That's mad. He could crack 20 before anyone else breaks 10. And that's to even get a frag into this 20th round. Can the VP boys take this T side spotless? 7 on the run. And in pursuit of 8, the opening kill goes their way as well. Flames down and out. Zywoo is going to hit one. Expecting the trade. Scared of him. Understandably so. They want the util, they want the flashes, they want to do this properly, but it doesn't even matter. He still hits the shot.
Boxed in.
Okay, Electronic has put him down.
Insane.
And Zywoo does hit 20. But will the boys from Vitality hit 8? That's for Apex to decide. He is about to have all 3 walking on in. Bezzy and Spinks dragging their heels. X covered and executed by Norbert. Hits the spray, takes him down. And ladies and gentlemen, unless Spinks and Mezzy can pull this one off, it is going to be an 8 straight run to our 3rd map from VP.
Oh, another CT smoke.
Norbert's got the weapon for the job. A comfortable hit onto Mezzy, and now only Spinks. Quiet one from Spinks here on Inferno. He's got 11 bullets and 2 to Vine. Electronics found a nice little corner behind the smoke. Time against him. Bullets absent. He's just going to throw a smoke on the bomb and pray. James denies. 8 on the run from VP to secure a 3rd. They couldn't do it on Mirage, but this one, an open and shut case. Just 20 rounds of play and a perfect T-side out of Virtus Pro.
Well, that's not exactly the Vitality that I feel like we would have got in terms of heat coming off of Mirage. Of course, they did secure that one in overtime, but then, well, you saw how Inferno went. It wasn't good fun for everyone all around, that's for damn sure. You're watching the Esports World Cup. We're ready to kind of lasso this quarterfinal back down, but we're going to have a little bit of a twist here. You guys ready for it?
I mean, at this point in time, I'm ready for anything, right? I've already accepted my fate.
Yeah, pretty fair. Yanko, any short-term diagnosis you got here for this game?
Problems on the B bomb site.
Yeah,
those were the symptoms, and you know, some missing persons, really, save for Zywoo.
Yeah, and don't worry, we're going to get right into that because in this moment, we're going to do a little bit of a pop quiz. It's something that I've actually just sat here and created about 30 questions about this map itself, so no pressure whatsoever. Any thoughts, questions, comments, or concerns before we begin?
Please go ahead. I would like to indulge your goofy character in whatever you want to do.
Okay, who got the first kill of the map?
I'm going to say, I don't know.
The Kadia first kill of the map. That would be Flames. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Who was dropped a pistol round? P250 on pistol round.
Who dropped that P250?
Who was dropped a pistol?
Zywoo.
That's easy, man.
Yeah, I got you. Go ahead, shoot.
Okay. Which team won said pistol round?
VP.
Yeah, VP, yeah. In spite of Zywoo's 3 kill, of course.
Of course.
Of course.
As if, you know, he has...
That's going to become a theme.
It will. It absolutely will.
True or false? VP converted round 2 in the first half.
True.
That is correct. Which Vitality player secured round 3 for their team with a, quote, non-lazy kill?
Zywoo.
That is correct. That is non-lazy kills. Let's pause it right there. Let's talk about non-lazy kills. Can you give me an example? Can you think of one?
I imagine these are ones where you have the initiative, where you have to move into the duel, or you're being a little bit creative. You use a grenade to open a smoke, for example. You have a pop flash right in front of you, a jiggle peek, not just lazily waiting for a kill to come into your crosshair.
Well, that kind of checks out. Who are the VPs?
Thanks.
Who are the VP bleed players?
Fame and Fit.
That is correct. Actually, yeah. Unless they move Jame around, right?
Yeah, exactly.
James got an op, so Jame will do what Jame want to do.
And we've seen that time and time again, right? In this series alone. Can you recognize any moments where that might have been the case?
I mean, they had this move where they re-clear top banana a couple of times with the rifle and the op. They do it a little bit differently than some teams. The rifle starts jiggle peeking, then he swings, op takes the angle, and the third guy is holding the nades. And that's enabled them to get some information at key times. Sometimes it was a game of back and forth. With Zywoo, who was actually doing a good job in banana, getting control, getting space, getting entries. He was doing everything, but he was the only one doing anything for Vitality, which was the problem on this map.
Very much the case. And, you know, the scoreboard does reflect that as well. Let's move on here, and let's go with name the dedicated A players for both teams.
Why do we talk about the A side? Everybody played B the whole time.
I mean, they existed. They were in the
Your
server.
Honor, I can give less ducks about the A side.
Who were they?
I don't care. It could be anybody.
You can guess.
You said you were going to indulge his goofy.
Yeah, that's my fault.
Indulgence.
You indulge. There's a little bit of Mezzy in the pit for Vitality. There's Norbert in the pit for VC.
Was it that hard? Was it that hard?
Yes, it is. I'm trying to convey a story here, right?
What is the story you're going to tell me about
The
Vitality?
story is that it was a B goddamn simulator.
It was VP simulator.
Yes, it was.
It was not a Vitality simulator through any stretches of that. Let's talk about that a little bit and how that really came to be. What was that? What kept Vitality off the map here, other than the fact that they never hit A?
What kept them off the map?
Yeah, what kept them from getting in?
Prevented from winning.
Yeah, I guess we could call it that.
Pretty much Flames and Apex not being capable of having any favorable trade on the B side. Absolutely abused by VP. Not capable of inflicting damage early on in the round into banana. Then having to play passively. When then pretty much losing all of these trades when the execute was coming in from VP. And then once it had been established psychologically that B was going to fall, Jame very cleverly, a couple of rounds, he throws in a spin, throws in a loop here, a little bit of B fake, going to A long timing. Obviously he finds it. This all comes from this bleeding, like this external bleeding, just a hemorrhage down there from Vitality on the B side. Like, this is impossible. It is impossible for them how incapable you can be to hold the bomb site like that. And you find yourself in a position where the only thing you can do is put Zywoo in a 1-4 setup when he gets 2 kills and it still doesn't work out. Like, Your Honor, what are we supposed to do from that moment?
I think it's a great example, that second half, of why banana is so important.
I know,
and why B is so important on Inferno, and why we keep talking about it, and teams put so much emphasis into that control. So yeah, it's just something where whatever Vitality tried to do, they couldn't find an answer for it. And then, you know, you're also thinking, well, maybe VP, surely now they will change. Now they will expect us to open 3B or to play 3B, so we're not going to fall for that. But Jame was keeping it simple for the most part.
I agree with you. And what is infuriating as well is that some of these rounds that Vitality was losing on B were not like 5v5 set execute, which is very hard to handle. If on the CT side you're forced to being passive 2-3 and you get executed on, I know it's hard. I know it's tough. Inferno turns out this way. But there were a couple of instances with clear player advantages for Vitality. and you need 1.5 kills, that's it. And then you can play a retake with number advantage. We were talking about it in the green room. You said this is where someone like Nico would take a risk to be a bit more out there in the positioning, where he knows he can get at least one, maybe one more. He takes a risk and that's fine. We never saw that from Vitality.
The thing is also, if you're playing more forward, you get info sooner, so you can rotate sooner. So sure, maybe even that first guy just dies or dies
But
one
the
for
timing
one,
is better.
But the timing is better for the next player. You know, you saw a round where Apex is pushing through the smoke, right? And Flamesy is playing dark. You know, if you smoked pool, if you blocked them, why don't you play closer to it? Why don't you play Fountain? Why don't you play top second? Somewhere where you can potentially, you know, play off of each other. This way, you're just giving them 1v1s, and VP was doing a very good job of trading and just taking the bomb site and then cleaning in the post plants.
So what was the score at the end of the first half?
First
7-5
Vitality?
Vitality, yeah.
7-5 Vitality that ended up with 13-8. One round Vitality on the CD side.
Yeah, it wasn't a whole lot to write home about, right?
Damn it.
It's like you're happy, but also not as happy as you could possibly.
And that's the thing, like with VP style, we're talking about it's such an emotional first map, roller coaster of a map, but with their style, it's very hard to snowball a game against them.
That's fair.
When there's so much gambling and saving and playing slow, right? Momentum takes a different form when VP is involved.
Okay, yeah, when momentum is there too. Or when we see James kind of run around doing what James does. Let's go with this. This player got 3 kills on the second pistol at B site, but it was all in vain.
Zaiwu.
Would I be Zaiwu again?
Yeah. Okay.
Would I be Zaiwu again?
Imagine that. Now, let's kind of focus in on that a little bit, and the idea that it's just kind of shifting Zaiwu around to kind of face 1v4s, 1v5s in the site.
No,
Leaking boat?
Listen, of course, I'm memeing a little bit. I'm getting overly frustrated, but the truth is, it's a little too one-dimensional what Vitality tried to do to fix the CT side. Well, you cannot just say, well, B doesn't work out, so Zai will go there and we all be on the A side. What I would have liked them to do is shift the moment in which they were retaking information just a little bit. Call your OPER to come back to B, maybe with 1 minute 10 or 1 minute left, having re-peak information, find them. We can talk about Spinks and you can say, wow, he only had 5 kills, what a noob. That would be a very reductive analysis of what happened. He didn't really see much, didn't have much to do on the CT side. But what's the counter argument? Go for info play. If you think no one is in your apps, ask for a flash at 50 seconds. Regain that information. Send your third player toward the A side. You can create value for your team even if your game is farming a simulator and you're playing Rust, just hitting that stone and having a good time.
Not the Rust.
You can actually create value for your team. And this is what I think Spinks failed. We have this moment, this double lurk rotation with Flames and Spinks. The B side is already closed. The bomb hasn't been planted. And that thing amounts to nothing.
They were 5v3.
And it amounts to nothing. Nothing. There's no synergy created, no bait and switch, no we're holding each other's hand and we're going in together. None of that. Just a big pile of nada.
The only thing that happened was Spinks was baiting Flamesy, but it's not really a great position to do that because it's such a long angle, you know, and it's easy to get information if you're James in that situation.
You kind of reminiscent to the Tiger King there. Not a hello, thank you, nothing. You know, there was one I'm going to omit from that entire list. However, this is the last question I'm going to pose you guys, and we can talk about Dust 2 quickly. It'll be how many rounds we play on Inferno total?
21.
He's close, I think.
20. Oh, is that 22 then, or no? This is 30-8.
21. Yeah. Okay, yeah, math, yeah. Alabama strikes again. Okay, so we do get Dust 2 decider. Now what? Now what happens?
Yeesh. Do you know the starting halves, T side, CT side? Do you?
It's knife, no?
It's a knife? Okay, we don't have that information quite yet.
Yeah, not yet. I mean, they're probably outside talking shop.
I think also Vitality is yet to win a pistol round.
It would be cool.
In this series, right? So that really helped VP in some of these situations. So that would mean a lot for Vitality, because we talk about how they're doing things more set early on, even a CT and a ST. That's way easier to do when you want the pistol. Right. You have a little bit economy, you have more options, you're more prone to doing some of those things. The players are more confident executing them, so I think that could go a long way into them winning on Dust 2.
Yeah, and funnily enough, even though Inferno was a catastrophe on the defense, I don't worry about the CT side of Vitality on Dust 2 specifically. I think it's when it comes to Apex, at the very least, at the helm and Zaiwu with the AWP, I think they know how to play the map. Like, they know how to move around the map. They know how to shift positions, transition from setup to setup. That's fine. It's the T side that I worry just a little bit about, because if VP can find the right amount of disruptiveness at the beginning of that half, we are right back to this conversation, start of the day. Vitality having some breakdown, not being capable of bouncing from one map to the other. We've witnessed them completely disappear on Inferno. Now, if VP can just throw in a couple punches early on Dust 2, This would be where I start to worry.
And you also foreshadowed it. You know, Zybo has had a great series.
And now he's going to have 5 kills.
And now it's going to go quiet. And that's going to be...
It's so true, though.
And then everyone's going to point the finger at him. Look at him again.
He's going to say, oh, look at this washed again. Like, Zybo's got 6 kills. Like, get this guy out the stage. And he's got... I can't. I'm just going to be sitting in the corner here. Just finish this segment.
Have a seat, man. You don't want to hurt yourself. You don't want to overexert yourself. Okay, so I'll throw this in your court because it's obviously too much over here in this regard. It's funny he's sitting there. Who's winning this series? Like, now that we're in this quarterfinal, we're well in this quarterfinal. So who's winning this? Who's going to play G2 on the outside?
It's a tough question. We were joking after the first map. They were sort of like, hey, you want to win or you want to win? But VP seem to have a better handle on the situation. And they seem to be composed no matter what is happening. So I'll stick with it. I'm sticking with VP.
Okay. Yeah, and obviously because of some momentum sometimes, right?
Yeah, it's been, you know, especially how that second half went on Inferno. The individuals outside of Zyvo didn't even get into the game. So now you're going into the decider. You're not feeling a whole lot confident, you know, if you're Flamesy, if you're Spinks, if you're Mezzy.
Don't know what he's talking about. I feel hell confident. I don't know if you guys...
You look great there.
You look great over there.
It's really
you don't seem stressed
actually.
At all.
Look at this. Look at this shot. Like,
you're
like one of your French girls.
You're like that dog.
Like that.
This is fine. This is fine.
No, listen, I'll stick with Vitality. Duster's been good for us a couple times.
Okay.
He'll strike again.
It's not even them anymore. It's us.
Oh,
it's us.
It's one big blended. We're a big... Whatever. No. Let's stop. Stop here.
Wait, no! Okay, I get that. And we're fully expecting Zywo to not have the same sort of impact.
Bro, if he has 7 kills in that map, I am going to lose my marbles.
Oh, okay.
It's going to happen.
Well, be careful with your marbles, man. And maybe you
I thought the segment would be closer quicker, so I wouldn't have to sit here this whole time.
Fine, we'll go to a break. How about we'll just make it easy? We'll make this all make sense, or at least we'll look for some of the sense there on the other side of it, because we do need to kind of figure out who's going to win this quarterfinal, don't we? We're talking about Dust 2 when we come back. It's VP taking on Vitality. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
لا يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
It's time to continue our quarter-final, the first of, well, sorry, I should say second. We had G2 Spirit yesterday. It is the first of the day, though, here for the Esports World Cup 2024, live and direct from Riyadh. We've got Vitality and Virtus Pro, and we are heading into the third map. It was what you wanted, Chad, and you got it. Expectations, they've been set by the panel. What do you reckon?
Well, the panel, I'm not sure if they're trying to will it into existence or pray that it doesn't happen, but ZywOo disappearing. He's been fantastic throughout the series so far. We'd love to see him continue that form now on the Orpa's playground of Dust 2, going up against Jame, who has also been putting in some fine form as the frags are concerned on the AWP, on the pistol. And speaking of pistols, Vitality yet to get one. That was another discussion point. They could make their life a little bit easier if they could just pick up one of these very important starting rounds. Map 3, essentially a best of one now as we do quickly head over towards the B bomb site. No utility to block. Apex has nade and flashes. They investigate top mid, nothing out long early. The penny should drop that this is going to be a B play. Electronic lining up some nades, likely smoke to the door, and here they come.
Flames needs help. He would have loved a headshot. Now he's blind in a Molotov. He gets one. He gets one. He Norberts Norbert. What's up against him? Flit's been holding this angle for this exact push and perfectly executed for the first. Never mind the second. ZywOo's gone. Spinks, he's late to the party. Will only get the one that Flit concedes. But this is all Rover, Red Rover, and Spinks acknowledges it. He'd rather keep the Kev.
Flawless on pistol still, VP. This is beautiful work from them as far as the starting rounds are concerned.
Oh, but they're a coin toss, Chad.
I guess they have a two-headed coin.
Loaded coin.
That just keeps working for them. Vitality, I do believe, won the knife and opted to start here on the CT side of map number 3, so that's something else that we need to give the information on, as well, you've highlighted this is the second quarterfinal, the first G2 versus Spirit going in the favor of GNU with Snacks and Malbs on debut at this tournament. And, well, the winner of this will take on G2 in the semifinals tomorrow.
It is funny that the team with the highest rated pistol player, and correct me if I'm wrong there, I'm not a wizard with the technology to check that, but I know he was at the top of the list for a long time was ZywOo, have yet to win one.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I haven't been keeping up with the pistol statistics as far as...
You've not got that set as your homepage, bro?
Sorry?
You've not got that set as your homepage, though?
No,
pistol rankings?
I've been more of an eye test Andy than a statistical Steven lately, so you know, I've just been trying to... Oof.
Hello, there he's out. That's a gift for the boys on VP, already having long control.
Yeah, it is nice to get yourself the blue bin early. So ZywOo's scout has been noted, and this can still be difficult for teams to get past with the scout. So you are, at some point, going to the long cross smoke. They're parking the bus and waiting for a Vitality aggression across the map. Do they push lower? Do they try and aggro out short? Always upper dark is the option. Now, do you want to try and bait any nades? That's another question, as Norbert will throw out the first of what could be many. There's still 2 more remaining. Car molly possible. But if you take too many tags, that's where you can have issues. Now, the fact that they've been able to chip ZywOo down to 48, he still has to stay aggressive, right? He can't just shy away, because if they do just long cross, it's pointless, right? He's just going to get stuck in the site and run on down. Reposition lets his team know that, hey, they aren't really springing into action towards long. Mezzy, a great time to block, and Electronic does take down ZywOo. So do you pivot back to long?
They're going up short. Mezzy, some hard shots to hit, but he knows he's been tagged with a scout, but he can only see his head. Apex caught out by
jumping
the flying
up
Flit.
again.
Classic. Flit knows something we don't about the jumping accuracy of the UMP.
Well, this has been fantastic for VP, not only with the pistols, but it's been the conversions throughout. There was only one time, I think, that we've seen Vitality take the eco and then go for the buy. I think the rest of the time it's been forces into the second. So this should almost guarantee the third round for VP. And it is a luxury to be able to start halves like this. The second map not so close. Look at him just keep on dancing with him. It's going to be some slight frustrations, I'm sure. Just Spinks to find on the Deagle. His position now noted. And you've got coming through the tunnels that of James. So run if you wish, Spinks, but your backside is going to be open
now. Got there.
I gave him a chance.
Got there.
And that's fair.
That's all you need.
Yeah, if you're not looking at me, I'll give you a chance to turn around, but we'll still rip things away. Okay, Vitality.
Ooh, looks like we've got a Virtus Pro fan section. It's grown over the course of this best of 3.
Oh. Made a stylish too, didn't he, Electronic?
Bloody hell. Did not let go of mouse 1 or W.
Why would you?
Yeah. So I was smiling, and I wouldn't be smiling if this one goes wrong for VP. There's absolutely no way that these stack nades get the kill.
I do love the double nades long.
Strong,
I think
huh?
it's, yeah, obviously we'll get into the talk about the double mollies, or do you do the smoke and just do the blue bin molly, then wait on the corner with the flashes. There's plenty of ways to try and take that long control. I think for me, one of the biggest qualms on this map is when so much of it can be determined by spawns. I'm sure a lot of people at home know when they play a pug, they're like, and this is even, you know, people who are playing more decently high-level pugs, you're still going to hear a lot of the time, well, let's just play spawns. In a team, you're, well, I want to say less likely to do that. You're not going to do that, right? But it is so important to use that CT best long spawn to try and get that molly in towards the hut to stall it out. Now, like I said, multiple ways to do it. It's the same on the T side. If you don't get long spawns, and you know, maybe one guy just gets it and the people aren't close enough to go for the extinguish, the corner smoke, the right flashes, it can limit the playbook. And again, I know there's plenty of options. You can default, take your mid control, but to not have that in your arsenal, it sucks. It's definitely a strong weapon on a map like Dust 2.
Yeah, and the A site can feel very tight if you don't have that info for the CTs.
I do like, obviously, this change. Now you have to drop down into Suicide to take that fight. It gives the CTs options to play. I think you need to be playing in towards lower dark if you have the option, right? Throw that smoke off the wall, use it to go in. And even if you just throw a nade, right, you're still going to force the Ts to take longer to clear that out. We see the molly come in from top mid, the flash from dark as well, that combination. This is going to be a later long pop, so they're going to let the utility hit. Now the flashes come, now electronic out, but caught. Trades from Norbert. That is beautiful work.
How's he got on both there? I mean, great supporting flashes from Jane, but Norbert just bravely delivers a double.
You see the opening they went for, blue bin molly, doors smoke, and then as you know they're in the open trying to transition or guard that, the flashes come over, so just a later control. Apex now down.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I'm just apologizing to Apex. I'm sorry that happened. I'm sorry about that.
And this should be the round.
Yeah. You know, I didn't say it on microphone because I'm a wimp.
Okay, all right. Diaries of a wimpy machine.
Yeah, I did say to you quietly under my breath. I promise. I think VP are going to stomp here.
Yeah, you did say it was going to be a blowout.
You can confirm?
Yeah, I can confirm.
Okay, good. Just feels like Dust 2 and the players they have and the in-game leader they have, it's just a brilliant map for them. It's always been good for them. You know, changing all of their players at this point, essentially.
I think Matsu might throw in the towel. He won't come to work for the rest of the event if Zawu does only, you know, walk away from this map with 5 kills after having a fantastic level of impact on maps 1 and 2.
Well, he was sitting down before. Maybe he's just going to be lying down.
He just segments lying down.
Yeah, and Tracy's going to be sitting there with his notebook saying, how does that make you feel?
But the disappointing part about this, everybody, is you guys don't get the joy that we do. But maybe one day we might be able to put the camera in the green room while Yanko watches G2 take on Matsu watching Vitality.
Oh,
and it's great because every round someone's melting down.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think we would have to we'd put a 15-second delay and I could do the beat button.
Okay, so you've got the big red button just in case it doesn't go out to air.
Yeah, so I can just...
Could be all right. Yeah, make sure you're controlling it.
Yeah. Thank you. This is the Norbert double. Yeah, lovely little transfer. Hard to the left is Galil. He knows his Galil well.
And if you're electronic, you will gladly sacrifice your life in that situation for those type of trades. So beautiful work.
Ooh, a late one. So he's just holding for aggression initially, then peeks through. Just a easy investment here. I fear for Mezzi in this one. Does look like they're targeting him. Nade reveals his close position car side. Apex going to wait for Mezzi's call, and they turn that flash too comfortably. Here they come. What's Mezzi got here? Just a CZ in support of him. He is in trouble, and yeah, just like that. Perfect 3 aims from Fame. We've seen it. We saw it towards that short exchange. He knows his angles. He knows when his opponent will be exposed. And just like that, another round that's just a completely untouchable one for Vitality. Starting to forget what winning a CT round feels like after that Inferno.
Oh, damn straight, yeah. What was that, 8 consecutive rounds in a row?
Add on them. You're up to some maths.
13. You're on to some maths. Yeah, well, yeah, you are, yeah. And also, I think the Trace was doing the Were You Paying Attention, and he said how many rounds were played, and the answer that was given was 21.
Listen, me and Trace, okay, we were...
Trace was right. It was only 20. It was a 13-7 scoreline,
right, yeah.
not 13-8.
So me and Mathieu, yeah, we were at the same class at school, you know. We didn't get the different sciences.
You didn't win a Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah, we were on the combined jobby. The smart kids got chemistry, biology.
Smart kids at my school got to make Lego. I was in the class for like 2 days, and then like the robotic Lego.
Wait, so you failed Lego class?
No. It was like, hold on. Anyway, back to Counter-Strike.
Counter-Strike.
The one thing I pretend to know. All right, well, Vitality taking what is known as a tactical timeout. I'm just going to leave it there.
I was just taking a tactical timeout of my own. Sorry about that. My finger slipped.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
We'll have another strong coffee.
Well, look, the score. Yeah, don't look at the time. The fact that it is a 5-0 scoreline, we haven't really had too many opportunities with the pistol. Again, that's the story that really needs to be running home for Vitality at the moment, but it doesn't matter now. The rifle's out. This is where we need to see the impact. They can't get caught off guard out long. They need to be able to lock the territory down. So what type of a play are they going for? Is it going to be standard again?
Flames has got the long spawn.
All right, well, he should be. Let's see. Do they go for double molly in this case, right? Do they go molly doors, molly blue bin? Well, they're actually starting 3 over towards B/middle.
They whiffed the mid molly, jumping instead for the information as to any aggressions. It's just Saiwu going to slowly, methodically try and peek around that smoke they threw for the cross. Those taps weren't far off the mark. Saiwu cautious, ready to stand. Oof, doesn't deliver. Spinks in support of him. And Jamie, he loves to occupy towards Xbox. He can just control the rotations from there. Flit, considering a mantle up. Ooh, Electronic has had his bell rung. Aggression on shore. Apex will profit from the initial damage. This is what Vitality were looking for. Flit goes down to the AWP. Apex keeps short on lock. And he's actually pieced out. Ahead of the molly is Fame. There's a window where Spinks overlooks this. He's not in the perfect timing, and now he's got 2 targets on his screen. So a combination of Apex and Spinks has netted them a double.
Another kill where Norbert's just looking the wrong way. So Flamesy staying in that pit anchor position. Now it's just Jamie in a 1-on-5 situation. And I think we all know what that means. We'll see you in about 45 seconds. So we'll just take this moment to have a couple of deep breaths, shall we? Don't pick up your phone. Don't open another browser. Stay present in this moment. Only 20 more seconds. Thank you for joining us for the first installment of Mindfulness with Jame. This will be available on mixtape, CD, and MP3.
No mini disc?
No mini disc. Didn't quite make the cut, but we will be doing prints onto the vinyl.
Of course.
That's coming with a special edition. But first round for Vitality as far as the serious business is concerned, and that was a bit more of a slower round from VP, less direct. We've seen them go out long, see them with the B execute this time around, really wanting to surge forward and park Jame, as you mentioned. Once he gets that AWP in towards the mid doors to control those rotations, it's great to have the AWP hit that shot. And it's something that you need to keep in mind on the CT side. The way that they clamp down on it, they're great. They didn't allow that to manifest in the round. They didn't get short control. They can't try and pull you between CT and those rotations to walk into the AWP. But you need to keep a flash, maybe a HE or a smoke late to aid you with that cross if they do get to fortify those positions. So we'll see how that plays into the remainder of this half as we turn our attention to round number 7, VP, with Zoma, the coach, having their opportunity to have a chit-chat.
Oh, it's a dreamy for Vitality here. Mezzi with the best spawn for B. Flames for long.
And no long spawns for VP, so they can't even go and contend with that if they would like. And this is where you see a lot of teams doing what we see VP going with now, right? Multiple members, 2 to 3 through tunnels. There's Electronic getting off too. He headed over with the lands, but now he's backing off completely. I'm going to pick up some extra util. They will start to control through lower dark.
Is doing it? Short.
Yeah, the fact that they're doing it without any util as well, they're not flashing for the short peak, they're not worried about the boost. They've kept this very silent, Alex.
Yeah, and they've got a wealth of utility for their finish. Up short with that many nades. And with the pickups, they've only really got one missing flashbang. So we're holding this angle with conviction. Could be exposed by a double swing, or he actually goes searching into Jame. Big one on AWP on AWP. Jame yet to die, delivers a big one. Apex hiding in plain sight, hoping to be overlooked as he does re-emerge. He eats a flash, Flames force him wide, does well to find one. Mezzi has caught Norbert mid, will allow and facilitate a bit of an active short search. Get out of his way. Fame gets the bomb in. Flit to 10, too short. Actually, Mezzi going to go all the way around the world towards the long side. Electronic already occupying more deeper into the site.
Very tough retake, this one.
Oh, I mean, beyond, I think, what they're capable of here. Mezzi, Spinks, not in a comfortable position to go for this whatsoever. Might have a look. Fame's safe from the angle. Flash hits, but what are you going to do?
Oh, they are? Oh, yeah, just feeling it out, the fishing rod in the water. It's always good in these situations to hang around just in case someone oversteps, but you get yourself boxed in. Flit, an impactful round. Looking to see if he can make it one more before they exit, and he will do. So removing that rifle of Mezzi, that's going to be a bit of a sore spot, but plenty of cash available for Vitality to go for a buy. That's only going to really have flow-on effects further down the page, but they lose a round and they bounce back immediately. 6 already for VP on this T-Hall.
VP.
What, losing one of the last 15 rounds?
For real.
Momentum shifter.
They're making a strong case to be crushing Vitality's key at the conclusion of Dust 2. Jame feeling himself. Goes for a peek. The util's good enough. The incendiary flash dissuade him sticking around. He started 3 long there. They're going to have to pivot quickly. There's the space. Look at Jame. He seems to have a very good idea as to what's up. He knows he's got room. Even anticipating that close corner will slide through for the clear. Interesting. The bomb's outside B, but they want to make sure. Bezzy's in so much trouble. Ooh, gets away from it. No, Apex with all the util. An incendiary smoke squandered on a wide swing.
Yeah, Mezzi had gotten away. I don't know if he was just looking to try and find that opener, but he'd already done the protection job.
Ooh, Spinks had an ill angle there, but Flit's now out and ready. Good awareness from Flit, but Spinks has done a huge amount of work. Takes them both down. B-site is lost, though. Both Mezzi and Apex fell. They're not far off on his smoke spam either. Norbert running in towards Zywoo's location. Here's him towards the CT side. It's only Spinks close by. Bomb being escorted in now by Fame.
I'm waiting for Norbert to come maybe molly window. Yeah, they will. So they're being very safe about this. Norbert even has an extra...
Uh-oh.
Okay, that nade, good let it rip.
Good HE, not a good HE.
Oh.
See, Daisy, that could have been the difference maker. Now you've got a real tough one. A difficult site to piece together the retake. Norbert is an integral component of this, though. He can't afford to go down first. Fame very low. Electronic on bricks. Flames, he's done a lot of work there, but Norbert can come up clutch. One more required, the elevated angle overlooked. It's Flames with the triple kill, and Vitality will recover. A necessary CT round at this point.
I'm about to sing the praises of VP. Like Norbert could have stayed towards middle and lurked, but had the util came over, sure, the molly misses, but he uses the smoke. He makes sure it's deep, doesn't actually rescind through the doors to give them a way back in. This was that initial exchange that could have gone either way, and then Apex offers himself up. Sure, that molly doesn't land. It's still crazy to me that they're able to just get back into that side. You feel that they should have been ready for this. The molly back platform, so they're aware nobody's home, and that's the type of round that you're talking about how difficult it is to retake. That's why I'm surprised to see them be able to crack in. Only one player staying alive. EWP for Zywoo, rifles to be purchased, timeout with the discussion. They need to really start whirring into action here, Vitality. Anything that VP throws on top is going to give them more than the half lead. Zywoo with the long spawn, he can just find himself heading to the corner, looking straight for the fight on the AWP. You're going to see Flamesy operating with a short boost for Spinks, so a different variation of the CT setup. He buys the time after the boost. Now Flamesy can come and take the long control, and that now allows Zywoo to float around with the AWP playing over towards Car. Can even go and assist over towards middle if there's pressure is felt. It was actually Apex boosted up short, not Spinks, excuse me.
He's done well there, Fame. Costs him a smoke and a flash, but he gets himself out of dodge.
Oh, through the mid doors.
Yeah, Flick gone. That's a big scalp to take from ZywOo's orb.
It's a lot of info. Hard to justify running through this. Electronic lining up a bit of sun. Keeps the pressure towards A.
Apex locks the door.
50 seconds left. Still decent amount of utility for an execute for VP.
It really is going to hinge on Apex. ZywOo's not going to be able to contribute, nor is Flames. It's just one man trying to lock down this short push, and he's just exhausted all of his defensive utility. I say that, actually, tell a lie. He's got himself an incendiary and a HE. So with 30 seconds left, that will buy you a little additional 6 or so. And they're off. Placed HE, dropping into ZywOo's position. Missed shot on the first. Apex contributing heavily, looking good for Vitality on the cross. The AWP, the perfect weapon. And ZywOo down to James. 10 seconds for him to piece together a plan. It seems improbable, but not impossible. Hits the shot, but he's getting run down. Can they stop him? Punch the plant. Too scared. Caged is Spinks. Caught out, though, is James. Gives it a good go. A smile on his face. He felt like he had something there.
A really good utility usage from Apex. I think the timing on the smoke was great, right? You see the bridge smoke come out, and he doesn't immediately just panic and just throw it in. Waits a moment, then he drops it, buys them extra time. I think it's 5 and a bit seconds for the CT incendiary these days. But regardless, that helps to stall it out. It allows ZywOo to get over, play the game help position, even get a kill. So really good work from Apex there. Just a 3-round game now. Still money. To get out a couple of rifles, I think. Second tactical timeout now for Virtus Pro. I can see one already purchased well and truly into the hands of Flit. I'll fly over and take a look at the T-spawns and see what we might be working with during this tactical timeout. Now, Norbert and Electronic do have themselves pretty decent spawns to try and really shift this one up a gear. An AWP has been made possible by the extra cash from Flit, so Jem will be able to wield his weapon of choice. It looks like Norbert is lining up the Insta from spawn long corner smoke, so we might see them take this change. Now, on the other side, we need to take a look at... Oh, okay, Flames didn't have the best spawn for long. It's going to be a bit more of a compromised long control round this time from Vitality.
Thinks twice about it, does Norbert.
Yeah, but so do the CTs. They don't know if anybody's out.
That's an advantage. The bomb was dropped B-side, so I think there's just a bit of a wicked game VP are playing. So they're acting or feeling like they've lost long. Then you see a mid-door smoke. You're going to be worried about short. Fortunately, Flames will be there. Confirm that no one's home. ZywOo even clearing out that mid-smoke to say it's very quiet. Steps towards under, just the one. It's Flit, audible.
So this lack of information goes both ways. VP unaware that they didn't completely secure that long control.
Poor Mezzy. Asking a lot of him. Oh, Vitality. All 5 members of VP going to lurk smoke out. ZywOo, well-placed incendiary.
Not going to buy them long, and I think they might want to go as this starts to fade anyway. Get James through the door, smoke the flash, and either in the molly in the site or back plat.
This is a big round for Mezzy. If he can deliver, this puts Vitality back in control of this quarterfinal, or at least competitive in this quarterfinal. ZywOo with the distraction. Only the one from Mezzy before he's brought down. The site now lost. Bomb scooped. Spinks is quick on the flank. Flit dismounts. It's a hard clear. How ready Spinks for this? Not prepared enough. Chipped away at his fame. Flames force him wide and should go down. Should being the operative word. It's James to close it out. Flames nearly did it again on that.
Got damn tight again, didn't it? Flamesy through window once more, almost laying down the law, but VP will extend now a gap of 4 rounds. Guaranteed themselves the half victory with 7. And not looking hot to trot with the money. I think it's going to be 2 forced by rounds back-to-back for Team Vitality to close out the half.
Maybe a touch of aggression. That's what James been pre-aiming this whole time. So much info and a kill.
I saw the second. You could definitely see his mouth moving.
They were nades, but he's got an MP9, has ZywOo. Still does well to find the one. Couldn't find them, couldn't track them from the smoke. Oh, an Apex, a free frag for Electronic. An 8th round and the easiest one yet for VP.
Had to be like that for Vitality considering, right? All right, guys, we're going to crunch into dark. 2 from upper, 2 from lower, a bit of a classic. But James, the fact he even gets a kill there, that's huge. And then he also has the information, so they're more than ready. It's going to have to be another buy that resembles more of the same. Looks like we can get 1 M4 out for ZywOo, who only 7 kills right now, but this was the whole conversation coming to map 3. He's had a fantastic series. But it's all of Vitality that are being snuffed, right? This isn't the back and forth nature. We had a bit more patchy halves earlier on. It was just the second half of Inferno where the tide completely changed. Not a single round on the CT side for Vitality, and now only 3. Can they make it 4 with this cobbled together purchase? It doesn't look good.
Flip making a move. ZywOo ahead of it. This is a corner Flip knows to pre-aim. And it still goes down. ZywOo does very well. Spinks then activates for another. 2 good kills for the CT side. Jane walking up. Molly CT, so it's only Spinks and Mezzy here. Spinks, if he gets another one, that's huge, but unable to provide. And now they know they've got Mr. Merriman isolated on B. Good spam from ZywOo, still contributing despite the smoke on CT. Flames taking some risk, get some info for the rifle. Jame and Jame looking for Mezzy. He's hidden out in plain sight, forced into the fight, but still gets it onto Jame. And down they go. A 4th, a recovery from Vitality. 4 CT rounds. Is it enough? We'll find out together after this break.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Time for the final half of this quarter-final at the Esports World Cup 2024. Virtus Pro in it to win it and looking good over the course of the end of Inferno and into Dust 2. And for Vitality, they don't need a miracle, but they do need a pistol. 8-4, and still not a single pistol to boast over the course of 5. Will they get the 6th? Will they give themselves something to work with into Dust 2?
Been an arduous best of 3, about 3.5 hours deep. Started at 2:30 local. Knocking on the door of 6 p.m. Flash at the ready for any mid-aggress. See, this is a pistol that can be quite dynamic depending on how the CTs decide to open. Electronic kit and flashes. Norbert, first bullet. ZywOo dead and down.
Jobs are good and nothing from ZywOo into this pistol, so now it's hard mode. Flames has a P250. And Electronic is in a position to get any info through mid. They've started 3B. And understandably, when you've got Norbert hitting shots like that. This is going to be tough now for Vitality. Flames doesn't hit his first opportunity, baiting in Flit nicely. The util through, the rundown. He's just about across the line for Fame. He's hitting every shot he takes, as it's going to be nothing. Absolutely zilch. Nada for Vitality on this pistol.
That's probably the one that's been the blowout the most over the course of this series. 3 maps, 6 pistols, all going in the favor of Virtus Pro. Crazy from Flit. That's the range that the Glock wants to find you at. The flash facilitating these fights. You can see it in the feed. 3 flash assists and getting fired up. A handful of rounds away now, Virtus Pro, from locking in a semi-final showing against G2 with Snacks and Malbs in the roster. A massive victory for them late last night against Spirit. Nico putting on a bit of a masterclass. Hunter with huge impact. Snacks as the in-game leader, and the Apex Scout removed. It's getting desperate out there, Alex.
Oh, most definitely. I think that play from Apex is a perfect summary of that. He's hitting shots, but only the 1 kill to boast as the 10th round already reached. You can see, I think I might even describe that as a slight smile on the face of the VP coach. That's how good things are cooking over there. And after losing Mirage, I mean, don't forget, it feels like an age ago, but VP weren't too far off, taking this in 2.
Yeah, 42 rounds. 22-20 was the scoreline. Just having to remind ourselves, we almost went quad OT. Oh, look at this, Electronic. I think he's done with today's game.
Yeah, he's gonna go put dinner plans, and gosh, the Scout's connected from Jame. Making good use of that weapon. It's Jame again. Oh, Vitality, they have got no hope here. T-side, and already their rifle round cut short. Spinks has found a little gap. Fame tends to it and can't get anything going. Nothing here for Vitality other than elimination.
They've disappeared in the last 3 halves of Counter-Strike. Just reminding everybody, Inferno, the scoreline was 13-7, sure, but they did all of their work as far as those 7 rounds were concerned within the first half of play. On the CT side, did not win a single round here. They were kept at bay, humbled. Only able to post 4 on their on their CT haul, and now the scoreline 11-4, just 2 more rounds. They're force spying in, they're swinging on their own. This is completely fallen apart for Vitality. This is not the start to the season that they were hoping for.
Yeah, far from it. What does that tell you?
Well, I don't know. He's always frustrated. So
he's living on a hope and a prayer, Chad. Oh, how kind. Flash, ooh, and dip. Picks himself up the smoke.
Need that support when you're the only B player, I'm sure.
They've got everything covered here. This is just VP's playground. And eyes turn to ZywOo. Can he be the difference maker? Humbled here in the 3rd map.
Look at the amount of nades that Flit has. You're about to be blocked.
Yeah, they know what's up. They know what's coming. Flit couldn't get to Goose in time, but it doesn't matter. Coin transition, they still control it. Hits the spray, nade on the face. Vitality walking wounded. Flames practically a ghost. What's he supposed to do? Spinks as well. His days are numbered. And Flames, can he get anything with this low HP? The answer is a resounding no. Warm up the hydraulic press. Vitality's key is coming. Tout sweet en français.
One of the questions after map 1, after that meltdown of a round between Electronic and James to lose map 1 was what was going to happen with the team. Were they going to tilt? Were they going to fall off the face of the earth? Well, no, they pulled things back in a big way. Statement on Vitality's map choice of Inferno. And now on Dust 2, about to lock things down.
It's Flit's turn to have some fun up mid. They're testing long. Is this really, are they putting all their eggs into this basket? Out long charging. Legends watching. And we've got a ZywOo double to start us off. That's a little summit. Tag back, James in trouble. Wallbang does not connect.
I've got Mouse versus Furia up next. Makes sense to have the man in the building. See if Furia can find themselves on Nuke again today, but we'll see if VP can pull themselves out in a 3v5 situation, make it 2v5. Apex Scout rings true. Electronic down. Now just James and Norbert, the two of them, to rip the hearts out of Vitality and stomp on it.
And Norbert trying to put a donk on it instead. Melzy gets himself a lovely, comfortable frag.
First round of Counter-Strike in a while for Vitality.
Yeah, but it's not so easy to replicate, is it?
This would be some comeback.
Yeah. I think you're living in a fantasy there.
Apex, you can tell. Hey, look, boys, we should be winning this one, right? Let's just get stuck in. Let's take this AWP away. Don't let him save this. Let's put that in the hands of ZywOo. Got himself a scout kill within this round. Completely pinned in is James, and he'll get shot in the back by Flames. The AWP will be picked up. That'll be thrown across going into the next. But we've had 79 rounds of Counter-Strike across the 3 maps so far. Let's see how many more we have. This would take Vitality digging extremely deep, and that right there is flashy from ZywOo.
Yeah.
He's had impact in what feels like every single round they've won. I know it's not a lot of rounds in this map, but ZywOo's felt like he's had a kill or more in the type of rounds they've converted. Does get this AWP out, but James still got his. Win this one, Vitality, and you can break the money, and that...
He's on. He's here. Can Mezzy get out long? It could have gone so wrong. Flames an important trade, albeit...
They're going to revive this, Alex.
They're coming. Where's the flashbang? Nothing. They're going to just have to play around this smoke. Spinks and Flames, are they boosting? Coming around. They did boost over the smoke. We need some frags from Spinks. How has he done that? Flick gets them both. Spams away. Fame pulling their crosshairs away.
They're responding. They're into James. He's legged.
Yeah, you're right. ZywOo knows he put him on low HP. Well, perhaps assume...
ZywOo 1v4 for the game.
Okay. It has to be ZywOo. Pushing on in. James holding the angle. One pull of the trigger could do it. He has the Tech 9, knows he anticipates he's low HP, isolates the first, but still hits the leg shot. Electronic's going to look to finish this. And there it is. Virtus Pro take the quarterfinal. They'll clash with G2, and for Vitality, that is the last game they will play at the Esports World Cup. Wrecked in Riyadh.
Back-to-back maps, 13-7, 13-5. Absolutely dumpstered by Virtus Pro. They lose their map choice in Mirage. It was close, it had it all. Clutches, crazy rounds, the wheels falling off. But VP, they pushed themselves into a semi-final showing.
Looking like the better team, Chad, and by a large margin. Inferno in particular, their T side, you know, their CT side looked wobbly. It looked a little higgledy-piggledy, but coming into that attack, they really showed us what they're capable of. Off of the break, VP making quite a statement as they look to continue their run here at the Esports World Cup. Vitality, not so lucky. Impressive individuals. Flit, a standout for me. James as well, individually looking hot. It just looked perfect from VP, especially here on Dust 2.
Yeah, very good showing across the board, and I think the key outlier for me is the fact that they did a lot of the work in these last 2 maps on the T side. Right? It was really good stuff. Comprehensive Counter-Strike, they had some good ideas, and then it helps when you've got your players showing up and delivering. I think everybody had moments throughout. Maybe Fame is one that you might say, hey, there's a few hits or misses there, but regardless, a great victory today, and they get to go up against G-New tomorrow. we don't get the Dallas Grand Final rematch of Vitality taking on G2, it'll be a different affair for the semi.
Snacks versus VP. We'll see if he's hungry. Let's go over and hear from your winners.
Our first best of 3 of today, second one so far in the tournament. Victorious, our Virtus.pro. Fame joined us here on the interview. How does it feel like to finally finish this incredibly long series?
It feels amazing. It was really hard first map for us, and first half of the second map also was really hard, but we did very good job on the second half on the Inferno, so we felt very good, and that's nice that we won. I feel amazing.
I mean, it's a big showing. Now you get to play G2 afterwards, so what are you looking forward to in that game?
It's hard to say. I want to win, of course, as always, and it's going to be an interesting game because G2 just signed 2 new players, and I think they have a really strong roster, and for me it's a very interesting game.
Right, and of course on Dust 2 at the end, you were able to clean things up. What do you think is that strength? Is it just you or Vitality were unable to perform in your mind?
I think we did great, and in some moments we were lucky, and in some moments we were better individually. Vitality is a very good team. I can say that they played bad, but sometimes it happens. Today we won, that's nice.
And today you were the better team, and because of that, Vitality has to present their key to you here. Of course, here at EWC, we're gonna crush a key. You see these here that we already have been crushed. So there it is, coming up. They're gonna give it to you, yes. Let them come on over. Well, for now, you get to keep it with you because our stage manager will take you off to have it broken so you can really enjoy it and then have it placed in the trophy. It is pretty sick. So with all this done, anything you'd like to say before we go?
Thank you, everyone, for support, and see you tomorrow. Or
there you go.
After tomorrow, I don't know where we're going to play.
Well, big game for VP to go up against G2 later on. Big game win against Vitality, and hopes and dreams crushed at the EWC stage. So that's it. VP done. We'll pass it back to the studio.
Yeah, VP are done getting the job done, rather I should say. Right here on Dust 2, it was an ice-cold lockout. From the appearance of the scoreline, well, that's not going to deceive you either. And that will be the end of Vitality's run here. So obviously commiserations to them, but definitely commiserations to Maniac, who had to endure a third map.
Just put my heart in the Dame Crusher with the key.
Just right
and just make it one mashed potato of sadness. No, that's not even true. Actually, it's not even true because I feel like the pattern that we discussed prior to this game happened exactly as we presented it, which is a breakdown of Vitality on the second map, a slow start to the third, but let's not go down that road. I want to talk about VP. I want to talk about the incredible T-size they've put forth on map 2 and map 3. This was spectacular from them. It was to the point. It was simple when it had to be. James always well positioned with the AWP on that secondary line of fire when he had to cover his teammates. This was grand from VP's very strong T-sides. That we have to say.
Yeah, and it looked like they had their crosshairs right on at every given point here and every turn in Dusty. Like even this round, it looked like, hey, there might be a chance here for Vitality to hold on to, but nah, just kidding.
I mean, 6 pistols, they all go the way of VP, right? I think and Vitality is one of those things we talked about it before the series started. You know, they benefit a lot from the pistols because of their style. You know, they like to get in your face, and that's obviously more difficult to do when you're playing from behind, when you don't have a great economy. And you know, you start off, you lose the pistol on the CT side, first gun round, they get out long, round is over in the first 20 seconds, and all of a sudden you're 5-0 down, right? Without even getting to play any of the rounds. And James and VP just very, very good at playing from ahead like that, understanding that now the pressure is even more on the CTs, the pressure to make plays, to be aggressive, to do things. And, you know, if you're just patient, the frags will come to you, and that's what we saw happen in this game.
Yeah, and speaking of frags, we can kind of quickly look at what the stats look like over here, if you really wanted to, on Dust 2, that is. And yeah, it kind of paints a picture, don't it, Maniac?
Yeah, definitely. The fact that Norbert is down there with 65 ADR but still played a massively impressive game, I think it speaks volume to the coast-to-coast performance from Vitality. I mean, we memed about ZywOo having 7 kills. That wasn't the case. I think it was a shout-out from Chad at the cast. He said anytime Vitality was winning around, 1 to 2 kills from ZywOo. That's fair. It's true. He had a few moments. Unfortunately, Mezzi kind of ghosted his way through map 2 and 3. His duo with Spinks was abused quite a few times on the B side of Dust 2. Once you get segregated with the smoke CT spawn, they never really stood strong enough to kind of repulse the attack, and that is the truth. Apex as well, Stinker, map 2 and 3. So you basically have two individuals who are averaging, I don't even know, 0.4 KDR or KPR over the last two maps.
But I think even you talk about Spinks, right? I think when you watch Vitality play Dust 2 CT side, you see him more in underground than you do in B usually, right? But you can't do that when you're down 5-0.
I know.
And that's like where Vitality CT side does better, when they're more aggressive, when they're trying to deny that control, and that's just hard to do when you don't have the economy, when you're losing, right? When you're starting rounds with a man disadvantage. So yeah, but VP was just the better team today.
They were the better team, and at the helm of that better team was our MVP. It's James. Go figure that. Are you surprised?
No, not really. I think individually he had an incredible games. The numbers are pretty straightforward, 52, but mostly on the AWP. I thought he was extremely efficient, pretty much a la James style. No, it's not too extravagant.
Very punishing.
Yeah, it's very punishing. He knows the angles he needs to hold, and it makes sense within the system. And I think that's one of the conversations we had. How is he feeling right now that he had to relinquish a little bit of the power, a little bit of the say and the philosophy in this game? And honestly, this was nothing but spectacular from him. Strong performance from James.
Yeah, absolutely. And I liked what we saw even on Mirage, right? We touched on it a little bit, some of the more fast-paced rounds, right? That makes VP more difficult to read, because a lot of teams, you know, when they're playing that slow style, are just saying, okay, listen, just don't use your nades, save some of the utility, just fake a little bit of aggression, right? So they don't just start peeking you and then make those late rounds uncomfortable for them. But you can't really do that when they have the opportunity to just pop the bomb site.
I agree with you. I also think some of these highlights reminded us of how many times James actually found Zywoo. And that kill is so instrumental considering how Zywoo was playing in that game. He's had a few moments where he's long on Inferno, he peeks into library, bam, that's onto Zywoo. Dust 2, second gun round. Zywoo attempts to retake information catwalk. James is ready with the AWP. So if you want to do a comparison, like his positioning was better than Zywoo's. Like he was when he needed to be. You could make the argument it's easier because you're the leader and you're creating that sphere, sure. But in general, he was where he needed to be, hit those shots, punishing, as Janko said. A+ for James.
Yeah, A+, and you know, it's what earned them this spot in the semifinal. Now that, I mean, they've got to stack up against G2, which will be interesting to break down tomorrow. And just to kind of clarify, yes, your match is tomorrow.
It is tomorrow.
Just so you know.
Yeah, yeah, the fame. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that game. I think it's going to be really exciting. You know, G2 looking good with this new roster. VP seems to have sorted some stuff out during the player break for themselves as well. The map pools are going to be good for both teams. So yeah, I think we're just in for a very entertaining game tomorrow.
Yeah, semifinal, to say the least. You know, it's one thing to come through here on day one and you do what you got to do, and then you kind of build up into this moment where you get today with your Vitality, right? So back to their drawing board, which is what? I mean, we're talking about things that they're not just like a mental barrier, but maybe like a team
I tried to tell you when we started this tournament, I said the issues that Vitality ran into the last 3 tournaments prior to the break are not issues you solve during the break. That's my problem. It isn't just Counter-Strike based. It's not just about, oh, that B defense is an issue. It's spread across maps. It's a matter of philosophy. It's a depth of the CT side that they don't have. And then mentally, I mean, maybe we get to hear from them at some point. Maybe we get interviews from them as well. And they could put some words on what happened. But this is a repetition. Like, the pattern continues. This game was not any different than the elimination games of Vitality the last 3 tournaments. So now you have 4. Who's to say there's not going to be 5? Like, I'm a man of numbers. And it works out. The pattern works.
And after 5 comes 6, which is 2 more than we have left in the tournament. For now, I mean, well, by the end of the day is what I'm saying. Let's take a look at this bracket so that this mathematical equation could just cease to exist right in its shoes right here. G2 VP, that is what we've been building up to today. And then if you look at the top side for the quarterfinals, Navi, Faze, Furia, Mouse. Yes, Neymar is in attendance.
Neymar is in
Furia.
there.
Kind of cool. Also, out of the 3 of us, I'm the only one that's won on LAN with Neymar. Just want to throw that out there for y'all real quick.
How was the experience?
It was great, and I was really tired the next day. However, I will say that obviously for the bracket, for the playoffs, we're well and truly in it now. Look at the top side. Give me some looks.
Well, it's a Panther versus a Mouse.
Okay.
So,
nice.
you know, the advantage should be on the side of Furia, and Mouse doesn't have, you know, a football player on their side.
That's true. Who would that be? Like, if they actually had to have someone I mean,
Cross.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say like he's just retired. Maybe we can find him in. Do you want to have a soccer player over there?
Yeah, Johan Cruyff. You know who that is?
Cruyff.
Nice, yeah.
Nice.
Cruyff's turn, you know, right?
80 years old, yeah.
That's the whole thing. Like yeah, exactly. Like you wanted it, I gave it to you. What do I want to say? Pele? Nah, come on, man. It is kind of hard to say that much. But Navi Faze. Tell me litmus test on the Navi Faze there.
Oof. It's actually a little complicated because aside from the major final in Copenhagen, which I really think was like this clash at full force and Navi catching on fire on map number 3 and all of the accolades, the games that happened after that, I thought FaZe was really tired and exhausted and out of steam. So my premise is that it's not gonna be the case here. FaZe is full force. They feng shoot the shit out of themselves. They went to spas and all of that. They got the massage they needed, and they're gonna be ready. So I have FaZe.
So speaking of this team vitality that we just watched, we now get the opportunity to catch an exit interview from Flames, who's caught up with Darth Mike.
I'm here with Flamesy after their loss to Virtus Pro, elimination from the Esports World Cup. Flamesy, from your perspective, what went wrong there?
Well, we didn't play our best, actually. Like we didn't have the energy to fight them after the first map, I feel like. And on Inferno, we had a lot of good situations and micro decisions went against us, so we lost a lot of 5v3s, and well, we lost a lot of 5v3s in this game, so that didn't help, obviously. But I think, yeah, the advantage situations, they screwed us up a bit, and there was we just didn't have enough energy to fight, sadly. Like, it didn't feel like we come with our strength, and that went against us.
Going back to the beginning of that series, you guys did close out Mirage, but it was a battle, right? I mean, overtime after overtime after overtime. That first overtime, you come out, you have a strong showing, 15-12, and then it gets dragged back. In those kind of moments where you're struggling to close, what's going wrong in the team?
Well, to be honest, we lost the 5v3, I think, on the first round of the second half of the first overtime, which, you know, it's pretty sad to lose the 5v3 because you can close the game out. But then you gotta give them as well credit because they play good those rounds, right? They play with our rotations, they know what to do, they have the right call. And yeah, in this kind of rounds, well, it is a tough overtime when you cannot close it out, but there is still, like, you know, we still look at the game like what we need to do, what is the solution, what are they doing that counters us. So we're not really, you know, sitting there and whining that we cannot close the game. We're just really trying to figure out what to do. And then after I think they went 3-0 after that. I'm not sure. And then again, you need to. It's the same game. So you just need to think about solutions. You don't have time to cry on the last round or the last half that you could have closed and won the game. You just keep focusing on what's next.
Now, asking you about your opponent here, VP is a team that's been sort of reinventing themselves. They're notorious for being one of these annoying teams to play against. Did they feel different this time around with Electronic more integrated, or did it feel like that same old VP?
We played against them in, I don't remember, I think London in the second game. And yeah, they do feel different with Electronic. They have more spiciness, like they have more aggressiveness, which I think they lacked maybe, because right now it's a harder team to play against, especially for us, because they are passive, they know when to be aggressive. The individuals, Fame, Fleet, Electronic, like they're so sharp, it's crazy. So I think they have elevated their game with Electronic, or I don't know, maybe the new coach has a lot of credit as well. So I'm not really sure. I'm not in the team. So, but yeah, they definitely improved from what I remember playing against them back then.
And now one last question. It's a tight schedule at the beginning of the season, right? Lots of events back to back to back. What do you think the team's going to need to focus on to get ready heading into Copenhagen, heading into Cologne to fix the issues?
Well, not to lose advantage situation. Obviously, like focusing on those situations, because if you cannot win a 5v3, like 3 rounds in a one map, even in a best of 3, this is going to go against you a lot, because you're losing very crucial rounds that you should have won and maybe even stayed 5 alive. And we need to focus on that, but also regaining our form a little bit, because we don't give the same headshots we used to give. That will be crucial. I think form and just the advantage situations, which, you know, I'm not sure every team I played with, after the player break, you're sloppy on those rounds, but I don't know how to. It's slowly with form, you just gain it back, and the discipline and being tired in those situations instead of, I will pick, I will do that. So yeah, we need to figure that out.
Well, best of luck.
Yeah, a tough cut there for the side of Flames and company, especially if you're just out of steam on the last map. Let's just be honest. It just was not there. There wasn't a point where I felt like Vitality was in control of this last map.
Super easy to stand by the side and to criticize, but when we are in today's Counter-Strike playing one best of 3 a day, should we ever run out of steam? Should that be an issue, a recurring issue?
I know, bro, we just came back from the break.
It's like, that's my point. That's my point.
Where's your steam at? Like, I don't know,
what happened?
The triple overtime game was draining. You won that map.
Yeah, you did.
How did it feel for VP, who lost it?
And,
And the first half of the second map was great. Like you could have made the argument you were exhausted after this triple overtime. You lost yourself. No, you had a great first half on Inferno, and then your defense kind of collapsed, and then you didn't have the energy to pick yourself back up. Like, if you're not going to do it now, then it's never going to happen.
One part I can understand is it's their second best of 3 of the season, so you're not as polished, you know, and you're making more mistakes, and you expect that from all the teams, right? But everything else just doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, falling right off at the wheel, right? Like, it's just an unfortunate reality. An unfortunate turn of events here for that of Vitality. However, for VP, you're flying well high because now you get to kind of crush some keys, right? Like, if you already crushed a dream today, you might as well crush some keys as well. And why are we crushing keys, you guys know?
I mean, this is the concept, right? Every team comes in with keys for their games, and when you get eliminated, you get to own that key and crush it. You can put it in your own totem if you win.
They go into the trophy, you pick 3. Whoever wins, you can pick 3 teams.
Exactly.
If you want to go into the base of a trophy, rest of them go into the totem, into the resin, you know, so as a testament of everyone who failed to win.
Just let me just put my hand in there so I can feel something.
It's too soon, man. It's too soon. They've already been painting you like your Swiss girl or whatever. So, yeah, we're going to watch this key get absolutely crushed into oblivion.
Look at the B defense on Inferno of Vitality.
Okay. That's
what happened.
This is a great sort of illustration of VP versus anyone else. It's just slowly sort of crushing
applying pressure.
Yeah, exactly, until you break.
Oh, yeah, it really is. It's like a constriction almost, if you would. However, yeah, that is their key getting crushed. It will get thrown then into the totem, should they want that key. I mean, you get to choose from keys.
It's kind of a nice banter if you think about it. Like, you go to your opponent and you say, I'm going to crush your fucking key and put it in my totem.
Well, VP
you're ready for
has
that?
to put Vitality because, you know, has to be Vitality, G2, and whoever they beat in the finals. They only get 3 of them.
It's true. That is also very true. Gentlemen, I want to thank you for your contributions.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
I really do always enjoy your company. Some of that might have been a little bit of a white lie. However, what is not going to be a lie is us going into a break because on the other side of it, we do have some more Counter-Strike for you. I'm talking about more quarterfinals as we barrel our way through a playoff bracket at the Esports World Cup.
Virtus Pro crushing Vitality and quite literally crushing their key as well. Now, Norbert, might sound like a strange question. Have you ever used a hydraulic press before?
Maybe in the school.
Yeah?
Like 10 years ago or something like that.
So that's why you were nominated by Virtus Pro to do it, because you were the first one in here. They thought you were up to the task.
No, I just wanted to do it.
Yeah?
Not because they chose me.
Vitality, though, obviously, we saw you taking them down back at Blast London. I want to touch upon the end of Mirage, which might sound strange because you guys lost it out after, going to so many overtimes. How did you guys reset, after that moment to come back and basically demolish them in the last 2 maps?
I think we lost 3 or 4 match points. And we know that it was only our mistake that we lost some 5 versus 3 and some advantage rounds on match point. And we just said that it's fine, we can win another 2 maps, we're ready, and we won both maps.
G2 up next. Are you surprised that they managed to take down Spirit last night in that first quarterfinal?
I would say yes, because I didn't expect them to crash on Ancient Dam. I thought it will be close map, but it's fine. We will prepare to G2 and we will show good CS.
So you confident that you're also going to be crushing G2's key?
I hope so.
Watch out, G2. Norbert's coming for you.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
لا تشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Hey everyone, I'm here with Faze Clan. I've got Kerrigan and Rain sitting down with me for a little roundtable to talk about their team, this season, expectations, all sorts of fun things. How you doing, guys?
Doing pretty good. Feeling fresh after player break, huh?
You do?
Of course.
That feels like a loaded question. We were just chatting before the cameras rolled, and you guys went to basically opposite ends of the world. You were Costa Rica, you were Japan.
Yeah.
So you just needed to get as far away from each other as possible.
Exactly.
I think that was a perfect.
Just smell him from Japan.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Thank God. But now we're back here again.
Yeah.
I do want to get into, I think we'll do a little last season before we get into this season, just unpack it. First season and a half of CS2, right? You guys had a pretty incredible start to the game. The final streak, 7 LAN finals, 8 if you count an online final as well. You know, some stellar results, a lot of trophies. What does a streak like that feel like when you're a player, mean to the team when you're a player? I know you guys, you know, at the time maybe weren't talking about the streak or trying to not acknowledge it as much, but now you're a little removed from it. What does that kind of moment mean as a team?
I mean, you're doing this today, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, of course, it felt really good coming into the new game after being a little bit of a slump in the end of CSGO. So coming into CS2 and reaching all those finals felt really good, of course. Yeah, and then wish we could have won a couple more of them. So the losses, of course, makes it hurt even more. Even though it felt good getting that far in every tournament, it still sucks to only go home with the trophy twice. In the beginning, at least.
3, right?
3, yeah. 3 with Sydney, or with, what was the last one we won?
Chengdu.
Chengdu, 3 with Chengdu. That was a long time since the second one. So we lost a lot of finals in between there, and it hurts a little bit more than getting to the final.
I mean, when you think about it, I think it's pretty impressive what we did. When you think about how early the game was, how new the game was. I remember being a tournament, there's an update. We're going home, we're playing a final on an old update. We come home, people are playing a new update. And 1 week in, everybody's ahead of us and we have to catch up and go to the next tournament and still make the final. So I think like it's pretty impressive what we did in the beginning, especially when I think of how much money and how many players
that are in the game now. So when they're not a tournament, they have a lot of time to grind the game. So I think when you're in the moment, you wanted to win so bad, but you also forgot about the journey in the end. Being now losing 3 quarters in a row, you wish you were in the final, right? It's not that bad to lose in the final when you lose in the quarters, right? So in the end, I'm pretty impressed with what we did, and under the circumstances we were, not knowing if we have Faze clan, not knowing what the lineup would be, right? So I just think we did everything we could to stay on top and grind the game.
Yeah. I mean, it certainly showed in the results. I mean, you were touching on it, right? The reality is just the deeper you go in events as well, the more time you spend, right? You can't get that extra day home early, that extra day of rest before practice starts again. By the, I guess even like the midpoint of the season, the end of the season, does that just create a situation where it's tough to keep fresh? It's tough to, you know, come in and change things up to keep the team moving and shifting and, you know, keep other teams on their toes a little bit?
I think yes and no. I think there's 2 parts of it, right? We got frozen in the end of in December, right? Normally when you get a new player, you invest a lot more time. You still have to figure out the way you want to play. Things are not the same as it used to be, right? Things are changing in the game, but also changing the team and the dynamic of the team, right? So we invested a lot of time and we didn't really get the trophies. And I think in the middle of season, I could feel like I invested so much time, the team invested so much time that it kind of hurt us in the end, that we didn't really plan in a break here and there, right? I still think even though we won Chengdu, we shouldn't have gone to Chengdu just because of how the season panned out. I think when you look at about the last season, the Chengdu and us winning, that was kind of like the break of like, we need to have some fresh air now, right? And relax a bit. And that again made us fall behind other teams and ended the season not on a so high note. So yeah, going deep in every tournament, not winning is harder than going out in the quarters and have some days to recover for next tournament. But that's part of the game, right? It's part of being a top 3 team in the world, or top 4. You just have to grind and hopefully you can change things on the fly, and I think we've been pretty good at that. I think we are always coming with some new stuff for the games, and I think it's just the way the team is built up.
Yeah. Has that changed any of your planning for this season? You know, the experience of looking back and being like, really, we probably should have taken a break in there. Is that changing the process going forward?
I think so a bit. I think there is. We don't know how the season is going to look next year, for example. But the way the major is working now, it's a lot of depending on seeds, right? So if you're top 8 in the world, you get directly invited to Legend Stage or Champion Stage or whatever it's called. And that means you have 1 week extra home.
So you get direct to Legends?
Yeah, it's so again, it's ranking. So if you don't do good in the first few tournaments, what do you do in the second part of the season? Are you committing to more tournaments to secure that you have extra time for the major? It is very hard at the moment, so I think it depends on how the season starts. If you go deep here, we need to be aware of what's coming ahead. But if we are going out early, we need to speed up and play a little bit more tournaments.
Now, speaking about sort of the move into the break and then out of the break, right? The end of the season, you already touched on it, not quite to the expectations, right? Some earlier exits than Faze is used to. By the end of it, it felt like you guys were pretty burned, just in terms of, you know, people were talking about in interviews, tired, need time off, feeling a little more drained than usual. I know that after Dallas, you gave an interview where you said that you guys had just like a 2-hour sit down, get it all out there, team talk, no holds barred type of situation. Was that cathartic? Was that a moment that needed to happen?
Yeah, I think it was very needed in this team.
Yeah, I mean, we're not so good at talking. I think when you're traveling that much, you have a week to recover. You're losing on tiny details in the final. You don't want to adjust too much. You're talking about the small things. But over time, things build up. The game changing, players changing, philosophy of the team is constantly developing. New players, something is developing in the team, right? And how we want to play, how we want to act. But I think that we haven't been really the situation where we needed to talk. I think after the G2 game, it was the first time elimination match in CS2 where I looked around and I looked at myself and I looked at the team and we lost to ourselves. And there's one thing we're known for is like when we're in an elimination game, we're giving everything we can. And if we're losing to the better team on that day, that's so be it, right? So we're losing to details. But against the G2 in Dallas, we had no energy, no passion. It felt like people didn't really want to play. Now it comes down to maybe a burnout, maybe energy traveling, maybe something inside the team, right? So we just opened up a big team talk and talked about what we can improve on in practice, how we can enjoy playing with each other a little more when we're home, even though we're traveling so much, right? So there was a lot of small details where we could improve on, and overall I think it was good to kind of get a scenario where we can just talk, like from the bottom of the heart. Like everybody loves to play with each other, everybody believes we're the best team, right? But you're gonna have a period of time where you're not playing your best individually, maybe the team is playing good or the whole team is playing bad, right? So in the end, I think it was a mix of everything, and I think we didn't lose to ourselves in London, and that was the most important thing that I told the team after the tournament in London, that we lost to a better team that day, we didn't lose to ourselves, and that's how we need to act every time.
Yeah. I don't have any more to add to that. That was a long answer to and answered pretty much everything. So
it was good. Before we started rolling, Kerrigan was like, "Yeah, I'm going to make Rain talk this time. You're going to do all the talking." He just can't help himself.
Yeah, I know. It's great. I'm just there to tag along. Short little inputs here and there.
I mean, having gotten the time away, right? I mean, I think the reality that maybe people don't realize at home is that, yes, it's a 4-week player break, but the reality is you want to be ready for this tournament, right? So how many of those weeks were actually vacation versus coming back and getting practice going?
For me, every single player break that has been in my career, I go full AFK from PC.
Yeah?
As long as possible, yeah. That's the only way. Otherwise, you're just going to burn out in the season because you need that time away, especially me. I guess it differences but from person to person, of course, but at least for me, I need to just go away from the computer. I need to be away from everything and just be with my friends and family. And I have a kid at home now, so I need some time. The time that I have at home, I want to spend with them. And yeah, for me, it's just important to do that and forget about Counter-Strike for a little bit. And it also makes me have a craving for it. Like halfway through the player break, I'm like, oh, can't wait to get back, right? But if I'm constantly at home just playing games, I'm not going to get that feeling. And it's something that's helped me throughout my career.
Secret of longevity right there, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Let's see if the first week here, huh?
Yeah, let's see how it goes.
Yeah, we'll find out. I mean, what is the ramp-up period, right? Because it's a pretty tough start to the season. You've got EWC, then Blast, then Cologne, right? Pretty much back-to-back-to-back.
It's a
couple days off in between kind of thing.
Yeah.
What is the expectation of ramp-up? Of like, when do you, as a team, is it just hit the ground running? Or is there, we'll know when we're feeling it again?
I think it depends on team to team, right? I've played a lot of seasons nowadays, so I have a set way of doing it, right? Every season, new playbook, a new foundation, then we build on top. Some things not gonna work here, some things gonna work good, some things we can make variations of coming into the next 2 tournaments. But how you build up a playbook, for me, from a tactical level, is like at the first tournament, you make sure you know the foundation and basics good, that people have to get into the groove, have to take the duels, they shouldn't shy away, we shouldn't play way too structured, but we need to kind of like get the temperature on how we want to play at this tournament and the next, and that way you're ramping up to a Cologne, right? Cologne is top 2 most important event this season, together with the major. Obviously we want to go for a 2nd Grand Slam in a row. That would be pretty impressive, but it's a long way to go. The competition is high, right? So come into this tournament to make sure we are at the best level we can be, knowing what we need to improve on for the next few days after the tournament. It is a very harsh structure here. It's a single elimination basically after the first round. So you need to be on the top level from the beginning of the tournament, and it's hard to say where we are, but for sure we need to be ready in Cologne, right? So this is more like getting into the groove, and it's a hard start compared to when we start in Blast groups, but it is just part of the game.
But I do think, coming back to like the Dallas talk we had, I think the entire way we practice now and how we view things and how we do things as a team, I think that also helps us getting a better start in the early start of the season. And I think Finn has implemented a lot of good things in practice that will make sure we kind of start a little bit harder than we maybe do before. So I think...
still learning.
Yeah, still learning, but...
34 years, still new tricks, new things.
I feel almost better now than I have in different seasons and coming into this tournament.
That's good. No pressure.
No pressure.
No pressure on you.
No pressure.
No pressure.
No pressure.
The shape of his life. Whole new man.
We are so excited that we had to come back a little bit early. It's the Dr. Suleiman Al Habib upcoming showdown, and it's Mouse taking on Furia. This is Furia now trying to show that they can compete with some of the best after making it through that resurrection stage. We're watching Mouse here arrive, and been a bit shaky for them at times for sure, but it's just early days right at the season. We still got full confidence in them?
Yeah, for now we do. You know, let's see after the game. Obviously, if they were to lose this game, then I wouldn't have too much confidence in them doing too much. But I think Mouse right now is one of the most interesting teams we can follow on the scene. They're quite new to the top tier echelon of Counter-Strike. A young team with a lot of prospects within it. You have a guy like Shuhei, who's being taunted right now as perhaps the biggest in-game leading talent out there. Exertion, Jimfed. There's so many interesting parts to this Mouse lineup, and they have shown us that they can play Counter-Strike at an absolute high level, taking down some of the best teams in the world. On the other hand, Furia being the surprise coming into this matchup, making it through the resurrection stage was a little bit surprising, but I think both you and I, Bloy, are thinking right now it's a team that is growing on us and, let's be honest, can only get better.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to harp a little bit more on this Mouse lineup, considering how young they are, and especially at this stage as well. For a lot of us, they have reached just almost the apex of Counter-Strike. The only thing missing right now is winning those big events, S-tier events, in front of a crowd, able to take down the likes of a Vitality or a Faze, for that matter, or even a G2 when you absolutely need to. So that's where I hold them in a very high regard. And for Furia, I agree with you. I think it's again, like Fallen said, it's a team that's trying to figure themselves out. They're trying to come together. What we've seen from them so far, at least on one map, it's pretty good stuff.
Well, let's start looking at Mouse in some more detail, because you guys have already kind of given it a good bit of understanding of where this team's at right now. But is this a team where you say they could be potential winners here?
Yes, they could. I think it would be unfair for us to say the Mouse can win the tournament. A little bit shaky start to it, lost the map to Sashi Esports. They did play well though, even in the resurrection stats. They were actually close beating Furia in one of those best of one games. I believe it went into to overtime, double overtime for that matter as well. So if you make that, heads up against heads up, you can make the conclusion that Mouse perhaps is not playing the best brand of Counter-Strike coming out of the break. But I do think that's going to change, especially considering we're going into a best of 3 scenario. It's a team that has been consistently delivering at a high level, and we are playing in more of a studio environment than a big-sized arena, which is usually where Mouse is playing the best Counter-Strike.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And also, like the opening map they had against Sashi, it was Nuke which was played. It's Sashi's best map by far. It was a close affair end of the day, and the second and third map they just got things done. I had the opportunity to chat with Brolan as well, coming into the today in the morning, and he's in pretty good spirits. They seem confident, and they should be feeling confident, because if I'm looking at this Mouse team, and obviously you need to take every match seriously, right? Especially when you're going to be going up against the likes of Fallen, K-Stroud, and Yuri. But I feel like for this team right now, it's about killing a couple of demons they have. I'm talking about the likes of a G2. I'm talking about Faze in a final. So for me, if I'm Mouse, I'm coming in here, it's another day in the office, you're going to get a job done.
For Furia, though, the job is certainly far from being done right now. And we're going to hear from Skulls before we get into the team.
Skulls, thank you so much for taking the time to catch up with me. Yesterday was a grueling day for you, to put it lightly, but you got to play Nuke not once, not twice, all 3 times in your best of ones. Were you surprised that every team led it through?
I mean, the last game I was pretty surprised. We were all pretty surprised as well, because it's the main map that we were preparing for this tournament, and I mean, we are showing some great results, and we are feeling very confident in the map.
You gave a wonderful interview on HLTV where you said, Furia feels like family. How have they been making you, feel like a member of the family already? Because it's been, just a couple of weeks you've been on the team.
I mean, since the beginning when I joined, they just are doing an amazing job of making me feel comfortable, making me feel the way that I felt on my past team, and just give me some space, giving me the freedom to speak a little bit more. And I see the coach is also doing an amazing job, because he knows me since I was little, and he's just he makes me feel very comfortable and very confident in the game.
Okay, well, what's your relationship? Can I dive into that? How has he known you?
We worked together in the past.
Okay,
so,
okay.
In the start of my career, so
wow.
Yeah.
That's really cool. For you personally, what is, other than obviously getting to speak your native language now in Furia, what's the biggest difference that you'd say between Furia and the team you just departed in Team Liquid?
I would definitely say the vibes. Since we are all Brazilians, I think it's easier that way to get a good vibe and everyone on the same page. But yeah, everyone just trusts each other a lot and just play for each other a lot, and that's for me the main difference here.
Now, I asked Fallen the other day, because he's seen a lot of young Brazilian talent coming through the ranks, if there was a player that you reminded him of previously, and he said Taco, mainly because of the roles. You both really happy to anchor. How would you like to be known as a player? Like, how do you want to define yourself?
I mean, I want everyone to know me as Coles. I don't want to be like a second variation of any player. I want to be known as Coles. I feel like I am unique and I can present my own style, and I feel like here is the perfect space to do this. So yeah, I'm happy for that.
Obviously, Mouse is going to be coming up as your first best of 3 on this very stage. How do you feel about them as opponents?
Honestly, I feel really confident in this matchup because the last time we faced them, I was in Liquid, and I mean, I feel like it's a different story here, and we have really a very strong map pool right now to beat them. So yeah, I feel very confident.
Does that mean we're going to see Nuke yet again, 5th time here at EWC?
Maybe we'll see that.
Well, thank you so much, Skulls, and yeah, best of luck.
Thank you very much.
I do love what we're hearing from Skulls and a lot of that, especially when he's talking about the difference between Team Liquid, then coming into this. But that last bit there, Pimp, talking about the map pool.
Yeah.
We haven't seen it tested yet, but he's confident.
No, I think both me and Blur would agree that that's the biggest question mark we have when it comes to Furia. We've seen them play Nuke an awful lot, as Freya said, 3 times in a row yesterday. The T side so far have been looking good. The CT side, all right, apart from that being a little less good. But the big worry for me heading into a best of 3 game against a team like Mouse is indeed the map pool.
Yes, this is when they're going to get absolutely tested, because the first best of 3 they played against Navi, Mirage came into play. They got just blasted. It was a 12-0 half in favor of Navi right there, right? So there are a few questions. We're going to be finding it out today, obviously, but a couple of things I want to touch upon what Skulls mentioned right there, right? Obviously, when it comes to leaving Liquid and joining this Furia lineup, he says there's lesser conflict in the team. Everyone's on the same page, and that is very evident on the T sides we've seen from Furia over the past couple of days. Number 1. Number 2, making him feel comfortable. They asked Cello to give up his position towards upper Nuke and play towards ramp, and telling Skulls, listen, you're the young kid coming in here, and we're not going to throw you to the wolves. We're not going to ask you to switch a lot of things up. You're going to play where you feel comfortable on, and we're going to make you thrive. And I think it's very telling that it's not just words that he's giving Freya in the interview. It's being shown in the game as well.
It certainly is. But I want to also hear from Mouse and Zershan as he sat with Freya.
Exertion, thank you so much for taking the time to have a catch up with me. Of course, you've got Furia on the horizon here in the quarterfinals at EWC, but I want to talk a little bit about your time off, because I heard you guys had quite an extended boot camp, right? Can you tell me a bit about that?
Well, yeah, I mean, we came a bit early from boot camp, a bit early from player break to boot camp. We had a week-long boot camp. I think it was 6 practice days in total, so we got some good work done in that period, and I think that we strengthened our map pool a lot, so I think it was a good start to the season for us.
Okay, interesting. Obviously, Dallas probably didn't go the way that you guys were hoping. We didn't get to see you going through to the playoffs. Was there anything you learned from maybe kind of reflecting upon the end of the season, and why maybe that was?
Well, I think that it just came down to kind of the preparation coming into it. I think that we were just not prepared enough to win, to go far there. I think that we did not the best job coming into it. I think it's also very unfortunate, as Torji said in an interview once, we didn't really have time because Brolan was moving, and we just had a month long of tournaments before, so we really needed a break as well. But I think we learned some stuff from it, but I wouldn't say it was mentally or tactically necessarily.
Yeah, and I mean, prior to that, obviously, you lifted 2 trophies back-to-back. So in terms of this second half of 2024, any specific goals for Mouse to kind of end out this next season?
Well, I mean, I think that we're still confident as ever. Dallas didn't change much for me and the team, in my opinion, at least. And I mean, in terms of goals, I think I would prefer to keep it within the team, to be honest. I think that I just want everyone outside, to expect a better Mouse than last season. I think that we showcased a good level, but I think that we all want to be the best. So I think that you can just expect us to show a good performance every tournament, in and out, doesn't matter which.
And this is going to be a really interesting one, because I don't know about you, I didn't expect Furia to be the team making it through the resurrection bracket, particularly as they had to face the Mongols, in that qualification game. Are you surprised to see them here?
Well, not really. I think the Skulls edition is a really good fit for them. I think he's a great player, and yeah, I think he's going to be more comfortable in Furia since he's talking his native language. So I think that they have a really cool roster. I always liked some ups how they play. I think they have some good fundamentals already. So I mean, I'm not that surprised, but obviously there was more favorites, I would say, in the bracket. So, yeah, I mean, I'm just looking forward to play them. We haven't played them in quite a while, I think, since Chengdu. So, yeah, just looking forward to play against them, to be honest.
Were you watching those games yesterday? Because they were allowed to play nuke after nuke after nuke. I was surprised that was let through 3 times. Anything? Did you notice anything, rather, about them yesterday?
Well, I mean, it takes a great team to win 3 once in a row. I think it's very difficult to do, so all the props to them, to be honest. And we didn't really watch the games because we were practicing, but after the result, I was like, wait, they played nuke, and then nuke again, and then nuke again, and I was a bit confused. But, I mean, they did it 3 times on the same map. Opponents had prep on them on the game before even. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's very impressive, and I'm looking forward to see if we can take them down.
Looking forward to seeing you guys in the server. Thank you so much for your time, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Now, Zershan seems very calm, cool, and collected throughout all of that interview, but that's what we got to see from Miles here, and he's well aware of the nuke situation. It's not going to catch him off guard at all here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Nuke should be a map that Furia should be picking as well, and I'm still a little hurt about what happened yesterday in Mongols game. But jokes aside, I like what Exerson said right there. You know, Dallas was a bit of an anomaly. It was a bit of a failure overall, but it wasn't like, you know, the case with Faze where they were just kind of running out of steam, you know, just kind of exhausted and whatnot. So they should be absolutely feeling confident. The only cloud of doubt that people have about this team is, you know, winning those S-tier events and, you know, the big ones, so to speak, right? When the pressure gets to them, I feel like there's a little bit of a choke. So as long as they take care of that, they're a team for me who are absolutely top 3.
I don't want to beat around the bush, you know. Let's be absolutely honest for a moment right here. We're all impressed by Furia and their T-side so far in this tournament, but we're also setting the bar incredible low because they've been struggling for such a long time. Yeah. If you're Mouse coming into this game and you're looking at all the other quarterfinals, we've seen VP beat Vitality, you know, to start off the day. We saw yesterday that G2 beat Spirit to start off the day. If you're Mouse and your first opponent in this bracket is Furia, you got it easy laid out for you right here. This is a must-win for a Mouse team, regardless of how well Furia have played so far. You're heading into a best of 3. You have a team that is contending to arguably a top 3 team in the world with some young prospects going up against a new project where Fallen is in-game leading, where Skulls is coming in. There's a lot of struggle city right now going on within Furia, so if you're Mouse, you should feel confident. Whereas for Furia, they can only surprise.
They can only surprise, and they've been able to do that thus far, but this is now the real test. This is a real team for them to go up against. Let's see how they're going to fare, but before that, let's get to the stage with OJ and Milos.
Welcome back, everybody, to Riyadh. It's ESWC here at the Esports World Cup, and we cannot wait to continue on with our day. Our first game is done, OJ.
It certainly is. We're into the quarterfinal stage now. Yesterday's host of Best of Ones are done. Now we're starting to get towards the pointy end. We're going to get closer to this trophy, just to bring your eyes to it again. Nothing is granted. Everything is earned. That's what it's about at this point, because we've got 2 teams that want one spout. They don't go together. Somebody's going to get their key crushed. That is going to end up in here, and I love that.
Absolutely. There have been quite a few of our keys, not just kind of smashed a bit.
No, they've been broken.
Not just dented, but like absolutely
Mashed.
Split in half. That's exactly what we love. Brutal is what we're saying. Boulevard of Broken Dreams. Yeah.
The Boulevard of Broken Keys. That's what we've got. That's what we're bringing to you. Let us get our 2 teams out onto stage. It is a battle royale. Please welcome Mouse Sports. Let us bring the players out onto stage, starting with Yimfat, Exertion, Shui, Brolin, and Torzi. That is Mouse Sports. They come in, some would say on paper, the favorites, but in a quarterfinal, anything can happen.
Absolutely, and in a best of 3, you have to go all out. You cannot stop, especially at this level of Counter-Strike, but they're not on their own. They come from Brazil. They are Furia. It's Skulls, Yuri, Macerato, Cello, and Fallen. They are Furia.
And they have got support here from all over this, the Amazon Arena, the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. Boulevard City is ready to go for this quarter-final. Two teams, guys, take to your computers. Take to your computers. We are going to get this on. Somebody is about to get their key crushed. It is a quarter-final. Back to you.
And this is what it comes down to now. Those teams going head-to-head, face-to-face. We know what's going to be delivered within all of this, but let's find out what maps it's going to be. And I think, Pimp, maybe you can make some quick predictions here?
I'm going to take a wild guess and say that we're going to see some Nuke.
I mean, the interesting thing here is both the two teams don't play Anubis, right? So if I'm Furia, you don't ban Anubis. You force Mouse to go for that ban, and they're going to ban out Ancient, which is interesting. I thought they'd probably ban out Mirage, because their Mirage looked non-existent against Navi. This should be Mirage Nuke, 100%. I'd be very surprised if Mouse go for any other map.
Yeah, the pick coming in right there for Furia.
There we go.
Boom, we got Nuke, we got Mirage. That is not really a
and now
at all. And now we get to see a bit of that Furia map pool, right? Because we don't really know where they're going to go with it. They've only played 2 maps throughout the entire tournament, 4 times on Nuke, once on Mirage. So no matter what, if they were to win this game, not 2-0, but go into a 2-1 scenario, they have to play a new map we haven't seen them play on yet.
The Vertigo ban comes on from Furia, and if I'm Mouse, I guess Dust 2. No, I think Inferno. Yeah, Inferno makes sense. You don't want to risk it on Dust 2.
That's a bit risky, I'd say. And
yes.
There we go. Dust 2 being banned out, Inferno coming in as the decider. I think the map pool is as good as it gets for Furia. Again, we're kind of heading into the dark. We don't really know what they've been practicing on and how well they've been structuring that practice and what kind of maps they're leaning in towards. We did see them play Mirage against Navi, so something tells me that at least in practice, that's a map where they have feel comfortable. But going up against Mouse, who is a very linear team, a very team by the books, a team where I feel like there's no clear weakness within the squad, it's going to be tough for Furia.
It certainly is going to be tough, but let's find out also what our audience is doing here. Guys, you can head over to stcplay.gg and vote for which team you think is going to win and how it's all going to go down. I'm going to ask you guys first, though. How is it going to go down in your eyes? Is it straight Mouse 2-0?
I actually, honest to God, I believe Furia have a chance of taking Nuke. I really like what I've seen so far, and despite the fact that sure Mouse have tape on what Furia have done, I feel like they have the right elements. They seem to be very composed on the map. But I have to side with Mouse. I think it's going to be 2-1 for the youngsters.
I would agree with that sentiment as well. I think Furia have a shot at perhaps making Nuke a very close affair. Maybe, maybe they can win it, force it into a 3rd map, but nothing really suggests to me, nothing really tells me from what I've seen so far that Furia is ready to take down a team like Mouse, especially not at that caliber Mouse are playing at right now. I will argue, you know, again, a competitive game, even if Furia were to lose 2-0, if both of the maps are competitive, that would be a big surprise. And I bet you the man on the screen right here would be happy if that's the case.
Yeah, Neymar's in the house and he's sat down ready to watch Furia try and get the win.
Where's our popcorn?
We need some popcorn, right?
And that's why CS is the best esport out there. We got people like him watching the game right here.
Yeah, he's coming to support, he's coming to show some love, but that love might be lost at the end of it all because I think every time he turns up, right, Furia end up losing.
Well, it's a long flight home.
Anything else you want to add?
No, I'm just at that point. I'm just trying to go by a record of how many times he's been and how many times it's not gone well. I saw Mouse.
A sample size of 1.
Sure, and I think it's a luxury position to come into if you're Furia, right? You don't really expect to beat Mouse. You don't expect to be a team that is heading into the semifinals. So we kind of had the same argument yesterday when Spirit were playing G2, the whole new project of G2. If Furia can win this game, that in itself is a massive surprise, but let alone take a map off Mouse, that's another step in the right direction.
A step in the right direction, that's what we're waiting to see. But I know who we're going to hear from next, and I want to find out what they think of this matchup. It's Dinko and Moses.
Thank you very much, James. This is a very exciting quarterfinal we've got on the cards here. We've got Furia coming in with their new roster, early days, and they're going up against the Mouse, who were the talk of the town in the first season of the year, and they're hoping that they can put their foot right to kick off season 2 and get their ball rolling here at the EWC.
Yeah, it's like we've seen with many matchups, it's like 2 teams in different places. We're kind of looking to see what this Furia lineup can do with this new lineup, if they're going to actually be able to build upon and do better than the previous one. And obviously with the way the first half of the season went for them, you'd absolutely hope so. For Mouse, it's like, can this team continue to be championship contenders? We're still waiting for a big arena playoff trophy to be won by them. Obviously, I don't think this would necessarily constitute it, but you know, this is a team we want to see come into the second half of the season and start building up and looking better and better, because they're so good, Mouse. If they come out disappointing, that's going to suck.
And when you look at the environment they're in right now, I think this kind of environment definitely suits them more. They're a lot more comfortable in this territory, and they're going up against a Furia They had to battle their way to get through here, through the resurrection zone.
And you got to appreciate, we painted it when we saw Furia playing so many nukes of like, you know, remember at the end of the resurrection stage, it was like, Mongols, why are you letting them play nuke? Like, they're obviously loving this map. Test the map pool a little bit.
Here it is again.
At some level, I do like the confidence from Exertion at the interview being like, yeah, I want to see if we can take them down on it. Like, they played it 4 times. Let's go.
Well, they got plenty of utility in this pistol for Furia. Lots of utility.
You got to expect an upper hit on this pistol. Furia did it, what, 3 to 4 times of the 4 times they've played it.
Well, and so far, it's been stalled out, slowed down. They're having a little look over towards ramp instead of committing into that upper site. Yimfat waiting for the attack, and there's going to be plenty of Furia forces coming towards him, so he decides not to stick around and fight. He drops down into the lower bomb side. Cello speeding up, racing in behind him, but he's not alone. He's got Torsi out to those double doors, and they're already opened up. This could be a devastating start to the pistol for Furia, but Skulls kicks it off the right way. Brolin is down. Flash comes through and double doors swing open. Yimfat's still been behind them, and he'll swing out. He'll take that headshot now under a lot of pressure. Yimfat going for the reload, and he's got Torsi to come in and help him. It's chaos, but Fallen's back in this fight for Furia, and 1 minute left. Suddenly only Skulls, and they know exactly where he is. He dishes out damage on Shui and realizes he's got a chance to fight Exertion on his own in this 1v1 duel. Skulls has an opportunity to win this pistol for Furia, and there is time to stay composed.
Yeah, there definitely is. He knows one player's low, going to attack forward Torsi. A little bit of movement, good swing, aggressive swing. And Skulls now in the back of his head has said, I know I've gushed this guy. I know he's low.
Does he want to just go for the fight? He's worried about where Shui could have got to because he was last detected towards Hell, but he could have gone so many other avenues of approach at this point. And with 25 seconds left, Skulls is not spotting him. Does he take the risk to go up the vent and plant on the A bomb site instead?
Looks to be likely. And yeah, a little bit of a positioning game because he saw Shui fall back earlier when he gushed him underneath Heaven. He saw him back away from that. And it's all a guessing game. But now it gets interesting because if it's like this, there's a little bit of luck now. It's like the HP of Shui in certain situations might not matter. If he finds a good timing, if he gets a little bit lucky and Skulls is looking the wrong way, but still going to be a very difficult clutch.
Shui starts to ascend up the ladder.
Now that Skulls has gotten into the safety of the door, I think this is pretty much impossible. With this HP, with no kit either, no utility, there's really not anything Shui can do at this point but stick the bomb, stick the defuse, and pray.
About to be a big step up for Skulls in his new home. He kicks off the pistol versus Mouse. It's 3K and a 1v2 clutch. And he's looking to bring some of that support, as small as it may be. There's definitely more Furia fans out there at the moment, and that's a big pistol win.
Really nice pistol win. But, I mean, look, I cannot believe Jimmy actually gets 2 kills here. That's a wonderful spin and almost got away from it. But with the angles that they were playing, it's giving those Glocks a lot of space. That engagement is at such a range. Really, really tough for those USPs to handle, especially considering the number of Furia players that are there. So good start for the Brazilians with the pistol round victory. And that's starting to be a trademark of their T-side nuke. And we've seen Fallen able to put good offenses on the board out of these kinds of victories. He's called some very, very good offensive halves on nuke for Furia.
MP9's out on 2, Yimfat and Shui. Using those MP9s, and we got a scout for Torsi, so the full investment for Mouse coming back in with a force in the second. We've seen this work out yesterday for G2 in the quarterfinal. They were able to rack up 5 rounds off the back of a force buy victory. Bit of a tech issue now, and it is a keybind issue, I've been told, so I'm just getting that one reset and hopefully fix it so we can get back into the action as quick as possible.
Alrighty. So yeah, just a few little hiccups to get things going.
I mean, we're looking overall at the tournament, and I think this is a tournament that Maos are going to feel like they can win for sure. Because you look down the rest of the bracket, Spirit got knocked out yesterday to G2. Next game later today, you're going to lose one of the Titans of Navi or Faze, right? They're guaranteed to be gone. You're going to play the winner of that if you get through Furia. And a strong performance in this quarterfinal could be a positive sign for Mouse to kick off this rest of the year.
I mean, remember, I mean, you're fighting obviously for the trophy, for the prize, for being champions at the end of the day of the EWC, but also, yeah, having a hot start to your season, going into like this next stretch of events with the confidence of knowing that you've shown you're playing some really good Counter-Strike, that you're coming out of the break fresh and on the same page.
This force bite is off to a bruising start for Brawl, and he's down to 27 health.
This is interesting from Furia. They've taken control of Wrap Room, now creeping underneath Heaven. Haven't wanted to attack lower just yet. Scout is not the most wieldy weapon to stop multiple players trying to come up and wrap around you in Heaven. Torji's going to have a really tough task.
Yeah, he's got a really tough angle to deal with here. It's all about catching a good time. He's actually going to change his position and play on those rafters. Fallen coming up close. That Mac 10 in close quarter combat against the Scout. It is favored to win this duel. Torji was focused on the ladder. Fallen gets a free kill. And now Shui peeking out towards Squeaky, towards the back of the lobby. Spots that bomb coming over the top, and he drops it. He takes out the bomb carrier. Fortunately, it falls forward, so Fallen can pick that up. And it's not working out here for Mouse, and they're forced by Furia have stayed in control. And that bomb now goes down with both of the remaining Mouse players towards Hell.
Not bad at all from Furia. Pretty chill as they move around the map. Never looked out of control though, and all we can really think is Jimmy and Exertion save these weapons, maybe find some exit kills, recover a rifle if possible. But Furia is going to be off to a good start. You consider the force buy from Maus. Everything's lined up for them to get a 3-0 run to open up Nuke, to open up this quarterfinal series, and then we get underway into the gun rounds.
Strong start for Furia. I mean, this is their best opportunity in the series to get it going. Nuke being up first. If you could take a victory versus Miles on Nuke. You know, up next is Mirage, and that has been a map that throughout the years, Brazilians have been comfortable on and always had some decent performances on. So even if it is early in the roster's lifespan,
I really like what Jacob said on the desk, to be honest with you. I really like how he mentioned, you know, we've kind of praised Furia for their performance so far, but most of that really truly is because the bar has been set low, because we no longer have real significant expectations of what this team is supposed to do, and obviously with the new lineups and the coaching change, this is their biggest test yet. And if you take this scalp on Nuke and you challenge Mouse deep into the series, potentially take the series, all of a sudden we're going to start looking at you and being like, all right, no, we see you, Furia, coming back in hot.
Kesserado was an absolute beast in that resurrection stage of the tournament. He was really bossing a lot of these Nuke games.
The way he just single-handedly bullied Mongols was something special.
Yeah,
oh, this is, what a timing.
This is great from Shui.
Oh, Furia took their eyes off this push for just a second, and they might get punished for it.
How many can he realistically get here? Shui takes one and gets traded out very quickly by Skulls.
I think he needed two. I think he needed two to make this feel more realistic, because look what you have after that. Now a CZ and a Deagle, a USP on Brolin. He's got a Zeus, though, as well.
It's not like there's limited time for Furia where they would have been rushed into a top site play. They can stay composed and go back into ramp. You can see how slow and methodical they can be clearing out ramp room. There's still 40 seconds left after doing this, so they can go down into the lower bomb site. They have a smoke. 2 smokes, in fact, a couple of flashes. Got plenty of utility to ensure that this will be a round win.
Interesting seeing them not use those smokes over. Okay, it's coming out a little bit late. They drop it on the plant as well. Yeah, that gives Torji a chance to come out and just fire off a couple shots, try and take some attention away. Exertion's Deagle with only one of those doorways open. He doesn't want to take the fight. He knows Furia will be focused on that. They'll wait for it to subside, and then let's see if they have a miracle in them.
Exertion starts to make his way down the ramp room. Deagle in hand. Brolin actually picks out one in that Khalil. Effective trading once again from Skulls, who's doing absolutely everything, but now must do everything because Exertion is alone, and Skulls steps up for Furia again. He said this team feels like home, and he is settling in well.
A little bit more game sound pumped into my ear.
A 4K for Skulls, impacting the pistol, now saving them in this kind of nightmare scenario.
Yep, that's a really good start for Skulls. 7-1 for him. And yeah, I mean, that's right. If you're a fan of Skulls, I know for me personally, I've wanted to see Skulls do well after, after seeing him at some of the RMRs over the years. It felt like Liquid wasn't exactly a great chance for him to get that experience and kind of rise up and learn his lessons. Would love to see his potential start getting reached more and more in this Furia lineup.
Torji waiting outside. AWP primed for the initial shot. And Cello not taking that step around the corner.
Like 30%-ish?
Timing might actually favor Furia players to get around that corner. Now utility starting to come in. A flash dripped in, smokes following, and Torzy trying to catch them as that smoke pops open. He'll even use his grenade to disrupt the smoke cover, but it's not going to be effective. It goes a little bit too deep, and if it actually landed, he was looking like he was going to get that opening kill.
Yeah, that's the opportunity he would have wanted. Oh, good shot from Jimpat. That's a good boost up, and they almost able to catch him off guard, but he's away quickly, and now Torzy's come back. Blind shot misses, but ramp being held on to.
A couple of missed shots here for Torzy over towards that rotation, and that has cost him most of his health, but he's still standing, and Furia are down to 3 players. Mal's at a better spot with 44 seconds remaining.
They're knocking on the door to the upper bomb site, though, looking to turn in towards Mini.
And Shuei's pushed through Hut. He's got himself lobby control. He's waiting for Fallen to come back, and that's the bomb carrier. So if the bomb comes back into Shuei, it could be a nightmare here for Furia. Fallen has to fight him, and Shuei is in such a strong position, but Fallen able to take his head off. Yuri fights out of main. Brolin down, and suddenly a 2v2. Missed shot from Torzy again. 20 seconds as Furia leap to the middle of the bomb site. Fallen punches those digits in. Plant is secured, and now this round is back on for Furia. Yuri goes into the hut. Yimfat still creeping and crawling his way closer to this upper side. He's worried that there could have been a push through Squeaky Door, but there's no one there. And that's an opening because that door is blown off. So Yimfat can slowly make his way into the site, but eventually they've got to go. Torzy from heaven, Yimfat down to Fallen, who has had some masterful kills in this round, and it is enough to secure victory for Furia. That is 4 rounds in a row, and it was looking so dire at the midpoint of this round.
This is such a lovely example this round of what this new look Furia under Fallen's leadership is starting to adapt into. This kind of patience that we saw throughout the Resurrection stage, the willingness to pause, the willingness to wait and not just run into something, getting advanced positions and letting your opponents make the next move that you're kind of waiting for, that you're poised for. And because they have these advanced position, it all falls into place. Fallen gets this kill, Yuri knows Brolin is coming up from secret, and all of a sudden they find themselves in an avenue where the AWP is pinned down in heaven and can't re-peek, and they have a bomb plant, and then you just play a clutch. And man, that's gonna make you real happy. Look at that, you love that smile. You love that smile, that laugh.
You love to see it. Furia are definitely having a good time at the moment. This is the first time out being used for Mouse. Their cage is rattled. They felt like they were close to getting victory in that last round. They should have picked it up. Well, that one goes away.
And Furia was doing this all day yesterday, winning disadvantaged situations like that with the kind of slow play. All of their opponents were getting frustrated, were getting a little bit angry, were scratching their heads a little bit and be like, how does Furia keep turning these rounds around on us? And now Maus has a taste of it.
Yeah, it is working out very well for Furia. Momentum on their side here on Nuke.
Keep in mind what they were doing yesterday too. We talked about Queserado and how well he played. He was so aggressive over at the Squeak Door. We'll see if he changes up his style, because he played a lot of games like that against kind of the weaker opponent. Oh, good break from Torzy this time. It works.
Yeah, finally, he's been looking for that kind of play. Queserado is having a bit of a tough time individually at the start of Nuke. He's down again inside of lobby. Nothing he could have really done about that one. Just a great move from Maus. Speaking of move, Yuri is doing that down lower. He's already at secret.
A lot of pressure.
Gonna fight, and Yimfat is completely ready. Great headshot. That's Maus up 2 players.
Yeah, Yuri not ready for that fight whatsoever. Wasn't ready for the angle at all. Torzy now repositions towards ramp room. Surprise, it's an AWP. Misses the shot as they jump over. And we've seen Furia work with ramp control and do some cool things, but in a 3v5, it's going to be so difficult. You have the warning system of exertion. He should be good for at least 1 in this position, and a position in which you can survive. Good nade. Great nade. Can't get the follow-up, but they know exactly where the attack comes from, and it's all over. Maus is going to be on the board for the first time here on Nuke.
Comes off the back of a great Torzy opener into a secret, and then Yimfat able to double up. Great work coming in from Maus, and it's important that after the timeout that they're actually able to win that round, because it felt like in the previous it was theirs. So they called the timeout, they had just enough money to get a good buy again. And this finally works out for Torzy.
Oh, saw a little bit of the arm before Yuri commits to the fight, so that was easy. That's fine nade work from Exertion as well. Knew he did great damage onto 1 player, is able to clean him up. And Maus's defense has all the information, so timeout used by Furia, as they talk things over and don't want to allow Maus back into this game too early. And their own money is a little bit busted, down to Tech 9s. And again, what we saw from them, because we've seen them so many times on Nuke, those upper busts with these Tech 9s. Coming out of Squeak Door, Queserado finding entry, swinging wide into the bomb site. But Mouse has full utility. 5 Molotovs, 5 smokes, plenty of HE grenades. They have everything they need to slow that down, make it painful if Fury want to go with pace.
Caserado blows open that door, and he's going for a quick maneuver, but he's held back by utility as predicted, but he will not be stopped. Brolin goes down. Caserado with a kill through that smoke, and he is down the vent, descending into the lower bomb site. He's got plenty of help behind him, including the bomb on the back of Skulls. And this is a play for Cello, one that will not work. But he felt like he could take that risk with the Tech-9. He passed the bomb on off to Skulls before he made the maneuver, and now the bomb is planted for Furia.
Yeah, but they've got 2 players in lurk positions. They actually have 2 players defending the bomb site right now. So it's actually, I mean, it's Skulls that needs to have a really good... Skulls and Caserado need to hold on to allow Fallen and Yuri to activate.
Oh, in fact, good initial dink on his Skulls. Hasn't been able to take him out. Yuri needed to win that fight against Shuei, and now that he doesn't, it's going to be a lot more difficult. In fact, coming around the corner, was preoccupied with Skulls, and then forgets about Caserado. So that kill comes in. It's now Torzi with a difficult angle with the AWP, and he is toppled as Caserado does everything possible to try and close it, but it will fall to the man himself, and Zershin tries to take Fallen out, but there was no time for the defuse, and regardless, Fallen hits the headshot. Furia bounced back with some weaker weapons mixed in with the rifles, and it's a quick drop into lower that pays off.
That's really well done from Furia. I mean, coming back into this, Fallen with his lurk as well. 2 positions, and because these positions are so pushed up in advance, you could see Skulls and Caserado never actually worried about anyone coming down vents, never actually worried about anyone coming from secret. They were just fully focused over towards ramp room.
Oh, the buys continuing to come through for Mouse. They've got it again. Torzi with the AWP out. He's committed towards red. Cello's close by. Torzi flashed, has to get away from there, jumps in behind those smokes, and that will act as enough cover for him to get back to safety. Cello is worried about Torzi. He heard those steps. He knows there's a player trying to be disruptive. And they're going to have a little look. They don't see him, so they'll feel comfortable making their way towards secret instead.
This is really cool to see from Furia. It's really cool to see them playing at this level after spending an entire year just being frustrated, watching them, frustrated that someone at Caserado's caliber and his good games isn't able to find success in these tournaments. Having them play this well consistently in this tournament on Nuke, it's beautiful. You got to be excited about that if you're a Furia fan. Exertion, pinned down. He's got nowhere to go and no utility. He's being saved by this wall, but that can only last so long.
Yeah, the bullets just perforating and finally get through Exertion, dropping him, giving Furia the man advantage. But look at Yimfat. He's gone on a bit of an excursion. He's got Shui with him inside of lobby, so all of that map control is given over to Maus. And Brolin defending down towards B at the moment. They can't commit through secret just yet, but 40 seconds, that's all that Furia have left. They may have the advantage, but they don't have a whole lot of space to play with just yet. And Torsi on the outside cross has stopped Skulls getting down. Now the fight comes through, and Fallen picks up an essential kill. It is Brolin that goes down, but Shuei's quick to the vent, and a double kill from Shuei. That's the bomb down with 20 seconds left. Furia have Caserado spotted towards main, and that means only 1 player down lower. It's Yuri, and now he is the only player remaining with 10 seconds left on the clock. He's got to get past Torji, and he doesn't take out the Hungarian sniper. He leaps to the site, he commits to the plant, he draws Torji into it, but Shuei on that play down to the double doors is able to secure himself the 4K.
Yeah, they do recover the op right at the end. We switched away, but Jimfat was able to get down the ramp and pick up the AWP. Man, Furia finding themselves a decent advantage and felt good in terms of positioning. It's all Shuei, though, inside the vent. Fine shooting at a slim gap because Furia cracked open outside, crossed over to Secret without a whole lot of damage taken. That kill on Brolin felt like that might have been the end of the day, but Shuei holds the line. Fallen goes for the fight after that instead of just crossing, and Shuei's able to triple up in the round.
Second timeout for Maus.
Yeah, they're not out of it just yet. They still have the op as they recovered, plenty of rifles, money to rebuy into this, but it's still sketchy. I think more than anything, they want to find a way to get a clean round. 3-4 players surviving so that money can feel a lot better.
They were a bit weaker on utility and weapons in a previous round, Furia, and when they were in that kind of scenario, they went for a quicker play by vent diving. It was very effective thanks to Caserado's opening move. Let's see if they go for a quicker play again now with pistols. Tech-9s and a Deagle. Cello's going to start making his way over towards ramp. Just waiting for some Mal's aggression at the moment, just waiting out that initial barrage of utility.
Tech-9s Timeout was all about setting up Mals so they don't stub their toe here. Smoke broken open. Exertion sees the cross, spams him down.
Last bullet gets fallen. Now the Tech9s come charging it towards YimFat. He holds down Mouse 1 and he gets a double kill out of it. He's out of bullets, but it doesn't matter because that USP gets the job done. It's now Yuri stuck in vent and 5 players on the other side still alive.
Yep.
It will be a third round for Mouse.
This is perfect for Mouse. This is the round that lets them set their feet and actually get comfortable into this half. With money building up, you get to just keep replenishing utility. You know with this kind of a buy, Furia is going to be saving next. So Mouse, they can kind of let out a small sigh of relief. It's still a long half to go, but this one sets them up for the future to be able to come back into this match and aim to regain the lead.
Yuri close to Brolin. Tech9 gets through one, so no clean sheet in this round for Mouse. Although finally taken down by Shuei. And of course, Cyclone will be very happy that the timeout resulted in a pretty clean victory in the follow-up round.
Absolutely. He's got such a good feel for his players. Obviously, with so much over the years has been talked about how long he's been with them from the academy days. So, I mean, he's just got such a good feel for when these guys are stressed, when things are working out, knowing when the environment, needs a timeout, needs to be worked on. And the 2 he's called so far has got him going in the right direction. 4 M4s, plenty of utility. AWP on Torji, up against 5 Glocks.
The Glocks running their way towards ramp. That actually took a dink off of it, but he's still just very cool under pressure here. Eventually gets caught with that grenade in his hand. Better weapon now available. Insertion, he needs to not be overrun here by those Glocks. They're peppering him down. Finally, the rest of the cleanup squad arrives and Torzi picks up 2 on the 5-7. So 5-4 the scoreline reads now, and just 1 round the gap.
All good committing to that fight when you got a player coming from heaven to support you over in ramp room. Nothing they can do to salvage that second M4. The lead is now cut down to 1. Furia is back with rifles in their hands, and it feels like we talked so much about the economy of Mouse so far, but for Furia, it feels like they've had plenty of busted buys in these past 3 or 4 rounds. A couple Tech9s mixed in. That round's all Glocks, previously all Tech9s.
Yeah, money's not been allowed to swell for either side.
Pace change.
Serato blows that window door open, and it's now having a look. No one's peeking into him just yet, but eventually they will. Brolin place with the flash, and Kesserado fortunate to still be standing.
Yeah, faking the pace change, showing a lot of utility that would sense they want to have some aggression towards that upper bomb site. One thing we haven't seen out of Furia and Kesserado that I was mentioning earlier that we saw from them in the previous stages is that effectiveness from Kesserado out the squeak door. He was finding picks round after round against Mongols. Here against Mouse, he's given it a little bit more respect. He hasn't tested that fight nearly as much.
Big kill from Cello. Brolin goes down. I'll draw those numbers even again. Deep angle for Torji being taken. He can look all the way down into that lobby entrance, and he wants more. He wants to go aggressive, and he was so close to taking Fallen out that he's the bomb carrier for Furia. And with 50 seconds left, there's still some time. So they're just sitting back inside of lobby, composed, and they're letting Cello start to make his play down secret. But eventually, Furia must make their move. And the smoke comes out towards main. Follow-up lurk smoke for Kesserado to assist him with some cover down that vent dive, and they're going down into the lower bomb site with some speed, joining Cello. YimFat rotating down. He's got Shuei beside him on this ramp play, and they're looking to try and stop them from getting out squeaky, but it's not working out just yet. That bomb just about making it out alive. Kesserado gets detected, and now YimFat jumping down into the middle of the bomb site is out of bullets, so he goes once again to the pistol. 5 seconds left. If he gets this kill, it's all over, and Fallen, not enough time. Can't win this round. We need the kill, and Torzi hides around the corner. The young Finn, with ice in his veins, just dives down into the site and saves his team.
And he uses Furia's own smoke against them. The Molotov from Shuhei to make sure they can't cross into the bomb site delays them. The spam delays them. And even though he runs out of bullets, he knows coming through that smoke. What an advantage. You'll never expect that play as you're fighting out towards ramp room, and Maus barely hold on. All together, though, I mean, again, a good T-side call from Furia and Fallen, and a really good reaction from Maus as well. Torji forced back from the angle towards Squeak Door. Fire everywhere in this upper bomb site. Brolin wants a fight. He's gonna get it. Cleans up one, finds a second with the pistol, and Furia's got their first step out the door.
A lot of sidearm action going on here for Mouse, and it's very effective. Yimfat in the rafters, he still has a good angle to spot out the low HP of Cello, who thinks he's got cover with that smoke. But Yimfat finds Vantage. And Fallen stepping up with that Tech 9. A Ding comes in, he finishes off the job. If Yimfat's so close, he's so quick on this play back. And Fallen and Yuri both fall down. It is now Mouse into the lead.
It's what I mentioned when Furia get that clean win. It's like that's them settling into this half. They have been on a 5-round streak, 6 of the last 7 rounds going in the favor of Mouse's defense, and they're being so aggressive in terms of swarming the point of attack, especially towards ramp room, as we've seen a number of times, getting player after player streaming in, and Fury's not able to get any comfort in that part of the map any longer.
It feels like so long ago that we were watching the images of Furia looking composed and
happy, smiling, laughing.
Yeah, exactly.
Pointing at each other, hyping each other up.
And now it's the opposite story. They've really been trying to make their way out squeaky door. I think they've only been able to get out there once in this half without losing too many players. And they decided to go with a vent dive in that round. So last round of this half, Furia looking to try and leave this tied up with Mouse at 6 apiece. They don't have the best purchase to round out this half, but it does allow them to get extra utility going to those Galils. A lot of utility being thrown outside. No one running with it. No one from Furia committing towards the outside position. Instead, they're going back in towards lobby.
Well, this is kind of the window of opportunity they wanted, right? They have a player on top of Hut Mouse. They have one in Mini, but the Opper, Torji, his attention is kind of outside due to all that utility. However, counter nades from Mouse slow them down, and Shuei's found the first kill, and now it's backfired because there's no more nades left for Furia.
Yeah, that dive down from Shuei nets him another, and Skulls, he's out in the middle of the bomb site. A double kill onto Brolin and Shuei. Skulls was the player that kicked off this half, winning important rounds for Furia, and Falling goes down to the hand of Exertion. Grenade goes close. Yuri making his way in towards the bomb site now with Skulls. The grenade over the top of Heaven, softening them up, but not enough to bring down any of the Mouse players. It was a slow start, but Mouse now lead the way going into the second half, 7-5, and they are looking like they are going to take away Nuke. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to a quarterfinal here at the Esports World Cup. It is Mouse leading the way over Furia 7-5. Nuke has been the saving grace of Furia throughout this tournament and a big part as to why they're here in the playoffs, but right now they're behind and they've got some hard work ahead of them.
Yeah, that T side really betrayed them. It started out looking so good, and as soon as Mouse started to feel a little bit comfortable with some economy beneath them and a little bit of money, they just ran it right back. And that first half with 6 rounds in a row. They've got a 2-round lead heading into this pistol. Let's see what Furia's got on the CT side. Skulls has picked up dualies, a little bit of utility, a Molotov, a smoke on Fallen and Cello, a kit added in there as well for a late defuse if necessary. And Mouse is lining up to split into this A bomb site, it looks like. Perhaps some pressure towards Secret, a P250 at range to duel with Heaven. But they want to hit upper this whole time.
Keserado's here too. Oh my god, Torzy somehow gets back to that angle. Gets back to that chance on Keserado. Stepping up though in his stead is Yuri with a double headshot on the USP. He's still alive at the back of the bomb site, and the rest of Furia now starting to gather at Heaven, and so that bomb sees the chance to get out of there. And perhaps they won't anticipate Torzy to still be towards main. Yeah. He can cut away this rotation of Yuri, but he's considering it. Yuri goes back into that fight, and Torzy still steps up. Bomb is now down for Yimfat, and he's going for that solo fight, and he gooshes Cello. He brings him down low, 1 HP to be exact on Cello, and finally Yimfat closes out the job on him. He's now just fallen, and Yimfat does not care. He peaks again with confidence, and this time to an instant headshot.
He's got such like an understated game, but I mean, Yimfat's got to be one of the greatest talents that's emerged in the past few years. The fact that he's just kind of stepped into this position and just been a badass from day one, and it just keeps getting better and it's consistent. What a sick player. Good shooting in this round from Torzy as well. He took down Keserado over in secret, finds that little lurk on Mini as Yuri tries to rotate, but this one's all Yimfat.
No force buy here for Furia. They want to get the guns out as soon as possible. And that's a big shot from Brolin. Should be a very comfortable round here for Mouse, 9-5. Could be ringing out on the scoreboard soon. I mean, we talked about the chance of Furia winning Nuke, and it has been a very good map for them, but I think it was Jacob saying on the desk just before this, he was saying, you know, Mouse really shouldn't be losing a map to Furia today. It should be a 2-0 in the quarterfinal. And right now, that is looking increasingly likely.
Yeah, Mouse are starting to just kind of build up into this really, really nicely, not look back. Skulls, last one left with the Zeus, but look in the wrong direction. 9-5. Mouse starting to look really, really strong. Guns are going to come out here for Furia. Let's see if they can put a stop to this early and keep this game close.
The support Furia trying to give them some energy because they know this is going to be a difficult comeback into this half. So MP9s on every player to save cash?
Yeah, save cash. You have a buy in the next round. You can make it dangerous. I mean, things go your way. You get a little bit fortunate with these MP9s. You select good fights. Maybe you can win the round, but it doesn't knock you out for the next round if you lose it either. This is really interesting from Furia.
An intriguing purchase, one that might pay off for them. Miles are ready for some aggression. But are they ready for what is about to come towards them? Flashes in. Cello only gets one. In the meantime, though, Torzy stopping the attack of the CTs. And Mouse come out on top of those jewels until this shot from Keserado. He takes a lot of damage on board, but he draws those numbers even. And Fallen still waiting inside of ramp. If he catches a good timing, Torzy is so low, 32 health. They can rapidly lose their life with an MP9. And Fallen just sees the back of him, but cannot get the chance to take him out.
Yeah, I don't think he likes the timing that he's presented with. I don't think he likes this opportunity at the moment. He's a little bit nervous, not knowing if Brolin is actually watching the position. Now, the tough part for Furia is Mouse is going to go quiet. They're just going to look for pushes everywhere. I think they're going to let Furia play without information for quite some time. And as Fallen moves around the map, they kind of lose a sense of what's happening towards ramp room.
Keserado, good timing, spots out Torzy in the middle of the site, and Brolin's now alone in a 1 versus 2. This full MP9 purchase could work out for Furia, but it's all down to Fallen, who decided not to take his chance to chase him behind Lobby, but reposition for this exact move. The 1v1 as he gets ever closer to Brolin. They trade position out, and Fallen makes the read. He catches Brolin, and the MP9 purchase pays off.
That hunt from Fallen on Brolin was extended across like 40 seconds in this round. But the beautiful thing is, this little buy works from Furia. Now they've got tons of cash. Fallen can drop the AK-47, pick up an AWP. The full MP9 investment has paid off.
Yep, and that really reopens the chances for Furia now to continue to remain competitive here on the first map of Nuke. They've got money to fall back on. They'll get the AWP out for Fallen. Now, we've seen a couple of times throughout this tournament that Furia like to go with a double AWP setup on the CT side. They don't have the funds for that yet, so it is the only AWP on Fallen at the moment.
Yeah, he's got 16 kills, though. He's playing really well at the moment, so let's see what this AWP can do. He's got a sense like he's got the hot hand. He's parked his AWP over in ramp room, so giving his teammates a lot of chances to be mobile with the rifle, stack up towards the upper bomb site. And for Maus, they got to be really efficient here. 2 smokes, 2 flashes, and a Molotov remaining for the rest of the round. Whenever they use a piece of utility, it must have a purpose.
Cello made his play quickly towards Secret. So he's standing just around that wall. Exertion is aware of that possibility. He'll send the fire in to try and heat things up for Cello. He's forced to use utility, but it actually doesn't spread up.
It stopped burning him.
Yeah, it stopped burning him as he threw the smoke. So he's going to be a little frustrated about that. Gives away his positioning, and Yuri goes down. So this is now looking pretty good for Maus. They've got the opening advantage, and they know where one player was.
Well, they've lost outside, so what's the response for Furia? Fallen still hasn't budged from ramp room. He still has the deep angle with the AWP, but Heaven is going to be aggressed upon in case Serato falls down.
He's not wanting to stick around here, knowing that they've conceded control of outside. Skulls is the only one addressing Heaven at the moment, so he's looking up towards Brolin, and Kesterato's checking his backside and covering this site push. Big headshot from Skulls. Kesterato loses his fight, though, and Skulls at the back of the bomb site. He's trying to defend against multiple players, encroaching on his position. They nearly line up perfectly, but Skulls cannot sink too, and it's Maus that will head to double figures.
A nice round win from Maus, but they had so many good advantages. That Heaven position is so hard to deal with, and even though they get the kill, it's given space over the players coming in through Mini. It's giving space to other players to encroach into the bomb site itself. And Furia is going to be on the back foot.
Yeah, they don't have enough money, despite winning that MP9 round, to go for a back-to-back buys after conceding that last one. So they're back to pistols. They'll have a purchase in the next round, but this is very likely to concede an 11th round to Maus.
They're missing some of the impact that Serato had been providing through the early stages of this tournament, right? They're missing some of those opening kills he was getting on the T side in the first half. They're missing some of good rotations and good clutches and everything that he's been able to provide with them to get to this point in the tournament.
I mean, he just lost his jewel in the last round, too. If he wins that fight, then maybe there's something on there for Furia. But as soon as he goes down, Skulls is now in a position where he has to worry about Heaven and the players running in towards him. He's not going to be too happy about his performance here, but still time in this best of 3 to change that. Yimfat waiting for some aggression. 2 players picked up easily here for Yimfat, who is having one hell of a map at the moment. 22 kills, 8 deaths. Mr. Consistent is Jimmy. And that is now an 11-6 scoreline.
Yep, and there's really no more chances for Furia. No more rounds they can drop. This defense has to just become unpenetrable from here on out. Fallen's up last time he had it was parked over in ramp room the entire round. If he has a chance to have it again, if Yuri can drop one over to him, it's got to be mobile. It's got to be moving around the map, because at this point, he's reading the game really well, but he's the only one really having true impact for Furia. Skulls has had his rounds here or there, definitely had a hot start, right? Yep. But it's been Fallen all the way through. And you want that off to be a force on the map. You don't just want it to be set in one location and left to its own devices.
We knew this day would be hard for the side of Furia, but now they're getting to their last chances on Nuke. Timeout taken here for Cyclone, actually. He's Or it's a, oh, I looked at the logos incorrectly, so Furia going for the timeout. And a third one used out. That's their final timeout picked up here.
Yeah, last-ditch effort to see what they can do to stop what's happening with Mal's. Have a conversation on how they want to play outside, put a stop to any of those fast moves. Brolin's picked up a MAC-10, which puts the thought in my head that something a little bit more fast-paced is coming.
That would be heartbreaking for Furia if they're not ready for that.
Yeah, if you just get wrecked by an upper bust right now at this stage in the game, ooh, that would suck.
Because you understand it's unlikely that Furia will expect this kind of play, but the MAC-10 is not going to be continued with. It's going to be the AK back. So 4 AK-47s, AWP out for Torzi.
Importantly as well, Furia's loved a double op setup on this map on the CT side, and they simply haven't had the money to bring it out. We've seen Fallen and Cello kind of operate with those 2 AWPs, but no chance for that to come into play quite yet.
Here goes Shuey. Out through Squeaky. Mouse have lost the first play here. Fallen gets caught with grenades in his hands. He's not ready for Shuey to be pushed out through that Squeaky door, and Shuey is not stopping. He snaps apart the defense of Furia with 3 clean headshots. Xerxin going in towards main. Yuri catches a decent timing, but unable to take the kill.
That's weak. Weak from Furia. It felt like none of those 3 players, Skulls, K-Serrata, were Fallen. None of them wanted that fight. None of them wanted to prevent anyone from swinging out from Mal's. Fallen has nades out instead of the AWP. Skulls kind of hides himself behind the boxes, one hiding inside the bomb site, and Shuey's got all the freedom in the world to just find battle after battle, and he wins them with style. So 12-6, and Mal's with 6 opportunities to steal this first map away, picked by Furia.
Shuey's on the hunt to take everything away from them. He's a little bit further up, but he's using that smoke to try and get around the corner. Yuri has to defend the weapons and does so. So at least 2 rifles taken over into the next round here for Furia, but it might be the last round. It's now 12-6. You have to remember the start that Furia had. They had so many rounds picked up in a row, so a lot of that scoreline is picked up in the first quarter of the game. And it is being a dominant Nuke showing from Mouse.
It really has been. And I mean, you love to hear the success of that off that interview from Xerxin. You love to hear it come to fruition or see it come to fruition. And Mouse should feel confident. And you touched on it earlier. It's like Pimp said, this should be a matchup Mouse comes into supremely confident and just comes and says, we're just going to flex. We're going to destroy them. And this Furia team really hasn't been in the game since round 6. This was 5-1 in the favor of Furia at one point. And they've just disappeared since then.
It's going to be a tense fight between Fallen, Yuri, when the Mouse players that are about to round this corner. Utility's going to come in, takes a bit of that tension away, and the lineup through the smoke. Yuri's good for a kill and a lot of damage, but they have to get into the site now, Mouse, and it's not happening for them. It's a big shutdown from Furia, and this one ain't over yet. So as he sets up on Silo, but this round is done. It is going to be 12-7, and Furia with a much stronger hold.
They needed that, absolutely. Massive hold from Furia, and now they can even scavenge an AWP, perhaps? Yes, Cello gets it right at the end. So free op for Fallen in the round, but more than anything, proving to yourselves that you can actually stop this Mouse attack. Good crossfire set up as Mouse try and turn into the upper bomb site. They take their 3rd time out. Wanted to stop Furia from building up any momentum into a comeback.
It's a very long road, but it must begin with the first step. And that has now been taken.
Throw to who?
The AWP returns to Fallen.
Hasn't had a whole lot of impact yet, though, on the CT side. Again, like eliminated at Shui coming outdoor, parked in ramp room the previous time he'd had it, not able to get involved in action as Mouse went elsewhere.
Trying to be supportive of utility when that Shui play came through. And speaking of Shui, he's down to just a Tech 9.
That's always been one of Fallen's weaknesses. He's just too darn good of a teammate.
Miles this time occupy outside with smokes, but not players. Instead, they're going into Fallen, and we wanted impact. We wanted to see it. Well, now he's got a chance to show it, and just as they're starting to come towards him, he pulls out utility again. Cello goes down, but he gets one kill before it. He stalls them out. Now Fallen's turn. He must strike with his ult, but they've got past his crossout, and he needs to get down and just about dodges death as Brolin was coming towards him. But Exertion could start to end this. Oh, look at this play through main. Catches out Skulls. He's looking for that second player. Didn't detect Caserado.
Does Caserado read it? He hears it now. They're coming back to the upper bomb site. Yeah, he realizes he can be the guy who allows his teammates to come up vents.
Starting to move into position. Bersertion at CT vent. What a peek onto Caserado. Yimfat in the ramp room drops Fallen, and it's just Yuri left. Nuke has been so good to Furia throughout the Esports World Cup. It saved them in the resurrection bracket, but here against Maus, it finally betrays them. They will concede this 13-7. The first map of the quarterfinal will go in the way of the favorites. And a confident statement before the match will certainly be felt coming out of this.
It's not the scoreline that is kind of a bummer for Furia. It's the fact that this is ending Maus on a 12-2 run to close out the map. They hit a certain point in this game where they just said no more. No more from Furia. We shut them down every step of the way, give them nothing else, and Maus come out on top in dominant fashion in map 1. We're going to move over to Mirage next.
Yeah, Mirage up next, a map where Maus have decided to take this battle. They win Furia's map pick, and now Maus are going to be supremely confident that they can 2-0 this today and move into the semifinals of the Esports World Cup. They'll be playing the winner of Navi Faze if they can do so, but for Furia, they have to try and go and take this break and maximize the conversations they're going to have behind that and see if they can get back into this series. I think Caserado just wasn't at the same level we've seen it throughout the rest of the competition, and he's got to hope he can have a much better performance as we head into map 2.
Well, Furia's map pick, Furia's Nuke that we continue to talk about, started off so strong. 5-1 up. And then that was about it. Maus decided they'd had enough, they were going to fight back, and they were not going to allow themselves to be overrun by Furia.
I think this is exactly what we were fearing coming into this game. We've been praising Furia for having a strong T side so far. They played a lot of nukes, so we had high hopes in terms of them making the game competitive. They did, as you said, go up 5-1. It was competitive in the first 6 rounds, but the issue is, and that's usually a tendency when it's a new project, a new team with a new player, a new in-game leader, you only have a plan A. And as long as plan A is working, it's all good, it's all fine, but your plan B is not sharp enough, your plan C doesn't exist, and it felt like Furia were running out of ideas, running out of options. Then obviously you add into that Maus came alive, they started to play good Counter-Strike. It is a symptom of what is still a relatively new project. And people may say that, oh, Jacob, didn't they only just replace one player? Isn't it just Skulls coming in? But it's the whole new idea of Fallen being the in-game leader, of playing a little bit more passive Counter-Strike, a little bit more well-structured Counter-Strike that Furia still have to get used to. So it was a good game the first 6 rounds, but apart from that, it was Maus all of a sudden.
I think Moses just hit the nail on the head when he said it's a fashion, right? 12-2 is a streak that Maus went on once it was, 5-1 up for Furia. And then Maus said, we've had enough. We're just going to shut this one down. And I don't want to point fingers, but it does go back to some of the T-sides we've seen from Fallen earlier, where it was Cello, he was struggling quite massively. Caserado, I'll get to Caserado in a bit, but Cello, once again, his T-side struggles came into play. I don't think he was able to find a lot of impact. And considering his role in the team, on the T-side especially, you need to have your pure aggro player to get a little bit of impact. He wasn't able to find it. And then you have Caserado, who, before the game, you could have just said he is the best rifler in a server. He was nowhere to be found as well. But I want to take nothing away from Maus. I think they, again, show the caliber they possess. They were not shook, even though it was a good start from Furia. They bounced back. And the 2 rounds of Furia, one was that MP9 round, which caught them off guard, and one more buy round. But the writing was on the wall. They ran away with it. And Jimmy, man, he has been consistently, even at the tail end of the season for Maus, he was playing, incredibly, in a team consisting of Exertion and Brolan, and it continues his form. He's on a tear right now.
Yeah, and I want to talk about young Jimmy some more here, because this guy, right, he shows up, he doesn't care, he seems to be able to hold his nerve the whole way through, and he can just find these games and find these rounds where he's just constantly having success.
He's unique in his own way, and he's playing roles that is not the most attractive role.
Definitely not.
Young star players coming up. We praised him for some of his anchoring on certain of the maps. I remember in particular on Overpass. We had
B-side, yeah.
The B-side on Overpass, Vertigo as well when he's standing alone and playing the anchor role. There's so many good reactions coming out from Jimmy, and he's just a natural, very skilled player.
Yeah.
It feels like he's playing on intuition sometimes. I think if you were to ask him and describe why are you doing this or why are you doing this, I'm not sure he would be able to tell us that, but it's you know, part of his intuition, part of his understanding for the game. He got a vista for it, he got a vision for it, and he's a player that is very, very hard to shut down when he's on a tail.
Especially considering the age of this Mouse team, right? We keep forgetting how young each and every one of these players are, and absolutely, when you talk about intuition, it is something which comes with the years. You know, the more you've been grinding it out in the upper echelons of Counter-Strike, and the fact that Jimmy possesses oodles of this so very young in his career, I think is very impressive. But yeah, overall, just great showing coming out from Mouse. There's not much to be said here, in all honesty. It's just getting, you know, the job done with. I said as well, from Mouse coming in, it's another day in the office.
Yeah.
It was another day in the office for them.
Well, are we going to kind of sound the alarm bells now on Furia? Because was that like not even as competitive as you expected it to be?
I don't look. It's again very early days, you know, for this Furia lineup, especially with Skulls coming in. They are with a new coaching staff as well. It is a rebuilding process, and it was never going to be easy against a Mouse of this particular caliber. But that being said, I feel like the next map is the end of the line, Banks. It's going to be Mirage, and I'll tell you this: their CT side, it didn't exist against Navi, and we know how specialists Mouse are on this map.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? Mirage going that way, and what we saw against their game against Navi, this doesn't have a pretty picture painted at all, right? And I'll probably argue that Mouse is a better team on this map.
100%, you know, so I think it's going to be tough for Furia. If anything, we can hope for a closer game. We can hope for a bit of a bounce back. Of course, we had the conversation when we were playing against Navi, thinking, okay, Furia, why are you allowing Mirage into the map pool? Give us an answer to that. And they weren't able to deliver anything whatsoever. Today will be a great opportunity. Again, the goal shouldn't be to win the map against Mouse. That seems a bit unrealistic where Furia is at.
Be competitive, right?
Be competitive. Show us that CT side that was non-existent against Navi actually is existent somewhere. And maybe, you know, again, just make the game a little bit competitive. We cannot forget that you have Caserado as well. You said you wanted to spare him a little bit. He had a stinker on Nuke, and he is arguably still the best player on the server. There's very few players who are at the level of Caserado, even when you're playing against a team like Mouse. So for my money, it's all about him. If he finds his footing, if he finds his striding on Mirage, then maybe it can be competitive. But for them to win the map, it's not going to be this year.
Is that enough, though? Caserado surely is not enough for this, right?
Oh, absolutely not. And what's worrying for me is I'm not sure which side they picked. Obviously, it's Mouse's map pick and Furia.
You want to start CT side?
I would like them to start T side, actually. I want I want them to start T side, you know, as opposed to what common knowledge would dictate. You start CT side, because I feel like you want to get a little bit of momentum going your way, start dictating the pace. And honestly, the T side has been good so far. If they start a CT side, I worry, because Mouse are going to just pick them apart. And here's a problem in Mirage, what we saw against Navi as well. There were no crazy role changes. Skulls is still playing towards an A bomb side as the anchor, as Kai was playing earlier. There's not really been much switch up happening, and yet they completely fell apart. So this, it's worrying, James.
It's definitely worrying, but this is more of what you guys expected, right? The Nuke was the only chance in here. So coming into this, what do you think they're talking about as a team right now when it comes to Furia?
I think they just want to go in and have as good a game as possible. And what that is, we don't really know. I feel like for Mirage, it's a little bit up in the air. We've only seen them play it once against Navi, and obviously the sample size we have was a terrible showing. But it could be that Furia have been practicing a lot of Mirage. It could be that Furia feels comfortable on Mirage. They just had a bad day, a bad showing against Navi. And for us, that's the only question remains, right? Is it a one-off for Furia that you are looking so terrible on that CT side, or is it going to replicate itself against Mouse? For my money, that's what I want to see. I want to see a reaction. And again, I don't expect Furia to win the map, but if they can make it competitive and give us a better game than they gave us a Nuke, then for me, that'll be okay.
I won't lie, I'm going to be very disappointed if it's a complete rollover by Mouse over Furia, because again, as you pointed out during the Veto, Anubis is a map that both these two teams don't play. And if Furia, looking at what happened against Navi and Mirage, I thought they'd actually ban it out, right? Maybe try to luck on some of the map right there. Instead, they floated it. They should have known Mouse are going to pick it, so hopefully they've fixed some of those CT problems. If they haven't, this one's a quick one.
And in terms of being a quick one, is that what you want to see from Mouse, though? If we're talking the other side, is that what you expect from Mouse? Them to just
that is
100%.
100%. That's what I expect from Mouse. I want them to, you know, convincingly put, you know, just stamp their authority in the server right now. You know, they obviously, we pointed out as well, they on paper have the easiest opposition they've in the quarterfinals, and it's only going to get harder and harder. I do believe they're going to be facing the winner winner of the Navi Faze game.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
But even more so if you're Mouse and you're looking at this tournament as a potential win, some of the teams are doing the job for you. Vitality out of the tournament couldn't beat VP. You saw yesterday G2 taking down Team Spirit, so two of the best teams in the world, two of the heavy favorites gone from the tournament. If you're Mouse right now, you're looking at a great opportunity for, at the very least, heading yourself into the final and maybe even hoisting another trophy. So I would be very motivated if I'm...
And a storyline I just want to paint as well, like 4 of the big tournaments where they have been knocked out have been to this year. I'm talking about, the major, it was G2, Faze a couple of times. It is Faze and G2. They have a chance to get both these scalps and slay a few of the demons in this very tournament. So for Mouse, just get the job done with and prepare for tomorrow.
That's what it's all about for the Mouse camp, and they'll be looking at this to try and grab themselves a smooth 2-0. But to get that, we'll have to see what happens on Mirage. This is the Esports World Cup. Join us back for the second map very soon.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
لا تشغل وقتها بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Hello everyone. After the player break, we had 2 weeks of boot camp in Malta. So we have a new player coming in, it's Skulls. And so far we're feeling very excited to have a new one on board. We feel like he meshed very well with the team. and we're gonna face our first challenge here in the EWC. So yeah, feeling good. Yeah, Schools is a very capable player. Before playing Liquid, he was playing Pain Gaming, and I think he was playing amazingly there. Team Liquid had some good moments too, but the team had some tough moments, so it was a little bit hard for him to show his best version. And we want to bring the best version of Schools in Furia, and I think he matched very well with the team in terms of the characteristics from the people that are there, and also in style in game as well. He's playing the anchor positions that we have been missing for a while. So he's been matching very well with the team. We're very excited to have him on board. Yeah, when you have to communicate in a different language, it's definitely something else that you have to have on your mind. And you know, Counter-Strike is a very timing, decisive game. And you know, if you're trying to find a word or trying to explain a situation, sometimes it might be too late later on. Trying to understand the communication, and sometimes it takes you extra seconds. I have been there playing with international people as well, and I know that it can be a struggle for different nationalities to be playing. So yeah, playing everyone in the same language, in our home language, is much easier. With Gary departure, going to take care of all the teams in Furia now, not only Counter-Strike. City stepped up to be our coach, and we have been working with him while we have been working with Gary in the past, so we know him a lot, we respect him a lot, and we think he have a lot to bring to the table as well. He was already bringing a lot of good stuff, and now I think it's up to him to show and use this opportunity to grow up in his career. I think he has what it takes to be a great coach, and we're going to be there to help him. I would say that everyone who's coming to a tournament expects to win it, even though for some it might be more realistic or not. And being completely honest, if you come into a tournament like that, you don't have the desire to win, you shouldn't be competing. So of course we have the desire to win, we want to be winning, but we also have on our minds that this is our first challenge. We have been together for 2 weeks with this whole lineup, and at the same time that the lineup is promising, at the same time that we know we have a lot of talent, you have to understand that other people have gone through more process than you have in the game and have organized themselves maybe better or not. But we know that when it comes to the matches, there's a lot of things that takes part of it, a lot of things that sometimes are not even in our control. So we have to go there and play the best we can. And I think realistically speaking, getting to the playoffs would be a good result for us. We're looking forward to be able to achieve that, and we're going to do the best we can. I think EWC is a perfect tournament for anyone who is trying to showcase themselves here to go up in a level. You know, I think the standards that EWC is putting the sport at, and how they are helping to do bigger stuff and bigger prize pool, and the way they have been recording everything we have been doing. So a lot of things have stepped up in this tournament. So I think the team that comes up in here and do a nice story is going to be showing up to a lot of people, and that's for sure going to catapult their careers, I would say. So yeah, that's definitely a good opportunity for everyone here.
Well, there's a lot of work for Furia to do now in this quarterfinals. We switch into Mirage. Mouse versus Furia continues. Mouse 1 map up, Jason. And is it a story of a Mouse 2-0 being the outcome here?
It should be likely that we're going to get a 2-0 out of Mouse. When you look at how strongly they dominated Furia and Nuke, after 5 or 6 rounds of play, it was all Mouse. It wasn't even a conversation after that. They looked miles and miles, kilometers and kilometers ahead of Furia. Yeah, you like that? That was for you. I did that for you. I did it for all you Europeans at home watching.
Yeah, well, now we all know what it is, and it's time for map 2 Mirage. A chance for Furia to try and get back into this series, but Mao's hoping they can walk away with a lovely little 2-0.
I mean, at the very least, the nice thing for Furia is this is the only other map they've played at this event outside of Nuke so far, right? So you have a little bit of experience on it with this lineup coming into things. You obviously have a 4 that's going to be very knowledgeable together, but the Skulls edition, you've at least got a rep in this map in an official. The only problem is we saw at a certain point Mao's made some adaptations, Mao's made some reads, called a couple of timeouts. Once they got into the game, Furia had no answers. If that happens again, it's just like, that is just Mao setting the tone and saying, we are this much better than you.
Well, it's still early days for this Furia squad. They got plenty of time to get stronger as the year goes on. We've got another event coming up soon, a big one, Cologne, just around the corner. And I think a lot of teams will be warming up at the Esports World Cup, coming out of the break, and then having their sights set on Cologne, which will be coming up next. And I think with the performance out of Mao's coming into this event, if they can get to the final, if they can win this event, then they now open up the next challenge, which will be Cologne later in the year. And I think Mao's not many people are kind of talk about them as a potential potential favorite to win the event. And I think maybe if you bring it back 2 months ago, I think people would be considering MOUZ as more of a favorite for the overall tournament.
Yeah, MOUZ is always a team that we speak so very highly of, right? But there's not really like there's nothing like ultra sexy in the way you have it with like, I don't know, like with Spirit and Dog, right?
Yeah,
Something super exciting to latch onto. Faze and the amount of players they have and how deep they can go. You don't kind of have that angle to it.
They're just a good team.
Yeah, they're just rock solid from top to bottom, which is cool in its own way. And watching their rise and everything along those lines, and I mean, but for MOUZ, it is about, like, they had that win at ESL Pro League, and then the kind of rest of the year you started seeing them kind of experience that feeling of being at the top of the mountain, of saying, we're tired, we're being countered, we're at every single event, we're going deep in every single event, we're playing a lot of Counter-Strike, we're home less, we're practicing less, we're playing and competing more, and all of a sudden that really starts to be difficult to kind of manage as a new team, and that's kind of the test that they probably had plenty of conversations during the break of how to address that kind of a situation.
Yeah, well, we are just getting the server restarted. There's a couple of issues just got to work through, and once that server restart comes in, which it looks like it already has been, we will get ready to get into the second map of this quarterfinal. There is more action coming up later today as well here in Riyadh. We've got Navi versus Faze. We had G2 Spirit go late into the night. Looks like we're going to have another late one today with Navi Faze, and that is another banger. That's a difficult one to call right now, and I think you got to side with Faze coming into that game versus Navi.
I don't know. I think that's actually like...
It's so hard.
Maybe like a 60-40 for Faze, maybe closer to a 50-50. I thought Navi looked pretty good, although we kind of mentioned when we saw them play, I think it was it against Furia was the opening match?
Yes.
Yeah, like we kind of said, like Furia still going through their own issues, so maybe helping make Navi look good, but they did look good in that series. It's just there's still, I think, question marks about Faze too.
Well, questions will be answered soon as to who is moving into the semifinals from this quarter. MOUZ one map up, and we kick off Mirage with them on the CT side. Furia going to be gathering outside of this A bomb site. We've got Skulls in Palace, the rest coming through ramp, and Utilities coming in swiftly towards his under the wood. He's got Brolin out triple to take the initial attention away, and those Jewel Berettas now unleash. And while it is down because Skulls and Yuri combined together, 2 players gone from MOUZ's defense already, and it isn't getting any better for them. Furia are just destroying them on this A site. And it's Jimmy and Shui that suddenly stream into action. It's 2 shots from Shui, and Yimfat now has a 1v2. It's still a difficult one because Cello got into connector.
Okay, well, we built that one up for a very anticlimactic finish. Good job from Cello, just chilling. Furia's pistol round's looking good. They've been rock solid on Nuke all through the event. True. They've got another T-side pistol round here on Mirage. So a chance to get off to a good start. We'll see if MOUZ decide to invest in this second round, which they will.
Yeah, they did over on Nuke as well when they lost the CT pistol. They went for that force buy in the follow-up round. Didn't work out for them. But perhaps Mirage can be a different story. Furia hoping they can come out swinging right away here.
Yeah, but they also have to be thinking it's not about coming out swinging. It's about, not punching yourself out of the game, right? Not, don't want to do no rope-a-dope to yourself.
Yeah, that's true.
Sustain it through the entire 24 rounds.
Yeah, it's about longevity, not just a quick pump in and out. As a minute 30 on the clock goes down, Shui's already lost most of his health. He's down 14. Surely they boost him up. So Yimfat's going to go up into the corner, and Shui is the meat shield, the bait.
Yeah, try and draw him in, but at the moment, Furia is being very quiet on the map. Plenty of smokes down in middle for MOUZ to feel that presence, feel that pressure. Playing without information at the moment, and actually going to start shifting into a stack towards that B bomb site around a boosted Yimfat, but the rest of Furia has gone to the other side of the map, so the stack is going to be out of position. And Brolin in a position where you can really only get maybe 1 kill here. You're not going to double up, especially if there's a drop. He sees the feet, flashbang coming in, blinded, eliminated, and that should be the round for Furia. MOUZ likely to end up saving most of these weapons and trying again in the next round.
Torji is staying committed towards CT. I think they're soon going to realize it is incredibly unlikely they're able to get out of CT spawn here. Bomb is going to go down in the middle of the site, and yeah, they now realize there's no opportunities given, there's nothing granted over, and that'll be the save call. 2-0 here for Furia.
Yeah, they're just coming over to see if someone's going to give them a mistake. Yeah. Someone's going to give them a gift that can activate the retake. Doesn't happen whatsoever. So 2-0 for Furia. They'll have to play 1 more round against the Scout, this MP9, a couple of Deagles. Yuri's going to go on a little bit of a hunt and peek into this B bomb site, see what he can find. Shui's low. But Yuri's decided to clear out ladder room, so MOUZ should get away safely. Yeah, the Mouse conversation is an interesting one. I think part of the reason why people haven't, like, not a whole lot of people predicted them to win this event is just because we've had the same kind of conversation about them, right? Like, we know they're really good. We know they can challenge for trophies in the studio events and things like that. And everyone's kind of waiting to see what the next big arena event is going to be for them. Everyone's waiting to see how deep they can go, how far they can go, if they've kind of solved those problems, if they've built up enough experience to overcome that kind of block that they're facing in the big arenas.
Yeah, this is kind of a sort of a cross between both, right? It's not like the Lanxess level in terms of audience, but it's certainly a big stage to play on. A lot of stakes in terms of...
A lot of LED screens.
Yeah, a lot of LEDs.
A lot of real estate of the LEDs.
That can be distracting, you know? And there's curved ones too, Jason.
I know, the curve is crazy.
I feel like I feel like that's something that didn't really work out in technology, is the curved TVs.
Sure.
I was thinking they were really cool, but didn't work out. We got massive ones here, though.
Hell yeah, we do. Once again, calm and patient to start for Furia. Not committed anywhere. Queserado Skulls playing outside the A-bomb side looking for pushes. Furia looking for aggression from Maus up middle. That doesn't come. So now they can just realign and fall into an execute. Use the advantage of utility and weaponry to force themselves into this bomb site. But Maus is stacked here. All four players, excuse me. Shuei starting to head towards the B bomb site just for safety.
In fact, close up and personal here inside of ramp. It's a good start here for Brolin. This could get a little disastrous here for Furia because
it's really
there's a
dangerous.
lot of players now line away for Maus, and they're getting every single kill so far. Torzi on the double with a scout, and it is collapse for Furia. It is utter collapse. Torzi 4K on the scout, and he is loving that. Come on, give him fist bumps. He deserves it.
You don't get out of A ramp whatsoever. Maus prevents you from even peeking into the bomb site through that choke point. Brolin gets the first kill with the P250, and from there, no one from Furia is able to stream out and take any follow-up fights, create any kind of space. 2-1. Good rebuttal from Maus, and they're going to try and build upon it. Torji's upgraded to the AWP instantly.
Torzi over the top of the smoke. Looked like he's about to get the opening on Cello, but they don't round the corner. You don't want to go out mid here, Furia.
They're just running the very same round they did in the last one, right? You kind of have these players watching for pushes. Skulls is in Palace just like last round. Queserado at A ramp just like last round. And all of a sudden, you see no aggression up middle and you just fall right back into the same execute. This time, Maus have fewer resources at the point of attack. 2 M4s, Torji's up, not in position quite yet. But if Furia take this too slow, it will arrive at the perfect moment.
Cello gets 1 for 1. Queserado fights back. Torzi under a lot of pressure, and this time he can't replicate the work he got down on the scout with the AWP. It's Queserado to spam him down through the ticket box. And that plant now coming in for Furia. There's not a lot of money here at 4 Maus left over. And not a huge amount of chances here to get back into this retake, so a save call could be considered.
I think if they don't get a kill like right now, the save call is the only call you can make because they have they had 2 saved Galils from the previous round, so that money's going to help them drop some weapons over. Torji might be able to get an AWP from Brolin, maybe. Either way, a good hit from Furia and good kills from Queserado. The only 2 frags in the round that Furia get in his hands, and that's a presence they sorely missed on Nuke. They missed Queserado so much on that first map. If he's going to pop off, have impact here on Mirage, they can make a game of it for sure.
It's essential that he delivers here. There's a big part of the Resurrection comeback in that lower bracket to come back into the tournament and have a chance to play in the playoffs. Is Queserado's level just being really strong out of the break. He's going to be disappointed about his own individual showing on Nuke and looks to make up for it here. 3-1 start for Furia. Maus with the save weapons, as you mentioned earlier, allows them to get good cash into their bank accounts. The buy coming out with Torzi on the AWP again. Unable to do much with it in the last round. They'll get a second crack of the whip. This time a commitment of Furia players into middle. Yuri is going to go out towards his top boxes. Miss window smoke.
Yeah, and Torji loves that. He's peeking over it. Shuei stepping in front of him. It's a little bit awkward between the two, but Torji still manages the opening kill.
Did Yuri just get team flashed as he peeked out? That would have been that looked awful. Yuri gets taken out by the sniper. It's now a 5v4 thanks to that opening move. Now getting peppered down is Skulls. He's under a little bit of pressure. Up towards Palace. He knows if he can get a bullet off, he perhaps can just drop Shuei. So Exertion is moving into action. He wants to take the aggressive fight towards Skulls. He's got a good angle here to try and defend his in-game leader. Shuei no longer has to fight. Exertion now getting deeper on the angle, but he falls off. A little bit of a fumble there, Jason.
No, but Skulls gets to pass that information along. Oh, Cello doesn't go all the way through. Shuei's just playing beneath him. Skulls has called out. One towards jungle, one is close towards Palace.
Fallen drops that bomb down, continues to move forward. But is he going to be ready for such a deep push from Exertion? The AWP comes around the corner, Fallen down to 25. He was quick on the shot and then a bold re-peek from Exertion right into the sniper, and Fallen punishes him for that. Shuei goes down in window. That low HP player finished off finally. Torsey striking into action, unable to land a shot. And Cello has found some space at short. It's all about the play into A, though. And with 20 seconds left, Furia are in a 4v2. And Brolin has started to pull back. Yimfat's there to shut out every single player. And it's just Cello left, charging up through connector with 10 seconds left. He has to play for elimination. And what a recovery from Brolin and Yimfat on that A site.
Yeah, Brolin has been a wonderful presence to have come into this team, replacing Frozen in the lineup and then doing it wonderfully. Had a really beleaguered career back at NIP, but when he came into MOUZ, just rejuvenated and been a solid impact player for MOUZ. I was just about to talk about, like, you could see how much just like one tiny mistake can cost your team. That re-peek from Exertion against the AWP, he was thirsty for that kill. When he goes down, it forces all of the MOUZ teammates to start shifting, which allows Cello to double up on kills and gives Furia a massive advantage. So a gift that MOUZ is even able to recover that round, given them by Brolin, and a timeout called immediately.
Yeah, that's one by MOUZ. Just to try and figure out what Furia might actually be able to bring into the next round here. I can tell you it is going to be 3 Galils, 2 Tech-9s. A little bit of utility here for Furia, but not the perfect purchase.
It's been a lot of attention on the A-bomb site for Furia so far, right? They haven't really explored the entirety of the map just yet. Although with these Tech-9s, with some of these Galils, this lower buy, the pistols that can be more mobile and more aggressive, looks like they want to head towards the other side of the map a little bit, but actually going to go down in towards Underpass. And with such an aggressive defense up middle, this is going to, I think, get oh, that's a big kill. That opens up the avenue for this kind of a play through Underpass.
Fallen, what a shot on the Tech-9. He's going for it again. Fallen taken out this time by Exertion, but he was one shot away from dropping Torsey, and that would have been a double on the Tech-9 at top mid. It's all about the pack of Furia players now making their way through the connector. Brolin comes to address it and instantly gets annihilated, but he at least sees multiple players coming towards this A-bomb site. Can MOUZ adjust their defense in time?
I don't think so. I mean, everyone's going to have to go through CT spawn. Jungle is smoked off. They've got Exertion who's come through the hole, playing behind the smoke at the moment. But that bomb's been planted, and Torji's AWP, he's on such low HP, he's not going to want to commit unless Yimpat and Exertion can create all the opportunity in the world.
Exertion is now ready through that smoke. Yimfat is flashback behind CT, and Exertion has to start making the play. So Cello's down. Distracted is Yuri. He gets taken out by Yimfat, and once again,
not again.
Back. They're going to pull it back again. Back to back. Heartbreaking rounds here for Furia, unless Casterado can save them. That defuse coming in, but Exertion sees enough of Casterado and takes him off the bottom of the stairs. It is MOUZ to tie the game up, and that is going to be very frustrating for Furia.
Yeah, that one's ugly. Like, last round is unfortunate when Brolin gets those kills to return. This one is just ugly post-plant. Nobody providing any resistance to really stop that kind of a retake. No one swinging aggressively for trades. And Furia's in such a strong position, it's crazy it's been handed back over again. You have a 4-on-3, only 2 rifles really starting that retake, and there's no re-peeks, there's no trades.
It looked like that one was locked in for Furia. Now they're down to Deagles on 4. Casterado having to take just a Glock. And Cello is eliminated. Yimfat kicks off the Yimfat. The next player behind him is a Casterado, and Yimfat makes that look easy. And he sets his blood in the apartments. He's not stopping.
It feels like those 2 rounds might be like the kind of turning point, like sort of how we saw on Nuke, where all of a sudden Mouse just hit this critical mass that Furia couldn't do anything again. Those back-to-back rounds, that could be the very same effect. It could be a very similar thing moving forward.
At least Furia had extra rounds to play with over on Nuke. It started a little bit earlier on in this half, unfortunately, for Furia. They have even less to work with just 3 rounds picked up. They will at least get the buyback. You have to remember that round that they lost previous, it was still Tech 9s, right? It still had Galils in play. Now at least they have 5 AK-47s back in play.
Round 8.
Torzy. He's got the scope deep in towards the bottom of ramp. Oh, a missed shot. He's taken off the stairway, and that is Furia up 2. Roland can't do anything from the top of the wood, and just like that, that's the round over.
Yeah, no indication it's coming either. No utility to give anyone any kind of a warning. Torji's angle up on top of the stairs, he missed the player crossing over to his right, so that little distraction, that double peek and double swing is executed beautifully by Furia. And the follow-up defenders have no clue what's in store for them after that, just punched in the face.
Exertion under pressure, holds on to his M4. And now he's being pushed from multiple sides. He looks like he'll actually get away if he wants to grab an AK. There's one down there too. And he is going to descend and grab it right at the end, but did he grab it?
No, he couldn't find it. Couldn't find it at the end of the day, but we're all tied up at 4. Good response for Furia. Nice and easy, but again, so much emphasis on this A bomb site. I wonder when that switches up, because it almost feels like Furia is starting to try and train that tendency into Mouse, make them keep thinking that we have to hit this A bomb site, pull an extra player over at some point. And I mean, Fallen with such an experienced in-game leader, there's going to be a switch up at some point.
Oh, big shot from Fallen. Torzy through the underpass. Trades one back, so it's blow for blow with the AWPs to kick off round 9. And it's going to be more of the A play.
No one going through Palace, though. Usually we've had Skulls in that position. He's just dropped down. A ramp is going to be under attack. Exertion in a pretty safe position. And Torzy going to hold the line.
Oh, collateral, but no damage done onto the second player, actually. Lewis set up a lineup, but it hasn't been too effective. It's all about Shui now moving forward into the site. He's still alive. He wants to get up to triple, and he wants to defend this site, but Fallen forces him away from that position, and now there's under a minute left. Torzy kicked off the Faze with a kill through the underpass. He's now detected over towards Ticket, and he could chime in here with the Infat. 2v2 as that bomb has to get in towards the site. Eventually the plant coming through. It's a fake. Yuri comes off it, trying to bait out the shots at Yimfat, and he does get what he desired, but it's all about Fallen's clutch. A 1v2. This will be the 4K as Fallen is primed on Torzy. The 2 players that started this round now meet at the end, and it's come to an upgraded weapon on the floor, but Torzy pulls out the sidearm. He'll go to that USP and beat Fallen in the fight.
Fallen thinks his arms are like 10 feet long if he thought he was going to grab that AK-47. That was ambitious. Good clutch from Torzy. Good 2v2 from him and Jimpat as well. Alper's going blow for blow, as you mentioned in this round. The opening frags traded and down the stretch. Fallen have an impact, but can't win the clutch.
A tense 1 versus 1. Let's put Miles ahead by 1 round here. Cello so close to taking out the Hungarian. Torzy is allowed to live. He's allowed to fall back.
Here's that switch up. So much emphasis towards A, now towards B. They catch Yimfat in a jump. Torzy blinded, can't hit the shot. Exertion, though, from Catwalk's got 3, and that's it. This hit's done.
What a reliable setup this B bomb site is. They're quiet, they don't have to do all that much throughout the half. And as soon as Furia send multiple players towards Yimfat, he doesn't make a mistake, he doesn't overextend, and you can rely upon just the impact of Exertion out towards short.
And the problem really stems from the fact that, you know, you can train those teams to like try and lean towards the 8 bomb site, but MOUZ has been shutting them down at that bomb site. They've been winning those rounds. Even though some of them have been close, they've been winning it, so they didn't really feel the pressure to reallocate resources elsewhere. Happy to play that kind of standard default setup on the defense, and this time, the switch up just gets wrecked.
Yeah, and when you know you're shutting them down towards A, you know eventually they're going to have to change it up eventually and go in towards that B bomb site, so likely a conversation about expecting a B play around this point of the game, and when it comes, Yimfat and Exertion shut it all down. Cello trying to hold on to the AK. I don't think he's going to be allowed to do so. This brawl and play from behind is going to result in Cello getting knocked out, and this will end up being a 6-4 scoreline, and Furia saving nothing. What's the money situation?
It's not good. It's not good. They can't really buy here at all. The losing bonus is building up. It's at 3, but everyone's kind of mid-2000s. Skull's at 3,500. You can get some Tech 9s as that losing bonus is going to help you onto the next one, but rifles shouldn't be anywhere in sight for Furia. What a round from Exertion from Catwalk. Furia trying to pick up the pace off that jump, so they kind of eschew any kind of utility usage. No flashbangs, no smoke, nothing to block it, and Exertion has a field day.
Gathering of the troops ready to enter this 8 bomb site. Torzi with a shot out back triple. He's going again. Second shot connects. Torzi is not missing much until that peek at Palace, and that one even connects. It just drops Skulls to 1 HP. He'll switch out to the USP instead, and Torzi with absolutely everything apart from the final kill. Yuri will do what he can, but that AWP is out of ammunition, and Brolin makes sure he's out of chances. It's now 7-4 as we head into the last round of the half. MOUZ looking to leave with 8.
Yeah, it's starting to look like you nailed it earlier. Like another good start from Furia, winning 3 of the last, through the first 4 rounds of the half, but the MOUZ turnaround was so quick, and Furia didn't get themselves any kind of buffer the way they did on Nuke. This has turned into a little bit of a disaster now. Gun rounds have not been kind to Furia. Last round of the first half. Let's see if they can get it a little bit closer.
Quick utility tossed out towards middle from Furia. Window smoke, top mid smoke, and now a connector smoke being thrown into the mix. So they are going to commit a lot of resources through underpass. MOUZ blow open that window smoke to gather information to see if anybody from Furia is speeding out mid. They didn't see anything, and that re-smoke to window comes through for Furia. So it looks like an A split is going to be set up here. They got one player in the window, Cello, and Yuri now jumping up to join them. This could be something that MOUZ haven't yet seen that might catch them off guard.
Shui's in position. Waiting, but he has to have that timing on the smoke. He can't afford to look in the other direction. He doesn't realize they're boosted up. And it's just tense at the moment. It feels like Yuri and Cello are waiting for someone else on the map to create some action to take attention away from this part, and then they can spring into action. But for now, they just have to be patient.
And Shui is so patient right now, just waiting. Let's see if anybody has climbed up into short, climbed up into the ladder, but the distraction comes in at the perfect time. Shui looks away, and Furia capitalize. Now Brolin is under the wood. He's still ready for this A play. 25 seconds remaining here for Furia. It could still go wrong for them. Brolin climbs up the ladder. Fallen gets an important kill, and Furia now can plant the bomb. Last round of this half. MOUZ must attempt a retake, and it's a 2 versus 3.
Yeah, but they've broken Furia's hearts in similar fashion before, twice already in this half. A third would just be awful, and Yuri's not going to let it happen.
Yeah, he's not letting that first maneuver come his way. He'll close it out with a grenade. An important 5th round being picked up there for Furia if there's any hopes of them staying alive here at the Esports World Cup and getting back into this quarterfinal. The Esports World Cup continues here in the quarterfinals, and it's 7-5 to Mouse. They are staring down the barrel of a 2-0 win over Furia, but a really important fifth round collected there right at the end by Furia, Jason, that may just give them that little bit of hope.
Yeah, actually, I mean, the scoreline doesn't turn out to be nearly as much of a disaster as it kind of felt like during stretches of that match where it felt like Mouse had them locked down. We had the two back-to-back rounds where Mouse was able to reverse their fortunes and come out despite Furia having huge advantages. They'd love to have those rounds back at the moment. Pistol round going to be obviously important. That is the best analysis I've ever given.
This is a statement, Jason.
Yeah.
Bold claim. And we'll see if it does come true.
I walked right into it. Oh!
Okay. It's an important start to the most important round, and that is Skulls taking Torji out of play. 4 Mouse players standing still. And eventually they will move forward into Cello. He'll take his bow and play the sound of death. With his peak on the flash, plenty of players around the corner for Furia. The only one to show is Cello because he wants to set up Yuri. But Mouse have decided, nah, we don't like that idea. We're going to go down into underpass because Brolin's waiting to cut off those rotations as they come back into jungle.
It's only because Brolin has this position. They don't have to worry about this choke point now. He's holding on to it, and Furia realize we can't actually rotate through that part of the map. It's got to be CT spawn. Are they aware that Furia's already here? Now they are. Shuei finds it out, and he finds out hard.
3 players still standing for Mouse in this post plant, but Furia, remember, they've got a kit and a smoke available, and that's on the back of Skulls. That gives them a few extra seconds and some cover to play with as they get into the side to create enough pressure to defeat Mouse in this post plant. But Brolin defends from jungle. He gets around the corner into cover. Kesserado in the middle of the site. He'll deploy that smoke now, and they've got to get onto it quickly. He's out of ammo, but it will not matter. Yimfat and Exertion stepping up. And that is an unfortunate turn of events here for Furia. It's now Mouse up to 8 rounds.
Brolin does a really important job of getting that first kill as Furia stream in for the retake, but more than anything, the biggest problem was it took so long for that smoke to get deployed on the bomb. That's the main leverage you have to apply pressure to Mouse in that situation, and the fact that it takes so long to be deployed means Mouse aren't panicking until the very end, and even then, by that point, Furia's out of players. Furia's got no one left.
Okay, Fallen not happy about that start to the round. He's dropped down to 12 HP. Fallen's going to change his position up. Coleman position to try and catch out the first player coming out of ramp. If you can land the headshot, can be very, very quick to death. And here comes Yimfat, crouching out beneath Fallen's crosshair. Fallen somehow still alive until that headshot from Yimfat. Kesserado connecting with the scout. It's not enough damage to bring down anybody. But certainly softening up Brolin. Kesserado's just pinned in the open. Too many players attacking him. If Furia not doing too much on this defense. It looks like it's going to be quite a comfortable 9th round here for Mouse.
The Exertion loves that smoke. He's actually super happy that smoke was actually just deployed. He's like, thank God I got a little bit of safety going on. Shuai wants to style up on top of the boxes, and he's got one. Skulls, last one remaining, 17 HP. You're not going to win the round, but maybe steal an AK at the end of the day. Flash up into the sky, make a run for it.
That's the best he could hope for here. Skulls, not too much available for him at this point. He's going to go through the smoke, and he won't even get out of it. So it's 9 rounds here for Mouse. They're starting to kick into another gear, but there is still the caveat that there hasn't been a purchase yet for Furia in the second half. So this is their chance to try and build something on the CT side, but it's got to start as soon as that buy comes back in here. It feels like they just got melted with their first sort of purchase with rifles.
Unfortunately, I think if Furia was actually going to cause an upset on this map and maybe take this to a third, they had to have both pistol rounds. Because, I mean, especially with that force buy in the second, you're sitting in a world where Mouse it feels really far ahead for Furia to be playing mistake-free Counter-Strike, right? 10-5, Mouse will be 3 rounds away from winning the map, winning the series, eliminating Furia. And Furia hasn't played the cleanest Counter-Strike up to this point to begin with.
In fact, good headshot on Fallen. Shouldn't really get anywhere here for Furia. Leo on Skulls, the best you can hope for is a little bit of damage here and there. But this is double figures now for Mouse, and Furia will then focus up into the coming purchase in the next round. At least this one's quick. At least it's merciful.
Yeah, painless, merciful.
Because that's all you can hope for if you're Furia here.
Yeah, next one's all important. That's going to be the entire map on the line with this next Furia buy. So we'll see what they can come up with. Another quiet map out of K Serato on 4 kills. And this time you don't have Fallen going kind of carry mode to carry you through some of those stretches and those quiet stretches from the riflers. So everyone from Furia better get switched on right now heading into round 16.
Yeah, there's not much room left now at this point. You're looking at 10 rounds already for Mouse. You can see this one, they're up to 11, very close to getting a 12th round, and such a long road back into the game from Furia at that point. This is a new roster, obviously, coming into this event. Jacob was saying, you know, our expectations have become so low for Furia over the last few months, over the last years at this point. And for Mouse, expectations are set high. Fallen's sniper out. Serato, we talked about him wanting to have a better performance here. You know, it's kind of the similar performance he's had throughout the rest of the tournament, but this has been a very quiet quarterfinal. Nuke was quiet, now Mirage even more so. He got 4 kills.
Skull's gonna get aggressive on A ramp. Peeks down, sees nothing. But there's a lot of pressure at this A bomb site, all to set up this play. Mao's attacking into the B site. There's Fallen's AWP ringing out, and Jibbat's gonna have to back away, have to fall off. They have no access to the bomb site. Furia's defense holds strong in this initial battle.
Still over a minute left here for Mouse to play with. They're gonna try again at a different time, at a different location, and that is through short. Fallen comes off the top ticket angle, perhaps at the wrong time, but he seems to have eyes back on it again, and Shuai is going to go down to that sniper. So Fallen with the AWP is proving pivotal here for the side of Furia. 3 players left for Mouse in this, and they're still committed towards the B bomb side. Feels like the only option left to them.
They tried to improvise a split towards this bomb site, but they missed the timing, so the smoke fades, and all of a sudden you can't actually get up catwalk. Fallen has that deep angle, and a clean sweep. Exactly what Furia needed moving forward. Build up some money, 5 players survive, plenty of cash, and see if you can make this comeback into a reality.
Yeah, the conversation has to be about, that's the first step. Now we focus up, now we get into this. There is a 4-round gap between the side of Malice and Furia. And we've seen in MR12, we've gotten used to those gaps being closed very quickly.
Yeah. Very, very fast, but it requires, as we mentioned, all the individuals from Furia starting to get to a different level, because no one's, or I should say everyone's struggling to find impact in their positions.
Yeah, Mouse are going to keep testing them, of course. They've got a good buy again here. AWP off for Torch, everybody else on an AK and a decent amount of utility. The underpass is the first fight. It's K Serato 1-for-1 with Yimfat.
It's a really good setup. Exertion throws one flash is thrown by K Serato. A teammate throws a follow-up flash to blind those players. Skulls pulled out in the open and eliminated. A lot of pressure on Fallen now. He's got Yuri shifting over in support. Smoking off Palace, taking away a choke point. And Yimfat can play patiently in middle. With Cello on catwalk, Furia can stop this mid-play, and that's where the bomb is, and they're going to step into the fight. Oh, this is beautiful for Furia. Beautiful.
AWP for Fallen, strikes right through Yimfat. Yuri able to follow up on Shuei. And now it's down to just 2 players for Mouse. 50 seconds remaining. Roland applying pressure towards stairs, but he is forced back behind the flames in Palace. And the bomb is still down at the bottom of Connector. Mouse, they don't have money to fall back on any longer. And this is going to be a Furia 7th. So the first 2 steps have now been taken.
I mean, they can still try and go for this. It's just time is the opponent. And with that knife pull out in the back away, it feels like now they've made the call to save. But there was a little bit of time if Torji could have found an avenue to get back towards middle, go towards underpass. 2v3 is recoverable, but the time was the biggest enemy in that round for Mouse. 10-7, Furia closing the gap. It's been positive signs this event for Furia of what Fallen's leadership can bring with the Skulls acquisition and the coaching change.
Exactly.
But we haven't really seen like that trademark win they can take out of this event quite yet. Everything so far has just been best of ones. It's all been Nuke BO1 victories. Lost their series against Navi to get dropped into the Resurrection stage. Struggling right now against Mouse.
It's we've never really known a Furia without the leadership of Art and Guerri, right? This is kind of the first.
It's a new era
of Furia. There's been a lot of roster moves, a lot of changes, in particular in the AWPing department, but never in the leadership. Became synonymous with Furia to expect that high-octane aggression that was designed by the in-game leadership of Art, and we are very aware that Fallen and Art have very different in-game leadership styles, so you're going to see a different version of Furia.
Round 18 coming in. Up on Torji, up in the hands of Fallen. Mao's fully invested into this round. They buy everything around the saved AK-47 and the saved AWP. 2 Tech 9s and 2 Deagles for the buy surrounding things for Mao's, and this is a straight up A execute. Don't have the weaponry to move around the map and be mobile and take standard control. Just gonna try and break in with 1 salvo of nades.
Sometimes these simple rounds can be the most effective. Another re-smoke up to Palace from Furia.
I don't know. I don't think you can actually wait this out. I think if you're Mouse, you have to go through the smoke to a certain extent.
You have to be aware there's a possibility they're pushing middle, getting info, pushing B, getting information.
And just the fact that you're applying no pressure anywhere else on the map is almost, I mean, Fury in their heads are like, watch out for the A hit, watch out for the A. There's nothing in middle, there's no noise, no nades.
Here comes that play forward. Smokes are starting to come on up. Fallen has eyes on the Palace swing out. Is it going to be effective for Fallen? He dodges the flash. Yimfat certainly doesn't, and Fallen nails that shot. Skulls holds down just for 1 on the ramp, and the quick play, the commitment towards A is stopped. It is 10 rounds to 8. Furia now 2 rounds away from tying this game up.
And now we're going to get that save. Now Maus have to just drop away. They didn't get a bomb plant. They're only finding 1 kill at this point. Torji, ooh, hasn't spotted it. Now he sees it, but they know his position, and they will hunt this AWP down. 28 seconds, he's got to survive.
You don't want the AWP to get into the next round whatsoever, and he has a grenade, might even finish him off. He's down to 7. Utility flashes, they're all thrown in his face, and eventually Torji will be taken down. A little bit of something to be happy about for the side of Furia.
2 rounds back, and now you get to breathe a little bit easier. You have to know this next round is going to be a save. Furia showing a little bit of tenacity, staying in this map, staying in this series so far. Now 3 in a row for the Brazilian side.
The gathering of Brazil's best in the arena. And not the best purchase Mals have seen. It's D goals onto a P250 for Shuei. And 9th round is almost surely guaranteed. Now this would give you a lot of confidence in Furia if they are able to pull this kind of comeback. If they're able to close Mirage,
That's why I wanted to like kind of put some context behind just like the BO1 victories, right? Because like we've seen some good things, seen some good tactical things that they're starting to implement. And I mean, more than anything, if they can show that they're sticking into this game and not just fading out, not just getting kind of deleted the way they did on Nuke, it's a really good response to a game so far where Mouse has been on top of you the entire way.
Oh, big shot from Exertion. That Deagle busts through two. And a dink from Shue on towards Yuri. You need to be very careful now. Fortunately, that grenade was still in the pocket of Yuri. And he throws it over to Exertion. Shue now with an M4 versus 3, and he gets double peaked. An impossible fight for him to win. And now the gap is just 1.
They've switched into the double up setup that we saw so much yesterday on Nuke. Cello and Fallen each having one of the AWPs. Mao's back into a full buy. Up on Torji, AKs to supplement.
We've seen them run this double up setup. And the only other best of 3 we've seen them play, and that was against Navi. It was effective at times, and Castorado starts to lay down the law with the M4. It's 1 on the Exertion. He had limited ammo, and he stays composed to confirm that kill on Shue. And Furia are now up in a 4v2 fight off the back of those mid advantages.
Thank God he bought the A4 because he dumped 20 bullets, completely blinded. He needed all the ammunition he had. Smoke up in towards window, but Mouse is limping.
In fact, creeps out through connector. Oh, it's a chance. One that he cannot take onto Skulls. And now they know where Yimfat is. The bomb is now crossing over short. Torzi with the sniper now spotted.
Now they know where both are. So Fallen can change his position with the AWP. Cello starting to look towards Catwalk. And Castorado looking for timings in the mid window.
They know they've got one pinned in connector. They know they've got Yimfat pinned in that. He can't escape. If he attempts to, he'll either have to fight into the A bomb site or into Castorado. It's a bit of a risky spot taken for Castorado because Torsi's up top middle, and it works out very well there for Mouse with the risk taken.
I just have to ask why. Why do you take that risk? Now you should be still fine. You still have all the advantages in the world.
Torsi's got a big clutch ahead of him with 25 seconds. If he commits into the B bomb site, Cello's got the sniper pinned up there, and Fallen's bringing the second on over. And Torji realizes, no, I can't win this one. It's a safe call.
Not enough time, just back away from it. All right, Furia's defense starting to look rock solid. Mouse can't break through. All tied up at 10. Furia makes this happen. From 5 to 10, 5 rounds straight. And it might be time for a Mouse tactical pause to talk things over.
Map 3 is Inferno. Furia are able to topple Mouse on Mirage, then we will decide this best of 3 in this quarterfinal on Inferno itself. And the timeout is taken by Mouse. It is their final timeout as well in regulation. Overtime is not massively unlikely given how this game has gone.
Especially when you consider, I mean, Mouse have been very good at finding solutions if you go back to the first map. They descend to a small buy here around that saved op. Keeping some money left in the bank with the losing bonus moving forward, but they want to be able to try and reverse fortunes in this round. Galil picked up on Jimpat. They had one on Shue. He sold it back.
Oh, big opener for Torzi, and you've got to do that when you've got the biggest weapon in the round for your side. Taking matters into your own hands, going for the active peak, and taking Fallen out. So Mouse can now settle in to the beginning of round 21 with the player advantage.
And a complete shift in the defense. Furia calling Mouse's bluff. Cello's completely left the B bomb site. They're going to re-aggress in mid-late. I don't know if Mouse will expect this. Is there a flashbang to activate? Good shot from Cello. Doubles up. Castorado rips them apart, and once again over the top. This is sketchy. It's a brawl in mid, and Brolin's got a crack at a clutch.
He's got the AWP in his hands. He's got plenty of time. He wants to go to the more comfortable, more familiar weapon. The rifle picked up.
Everyone wanted to fight that round. Not a single fight they didn't like. So Brolin's got a minute to work with. He does have the bomb in hand as well. Skulls is going to start peeking down towards T-spawn, trying to shrink the map a little bit, trying to gather a little bit of information, but for the most part, Furia players are completely split from one another. Puts most of the pressure on Cello, who's got way more choke points to have to think about.
Brolin now coming out of the B apartments. It's Cello. He will be in a 1v1 duel with Brolin in a moment, and the Alper has stopped looking towards the apartments. He's worried about a flank around from Market, and Brolin is slipping ever closer out of the apartments. Cello rapidly flicking between multiple angles and turns at the right time.
Quad kill for Cello with the AWP. Plenty of kills in mid. And a really nice drawn-out position at that B bomb site.
And now that's Furia in the lead, Jason. 11-10. What a comeback this has been. Cello gets the AWP out, stops that mid-fight chaos, gets his AWP over on that B sign. You're starting to worry about it because he's looking the wrong way.
It happened so fast as well. This is exactly what Mouse did to Furia on Nuke. Furia's just returning the favor. All of a sudden, this defense just snapped. And everything's clicking. This mid-aggression from K Serrato has been successful, and it's going to continue again. This time it's Yuri with the opening kill.
Yeah, Kesserado is still around, though. Still at the bottom of that connector smoke.
Yeah, but he has that timing. He knows underpass is going to be a problem, but he can't get away.
Zershin just looks over the top of it, takes him out of the round, and now we're looking at a minute 20 left. Mao's trying to get out of Palace. It's Brolin that decides to stand strong with the fight against Skulls, and Fallen starts to feel uncomfortable now that he's lost his teammate on the bomb site. He has to adjust his defensive position, and it's not a comfortable spot with the AWP, but it certainly could be surprising. The scope is up. Yinfat swings into him. Fallen goes down, and Mao's into the lead on the player count. There's still a minute left. Towards he starts to drift into the site with a bomb, and it's a risk taken by Cello. It's a big shot, but he's traded out instantly. And Yuri, who started this round with a kill, is now put in a 1v2 with limited health. It's got to be a retake. He'll come back in through jungle. Yinfat's in connector. That's a really strong spot for him. It is so unlikely now that Yuri is able to take him out. Yinfat only needs body shots and he'll drop him. And that's exactly what happens. Tied up again.
What a great round from Mouse. I mean, good job again from Yinfat as well. He was the big-time player on Nuke. He's delivered more here with a big 1v1 or 2v1 clutch, the kill in it. We're all tied up. Plenty of cash for both teams. They rebuy right back into it, but both teams now, that's everything they've got. So you lose this one, and that last round is going to feel like it's just barely out of reach. They stick with the mid presence from K Serrato to start things out. Torji, faster than Fallen. And a 5-on-4 for Mouse in a critical round.
Shui receives a lot of damage. That grenade can finish him off, and it will. It'll sink him. Shui's had a nightmare here on Mirage. 4-17.
K Serrato's been able to be aggressive in middle with impunity. Like, no one's really been able to shut him down, whether he's pushing or just playing a little bit more passive. They've been able to keep track of Mao's in middle pretty much every single round, and now Cello's going to even push forward. He won't know about the bomb.
Cello. It's his climb up, hits the headshot first, but Yinfat has the better weapon. Cello goes down, Mao's up a player, and the clock now ticks under 1 minute, but if Yinfat gets caught by K Serrato, that would be the bomb.
That quad kill op round put a lot of confidence in Cello. His plays ever since then have all been like on the aggressive side of the spectrum. This one's punished even with the dink.
It's clear to us now to look at Mao's and see they want to finish on this A-bomb site. There's no one from Fury actually within the site itself. They're actually leaning more heavily towards the B side, but K Serrato spots out Exertion. You can call it he was looking towards connector. Will the rotation start to come back from Fury? They're going to have to realize soon that Mouse have taken the A site.
I think K Serrato's going to take a little bit of a peek, but this is going to be such a hard card. Nice molly, but do they want to go for this retake? Remember, this is everything. It's a doable retake. It's a really tough call.
Rolling got damaged as well. It's unconfirmed damage, and Yuri picking up Yinfat, stepping into the open, really makes this call a little easier.
But look at the flank. Brolin making the round-winning play if he can pull this off. Does he have the patience? Does he have the timing?
He could get in behind all three remaining players. Brolin climbs through the murder hole, but he gets spotted. Yuri considers it, and now Torzi's left with a 1v3, and time is ticking. Furia playing for map point, playing for recovery, and Torzi just can't get it done. Keserato swings in, and straight to the defuse. It will be Furia that hits map point first on Mirage, and they have reopened this quarterfinal.
Oh, that's a wonderful drawn-out round, and what's beautiful to see for Furia, it's Keserato and Yuri combining for all 5 kills. The 2 stars that have been in this organization for so long, stepping up where they need it most. This nade to open things up, even up the player count at 4, and sticking around in middle. He was never cleared out, and Keserato's not going to give up those advantages. 12-11. Maus, the plant helps out so much.
Stamped down, exertion through the smoke. He can't even get across. It's Keserato with the opening move for Furia. Stepped up by Skulls, and now 3 kills away from bringing us to the 3rd map. Inferno lies in wait as Furia finds some life here on Mirage. It has been one hell of a comeback, and they are just moments away from Inferno. Shuhei with a performance he will want to forget, and celebrations as Furia are able to push through to a 3rd map. This quarterfinal is back on, and Furia once again show life here at the Esports World Cup.
The crowd is celebrating, Neymar is celebrating, and Furia have something to celebrate with that Mirage performance. They were 10-5 down. It looked like down and out, but they fought their way back in.
Yeah, they did. That was a very tense game, a very much back and forth game. You thought it was over. You thought when Maus were up 10-5, you think to yourself, it's done and dusted. Furia, they again got off to a good start, were competitive in the beginning of the game, won the pistol, converted, had a couple of good plays, and you think to yourself, okay, maybe we have a game on our hand. Then Maus starts wrapping it up. They look like the better team. They get into the groove. They get aggressive, as you see Jimfed doing right here as well. And I thought the game was over. And all of a sudden, the momentum changes once more. Yes. The aggression coming in from Cello in particular. A triple kill with the AWP, and then he was just pushing and pushing and pushing. It felt like Furia got to a point where they felt like, okay, listen, we have already lost the game, so at this point we may as well just play free. And all of a sudden, they find themselves in a position where they can clinch out the map.
I think that's a catalyst, right? When you feel like, listen, keep doing what we're doing right now, we're going to get absolutely smashed on. And it is crazy. It defies logic, because just throw your mind back a couple of days prior. They got 0 rounds in the first half on the CT side against Navi, and arguably I think Maus's T side is actually better than Navi's on this map. And then it just wake up, and I want to give credit where it's due. We spoke about Keserato completely disappearing off the server in the first map. Here, admit, he was taking matters into his own hands, number 1. Number 2, Cello, as you pointed out as well. I'm not necessarily a big fan of the double up setup, but it was working out. He was getting in their faces, winning rounds single-handedly, and I want to give flowers to the professor himself. Fallen with an AWP, he was getting just 1 on that comeback trade. Yeah. Every round was getting at the minimum 1 or maybe 2 kills, but it were huge impact kills. Outdealing Torji, and he was finding kills everywhere. We talk about having a mobile opper in the server and how impactful that can be on a map like Mirage, and he showcased a masterclass on that.
Part of the story is also Shuhei. We cannot dive away from the fact that he was honestly not on the server. The calling itself was not too bad. I think he still was in the game. He was still putting himself in the center of the map. He was trying to create space, but in terms of the fracking department, having a productivity on the server, he was nowhere to be found on the server whatsoever. I don't want to point fingers at him and saying it's his fault, but when you're playing 4v5, which essentially was the case for the vast majority of this map, then it's very hard for a team like Maus to stop a comeback coming in from Furia.
And also, it's got to be very hard for him to call when he's suffering himself like that, right? You feel like you can't get anything done. Do you think you're starting to hit a mental block?
Yeah, and I think that the only reason why we are so comfortable mentioning that is that it doesn't happen that often for sure. Right? We speak about him as being arguably the biggest in-game leading talent right now. I think there's a lot of teams out there that would love to sign Shuhei for the team for the future. So make no mistake, he's a fantastic player. He's a fantastic in-game leader. But this game, he was shitting the bed.
And speaking of not shitting the bed would be Furia, because one thing I really liked on that CD side of the comeback, when in the comeback train, you have the player advantages. For example, you can be forgiven on the CD side for turtling up, playing 2-2 on the bomb sides, playing safe, but we didn't have that from the side of Furia. So Cello, Keserato, for example, pushing top mid, keeping map control, getting information. So whenever Maus are going in for the final plays with 20-30 seconds remaining on the clock. They're walking into perfect crossfires. And Furia, even the retake, the 3v3 retake as well, clinical, so aware. We saw the flank coming in from Broland from CT. I believe it was round number 23. Yuri was lying in wait. They seem so composed, and this was shades of that Furia T-side we were praising on Nuke. We finally got to see it on a different map. This is a fantastic comeback from the Brazilians.
I want to touch on one thing you guys were saying is that, okay, it felt like when Furia were down and out, they changed up how they wanted to play. They played a bit more freely. Do you think that's something they need to carry into the third and final map?
I think they do. It can be difficult, right? Because you want to win in your own ways. You want to dictate the game, obviously. You want to stick to your game plan. But I also do think we are having with a matchup where Furia are the big underdog, right? Mouse are supposed to be the better team. They have the better team play, the better synergy. They've been together for longer, maybe even the better players on average over the course. So if you're Furia, you got to find a way to win the game. You got to change up a little bit. But as a team, you'll never walk into a game and be like, listen, we're going to throw out everything. We're not going to play our own game. Let's just try to run around and see what happens. Because obviously Furia have the self-understanding that surely they can beat Mouse. Surely they can play on their level. But at a certain point, I think we got to see it on Mirage when they freed themselves up, when they allowed Cello to just go absolute nuclear, when Quesarado stepped into the game as well. You gave him praises for good reason on that CT side. But up until that point, I think he was at a 5-13 scoreline. He was about to have one of the worst series I've ever seen Quesarado have in his entire life. And then he shows up, and then Furia starts winning. So big part of the reason was also Quesarado joining the server.
And you guys touched on it, right? It's not often we see him have that kind of a bad map, but when he does, you know he can fire back into it as well. He's going to obviously be a key piece that they need to see hit that coming into it. But do you feel like they need to carry some of this mental strength and this mental momentum they've got going into this third map? Because they were a lot more hyped up this time.
I feel like if you're going to look at a bigger picture when it comes to mentality, so to speak, right, especially on a stage, especially with a crowd in front of you, Furia have fallen. They have the tenure there, right? Sure, maybe not Skulls, maybe not, Cello, for example, but K-Star has been around for quite a while alongside Yuri as well. And for Mouse, we've spoken about the mentality. When the pressure's really on, when it's heading into a game where they should be winning, it can crumble. So yeah, Furia right now, even though I still feel Mouse should take map number 3. Speaking of map number 3, by the way, again, for Furia, I've only seen them play 2 maps. It's only Nuke and Mirage, so it is completely uncharted territory we're going to be entering into. But then again, that could be a weapon for Furia, because Mouse don't know what to expect from this new lineup.
What do you expect from Mouse coming into this third map, though, Pim?
I expect to see them bounce back. I expect to see Mouse being the more mature team. I expect them to be winning the map first and foremost, winning the series. I will say, though, that I have this inkling feeling that sometimes Mouse are their worst own enemy. I feel like the way they play Counter-Strike is solid, it's good. They have so much talent, they have so much tenacity on the server. When it's working, when it's freed up, sort of, when there's no cramps within the team, it looks so beautiful. But I do have that inkling feeling that sometimes they are their worst own enemy. They get to themselves, they play a little bit, I would say, hindered in the way that maybe they're not going for the place they want to go for. I feel like Exertion has said it a couple of times that he's had games where he just freezed up, and froze on the server. So I hope that's not going to be the case for Mouse. And I will say that if they get back to the regular level, then Furia is going to have a tough time.
I think the final round of that map was also very telling as well. You saw the way the pin just fell for Mouse, right? All the individuals just getting picked apart. And you could see all the individual. It felt like we didn't see the Mouse you're used to seeing. We saw people just going in for a play, trying to win the round single-handedly. We saw Exertion pushing in, Jimpad pushing in. Not the way we usually see Mouse play, where they work together as a unit, so to speak. So we could see the pressure coming in. And listen, heading into Inferno, it's a map we really haven't seen much from Mouse in the past 3 or 4 months. And it's a map where they have struggled a little bit. So if there was ever, if the stars ever aligned for Furia to pull off this upset, it's going to be on this one.
Given it's Inferno, I think it's going to be tough for Furia. It's a map that, historically speaking, they haven't had a lot of success on. Sure. It's a map where I feel like Mouse are, as you said, we haven't seen it much, but it's one of those maps that allows for a lot of movement on the server. You can roam around, you can be aggressive towards Banana, you can take apartments, and I think, specifically for the I guess the Mouse players and how they like to approach Counter-Strike and play Counter-Strike, it's probably a map that favors them a little bit more. Again, we came into this matchup saying that the map pool for Furia would be the biggest problem, and I think heading into the third map, that's still the case. We've seen the individuals can be up to par with Mouse, but in terms of team play synergy, maybe we need to give Furia just a little more time before we can allow ourselves to expect them to be the team like Mouse.
We spoke about Mouse, though, being on the bigger stages and suffering. Surely here that shouldn't be a problem?
It shouldn't be a problem.
Are we worried?
But there's a tiny little crowd over there, but also they are heavily favored.
Very much, yeah.
And also there's Neymar sitting there,
I was just about to say, whenever Mouse is losing around, they can look up into the stands and Neymar is just waving a shirt, and going absolutely crazy over there. So I don't know about the...
Imagine you're a Mouse player and you're a fan of Neymar and your hero is just cheering against you.
Listen, maybe they like Messi more, I don't know. But right now we're in a scenario where I think Neymar is the 6th player on the server,
But is that a factor, though? Is Mal should be worried about
No, absolutely not.
Listen, honestly, in all honesty, no, it sounds ridiculous to even bring it up. It sounds ridiculous to even talk about it. But let's not forget that the Mouse players are, what, 20 years of age, 21 years of age, and they are playing a big game right now. If anything, I think Neymar's presence is more a plus for Furia. I think they want to do him proud. I think they want to do well, and they're motivated to do well when he's in the stands.
I agree with you, but again, I'm holding up Mouse to very high expectations.
Yeah.
Right? We've seen what they've done the last season. We've seen what they've done the past 1 year with Broland coming in as well since the beginning of this year. You see they won a couple of events. They won the Bedroom Dasher event. They won EPL as well. Yeah. And then you look at they've actually had very few losses, actually, and all the losses they've had have primarily been to the likes of the Phases and the G2s and elimination games and arena matchups. Heading to this matchup, if they lose this one, if they choke this one, it's gonna be a bit of a pretty red mark.
I think that's the thing with Mouse, right? We can't call them group stage warriors at this point, but I think most of their losses obviously are coming against some of the best teams in the world, and it does happen in the playoffs, right? So we have seen
Furia is not the best team in the world right now,
no,
right?
That's the
point.
Issue, but we do find ourselves in the playoffs. So if I'm Mouse right now, I again, as I said, I expect him to come back. I expect him to win this game, but we need to be a little bit careful with ruling out the chances of Furia. I think so far in this tournament, they played way, way better than we could have expected. I think the anticipation for Furia coming into this tournament weren't high. As for Mouse, please play better.
And in terms of playing better, how important is it for them to get off to a good start? Because in both maps, it's been Furia starting off strong.
Yeah, the Pistols have been going the way of Furia, and we've seen that tendency not only today, we saw it yesterday on Nuke as well. So I think for Mouse to get off to a good start, win the Pistol, and maybe shut down that potential momentum from Furia would be a big win condition.
And also for Furia, the fact that they started to tease out of Mirage, which is something we alluded to as well, got the momentum going for them and really helped out. But I won't lie, that CD side was an absolute surprise for me.
Yeah.
I'll just put it out there. This Inferno, it's going to be messy. It's going to be ugly, but it's going to be fun. We saw that in the Mongols game as well earlier on. So, yeah, this is going to be fun.
Well, I'm looking forward to all the fun and all the action taking place, but it's going to be after this break. We've gone to a third map. We didn't think it was possible, but now Furia have a chance. Let's see who's going to grab the win.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
We had a pretty good break before this tournament. We had around a month off without playing Counter-Strike. Coming into this tournament, we already bootcamped at our new facility. It was a good experience, and also I think the practice was pretty efficient. I would say that I was pretty happily surprised with my team, how quickly they were able to get into shape from such a break. Maybe we don't have a written objective as to what we want to do here, but definitely inside we know that we want to do better than the first half of the year, and that is going to be our goal. I think with signing Brolan fully now as our player, we kind of maybe completed the puzzle in a way, although we already did feel that whenever he was even here for just a loan. Personally, I believe that we've never really had a major issue with communication in our team, despite us being an international roster. The language barrier is not there as much as it would be in other teams. I definitely like the direction that Valve may be going. Right now we have like 3 maps that are pretty new, or for example Dust 2 is new to us, or it's now back in the active map pool. I was actually pretty surprised with EWC. I think there's a lot of benefits coming to us players or the esports scene in general from them. One being is that they are helping organizations come into the scene with not only Counter-Strike but also other teams or other teams in esports. So that is really nice to see, and having, or your organization having more teams, it just includes a lot more players, and it builds the esports in general, so there's a lot more players involved. That is really nice to see, that you don't only have Counter-Strike as an event. And in terms of the event itself, I think it's creating or going the right direction as well. Like as an example with the trophy, it's very unique and you don't really see it anywhere else. So I'm really happy about things like this, that we're trying to change things up, and it is going in a positive direction. So to me, there has been a lot of positive influence coming from EWC so far.
Furia's road at the Esports World Cup looked like it had come to an end. MOUZ were up very, very far on Mirage, and they were able to come back into that Furia. It's impressive, it's incredible, Jason, and now they have a chance to win it.
Yeah, the Furia response on defense, you can't take anything away from that. That's a wonderful comeback. It was 5-10 at one point, and they blew it all the way back to take it in regulation and force this third map. And now the interesting thing is, too, like, yeah, we've talked about, we want to see Furia's map pool tested in this event, which it hasn't had to be because of all the best of ones. But now we go to Inferno, which they haven't played yet with Skulls inside the lineup. So if you're MOUZ, you've been able to look at their Nuke, you've been able to look at the Mirage. They played both of those earlier. Haven't been able to see their Inferno yet.
Yeah, none of us have. So we're all looking forward to seeing what Furia have to offer on Inferno. They're going to be starting on the T side. And MOUZ here on the defense. Torsi going for that mid pick early, not spotting too much. But he has indeed been spotted. He'll see a few players coming out through second middle.
Yeah, nothing real you can take away from that. That's pretty standard, just seeing someone jump across to see the pacing of how fast a team might be moving up alt mid. Slow start to the round from Furia. Just getting into position, looking for aggression, looking for pushes. Nothing seen, so now they descend. Descend towards middle. Group up. They've got 2 smokes, 2 flashbangs for an execute. And 4 MOUZ players to defend.
Smoke it long, and a follow-up towards Moto. Cello charging in. It's a full execute inside of the site right now, and Cello's just trying to stream forward and spot someone. He's acted as a distraction. He's drawn a few of the crosshairs away, but it's still Exertion standing tall inside of the site, and it will be Shuey to come in and finally get a couple of kills back here for MOUZ. Skulls even takes his own teammate down in all the chaos and confusion, and Caserado cannot pull off a wonderful heroic clutch. So it will end up being a MOUZ pistol.
Yeah, MOUZ just make the perfect read, the perfect timing on that rotation. Bring in that 4th player over, and once they see the smoke streaming up, a 3rd player steps into the bomb site. So just a beautiful stack, 1 pit, 1 at the missile boxes, 1 behind the default boxes, and it's just so hard to break your way into that if you're Furia. Cello looks left instead of right. Basically a 50-50 guess, and it's kind of all done from there. No access. And pistol rounds have, especially T-pistol rounds, have been a big luxury for Furia. They won it on Nuke, they won it on Mirage, and that was able to get them out to some decent starts on both those maps. They don't have that here on Inferno.
Brolin holding down in Banana, just gets nothing actually. It was Exertion to pick up the first in the MP9, and then he followed up with a second, and he'll clean up Banana, and very, very quickly, all 5 kills for Exertion. That is a speedy ace against pistols.
Yeah, we take that. A speedy ace and a very valuable ace. He gets a lot of bonus money on that MP9. He can drop plenty of weapons moving forward. In fact, he just drops the AWP straight up to Torji. Noah Bai is coming in this round. So shout out to Exertion for the good performance, and now setting up their star hopper. Nice, easy cleanup. Good placement of the nade. Maybe a little bit too deep, but the MP9 does all the work at the end. 2-0.
Furia finally get the rifles out. It's going to be a couple of Galils in there, the 3 AKs. And they're going to be fighting through Banana. Caserado jumps up on top of the logs, hoping that that vantage point will allow him the opening kill, but he falls back and it now settles down as Miles have won the initial skirmish for Banana control.
Deep smokes. Mouse want to keep control of Banana as much as possible, especially allowing the MP9 to move up into a more aggressive position, but Caserado hits a stunner.
Yeah, that's a big one. That's Exertion down. He had the weaker weapon. Did a lot of damage to Caserado.
And it's a ton of utility used by the defense at the B bomb site, and I think that's part of the reason why we're just seeing them evacuate. They have no more smokes, no more nades, nothing stockpiled, no Molotovs, and they just say, we straight up, with an MP9 and a FAMAS, we really can't hold on to this site. So if Furia comes here, we just have to save and replenish utility into the next round.
And they are going to go into the B bomb site. Smoke goes in for the CT cross. And the only player here is Shuate. He's sitting inside of that CT smoke. But there is a couple of players now starting to push up towards top middle, but I think the strength of that AWP should scare them into the B plate, and they will go towards that opposite side of the map now. Shuei, remember, still in that CT smoke. The bomb is now crossing over. Shuei gets caught by Fallen as the smoke fades away. Now they've got to plant the bomb, and will do so. And these Miles players, will they be enticed to coming back into it on this retake attempt?
No, you're not trying to retake this unless Torji breaks that smoke. That's the second time we've seen him throw a nade into a smoke a little bit. Yeah, a little short, a little far earlier on Nuke. But yeah, without that kill from the up early on, there's no point. There's no point. The percentage chance of retaking this bomb site is so small. So save the weapons. Furia on the board early. And because of that dropped AWP from Exertion in the previous round, Torji's got plenty of money to pass an M4 back over, return the favor. So another full buy for Mouse as these two teams jockey for early control of the economy.
The difference was in that second half of Mirage was the fact that Caserado was actually shooting. You know, he wasn't there on Nuke. He wasn't there for the first half of Mirage. As soon as Caserado started finding impact, Furia started winning rounds. And it's hopefully going to continue here. It's an early sign that Caserado is going to be doing some decent work towards Banana on that entry, but he must perform here if you are going to take Inferno.
I mean, the Furia capitulation on Nuke and then the comeback on Mirage is a perfect example of how different this team is and how much more dangerous they are when Caserado's playing like that, finding his impact. You need to have it if you're Furia.
And here he comes again. He is going to be a threat round after round towards B. He rounds that half wall to see nobody on the other side. Utility forces Mouse further and further back, but they want to come and reclaim what they lost. Flashes up, it's effective. Yuri blinded, taken off the top. And they get out of there now, set up the AWP instead. Fallen walks right into it. And Furia not off to the races here. They've lost 2 members with no trades.
Now, you got decent control of Banana pretty early on and a good exchange of utility, but Yuri just sticking to that fight while blind instead of dropping off really put them in a rough spot. And obviously, Torji's up undiscovered until Fallen slides into the scope. Skull's going to try and be the creator for Furia. Peek up towards mid, a little bit of utility, see if he can get anything. But nobody from Mouse is peeking. In a 5-on-3, playing it smart, playing it conservative, making sure Furia have to commit if they want to find a frag.
Torzi. Smoke will block his vision. Put out by his own team. 25 seconds, and that smoke is holding Furia back. They've got to break it open. They've got to attack in towards the insertion. Taken away by Cello. Towards the back of the bomb site, using a slim pillar as effective cover. And he'll go to the pistol to try and finish off Caserado, but it's not effective enough. Time is of the essence. 10 seconds left in this round. Caserado picks that bomb up and now sprints to place it on the site. Shuey going through the smoke. Caserado gets the bomb down. Oh, big turn from Caserado. And it's only Infat left with a bigger clutch back. That round was all over the place, but it's Mouse that come out on top.
It felt like that flash play was genius. It felt like that should have just ended the round. Skulls and Caserado somehow keeping control, but old Jimpat, man, what a beast he was on map 1, and this is big impact in map 3.
Doesn't even look like it bothered him whatsoever. He just looks like he's at the same level of composure. Just coming in, staying cool under the pressure and selecting both targets very quickly.
Oh, Skulls is gonna wish he had had that fight back to land that shot. He had some chances, low HP on Caserado and Skulls. But yeah, I mean, that felt like it was out of reach for Furia, so on some level, even losing that, you're like, yep, you know what? Fair play, good try. And Caserado again is gonna find the entrance in Banana.
Exertion's having a nightmare against Caserado at the moment. That is one way to get Furia the player advantage. And there will be some pressure applied towards top mid. Yimfat just pieced through Boiler.
Yeah, but the equalizer given over with no chance of a rebuttal. Shuhei with an MP9. Yimpat, does he want to swing out? Oh, good work. Fine work with the SMG.
Yeah, Shuhei does well that. Yimfat now looking to finish off the job. His in-game leader started. Yuri is going to slip behind that smoke at top mid and get back to safety behind the walls. And there's still time left for Furia to make something of this, and it is Caserado and Yuri, often referred to as the fangs of Furia, but they don't have a lot of ground here. Not a lot to really do at the moment.
This is a round that they should be going for. I think at the moment they're just looking for where the information is gonna come from, and it's coming from behind Yuri. Towards middle, can't connect it. Wasn't fully prepared. There's even a second player who got a little bit deeper. So Caserado now 1v3. And he will not expect Jimpat coming around to his left.
Oh, he's
easy kill.
And Yimfat's able to come around that corner and knock him down and give a 4th round over to Maus. Now, Furia have played from behind before. We've just seen it on Mirage. But they're going to feel like a couple of these first rounds of this half could have gone the other way.
They had that on Mirage too, though, and they were able to overcome it. And we had to praise him on that map for the tenacity and the conviction to stick in the game and make that comeback happen.
Yeah, but you don't have to do it too often in the series, but they are going to have to do it again here.
I think one of the bigger problems is the luxury they had on Mirage was winning that T-pistol and getting out to like a 3-round lead, and then you had a little bit of a buffer. Without that, if this half continues to be dominated by Maus, it's going to be really hard to scrape even the 5 rounds they got on Mirage. It's going to be really hard to give yourself a chance to come back in the second half.
They're trying to apply pressure to B and get a bomb plant, but it looks like that opportunity is now gone away. As the window is closed by utility, Furia locked in Banana, and Yimfat very quick to take out Skulls. He's close to finding the second net. Fallen's down on 1 HP. And Yimfat decides to take some cover and start taking these fights at long range, and that's going to favor Jimmy with the superior weapon. Somehow Fallen survives in 1 HP and actually wins that fight with a P250. Another one for Fallen. Okay, Fallen finally he's taken out of that.
Yeah, you love that though if you're Fallen. Give me those fights all day long. A little bit lucky on the swing through the smoke, just spamming into it and gets a fortunate dink, but that's economy taken away. Op is recovered from Maus, and a timeout called by Furia early, as they want to make sure they don't get into too deep of a hole before they really get started. So a conversation on what adjustments they can make to start finding some success.
Timeout taken for Furia. Tense times now for the Brazilians. There's no fallback. Gonna start picking up round 2 in this first half. And the AKs return. And they have been finding success in Banana quite consistently with Castrata, so I'd imagine that won't stop. They'll keep trying to get something out of that. Serato and Yuri make their way up. Exchange utility over the top of Cart. Banana clouded with smokes.
Can he hold this angle? How does Furia decide to approach it? A flashbang drop to the left. Do they just swing? It's just a swing, and Torji can't flick fast enough.
Receives a lot of damage. Torji not re-peeking, but not changing his position.
But that's a good change-up from Furia. Instead of kind of emphasizing taking Banana control first, they've taken Hull's control first, and now they come towards Banana, and that utility just wrecks Exertion's vision.
Another head-to-head duel gone the way of Serato versus Exertion, and that opens up space towards this B-bomb side. It puts Brolin under a lot of pressure towards the back of the bomb side itself, and he's dancing with the fountain. He does damage onto two, but not a single kill yet until Shui finally arrives. Plays from Coffins, looking to put Furia players in one. He's done well. Another kill this time on Serato. 40 seconds remaining, and Skulls is pushed out through middle. He's calling for his teammate to come back because A site will soon be confirmed to be clear.
Yeah, this is actually a beautiful play from Skulls. He was the one who forced back the AWPer earlier and stuck around at the A bomb site. When all of Maus was shifting over, he found plenty of space to make a play. Open up plan B.
Well, they haven't cleared pit yet, but they have to commit to the plant now on default. Torzi had a small chance to try and deny that bomb from passing safely, but it's gone now.
You have to send Shuhei first, because this AWP doesn't want to commit unless there's a real chance at winning the clutch.
There's only one piece of utility, and it's a flashbang in the hands of Torzi. So Shuei's going to go contact, and now the peak comes up. Fallen confirms that they're now moving forward. This allows Skull to activate from the graveyard, but the bullet's not landing until that headshot. And now the Glock is pulled, time ticking, and Torzi has not health. He nearly gives it up, though. He nearly gives it up, and Skulls, it's a risky play, but it has paid off. He'll get away with it. The swing to the headshot, and a massive round from Skulls.
I like the Molotov onto the bomb for no good reason. Just like, I'll just throw it out there just in case.
It was the idea he had initially, and then Ralph just keep going with it.
Good job from Furia, and as I mentioned, that's all Skulls. Forcing back the AWPer and then making the play that allows Furia to back away from this disaster at the B bomb site. A little bit sketchy in this engagement, but gets the job done. And Furia's got two. It's a Maus timeout as their money starts to run low.
We all know that word. And this is the first time out for Maus. They haven't needed one. Finally, Furia have forced it out of them.
And this also, I mean, it also goes back to like the Fallen kills of the P250 just a couple of rounds ago in like garbage time. Finding two extra kills, one pushing down mid, one jumping through smoke as well, forcing those rebuys. And all of a sudden you look at this and Maus is like, oh, we would like to have one more M4. That'd be a good luxury. But it was taken away previously by a little bit over-aggressive hunts, let's call it.
Mistakes, another one. Hey, okay, Torzi right through the mid smoke. AWP comes in, and Yuri on. So it's a good opener here for Maus to play with. And they'll take everything they can get, looking at the counter purchase they've got here. Getting the most out of that AWP.
I've liked his game in this series so far, Torji. Mixing in a lot of these aggressive peaks from time to time. Not overdoing it, but just throwing them out in surprise, especially rounds like this with the weaker weapons where you need to find a little bit of an advantage somewhere. And the AWPer keeps providing for Maus.
Okay, Serato, they line up. He does damage on a two, but Torji with another kill here for the Maus defense.
That's through Exertion's leg. He's brought down to 4. They got to hustle back, though.
They've got the info, though, the Fury, that AWP has rotated to the other side of the map, so they sense a time to go into this A play. Is it going to work out for them? Yimfat takes a few steps back. He gets a kill and does damage onto the second player out of the balcony, and that rotation is now arriving from the B-bomb site. It is going to become so much more difficult for Furia because they still have to deal with Shuei, who's sitting inside of the site, elevated on the box, and Brolin on the rotation from B secures the final kill. That is all Torzi in the early rounds, and the rest of Maus close it.
The pick, the kill on Serato and Banana, and then seeing Banana is clear. Doesn't matter that the AWP's on the other side of the map if you still got plenty of A defenders who know exactly what's coming at their position. Really good bounce back from Maus in a low economy round.
And now Furia once again, that old familiar sting of having to go to pistols. They've got full banana control, full control right now for Mouse, and they'll re-smoke it. Just running the time down further and further.
Want to wait for this smoke to clear so they can actually try and make an attack happen, and unfortunately...
Yeah, the smoke pull.
Yeah, that was an important piece of utility that's no longer available, and now it's all set up for a mowdown. Exertion and Brolin let nobody pass. A 5-round lead for Mouse.
And this is the problem when you're a new roster and you're going up against one of the best squads in the world. Even if you do pull a big comeback on Mirage, you bring it to map 3, you still got to play map 3 against one of those top squads. And we're seeing Mouse become quite comfortable with the beginning of this half. 7 rounds already collected. And plenty of opportunities to now extend that as well. Torji confident to peek down mid with a sniper.
All of Furia's openings have been pretty patient, pretty relaxed. Outside of a couple opening kills from K-Serrano over in Banana, they've been content to just kind of sit back and let these initial salvos of utility from Mouse soar down Banana ineffectively.
Exertion fighting K-Serrano, and this time it's a 1-for-1 trade. Quickly, Brolin gets that kill back. He's looking to just try and make sure that no one from Furia feels emboldened enough to push through that. 1:05 seconds left.
Yeah, Furia, though, they're not together at the moment. There's no ability to kind of punish anything, so they're going to be content to let those smokes fade at the base of Banana and let Mouse start considering the fact that it's possible they can move up and take that control. Utility out towards Rap side. Skulls encroaching in holes, and Jimpat's just a fingertip away from being spotted. And because they've been patient with this, Brolin's rotated back to the B bomb site. He was covering this play from Furia. So Rap side's available by the time this smoke clears. Tough defense for Torji and Jimpat.
Yuri heads down to 39 health.
This is the bomb.
In fact, can find the bomb on Fallen, and Fallen, oh, he baits those shots out of him. He's trying to keep him in an awkward fight, and Fallen schools him. Towards in the middle of the site, though, brings out that off, and strikes to 2 with impunity, and with 10 seconds left, it is now Skulls diving down to default to try and save his team. A 3rd round on the line here for Furia. If Skulls can collect a few, and he's got Brolin, it's just Shuei on the other side. And Skulls gets out of that.
Don't overthink it.
And he won't. It is going to be Shuei sticking it. Is Skulls going to peek? Is he going to go for it? Shuei holds it all the way, but Skulls will deny him. It's a 3rd round for Furia, and his new home is comfortable.
He didn't have the timing. He realized it right when he was trying to make the decision if he wanted to wrap through halls and change his position. Realized he didn't have the time. Shuei could have stuck it. And that's 2 clutches in this map for Skulls. Very aggressive run-in from Brolin, and it's on low NHP. No way for Shuei to trade or build upon that kind of a play. And Furia might have found an avenue back into this map. If they win this round, Mouse is out of money, and that's their chance to close the gap.
There's Yimfat starting things off with an SMG again. He's 10-4 right now. A lot of the time he's spotted with an MP9. Mouse up a player. Once again, Furia must play with a 4v5. With K-Serrano damaged and Torzi peeking in middle, it is starting to look increasingly unlikely that Furia will be able to fight in this round. Their last-ditch effort is towards the B-bomb site, where they must challenge Exertion and Brolin. We're playing in a passive setup, designed to delay, and it's worked out pretty well. Exertion's got a 2nd kill through the smoke, and now it's just K-Serrano. And he's on 20 health, so don't think he's going to be able to do too much, and Torji's able to clear him out with that AWP. So an 8th round for Mouse.
Torji's been a beast on this 3rd map on Inferno. He's got 10 kills right now, being led by Exertion with 11, but Torji's AWP, just whether it's picks, whether it's these mid-rounds, he's sliding into angles very assertively, and he's tracking Furia all the way around the map. That last hit, 3 players trying to enter the B bomb site, there's no strength in that hit. Torji's ripped it all away from them.
Is quick this time from Fury up through Banana, but a lot of grenade damage being done, and that makes it easier for a couple of stray bullets to remove skulls. And they're just bashing their heads against the Banana wall, and it works out for Yuri, I guess. Xertion just getting pounded through the smoke, and this fight in the apartments could go Yimfat's way because they double up, and a pair of headshots collected with ease. The young Finn does not stop, and this last round of the half is comfortably in favor of Mouse.
That's so nasty. Jimfat is so good. That's the bomb. It's the bomb as well. Yuri and K-Serrato are going to have to try and pick it up. They're going to go for this round, as you mentioned, last round of the half. But they don't have the HP to get through this.
No, they do not. What a start to the half it was for K-Serrato, though. He felt like he was winning almost all of those Banana fights against Exertion, but
they struggled to capitalize on him. They lost both rounds. He got the opening kill in the early going onto Exertion.
And Exertion started playing much better towards Banana, too, and started winning a lot of those duels as the half went on. And now the half will come to a close as Yimfat gets his 13th kill. He might close it with 14 here as he gets that final on K-Serrato. What a strong half for Mouse as they lead the way 9-3 over Furia on Inferno, this 3rd and deciding map of the quarterfinal.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Furia need a comeback just like they had on Mirage if they want a chance of getting into Inferno. It's 9-3 for Mouse, and Furia now facing elimination here at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, an even harder comeback is going to have to be in store for them, down 3-9. They came back from 5-10 on Mirage. And they've got to start with this pistol round right here. Otherwise, Mouse is going to have way too much of a lead. That first half was such a playground for Mouse. Furia struggled to find openings. It was K-Serrado who had 4 openings. The rest of his team had 0 combined. He was the only one finding impact in the early going of the rounds.
Well, it was the CT side that they were able to mount that comeback. And a good start to this pistol. It's Cello on the double.
Yeah, nice aggression, burning exertion out of his position, trying to just get a foothold in Banana, but denied to him. And Cello's dualies, he gets it right at the end. Out of bullets, but here's the Palace play. Unfortunately, the bomb's dropped in Banana, so this can't really have any impact. Furia's more than happy if you have the 8-bomb site at this point in the round.
Yeah, they're going to have to get their steps up here for Miles. Yimfat and Brolin slowly making their way through the A site, but that bomb is comfortably in control of Furia. It is almost surely locked in now that Furia will pick up the pistol. We set it back on Mirage. We said it had to take the first step of a long road. And this looks like the first step now of Inferno. In fact, good headshot. There's still a player at T-Stars, and that's Yuri. Good shot back from Brolin, though. This is a 1v2 for Brolin. He's got some time, and they're separated here. They're not together. He gets across the first problem, and now he has a chance on Skulls. How does Brolin play this? He now gets into the middle of Banana, takes a reload, makes sure he maximizes the amount of bullets left for him. And Skulls is actually taking steps back into the B-bomb site. They're running that clock down. If he takes this fight against Yuri and wins it, he's got an open A site to run to. And he's got 20 seconds. He's made it up middle. Yuri's going to be chasing him down, and he's keeping him pinned. 15 seconds. Brolin realizes the time is of the essence, and he'll get around that corner. A bomb plant would be massive considering this scenario. That'll get extra cash to Mouse for the next at least. But Brolin just about getting the bomb down and then denied any safety from Yuri.
Yeah, he wasn't sure if Skulls might have fallen all the way back through CT spawn. Can't really plant in the open at the A-bomb, or at the A-bomb site, excuse me. That's not a bad clutch attempt whatsoever, though, from Brolin. And in that situation, I mean, even getting the bomb planted is quite a nice victory, considering where this bomb was dropped and lost. Some really good headshots coming out at the end to make that round dangerous. 9-4, but that's the exact start Furia needed. With the plants, however, a buy comes in. So a lot of danger in this second round. 3 Galils, 2 upgraded pistols.
That's what the difference of allowing the bomb plant can make on this round. Furia have to withhold. Serrano. He's got the big A4. He's also lost a decent amount of his health. 55 left.
There's no reason to get in any kind of a spam battle in Banana if you're Mouse. No reason to stick to it and extend that. Already had enough of a disadvantage as it is. No reason to play that game. Back towards middle we go.
Flash is going to allow these Mouse players to burst through top mid. And no one is here to stop it for Furia. They're playing quite passive, one in the pit, one on the site. Xerxin has seen that site player and now looks to try and deal with a pit threat. Yimfat just goes flying off the balcony. Yuri's out of bullets, but so is his opponent. Xerxin goes down. Yuri delivers 2 before finally being put in the ground by Torzi. But another bomb plant secured here for Mouse. And this time it's a 2 versus 3 post plant, and they can actually play it. This could go in favor of Mouse.
Yeah, especially with Torzi's position. That's a nice nade. Steps right into the 1-tap, and yeah, now it's real doable.
Now the pressure's on Furia. They have no kits. No kits on either of these 2 players. They've got to move quite swiftly, and they've got to deal with Torzi in pit, and his position is powerful, as is he. And with Keserado's step backwards, it is a sign that this one is over. He has no kit, no time, and no chance. It is 10 rounds for Mouse. That bomb plant from Brolin in the pistol allows them to have Galils, and Mouse are able to bounce back after a pistol loss and reach 10.
I mean, I'll just, this is give credit to the Jimmy. Give credit to Jimfat over in pit, what he's able to do. Ooh, a little bit awkward. Excuse me, Yuri. Give credit to Yuri in pit, my bad. That's a nice double kill. But the fact that at the end of the day, Torji having this kind of a position and Pit holding them at bay that entire time is so spectacular.
Second timeout being used up here for the side of Furia. MOUZ now 3 rounds away from the semifinals here in Riyadh. The other semifinal is G2 versus Virtus.pro.
We still got one more coming tonight, one more quarterfinal tonight.
And it's a big one. Navi versus Faze. 2 absolute titans in the Counter-Strike world. And the winner of that will move on.
I don't know how you set up this round if you're Furia to fight back. You have the single M4 on K-Serato. When MOUZ had their low buy rounds, they at least had an AWP in play, and Torji was able to get a little bit aggressive to alleviate some of the pressure. I'm not sure what you do as Furia. K-Serato gonna stay strong, stay aggressive, stay in position. Exertion and Shui take a lot of damage from the utility, but they've gained banana control, and Furia setting up for a banana retake.
Are they even going to be allowed to do it?
I think the flashbang's going to be past him, even if they do throw it. And no, they won't. Shuhei lines him up. The transfer, and that's it. That's the knockout punch.
That is so sick from Shuhei, that double headshot. He just cuts right through Furia. That's 11 rounds for MOUZ. And this is a much better performance than we've seen from Shuhei on Mirage. He will want to forget about it, and I'm sure he has already. But this Inferno showing is a much different performance from Shuhei. 11-4, and this does not have the signs of a miraculous comeback from Furia. We haven't seen them play Inferno yet, and it is early days in this roster's history. It is hard to develop your map pool for the first event of the season. And the deeper you go in a best-of-3 against one of the best sides in the world, the more difficult it will become.
Massive lead in terms of the scoreboard. Tactically outplaying Furia throughout this map. They have complete control of the economy. There's no reason MOUZ should feel any pressure at this moment. That's so clean. It is so clean.
And now look what Furia have. They don't have much. There's a couple of pebbles. The MOUZ are about to get 12 rounds. The decision not to invest is a mentality that you will tell yourself you're playing for overtime.
So MOUZ looking for trickery. That's the cause of this slow open. They have that foothold in banana over at Logs. Exertion and Shui going to start pressing forward. But MOUZ just making sure they don't get caught by any nade stacks, any kind of flash peeks. And Furia have no way to track them across the map or find out where they're headed.
Smoke deployed out, trying to delay this MOUZ attack, but it is going to be disrespected. Shuei's actually being double dinked. Serato gets a dink off before Brolin's able to turn. Fallen's still alive in the back of the bomb site. Eventually he's taken out, but Cella's USP doing some work. And the Fury actually doing more than expected, but
yeah,
it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, MOUZ struggled with that quite a bit. They're a little bit fortunate out of those armored 5.7s were over there. That could have gotten real spicy. Coming in for a flank up banana, though, it looks like Yuri and Skulls, knowing they're going to buy in the next round, set up for some exits, try and scavenge some weapons. But the big story is MOUZ having 8 rounds to win this series, move on to the semis. One Smuya fan in the audience.
Everywhere we go.
They're everywhere.
And they will now buy Furia. I heard the word comeback out there. Let's see if it is.
They don't have an AWP in play. They're going to be missing a little bit of utility on a couple players. It's not bad. They're going to be missing kits, certainly. But yeah, I mean, again, it's about talking about Furia is about putting in context some of the positive signs we've seen, some of the adaptations that's Fallen is making as the in-game leader, especially on the T sides, a little bit more slower pace, a little bit more patient, a little bit more pauses in the mid-rounds to kind of collect yourselves and see where you want to attack and assess the situation. And some good results in the best of one. But once we've got into series play to start against Navi and here against Maus, they haven't been able to get the job done.
Exertion waiting behind the half wall. He's just spamming, but he's out of bullets. And Cello, oh, he's blinded. It would have been fantastic for Cello if he was able to get more out of that, but Fallen steps up instead. It's 2 kills for Fallen, and Furia not dead yet.
That was a little bit unhinged for Maus.
It was,
That was a little bit of an unhinged banana take.
Done, didn't they? Just blew the door off the hinges, hoping it was enough.
I think everyone is feeling like a little bit like, I got this Galil, let me just try something crazy. And poor Torji's like, well, I just invested in the AWP, and now I'm going to lose it.
Yeah, it's gone.
I can't do anything.
And it goes to the M4 instead here. He's going to give it a go. They got money. They got money to burn.
Yeah, they'll be fine buying in the next rounds. But if you're Furia, the nice thing about Torji switching out to the M4 is it doesn't pass the free op over to Furia. So good call from Torji. Furia still without that weapon, and we saw in the first half how much of an impact it can have moving around the map and being a force to reckon with.
Maus with 1 more left to get. And go back up Banana again. This time Exertion hoping for a different result, and he certainly collects that. Caserado dead. Sees the second player. Cello taking damage. That grenade, it does not finish him off, but it drops him down to 30 HP. Good work from Exertion, and he stays alive to tell the tale, so he gets away. Yimfat.
Ooh, look at this off angle, though. Oh, the pop-up!
How has he done that?
He's too good.
How has he done that?
He's too good, man. That's so filthy. Now, Furia's made the right read for the moment. 3 players all shifted over. They've evacuated the B bomb site. They need to stack if they want any chance at winning this, and Skulls is going to start it off.
4v3. A good kill at least for Furia to pull back. Skulls needs to do more than that, and he certainly will do exactly that. Cello from short looks up on Yimfat. 2 low HP players from Maus. And Furia refusing to lose this one.
Really good round from Skulls, and it helps out, obviously, that the most aggressive player in that stack is a defender. So Maus never get the information that the stack is in place. No smoke, Torji's gonna have to challenge. But not even that is available to him. It's denied by the Furia smoke, and there he goes. Fallen finds that. They're up on 6, and now you can recover the AWP.
Fantastic work from Skulls. Halfway there.
Halfway there. Buckle up. Here we go. Back to pistols for Maus. A 5-on-3 advantage for Maus slips away. Good recovery from Furia to keep this series alive. But it doesn't feel like a comeback yet.
No, it does not. There's still many steps to take. And if they slip even slightly, it is over. Their time in Riyadh will come to a close, and they will be out of the Esports World Cup. Maus taking control of the apartments. Only 2 players have upgraded their pistols. It's Exertion and Brolin. And the mob mentality might pay off. The grouping up, overwhelming Yuri, and that rifle runs out of ammo.
And Yuri was the only one defending lane, so bomb plant is going to be here for Maus in a recovered weapon. It's a little bit dangerous.
Oh,
Cello goes down. Oh no, not like this. Don't let it slip away.
Oh, it really does not feel like a comeback now. Brolin inside of the site, M4 goes down, but it's Shue with the weakest gun. The Glock still in his hands, but he sneaks in behind, but Caserado, the sound of the crowd perhaps favoring him as he considers that flank, and he turns turns instantly to take out Shui.
Okay, Furia get away with one there. They really do get away with one. That looks sketchy. 12-7. And I mean, if you're Furia, you're kind of like, all right, that was the one gimme. That's the one we get. Now we have to be on notice. A little bit of a sloppy fight boosted up from Yuri.
And that's a reminder of how difficult this is going to be. The fact that MOUZ can do this much with 2 upgraded pistols. They can get this close.
Well, I mean, you have 2 players doubled up on Rap side that are smoked off, that really all they can do is kind of spam and hope that they land their shots. Yuri being the only one boosted up means that bomb site's wide open for access, and then you start recovering guns and it gets weird, real weird. Lead cut to 5. But MOUZ back with rifles.
The wise words of Pasha. And now we get into this one with Furia at least having fallen to AWP. And it's getting somewhat aggressive through Boiler, looking to apply pressure in the apartments. Brolin goes to the peak, missed shot from Fallen. The flash certainly helped in that, and Brolin takes him out. And now he's worried about a second player in the apartments, and he would be right to be worried because Yuri is here.
Yeah, with that pick, I mean, it forces Furia's defense to make a decision. They decide not to double rotate. It's just Skulls starting to come back. Cello and K-Serato stick over at the B bomb site. No indication this is anything more than typical Hulls control from MOUZ. But now they'll get that intel. Now the smoke starts streaming over, and the defense will be tested.
Yuri and Pit. Skulls playing from within the site, up on top of the box. Cello now coming in to help, and he has to help. He doesn't get anything out of it, and it's Skulls staying alive inside of the site, drawing as much time as he can, but there's still plenty of it for MOUZ, and it looks like time is about to run out for Furia here in Riyadh. The Esports World Cup will come to a close for the Brazilians, unless K-Serato has one of the greatest clutches that we have seen. They know exactly where he is. He's pinned behind the smoke.
Just when you're ready.
And the first run out with this roster of Furia heads to a quarterfinal.
Give us the countdown.
They battled through the Resurrection best of ones to get here. They took a map off MOUZ, one of the good squads, one of the top squads
in comeback
competition.
In comeback fashion as well.
But so MOUZ will march on. They will march on to the semifinals. They will play the winner of Faze versus Navi. And the first signs to this Furia side are definitely positive.
Definitely positive. They have a lot to look at and be happy about, a lot to look at and build upon, but early returns are that they're headed at least in the right direction, even with the crushing loss to MOUZ. For them, looking to start the second half of the year, the second season of 2024, with some positive vibes. They ended the previous season a little bit lackluster, even with a trophy at ESL Pro League, and MOUZ still trying to establish themselves as one of the best teams in the world. And you got to say, this was a big day from Jimpat. He's the MVP of this quarterfinal match. He was dominant across all 3 maps.
In fact, fantastic performance again from him. He's so consistent, and then coming out of the break straight into this, in fact, still fragging out, still giving performances that we've seen from him at the start of the first season of this year. Plenty more to come from MOUZ. That'll be in the semifinals, and we'll get to see Furia in a few weeks' time and see some of the improvements that they will be able to make as they get some time to flesh out that map pool and get a few more players used to this Furia squad.
Yeah, and get comfortable to the switch up in style. A little bit of a slower pace, get a little bit more comfortable with each other. How much can they build upon that? And I think the map pool thing is going to be the big one, because we've seen, obviously, they love Nuke at the moment. They really, really love Nuke, but moving forward, that's going to be something every single team knows and is prepared for. And that advantage of having Nuke as a map that you had a lot of success with is kind of going to fade away. So you have to be ready for that. But for MOUZ, they're going to look ahead. They've got the winner of our next quarterfinal. They've got the winner of Navi versus Faze in the semifinals. And now we get to hear from them down on the stage.
We have our third quarterfinal completed, another semi-finalist. Shui, first off, just in your words, how did you find those 3 maps?
Honestly, thanks to my teammates. First map was a little bit up and down, but we got there in the end. We got a slow start. I think it was just the first stage game, that's it. Second map, Mirage, which we are the favorites, obviously, and I think my teammates played really good, but I let them down that game. And the third map, I think we worked a lot on Inferno, and we kind of feel comfortable on it, so I was pretty happy with the result.
It was a great result. You do go through to a semi-final. As we walked down, I said, how was that for you? You said no comment. Just yourself on Mirage, because you have such high standards. What did happen?
Yeah, I mean, I expected a lot more from me, especially on Mirage. I let my team down today. I think my calling on T-side was awful. Something I will look into and make sure it doesn't happen again. But thank you to my teammates for making that game close, because it shouldn't have went that close in my calling. So yeah, really, really thank you to them.
Well, let's get the key over here. I believe we have got the key. Fallen, I think you're bringing the key over. This will now be handed over and be crushed to go into here. A word about Fallen, obviously playing against him, bit of a legend of the game.
Legend of the game, what can I say?
All right. Thank you so much, Fallen there. Thank you so much. You go on to a semi-final. This will now be crushed. Who's going to do the crushing?
I think it has to be Jimmy, honestly. That guy has been a superstar. I think he's the right person for it. I think we can all agree.
Absolutely. And what is it like when, because you'll have done this already, when you've got an opponent's key and you go crush it, what does it actually feel like?
I think it feels really good. Just it's a cherry on top of winning against them. I think it will feel better once you win the tournament.
And if you do win the tournament, obviously 3 of these crush keys will go in to your trophy. Any idea who might be going into the bottom of your trophy if you do win?
Still a long way to go, but definitely Faze is going to be in there.
Oh, I love it. Congratulations, man. Great play. Great to see you in a semi-final. Put your hands together for Mousport and Shuhei.
Shuhei giving us some very honest words there for sure. And right, he knows where he made some mistakes. He knows where he individually wasn't there, but he also knows what his team can do and what belief he has in this team.
Yeah, and I think he said it pretty well himself. Obviously, he had a stinker of a map on Mirage, and had that not been the case, I think Mouse would have won the game 2-0. We kind of prefaced that coming into the third map, that if he would come alive again, and if Mouse would find something that is close to their peak level, then Furia probably wouldn't stand a chance. And I think that was the sentiment we got from this Inferno game. Yep. Mouse, from start to finish, were the better team. At certain moments, sure, Furia were fighting back. They were trying, absolutely trying their best to make it competitive, but you could even see in pretty much every single force buy Mouse had, they were so close winning the round, and it was a testament to that game. Furia had to fight for every single round, whereas for Mouse, I think they played at 70-80% of what they can, and they still got it easily done.
Oh, absolutely. I think they completely outclassed Furia in the first half, right? The CD side was clinical, it was well done, and yes, Shuhei absolutely stepped up. Everyone had their moments as well, but I have to give shout out to Jimmy, man. He is the hydraulic press of this team, like absolutely just decimating them, delivering on each and every single map, and I do believe right now he might be, if not the highest rated player of the tournament. I know it's a small sample size, but still, having played over, I think, 6 maps so far, he's the highest rated player in the tournament right now, or the second highest rated. And again, just delivering in spades, being aggressive, being in your face. And for Furia, sure, you know, they tried, they had moments right there, but when you have this Mouse just poking and prodding and making it feel so uncomfortable, and we're talking about his fallen T-side and how he's trying to be more slower, more methodical, more structured, and you have these 5 madmen in your face just completely disrupting what you want to do. There's nothing you can really do about it.
And I'm kind of curious to that scoreboard as well, because I agree with you, Jimfat had a fantastic showing. You look at Exertion, he finishes with a 1 KD, but he's the player with the most ADR on the server as well. It was that dynamic duo of the 2 players, Jimfat being the, let's call him the closer, the guy who would get the kills, Exertion doing an awful lot of damage and really opening up the space for the rest of his team.
What you're talking about, Jimfat, he is our MVP of the match as well, and rightly so. Yeah. Like we said, probably the highest rated player in the tournament so far. He has been looking so good, but he's also so calm, so cool, great on interviews. This guy has it all.
I mean, if you're Mouse right now, I don't know the contractual situation with Jimfat, but I hope he's locked down on a long contract. And if not, then you better re-sign him for a longer contract ASAP. If I'm Vitality, if I'm Faze, if I'm G2, if I'm any team out there in the world with the aspirations of building a team that can win trophies consistently, he is one of the first players I would look into. Not a lot of players can play the anchor roles and the anchor positions like he's doing. You see him on B apps on Mirage as well. You see him play B on Overpass back in the days. He's playing B on Vertigo by himself. He's such a skilled player, and he finds an awful lot of impact on the T side as well. Jimfat, I am becoming a fan of him very, very quickly.
Absolutely, and the T side, you know, the way he's closing out rounds, showing a lot of maturity well beyond his years, if you ask me. But also, it's not just about him being, you know, just a good anchor. He also knows when to be aggressive, when to be in the face of their opposition. And yeah, just another great game coming from young Jimmy. But for Mouse, I'm actually glad they didn't just win the map, but in the fashion they won it, right? Even though Mirage was a hard-fought affair, it looked like maybe the pressure might get to them, perhaps, heading to the final map. They just swept it aside and made it very easy.
And it was a very good team performance we were seeing from MOUZ here, right? Which is what was able to make this such a convincing win as well. But it started off, we were worried about them maybe not having a good start. Xerxen certainly made that possible.
Yeah, Xerxen made it possible. Shuhei with great calling made it possible. I think MOUZ as a team, as you said, made it possible. We look towards MOUZ and we can praise certain individuals. You can argue that Jimfat is a star player. You can argue that Torsi has his moment. But I feel like that's a team where there's no clear weakness within it. Sure, Shuhei had a rough showing on Mirage, but overall you have 5 players who consistently contribute to the wins whenever they play Counter-Strike. I don't want to make the same comparison as to Heroic back in the days. I think that was at a different level, the way they were working with the synergy in between the players, the aggressive Counter-Strike. But I do feel MOUZ is one of the most well-rounded squads we have in the game right now.
Coming on to Furia now, though, right? We didn't have high expectations of them coming into this matchup, right? Everyone was saying MOUZ favored, but they got a map. They certainly were able to fight. They showed us a bit of Mirage in there as well. So what do you make of what they were able to do here at the Esports World Cup?
I think there are quite a few pretty solid takeaways coming out from this Furia performance. I think overall, I think they can take this as a win, even though it's obviously a loss. But the fact that they showed a lot of character on Mirage, especially coming back and taking down MOUZ on a map where they look absolutely lackluster against Navi on day 1. You can see them really grow by leaps and bounds over the span of 3 days. So whatever Fallen has cooking in that kitchen of his, it is looking very solid. Skull seems to be finding himself in a very comfortable spot as well. They're making him feel very comfortable, not putting him in some rough roles, which he's not very used to. And overall, I'm liking this, especially the T side. Obviously, still a lot of work to be done on, on a couple of other maps. Inferno comes to mind, the CD sides and whatnot. But if this trajectory that we foresee them having, if it continues in the same line over the next few months, this is a team I can potentially get behind to, maybe not top 5, but at least crack the top 10 again.
I echo the sentiment that it's a Furia right now that is trending upwards for the first time in a very, very long time. We've been speaking very negatively about them. Art was in that lineup together with Fallen. They were constantly speaking about, being on the same page. Then Art was calling, then Fallen was calling, then back to Art, and you're thinking to yourself from the outside at the very least, what the hell are you guys doing? You're wasting your time. You're wasting my time. You're wasting your fans' times. I feel right now Furia is on the track to become a team that we can start to believe in again. Whether or not that's...
It's still a little early, if you ask me.
Yeah, but the thing is, whether or not that's a top 10 team, a top 15 team, or top 5 team, I don't really know what the end potential is with Furia, but at least they've made some decisions now that is trending the right way and that is trending upwards, whereas for the past 2 years, I felt like they wasted my time.
To be honest, there's only one way from rock bottom, James. It's upwards, and at least they're heading there.
That's a fair point.
Hopefully upwards, but I wanted to ask you guys then, okay, how long do you give this new Furia? How long do we give them a chance to rise back up before we start to say, okay, it's the same again?
Let me counter that question with another question for you. What is your expectations? Like, what is okay? What is acceptable for Furia? Top 10? Top 5? What are you looking at?
Well, they should be a team that's in playoffs. They should be challenging for championship.
In that case, they need some roster changes from the roster they have right
I'm gonna give this at least till the major, right? Let's see what happens. There's only a few months remaining. We have EPL, we have Cologne coming up as well, and there we're gonna have an idea where they really stand. They make it playoffs off of Cologne, for example. I think that's might be a little bit beyond. But for me, it's not about the results, but it's not about where they place, rather how the results are, right? Okay. Are they complete whitewashes? Are they competitive games against some of the best teams in the world? Only time will tell. But at least in a long time, there's a bit of optimism for this team.
There's one player I want to put under the loop before we end the conversation, and that's Yuri. We know what we get from Queserado. We kind of know what we get from Fallen as well. Yuri used to be a player that at certain times would be equally good to Queserado, that would post the same numbers, that would have the same impact on the server. That hasn't really been the case the past couple of years. Yuri is not a bad player, but he's not at the same high level that we used to see him at. Now, if Yuri can refine that form and rediscover that, again, playing joy and the assessment he was having on the server sometimes where he would take charge and be aggressive, then I start to believe in Furia. But they still need another playmaker that is not named Queserado. They have him within the squad, or at least they used to in Yuri, but that's the player I want to focus on. If he can find and rediscover his form, then Furia could be interesting to follow.
Do you think it's just, though, because he's been through so much turmoil, the roster's been up and down, it's been very hard for him to fit in?
Yeah, I guess that's an argument to be made right there, right? But we keep, if you remember, we keep harping on the Fangs of Furia, as Chad and Alex coined them, and for a reason as well. But you can't just have one Fang; it'll get ripped out or it'll get tired out. That's what's happened with K-Serado. So both of them got re-signed for 3 years right there, and hopefully, look, we saw good signs coming in from Yuri, and I know exactly what you mean by the Yuri of old, someone who can take over the server alongside K-Serado, or even at times when K-Serado kind of has a quiet day. We haven't seen that yet, but like I said, what we saw from this Furia so far in the wins they had wasn't K-Serado just dominating the server. It was them winning as a team. And for me, I'll put it very simply. If they win as a team and if no one's really popping off, I think that's a better result than having just 2 players pop off and just drag them over the finishing line.
Sure.
Lastly, I want to look at Skulls as well, and just for the itis of his first outing with Furia, were you satisfied with it? Was it better than what you expected from his Liquid time?
Yeah, for sure. If you look at some of the rounds we saw here, some good clutches coming in from him. He's playing some positions that he's more comfortable on playing. The more recently when he played on Liquid as well. So Furia are obviously making him feel comfortable in the server, and you can clearly see that it's bearing fruit a little bit.
He passed. He didn't exceed expectations. He didn't play worse.
What grade would you give him?
Solid B, or something like that.
B's not bad.
Yeah. See, maybe I'm not that familiar with the American grade system. In Denmark, I'd give him a 4, which is like very average. But
4 out of how much?
Well, it goes 00, 02, 4, 7, 10.
What's wrong with Denmark?
What? That's our grade.
Yeah, I've never heard.
0.
I legit have never heard.
00. Otherwise, you just put a 1 in front and then you cheat your system, right? So you have to say 00. You don't get it?
This is terrible.
Anyway, Skulls.
All
right,
Still
we'll start with this. Yeah, your grading won't work.
Swiftly
just like
moving
your
on.
brain.
We are the smartest countries in the world. What are you talking about?
Look at you. Anyway.
We'll have a look at the bracket and remind everyone at home of where we're at right now. Already one semi-final. We know exactly what's going to be happening. It's G2 taking on Virtus Pro. Mouse have booked their spot, and they get the lovely joy of either facing Navi or FaceTime, which is our next game.
I think Mouse are going to be looking forward to this because, looking at this brackets right now, I'm not going to say who's going to be winning here, but if FaZe are able to take down Navi and then you have G2 potentially taking on VP, Mouse can be on a bit of a revenge arc, taking on FaZe and G2, the 2 teams who have knocked them out of 4 S-tier events so far this year.
Personally, I'm excited to see Mouse play FaZe tomorrow, but let's speak more about that later.
Oh, wow. Okay, you're straight in there the whole way through. But looking at Virtus Pro, do you think they've got a shot against G2?
Yes, they do, especially with the way they were playing against Vitality today. I think they played some solid Counter-Strike. We said it coming into the tournament as well. One of the teams that have spent the player break really ironing out what kind of impact Electronic can have within that lineup. And I loved what I was seeing in the opening game. I loved what I was seeing against Vitality. Right now, I have VP as the sleeper of the tournament. I wouldn't be surprised if they end up winning it.
Ooh, okay. I like that. I like that at all. You agree, Blair?
I would agree with them. I still have Mouse winning this, actually, but let's find out.
Let's find out. Okay, well, you're on both on opposite sides of it. I like what's going on. We are going to continue to find out what might be happening with our losers, what might be happening with the key crushing at some point in there. I do want to hear from Furia just to see what their mood is like overall after going through all of this, because I think, like with what you guys said, they can certainly be proud of moments within this tournament.
I think we saw Fallen as well, right? Like the mood seemed pretty upbeat overall. They know they got completely outclassed on that final map, and let's be real, as Shohei said, we are the favorites in this matchup. I'm sure Fallen he's got a very solid head on his shoulders. He's not someone who's going to overestimate himself, but overall it's going to be, I think the mood should be upbeat heading into Cologne as well.
You got the Blast Groups coming up, you got Cologne coming up as well, and Furia so far at this tournament have been the team playing the most maps, so I think they should be happy for all the reps they got.
Oh, there we go. Finally it is taking place.
Is that Jim?
Like Yimmy, yeah,
that is Jimmy.
It looks like our little MVP, Yimmy, doing the job.
There you go.
Watching Furia's key get
so barbaric, in a way.
Welcome to the Hydraulic Press channel.
There you go. Still think we should test it on your skull, James, but...
Well, maybe we'll have that chance tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'll think about it, mate. I'll give it some more thought. I will say that this could be the first of many keys crushed for him. Oh, okay, the whole team's here. Here we go.
Okay, okay.
They're loving this. They're definitely playing into it, aren't they?
Just look at it. Look at it stare. Look at the stare from Torch.
I like that.
Cat eye stare.
That was a little bit different from what we normally get from it as well. Yeah. The Mouse guys do get to have some fun though, on and off the server. I think that's one thing. Another thing we don't speak about, right, in terms of Brolan. We didn't mention him too much today, but this guy has completely changed everything in his whole life with this team.
Just imagine him being an NIP, Imagine the old Brolan. You'd always watch on his player cam. He'd be slightly
depressed.
You know, by playing Counter-Strike.
Just depressed as hell.
I don't really blame him. He's playing with an NIP, a roster that couldn't get anything done, couldn't really figure anything out. And then all of a sudden he gets this golden opportunity of being a stand-in within Mouse. He convinces the rest of the teammates, he convinces the coach, the organization that they should buy him out of NIP. And now he's one of the shining stars of this lineup, you know, finally happy playing Counter.
I think that's a testament to this this Mouse team and the organization and the staff behind them as well. Because when Roland got signed from Mouse, I won't lie, I was like, maybe, you know, it's been too long.
It was lukewarm, you know?
Yeah, and when you've been in prison for such a long time, right? When you come out, you kind of starve, you kind of feel weak. It takes a while to come back, but immediately such a nurturing environment, and we can see Roland just kind of blossom, so to speak. So it's a great renaissance for Broland, which is kind of funny to say because of how young he still is.
Yeah, he's still very young and he's still finding his way and finding success. But someone who is not so young is Fallen with Freya.
A great effort from Furia, but sadly it is the end of the road here at EWC. Fallen, thank you so much for taking the time for a little catch-up after that game. Obviously, Nuke, it's been a topic of conversation for you guys. You were able to play it 3 times yesterday with 3 wins. What was the difference today with that map versus Mouse?
Hello, everyone. I think we had a good chance of winning it. We definitely needed a stronger CT side this time. We kind of made some good rounds on TT side. I think the level they played was pretty good. They were able to find some opening kills, and I think they were able to stop Casterat a little bit on the door, defaulting pressures. There was kind of even compared to the other games. Yeah, I would say we had our chance. I think we ended up 13-7, and if we could have get some momentum on the CT side, I think it could have gone differently.
In terms of how Skulls has fit into the team so far, I was chatting with him before the game. I mean, his vibe just seems incredible at the moment. He seems so happy with you guys. How do you feel like he's fitting in on the server?
I'm enjoying a lot playing with him right now. I think he's very smart. He communicates well. He stays calm. I think that's the first time I get to play with him on stage. Of course, there's a lot of pressure. There's a little bit of differences, and things we're going to grow together. But overall, I think he is a very capable player, communicates well, super calm, brings a lot of good vibes to the team. You know, even the belief, you know, he has the belief every time we're going to play. He truly believes and he says those things to the team. I think it's great to have someone like him around.
Cologne obviously coming up next for you guys. What's the plan between now and that event in a couple of weeks?
Yeah, this tournament was very important for us because a little of a backstage information, I guess, but if we didn't go well here, there's a chance we had to go to Brazil to qualify for some tournaments. And the fact that we did up having a good run here is going to help us to have more practice time. So I think we're going to go back to Malta as soon as we finish the tournament here. And then we can practice more for the next challenge. Wish I would have checked my calendar. I don't know what's exactly next. There's a couple of tournaments coming in for sure.
Obviously, we saw that there was a very special fan member in the audience for you today. Anything you want to say to the other fans that were kind of watching and supporting at home?
Yeah, it was great to have Neymar here around us. That's the second time we see here in the city. He's playing football here right now, coming back from the injury, and it's great. He loves playing CS. You know, all those famous people, they have to stay a lot of time inside their homes because they can't really go outside much. So he enjoys playing some CS on his free time. It's been like that for a couple of years already. So him coming here, I wish we could have given him the chance to crush their key. That would have been an awesome moment for us. And I feel bad that we couldn't manage to do it. But it's great to have his support. And I think there's a lot of supporters here as well from the Saudi country and many other countries. They are cheering for us hard. And I appreciate that. We are very happy to have fans around the world and supporting us even outside home.
Fallen, really appreciate your words as always, and see you in Cologne.
Thank you guys, appreciate it. Thanks for cheering everyone. And let's go to the next one. One step at a time. Thank you.
That would have been quite funny if we got to see Neymar crush Mouse's K, but that's not going to happen. No chance in that for now. But Fallen right now, he seems very chilled. He seems like he's happy with this progress that's certainly been made by just changing the roster.
I mean, like we just, you know, alluded to as well, right? This has been just an experiment and also a test for what they've been cooking up in the past couple of weeks. Again, it's been a very recent change as well. And if you're just a level-headed person, as Fallen is, you would look at this as a bit of a success. Obviously, you would want to get the win, as any player would. But, you know, you have to temper expectations a little bit here and there. And I think they should walk away from this with some learnings. I think that's what they're looking for here.
I echo that sentiment. I think Fallen and Furia played way better than I would have expected. You know, I think we learned a lot about the T side. We learned about the vision they're trying to install within the team right now. And for my money, it was a better looking Furia than I feared. But as you said, you know, when you hit rock bottom, the bar was set very low. So I guess you can only do better. But for my money, it was a good performance.
Well, the very high bar we're setting is for our next game coming into it. We've got Faze taking on Navi. It is one hell of a game that you won't want to miss. It's our last quarterfinal. We'll see you back in a few.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
I'm here with Navi for their roundtable, sitting down with Alexi B and Blade. Welcome.
Welcome. Glad to be here.
Happy to have you. The table, as you remarked, is actually around this time, so we got that taken care of. I want to start out talking about last season, right? We'll sort of do last season into this season transition. Obviously for you guys, pretty good season, major win. That's going to make things feel pretty nice. It's sort of one of these where you have that massive peak, and then you had also that little lift at the end with the final and Blast. How do you feel about it? What were you thinking about it going into the break, the season as a whole?
You can start.
I liked it a lot because we finished like on a good note. The grand final of London. And if you watch like other teams, for example, not all of them were like in grand finals or winning trophies. I don't know, like if you take like top 5, for example, not all of them were like winning trophies or grand finals constantly. So in this list, I think it's good for us to have one super good trophy like major and to be in the grand final of London. But at the same time, we had Dallas and EPL. And I still think that we didn't show up like we could, you know. Reasons behind it is different, but still, it was a good lesson for us. I hope that we learned our like experience, how it can be like in terms of motivation, in terms of enthusiasm and all this stuff. Because next year, for example, is huge, loaded with tournaments. You need this experience already. Even actually this part of autumn and winter will be very loaded. So I'm happy with our results and our season.
Alexi?
Yeah, I mean, I fully agree. And I think for Navi, it's been amazing since they shifted everything to going international, trusting players that didn't win anything for a long time, and winning a major after, right? Obviously, what Blade mentioned already with other tournaments, we played really poorly as well during the season, but to end on a good note in London was pretty important for us because kind of only winning the major and just playing poorly overall, it's like us as players, really feel that satisfied, right?
But yeah, it's been nice, and when you look at it from the outside, for me individually, it's obviously winning a trophy again and it being the major, obviously highlight of my career, right? So I can't say anything bad about it.
Yeah, I had Vitality before, right? And it's kind of the contrast between those of Vitality were always in that final, semi-final conversation, but don't have any trophies from last season. You guys have that massive peak, the trophy everybody wants, right? But didn't necessarily have that same level of consistency. When you compare those two things, do you think it's better to have a season where you peak at the right moment, or better to have a season where you have that constant level?
Hard question, I think.
I mean, I think for sure you need to peak at some moment, because I don't think Vitality is satisfied to be in semis and finals and not peaking, or if you assume peaking would be winning a trophy, right?
Yeah.
So I think many teams in the past as well has made changes when they're not winning the trophy. Like they feel like they're missing that last step, so they're making changes and they want to. They're thinking that something is wrong because they cannot make the cut, right? So I think you need to peak at some moment to feel the satisfaction of all the practice, all the bad results, so to say. So I think peaking during a season at least once, or doing something that the whole team made a goal or makes everyone satisfied, I think it's important.
Yeah, and it completely depends on the team. Like, since you said like Vitality, you can ask any team and maybe the answers will be a little bit different, because it depends on how do you put your team. Like, for example, now in 2021 lineup, we were not satisfied with semifinals at all. Like, we wanted to be at least finals and winning, but at the same time, if you're losing in the finals, this is the worst. Like, one step from the trophy, and you know your potential, and everything pressured you, and you knows that you were like expecting like to win tournaments with huge lineups. That's why I think like it depends on lineup, because I put our lineup like we're kind of still building. Our players must become like much stronger in the future, and so when we kind of signed this lineup, it wasn't like we had like super strong starter players like from elite teams, right? It means that they will have this potential to become. And for Vitality, I think it's much harder because they already have strong, like Saibo was 6 years in a row, like top 2 or something, right, as a player. And that's my point, like very like strong elite players. It will be harder for them to not win tournaments. If we are putting ourselves like on a list, on a path, like we want to improve, to evolve, and to win some tournaments, and it will be much easier for us to to admit like, okay, why we lost. Not succeeding, for example, in EPL wasn't a huge tragedy for us after major. We learned our lessons, but still not like that kind of level as I think Faze and Vita should have, in my opinion. But this time, of course, we will get there where we also the team like this, that we cannot afford to not to be in playoffs bracket.
The conversation about timeline, I feel like that was something you stressed a lot during the major and after the major run, was almost like this is ahead of schedule. Like, didn't really expect to be at that level that early on in the lifetime of this roster.
Is this turn?
No, I mean back at the major.
Okay.
Now, at the end of that season, do you feel like the team overall is further along on the timeline that you had in your head of when you expect them to be that top-end competitive team?
Like you mean, like I said, like I didn't expect us to win major so fast?
Yeah.
I think that this is like unique experience.
Yeah.
And first you think that it will help your team. Then I realized like it kind of moved us a little bit down, because that's how we play EPL and Dallas. Some people call it like major hangover, for example, right? And yeah, exactly. I didn't expect it even to happen, because maybe, I don't know, like, because if for me, It's like my point of view. If you're like a young player, even winning a major will not change anything, right? You still want to show even better next tournament and even better next tournament, something like this. But everyone is different, like it depends. And we for sure saw like a little, how to say, like deep, like in terms of motivation for sure. And we admitted like already as a team. But at the same time, it helped us because it's huge experience, it's huge like status level and so on and so on. And it was for sure you can use it. If there was a dip, for sure you didn't use the stress, like kind of benefits from this. And I think we will use it. We used it already in London, and we'll use it this season also, because no matter what, like we still were winning those teams. It doesn't matter how they were performing. Like we know our level, we know what we are capable of. And if we play bad, we are not delusional. We know if we won or lost tournament or the game, we know at what level we was in our real like Navi game, okay, like Navi level, and that helps me a lot for sure to prep for everything, to give a mindset for a team, and still this lineup has more potential than it was, for example, even in London. Even now, I see after the break how we started the boot camp, and it was completely different than how we started after winter break last time.
I'm curious to ask about that because I actually had kind of a little bit of insight in that in Katowice, I was just down the hotel room from your practice room. I was like in the same hall. And I remember after some tough losses, there were some moments where, you know, I could hear the team talk. I could hear the conversation going through, and it wasn't easy at that point, right? There was definitely a lot that was being worked on and being stressed. Obviously, whatever you guys were talking about there worked because it got close. But yeah, right at the beginning of last season. So then into this season, how are you feeling about that boot camp, about that first move? How are you feeling about that ramp up as we head into this event?
Did you lose to Complexity 5 vs 2 in Katowice?
I think it was Blast.
Maybe.
Yeah, Blast to go to Arena.
Who did we lose Katowice actually?
Katowice against Spirit.
No.
You're testing my memory, and my memory is bad.
We at least lost to Spirit on Kato.
Yeah.
No.
But maybe it was not elimination.
Yeah, I think this was pre-elimination because there was
maybe Heroic. No, I don't know.
Astralis, I think.
Astralis was Cologne for sure.
Oh yes, Cologne. Well,
I even forgot like what happened in Katowice, but yeah. What is the question?
No,
it's sort of just
we lost to Falcons.
That's right. Okay, yes, okay.
And we were like leading on Ancient, very strong on City side, and then we won Pistol, lost Anti-Force, and yeah, that was tough because we lost the momentum and gave them the momentum.
Yeah. But I mean, what you said, I think it's completely true that those times, obviously, it was the start. We started to play with Wonderful, and we weren't that. It was still like these great times of like having a player break, a lot of things happening in the team. It was a new, you know, refreshed team, but at the same time we're failing or we're making mistakes that we don't want to make. Blowing out of a big tournament never feels good, and yeah, I feel like as Blade mentioned, when we go to boot camp now with the team, we already know each other, we know tendencies, we know what we like, we know what we don't like. Everything is easier to start, and I think we take that into account, and we try not to allow mistakes that we were making last boot camp. So we're always trying to evolve and setting higher expectations of everyone.
It's time for the Dr. Suleiman upcoming showdown, and we've got Navi taking on Faze Clan. This is one we've been waiting for. This is one that is super exciting, and there's a lot of history with it. I've got Pimp, I've got Blair with me as we watch the teams arrive. Just tell me this, guys. Are you ready for this one?
Listen, the appetizers are done with, right? I'm ready for the main course of the evening, and this is one of the more exciting rivalries that's been developing over the past few months. I don't know about you, Pim, but this is the game of the day for me.
I am very excited to see these two teams battle it out. Of course, Faze, we know what Faze is, what a team they can be. We know what Navi have done, obviously winning the major, been a little bit of a roller coaster for them to begin off with the season, winning the major, getting to the final in London. That was fantastic. Then there were a couple of tournaments where they couldn't show up. Whereas for Faze, it's just been consistency, consistently delivering at a high level. But have they won enough? That's my only issue. I feel like it's a team that is constantly on the grasp of winning and winning and winning, but they don't really.
I feel like for Faze, yeah, like last year was an absolute win for them, right? And then you're heading into the beginning of the year, they continued that streak of making grand finals at every single bloody event. And then we got to paint the picture here. The finals of the major happened in Copenhagen. That was heartbreaking. You could see how much it affected them. But even after that, they went and won Chengdu. And then in EPL, they fell, they stumbled, and they weren't quite able to recover for the duration of the season after that. So has the break been kind to them? Have they kind of rejuvenated themselves? We're going to be finding out here today.
And that's what we're going to start finding out very soon. But there's a lot to look at with both of these teams, and I want to start on the Navi side of things. They've had some up and downs, but their high was so high, and the lows were really low where you thought, is it the same team? Now they've got a chance to come back into this season and show us really what they can do, because they've had time now.
Yeah, I think I've been very vocal personally about what I expect from Navi, and that is for them not to be a top 5 team in the world. I think when you look at the players, when you look at what material Blade has to work with, it is not a team that is supposed to win trophies. It's not a team that is supposed to win the major, yet they've done it. So for my money, they have over-exceeded expectations. They played so exceptionally well and gotten the absolute most out of what they have to work with. And for my money, that's probably more beautiful than having a team of 5 players where you can see that everyone is a superstar in their own way. And of course, they're prone to win a tournament once in a while. Navi have done something that was unthinkable, winning the major, getting to the final in London. However, can that continue? That's my issue. I feel like at some point, normality will restore and some of these players will go back to the normal level they were at before.
But I think the big question here is, where does that level... Where is that level, right? Where does it stand,
Where do you land?
And then I completely agree with you. I think this Navi team, what Blade and Lexi have pulled off, is basically the team being more than a sum of the parts. I think that's the best way to describe this team. And yes, absolutely, I don't want to call it a fluke at the major, but it was a bit of an anomaly, right? They won the games they had to win, but it's something no one really expected. Even post that, I think it was Blade or Lexi who mentioned in the interview, they had the post-major hangover or whatever, where they struggled a little bit, but they did end the season on a pretty good note, reaching the finals over there in London, where they finally did get taken down by Spirit. The question for me is, post a break, are they going to be able to maintain the momentum they're able to build up at the end of the season, or are we going to be coming back to disappointment once again?
And that disappointment is something they want to try and avoid here. But I want to look at the players who sometimes can have amazing moments, but I'm still not sure which player we should be looking at to be the consistent factor in this when it comes to Navi.
It's a good question. I mean...
There is none.
No, there is none. And I guess a couple of months ago, you'd say Wonderful. When he came into the lineup, he was supposed to be the replacement, obviously, of Simple. And I think he was surprising a lot of us with how well he was playing when he first was brought into this Navi lineup. Lately, he's been slowing down a little bit. By no means saying that he's playing bad Counter-Strike or he's not delivering, but he's not at the same high caliber that he has been. Same could be said for JL at the major. He was playing absolutely lights out Counter-Strike, getting an MVP. Again, afterwards, we haven't really seen him at that level. But I feel like it's a team that has different players that can always pop off at a certain moment. The only player I haven't seen pop off yet is Emma.
That's true. But the thing with Emma is, and this is where, the numbers can kind of lie a little bit. He hasn't had that big tournament at all. But even looking at his roles and what he's doing in the team, he has been still delivering the numbers that we expect from him. He hasn't really had a crazy dip in form. And that, I feel like, honestly, I think that's good enough for this team. The problem is the other players, like you said, JL, like you said, Wonderful, even Bit for that matter. Heading into this tournament, Bit has been struggling near the end of the last season, but right now he is, I believe, the second top 2 highest rated player in the event. Can he continue over here? We just don't have answers to these questions, and I think that is something even they're struggling to kind of find out.
And about finding that out, let's try and find out some more about what's going on with Navi and how they're feeling in this event. I hear him from JL.
JL, thank you so much for taking the time to catch up with me. I just want to take a moment to reflect on kind of the first half of the year for Navi. Obviously, highlight for you guys winning the major, but having a bit of time to reflect over the player break, how would you sum up the first half of 2024?
I mean, the major was probably the only highlights we had besides the spring finals. But yeah, other than that, I think we improved a lot. Second part of the season should look better for us. Yeah. we're just here to play.
Did you guys have like a boot camp or anything, you know, prior to coming back to tournaments?
Yes, we had a short boot camp that was only a week. That was probably our shortest boot camp ever. I was really surprised, but it was an intensive one. So we had like 11-hour days, something along those lines. And of course, individual practice after the break was needed also.
Anything you're focusing on in terms of your own individual form coming into, you know, the next part of this year?
Yeah, I mean, I think I got back into the groove of actually wanting to destroy my opponents when I play. I missed it quite a lot the past few months. But other than that, I just want to play my best.
I mean, speaking of individuals, Bits turned up to play this tournament. Like, it's been insane. Obviously, you guys had the day off yesterday, but the first best of 3 we saw you guys playing, he was lights out. Any particular reason why you think he's turned up so hot?
I think he really wants to win, and he's back. I feel like he has this fire inside of him that came back all of a sudden. Yeah.
I know towards, you know, the end half of the first half of the year, you had some words about Navi's Dust 2. You said, you know, nobody really else understands how to play it. Why do you think you guys have kind of the best knowledge of this map? We don't know whether you're playing it today, but yeah, can you give me some words about that?
I feel like Blade has played this map for pretty much the whole of his career, and he understands how the map's played. It's pretty simple, but there are little details where you have to master and understand them and to follow them, because it's a simple map, but if you overcomplicate it, you can lose the map. So yeah.
This is going to be a really exciting game because we talked about the major. This is going to be a rematch of the major grand final. So when you're facing up against Faze, what do you have to look out for to make sure that they don't get the better of you?
Their individual prowess. You cannot let them play their own game. You have to be aggressive. You have to ruin their plans, and you have to just feel better on the server.
Well, good luck today, Joel, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Just be better on the server. And that's not easy to do when you're going up against FaZe Clan, but they have done it before.
They have done it before, you know, and we have seen, as Blur said, you know, Navi being better than the sum of their parts. I think that's a fine way of describing it. I think the same sentiment has to be aired out there tonight, that if Navi wants to beat FaZe Clan, that has to be the case. Sure, you can have certain players popping off on certain maps, and again, the whole in-game leading duel between Alexi B and Kerrigan, to me, is always great, because I think they are two of the smartest minds when it comes to in-game leading in Counter-Strike, but I can't help to feel that unless Navi is having another over-performance, I still see FaZe Clan and their individuals being better than pretty much every single player on Navi.
I'll say this, like, if you're going to be seeing remnants of the Faze at the end of the last season coming in here, I think Navi absolutely are going to be the favorites, in all honesty, right? Because let's look at how it's kind of played out. We saw the major loss for Faze after they faced off in EPL, where they absolutely smashed Navi. There was a 2-0 fashion heading into, and when Rain said it as well, I need to beat them 10 times in a row before I'm going to be happy, you know, to get that revenge. Heading into Blast, they got destroyed by them. It was a 2-1 affair, but the final map wasn't even competitive, right? Navi took them down. So it is interesting. It does feel like, again, it's going to come down to the maps as well. I think that's something we can delve into later on. But it is a very interesting matchup overall, because I feel like both the two teams have certain strengths on certain maps, and even, you know, the stylistic differences, so to speak. And I'm just excited about this.
I want to look at FaZe though and say, okay, we saw they were struggling a bit more towards the end of the season. Is this though where we expect them to bounce back, be re-energized, and be the best FaZe we can expect?
Well, hopefully, but it's hard to reinvent yourself over and over and over. Yes. We saw it a little bit when Frozen came in instead of Twist, gave new energy to the team, gave Kerrigan a new project within the team in order to make him work. But there's also been a consequence to that, and I'm not sure if Frozen has anything to do with that, but there's one player I want to put under the loop right here, and that's Robs. We spoke about Robs being arguably the best rifler in CS2 when the game came out.
Yes.
We praised him for being a nerd of the game, for playing the game, for streaming the game, and finding all these different loopholes, and he was destroying people in the beginning. Where has Robs been the past almost 6 months from this point on, right? He's been a little bit underwhelming, haven't been up to par, and for my money, that's a big missing link within FaZe Clan.
Well, if you ask him, he'll just tell you no comment.
Yeah, indeed. And I wish I got some answers. It feels like, just watching Robs the past
few months.
Is it
after he bought the Porsche? Or?
That's what people are saying. I don't know about that, but I do feel like he has kind of regressed. You know, remember Robs of old, right? When did he really start becoming one of the absolute best in the world? It's when he started being more proactive, being more in your face, being a little bit more ballsy. And I'm just watching some of the games in the recent history, and it's like he seems to have regressed back to being a little bit more ultra passive. It's almost like he's lost his mojo, he's lost that confidence he had. And that, listen, when you're Robs in this team like FaZe, you are such a pivotal piece of this machine that is FaZe Clan. So yeah, if Robs Hopefully the break's been better for him. You know, maybe he's had his fill of driving around his Porsche, and maybe he's back here in the sub.
Well deserved. He was fantastic in the beginning.
Well, let's drive around into the Veto and find out what maps we're going to play and see how that will work.
I think it's going to be Nuke coming in for Faze. They've had Navi's number every single time on it. And for Navi, look, Mirage has always come close. They've beaten Faze on it in the past 3 times, but it's always been close. Maybe the Duster pick coming out, alluding to what Jail mentioned in an interview where he says, you know, Blade knows exactly how to own everyone on this map.
Yeah, there's going to be no Dust too, buddy, because
okay, there you go.
He's removing it. And
Mirage
is up for the grabs right now if you're Navi. We saw them play it against Furia where they had the 12-0 first half, and of course they're picking it. Must feel confident, must have been practicing it during the player break, so it makes sense for Navi to pick it. Nuke is an obvious pick for FaZe Clan. However, I will say that their map pool is a little bit more wide right now. I'm looking at an Anubis potentially being picked for FaZe Clan as well. That's a map they like to play. Coming in. Do you think we'll allow, or do you think Navi will allow Anubis to be the third deciding map maybe?
I think Navi might... I think FaZe would kind of be happy on Ancient. I think Ancient might actually be banned out by Navi. Inferno, yeah, okay, actually, all right. What do you go with if you're FaZe? Anubis or Ancient?
I would love Anubis.
I think it's Ancient.
Okay, there you go.
There we go. Ancient is decider.
Yeah, we know they've been playing a lot of Ancient, and usually one of the maps that Kerrigan loves the most calling, and Brokey as well for that matter, so I guess it makes sense. But
and for Nuke, this is something that Kerrigan mentioned as well, you know, during the latter stages of the previous season, where he said, we have kind of... Teams have kind of figured us out. We haven't been putting as much work as we have on Nuke while we've been trying to expand our map pool. Yeah. And let's be clear about FaZe. When it comes to their map pool, they like to kind of flex the fact that they can have a 7 map pool. They can bring out a Vertigo if needs be, which has kind of diluted their expertise in certain maps. So it feels like they're trying to reinvent themselves, especially when it comes to the stronghold that is Nuke.
Well, before I go into what you guys are thinking, let's have a look at what our audience have done. They've been voting on stcplay.gg. 56 to 44, pretty even, but FaZe Clan, you know, they've always got the fans on their side.
Honestly speaking, if I had to put numbers on this game, I'd probably say 55% FaZe, 45% Navi. So I think the audience for the first time throughout this tournament are pretty spot on. So well done out there, guys.
Okay, before we get to the stage, give me your closing thoughts. Who's taking this game, boys?
Oh, it's FaZe up this time.
I think FaZe as well. You know, I think FaZe have everything they
You're not happy about that, are you?
No, I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
I don't want to ask you even what you think, but I think...
Yeah, what are you thinking, James?
I think Navi's going to win the whole tournament.
Oh, all right, sure.
Do you really think that?
Yes.
Why?
Because I always believe.
Delusional.
You have to believe. I might be delusional, but you always have to believe. You can't ever give up.
Well, I'm going to watch Brokey destroy your dreams then.
Robs is going to be back.
Robs is going to be back.
He's going to smash them all to smithereens. That's what's going to happen.
I feel like I'm facing against 2 FaZe fans here. And just.
I love the way they play CS, and especially on the stage, FaZe, they're a beast to behold.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just I like quality Counter-Strike, and that's why I like FaZe. I'm not saying Navi is not quality. I think they've been...
So you're saying Navi's shit?
No, I'm saying Navi's
not quality? You trying to say that?
Navi's got quality. They've been playing better than we anticipated and expected coming into the season, but there's absolutely no way, James, that you will have your dreams fulfilled, because FaZe is going to win this game.
Amen.
Well, I'm going to sit here laughing and smiling the whole way through as Navi will be going to get that win. But before that happens, we need to go to OJ and Milos on the stage.
Welcome back, everybody, to EWC. Once again, we come back to you on stage. I'm Milos. With me is the wonderful OJ, and we continue for our last best of 3 of the night.
Hey, do you know what I like for breakfast? Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
Guess what I like for lunch?
Counter-Strike.
And do you know what I like before I go to bed?
A whole lot of Counter-Strike, baby.
Absolutely, and that's what we got. We got our final of the quarterfinals. A place in the semis is up for grabs. Somebody will get that place, somebody, and I love this, will get their key crushed, and it will end up in here. This is the trophy they're playing for. Nothing is granted. Everything is earned, and that's what we're about to see. 2 teams who want that spot.
They have to earn it, as you say. Let's introduce our squad, starting off with Navi. Kicking it off with Navi on the stage, Ime! Wonderful! JL! AlexTB! And there it is, Navi!
What a team as they make their way out on stage here in front of you. But they are taking on a team which has won everything. They are a team of absolute Counter-Strike rock stars. They can blow so hot, but they can also blow cold. Please welcome, it's FaZe. So let's bring them out to the stage here at the Amazon Arena, starting with Carrigan, the showman, Rops, Brokey, Frozen, and Rain, the man mountain himself. This is going to be an epic matchup. We know who the favorites is, but we've seen so far here at the EWC, the Esports World Cup, that sometimes being the favorite does not help.
Absolutely. Here it is all about survival, or you get your feet crushed, as we said, and there can only be one more spot in the semis.
Absolutely. Who's winning this? Is it Navi? Is it Faze? I like this. Right then, we have got a matchup, the final quarter-final, a best of 3. Let's get it on.
A good split crowd ready for an awesome game of Counter-Strike. One thing we know is that this is a match that can deliver. These two teams will deliver their absolute best, and it's a match made in heaven for when we look at this being a quarterfinal game.
I think this is a big test for Navi, more so than it is for Faze. And with that, I mean that we know the quality of Faze. We know that Faze can bounce back after a rough period. You even said it yourself, Blair. The later part of the first part of the season wasn't always the greatest for Faze Clan. They kind of ran out of steam, ran out of energy. Apart from that, I have no doubt that coming Shanghai, coming Cologne, they'll be there. Whereas for Navi, I'm not quite sure yet. You know, I think they played absolutely fantastic Counter-Strike. They played way above the sum of their parts. But, you know, if they get into a down period, if they get into a rough period, how do they respond to that adversity? We've seen Faze do it before. I haven't seen Navi do it. So for me, this is the biggest test on the server.
I absolutely agree with you. I think that's the thing, right? For Navi, we've seen the highest of highs, like the absolute highs of highs, and we see the lows of lows as well. And I think everyone has a question. Even Navi themselves, I'm sure, are questioning, like, where do we plateau? Like, where is our line? Where is our base level that we can expect ourselves? Or I don't think we really found it yet. And for Faze, absolutely. Like, even though the final couple of tournaments they had was very lackluster, even Carrigan mentioned as well, I believe after Dallas, where it's like, for the very first time, we had to sit down after that, have a team meeting. We know that their floor is still very, very high. And I might even say much higher than Navi's.
And it's also one of those games where I think it's fair to put out the argument that it means a little more to Navi to win this game than it does to Faze Clan. And it always sounds a little bit rough to say, obviously, because you know all the Faze players, all the Faze fans, of course they want to win. Of course they want to hoist the trophy that is in front of you on the screen right now. But I do think this game is more important for Navi. For them to win this matchup against Faze Clan, that would be another statement that we're still here. We're still a team that is contesting for trophies. We're still going deep into playoffs. Whereas for Faze, it would just be another playoff win given the history.
Yeah, what you're supposed to do if you're Faze Clan, where it's what you're happy and excited to do if you're Navi. I can get with your sentiment with that. But looking at the maps we've got, right, do you expect this to be 2-0? Do you expect it 2-1? I know you're very much on the Faze camp, boys, but give me your ideas.
I think Navi absolutely would have been expecting Nuke to come on in.
Okay.
Just going back in the game they had against Furia, right? I saw some issues on the CT side. It was bit dropping 30 kills in regulation, which enabled them to win that game. So I don't think that's something that can be replicated very easily, in all honesty. I think Faze takes this one, especially in the map pick. Map 2 and map 3 up in the air, but I'm going to side with Faze here. I think they're back, baby.
I think you're going 3 maps though, Blair? Is that what you're saying?
I think this might be a 3-mapper. I think Navi's Mirage is excellent right now.
I would agree with that. I think Navi is too good of a team not to put up a map and put up a fight. Whether or not it's going to be a 2-0 or 3-mapper, it can be both. I think Faze is going to win, obviously, but I do feel that the way Navi was playing against Furia and Mirage, that was peak Navi. That was in full control. That was beautiful. However, can they replicate that performance? I'm not too sure.
I think the two players you saw on the screen right there, I think it's going to come down to those two, right? Two players, a little bit of criticism on them. Rob's in jail. We're going to find out if they're going to deliver here.
We are going to find out. We're going to get ourselves in to Faze Clan taking on Navi. And Dinko and Moses, it's time for you two to shine.
Faze Clan versus Navi in a quarterfinal. Two of the biggest organizations we have in Counter-Strike, and they're here clashing at the Esports World Cup. I'm looking forward to this one, Jason. We're kicking it off of Mirage, and Faze are looking for revenge. This is a team that do revenge the best in Counter-Strike. When they get defeated, they come back, they have you in your sights, and they come back and usually get that W.
Well, the big revenge they mentioned after the loss in the major final that crowned Navi as our current reigning major champions. Rain gave that interview and said, if we beat them 10 times in a row, then I can forgive them. went on to beat them at ESL Pro League, but then they lost after that at the Blast Spring Final. So we got to start that counter over again. This is Faze here coming into this arena today and looking to start that counter, get back up to 1 because they've got a lot more to go after that. But I'll say this, we've only seen Navi play 1 series in this tournament. Mentioned it earlier, it was against Furia on the opening day. They looked awesome. But the question then was, is it because they're kind of beating up on a team that's still trying to figure things out, a weaker team that still just had roster changes, that's trying to get back to a previous strong level? Or is this team actually going to come in and look good and look like they can replicate the peaks they hit in Copenhagen at the Major?
Well, we're about to find out. FaZe Clan starting on the CT side, Navi on the T side. This is a matchup that has the potential to deliver one of the greatest games of this competition.
This should be fireworks all the way through. All the players are in this server. You look at JL, wonderful, Bit. You go to the FaZe side of things. Oh, hold on. Frozen does get 1, taken down. Frozen, Brokey, Rops, and Rain, those guys we know can deliver in the biggest matches. And Rain's going to start getting aggressive, and he's got a really nice timing to come around on JL.
He catches the timing with the steps, but he cannot take away JL. JL picks up his pieces, the utility back in his pocket, and he'll make his way to join his teammates. He doesn't want to get involved in that 1v1 fight. He realizes how important it is.
The information is worth its weight, though, right? He sees it's completely clear, sees nobody's in T-spawn, nobody's outside the A bomb site, sees JL running away, so at least the information can be passed over of what's happening on this map.
JL actually dropped the utility, went back to see if Rain was chasing him, and gathered that information that Rain had not continued his push forward. Here's the connector fight. Imma coming out on top of it, Brokey going down, and now Rops, oh my god, okay, Rops can't handle that. That's a big shot from Wonderful. Carrigan now under scrutiny inside of this B-bomb site defense, and the flash connected, but here comes that short swing. It's Wonderful that goes down first. Carrigan distracted with too many angles, and he's overrun and overwhelmed. Suddenly it is only Rain. He was last spotted towards T-spawn. Well, he's quick to market. Imma swings, big headshot, but he's being pushed on the other side, and Rain turns back to that. Okay, Rain, it pours down in the B-bomb site, but JL has to save Navi and sinks Rain.
Nicely done from Rain, even making that feel possible in the 1v3. He even had a smile on his face, I think, as he went down, because he realized, I probably shouldn't even been this close to winning that round. Good job from Navi. Bit had a really advanced position in B-halls for a quick timing. After this kill comes out, it's like, that's when everything starts collapsing. Bit makes his play, and Navi overrun the B-bomb site. One thing we can mention as well for the Navi side is someone who's had a tough performance and frequently criticized Imma, obviously. Plays really well on Mirage. This is a map where he still seems to find that impact that we all want to see more of.
And in that opening game, we got to cover it, and we've seen Imma making some plays that you were saying you haven't seen him make as many advanced confidence plays, creating smokes in front of him to get aggressive and take the next fight. We've seen a little bit more of that from Imma in the opening game of the tournament, and we're hoping we see those kind of confident plays from him. This series. Big shot from Carrigan, deep in the apartments. You won't see much of Imma in this round. He's gone already.
Yeah, he took a little bit of damage too. He tanked that, even with the aim punch, drills him. Oh, another one from Rops. FaZe coming right back into this with a rebuttal in round 2.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of force buys work out in this tournament on the CT side. Bit making sure that Navi stay in this fight. He got the opening, he got the trade, and he's not stopping. Bit was a beast in the opening game, and he's showing up versus FaZe. JL's with him. And if we get the kind of Bit we've seen in the opening game of Mirage, he dropped 31 kills on that map to kick off the World Cup, and he looks like he's on track to have a similar kind of performance.
Yeah, give me that rookie season Bit. I'll take that all day long. That would be fun as can be.
Yeah, that was the word you were going.
Yeah, that is the word I wanted the whole way through the statement.
Well, it's just pistols now again for FaZe. They're so close to creating something with that force buy, but it goes against him thanks to Bit.
Rops and Carrigan have reinvested into armor in this round and upgraded into 5.7s.
They'll do some damage. They know they weakened the economy of Navi in the previous round. They're looking to try and maximize on the potential of breaking apart some of the later purchases for Navi. Imma opens up on Brokey. Oh, sharp again from Wonderful.
And now they get the whole map to play with as FaZe's defense has been thinned out.
Bit starts to extend out of Palace, gets in a fight with Rain. You don't often win fights against Rain on your own, so JL helps him out. Bit finishes off the job. And 2 players left for Faze that will shortly meet the same fate as their fallen teammates. It'll be a 3-0 lead for Navi to kick off Mirage. This is the map pick of Navi. Pimp thinks that it's going to be a Faze clan victory today. You siding with him, or is it too difficult to call for you, Jason?
Honestly, I'm not so sure. I think coming into today, it felt like a pretty even affair. I kind of, I wish I could hold off and wait and see what kind of Faze. I kind of feel like Navi's going to win this. I don't know why. I just have this like gut feeling because both these teams are going to be good, both these teams are going to be solid, but at the moment I feel like Navi's coming into this with a little bit of just an advantage, an edge in terms of individual performance.
You would say they had a stronger team to face in their opening game too. Of Furia, right? Faze had FlyQuest, and they struggled against FlyQuest.
Yeah, they did.
Where it looked like they were even going to lose that first map, and then even the second map was a very close affair. It was a 2-0, but that doesn't really tell the story. Faze definitely struggled against FlyQuest. But then again, Faze are always struggle in games, and just
sure,
just
exactly. That's the X factor that I don't know really how to quantify at this point. Hey, hey, Riyadh, you guys sound a little rowdy right now, so I want to ask you a question. How many of you out in the crowd are rooting for Navi in this game?
A lot.
Got a couple. How many of you out there want Faze to win this quarterfinal? All right, that ain't bad.
The Faze clan support is certainly louder.
Yeah.
Brokey's got the AWP out. His big old laser. Two teams that always drill up a lot of support no matter where they go. Tentative start to this round for Navi.
Yeah, but a little bit of aggression here from Faze. They're finding a little weak point. Rain and Frozen just took a little peek down the A ramp and saw nobody home. That's not going to give away too much of the game at all at the moment, but they're maintaining these aggressive positions. Rops in support watching Khan and can peek up towards Palace in support. Frozen and Rain taking control of the main choke points for the A bomb site. Problem for Rops at the moment is he's got no teammate pushed up on catwalk, so there's no one to really kind of sandwich and collapse and crossfire on any kind of aggressive play.
Cuts through Rops. Opening kill found. 45 seconds remaining. Frozen starts to move out from under the wood, and Bit climbs down and changes positions with him. Frozen surely gone. Bit took a little longer than he would have expected to take that kill, but certainly will get it regardless. Kerrigan and Brokey on the other side of the map. There's no other option. It is a save call, and that will be 4 rounds in a row for Navi.
That's going to be really frustrating for Frozen. He was up on top of the balcony looking for the Palace play, and as soon as Rops goes down, he kind of readjusts his position as the defense loses a little bit of strength, and that's exactly when Bit makes his play. Brokey and Kerrigan locked out with nothing to do. A little bit of a hunt here from JL. But strong positions to prevent any of these weapons hitting the deck at the end of the day.
JL getting close to taking some of these weapons away. Kerrigan steadies himself, and the push comes in. He'll stop it, he'll handle it, he'll even get an AK.
And a Molotov.
Nice.
Yeah.
You can cook up in the kitchen with that. 4 rounds in a row for Navi, though, looking sharp. And I mean, it's always a good day when Bit is having a field day. And I'm glad that it's transitioned from day 1 into now the second day of play for Navi.
At the end of the day, like, this is the reality of the situation is, like, you look at Navi, and especially through the major, we always talk about teams in terms of like their core 3 and the 3 players you expect to deliver, right? And we know Navi have JL, who's performed pretty consistently at a good level, a couple off events here and there. Wonderful at the major, was excellent. He too's like kind of taken a little bit of a step down, but starting to find a little bit of form again. And then we've always kind of consistently looked towards Ema after his performance in the Paris major to be that kind of 3rd star. But if Bit's going to step up into that role, it's like that's all gravy. Like if Bit's going to be that guy and pop back off to where he's been at previously in his career, man, this is going to be so, this actually really truly can be a dangerous team who can repeat some of that success.
They said it themselves.
And this guy's waiting in the wings. Yeah. He's chilling out there somewhere.
That's true. Still on the roster in some capacity. Lots of options for Navi. We have a tech issue at the moment. We'll get that resolved as soon as we can. I mean, we heard that Navi was saying after they won the major, it came a little too early in the plans. You know, they didn't think they were ready to win a championship.
Yeah.
That
There's no such thing as too early when it comes to winning a major, but they were surprised at how early it did happen.
Exactly. So then your expectations of the roster like shoot up to the highest they can be. Because now they've shown their ceiling is winning the biggest tournament in Counter-Strike. And then you see them dip down and they have some negative performances again. But we have to remember this is a Navi squad they're trying to build over a long period of time.
They've got the perfect coach in Blade standing behind him to help them manage the emotions and the craziness that comes along with the expectations that they establish for themselves in Copenhagen.
Now, well, Carrigan's going to have to manage this B hold because Navi are starting to send multiple players in here quite quickly. Brokey, his shot will connect, his damage onto Imma, but it's not a kill. Carrigan's under a lot of pressure now at short side, but he's got Brokey to back him up. And Brokey is certainly doing that. Finally traded by Bit. Carrigan, he's staying alive so long, and he's actually found impact eventually. Wonderful's now left in a 1v4, and this push into the B-bomb site does not work out for Navi.
No, great kills from Brokey, but really smart play. Good job from Carrigan, making himself a really difficult target to clear out of position. Finally found by Wonderful, but that's all he's going to get, and Faze is on the board in round 5.
You can understand the idea from Navi to go for a quicker play out of the tech issue. See if you can test that B-bomb site defense. Oh, that was the last second shot that rattled off. Makes the difference there. If Brokey doesn't get that pick, then surely we watch Carrigan go down.
AWP was recovered for the defense, and this time Navi gonna line up outside the A-bomb site. They've attacked a couple different positions on this map already in these first 5 rounds. Looks like a set piece coming in. Not pulling the trigger on the attack up ramp just yet, waiting for some counter utility, see what kind of a response that's gonna get from the defense. And FaZe might be scratching their heads a little bit because they don't hear follow-up flashbangs, they don't hear follow-up footsteps and pressure, but it's just a double pump. They're coming in right now.
All the util. Landing for Navi, and Bit will start to extend out of Palace. He's covered off by the smoke at stairs. Brokey cannot see anything until that point. Smoke blasts open, reveals the likes of B. Now JL, a wild play, a wild card, and he plays it into death. It's Frozen fighting back through that smoke, and Bit is down. Wonderful towards CT, needed to land the shot. It rung out, but it's a miss. And Imma now with a 1v4 ahead of him. It's another solid hold from FaZe Clan, and one that will result in 4 players staying up and their second round collected.
There's some of that poise and experience from FaZe. Not blinking on the first execute, just holding nades in hand, ready to go. Ready for the follow-up that was surely coming. Good comms, because that's not Brokey who throws that nade. That's a teammate who breaks that smoke for him. And they manage all the follow-up aggression after the fact.
Now Navi's money is in a position where they would rather just eco. Buy Deagles across the board apart from money map. And see what you can get out of these. This will now allow FaZe to increase their score to 3. Carrigan on the AWP. And it's a miss. Baited out of him by Alexibi.
Defensive smoke deployed at the base of Khan. Rop's looking over it, can cover catwalk, but the main thrust once again is coming into the B halls, and this time it's not with rifles, it's just with deagles.
Carrigan's got a good angle here.
And Frozen over on catwalk with Carrigan anchoring with this AWP.
Ooh, JL's ducking beneath it. Eventually he'll peek on up, and Carrigan nails that shot. Frozen's rifle at the ready. And it is now steady for FaZe. It is 3. As predicted. I think FaZe Clan will be a team that welcomed the break probably the most out of everybody. The player break was definitely needed for them, because if you remember at the start of CS2, it was that hectic schedule. I felt like FaZe Clan were at every single
everywhere.
event.
Yeah.
They were in China, they were back in Europe, they were all over the show.
And they even mentioned there was a couple of events that they got to the point where they were going to be leaving for them, and they were like, we'd really like to take this event off, but already committed. And yeah, they're one of those teams that's
making finals, so they had to stay there the whole time.
I think it all kind of eclipsed over in Dallas with that early exit and that very intense team talk that Carrigan mentioned in interviews of trying to find a way to get this team back on track. Nice thing is, I mean, we kind of mentioned, we highlighted the, the devastating loss that FaZe took in the major finals back in Copenhagen to Navi. You have to imagine FaZe coming to this one is just going to have that extra gear. They're just a little bit extra fired up for this one, a little extra focused. They've rattled off 3 rounds straight, only losing 2 players in the last 2 rounds.
Brokey diving down into underpass. He's not alone. He's got Rops with him. Baltic boys looking to get some impact early, but it's JL that's coming out on top. He's one of their own, but on the other side, and Carrigan, he's scoped up, misses the shot. Now he's under a lot of pressure, bullets coming in. Carrigan's down to 20 health and relies upon his teammates to try and step up for him. It's old, reliable Rain to try and fend them off from Tetris. Emma swinging out, it's Rain that goes down. Rops also falls, and this is clean from Navi. Kills all across the board. And Alexi B does not overstep the mark. Brokey just gets annihilated. And Frozen's too far from the action. That pick is given on over, but it does trade out, sure, the life of Emma, but the information as to where Frozen is.
He's got money if he wants to give this a go.
It's just such a hard clutch.
Yeah, I mean, it feels impossible. But he's going to give it a try to at least find one, and now that I think he hasn't spotted anything or anyone, it might be time for him to just bail out.
Yeah, time is starting to take a little bit too far now. Even if he goes back into the A side, just think of all the positions he would have to check off.
Is he going to go for a ninja?
That's not going to be allowed. They're watching for it, so it's not going to happen. And he's going to turn to his death. Alexi B takes it from Connector. That was solid for Navi. It was just a flurry of kills in the mid portion of the round.
Even losing the first player, right? And just everyone stayed in position, and all the follow-up kills go in their favor. There's Brokey, able to find one, but Alexi coming in, backstabbing, and wonderful over the smoke. Navi just staying and watching for the moves from FaZe players. 2-round lead.
FaZe have money to fall back on. They've got a buyout again. Rops is relentless in his mid push, but he's caught by a fantastic flashbang by Wonderful, and Alexi B will take him out. Alexi B is not stopping. He's taking some control towards Chair at middle. Frozen sending flashes on over. And Navi occupy mid, and Alexi B, he predicted that movement, he predicted that boost. Dishes out some damage. Grenade will not take the kill, and Alexi B is now out of this round. 4v4 established.
Oh, yeah, but they've already gotten up a ramp with all the attention towards Khan.
Look at him.
Oh, good find from Kerrigan. That's massive, but Bit is here, and this is a headshot angle made for him.
The machine sitting inside of Sandwich. He's got JL coming to join him through the top of the stairway, and they're distracted. They're looking for Bit, but it's all about JL now inside of this smoke. It starts to fade away. He's starting to span towards Brokey, giving away his position, but there's multiple targets that JL must select, and I don't think he's ready for Brokey. He thought he killed the only player there, but in fact, Brokey is the secret weapon, and he's got JL. Wonderful decides the AK is a little bit better for him. He switches into that for this round and takes one, but immediate trade from FaZe. There's a 3K from Brokey.
Yeah, exactly. You nailed it. I mean, he never saw the second player. Had the sense that there might be one there, but thought that the player he killed was the only player hiding around that smoke. Brokey was just so patient, waiting for a clean shot. This is how it began. So many different paths you can take to take that mid, whether going behind the boxes, through the smoke towards mid, through the smoke towards Cat. And Rops get caught on this one.
Navi back down to a situation where they got Glocks and Deagles. A cocktail of weapons they won't be happy to have to enjoy.
Look at this defense at the B bomb site. Like, Kerrigan's got Molotov primed, Frozen just had a nade primed, Brokey's watching it from window. This ain't going anywhere.
They're just so ready for this, and now the barrel being spotted. Brokey sends the shot out. Carrigan, instead of using utility, goes to the rifle instead. Now Molotov gets that first kill, the rifle with the second. And it was all Alexi B. And he's a moment away from death. FaZe trying to keep 5 players alive. That's denied by one nice D from Alexi, but it's 4 up and it's tied up. It's 5-5. A bye will come back for Navi.
Kerrigan's had a great start in this game. I always like taking the opportunity to shout that out. He's been pretty solid, dominant over at that B bomb site. 116 ADR, 10 kills.
Yeah, he's matching Brokey in terms of kills. He's actually got more ADR than him. Rob's a little quiet to start. that is going to be a point of interest throughout this season, is do we get to see the Robs we become accustomed to at the start of CS2, or are we going to see Imma and Wonderful take 2 openers? Frozen straight through. That's a reply on Imma. It's going to keep Navi ahead by just 1 player, and Bit is going for the same move he tries over and over again.
And it's effective to run it here. They have all the information. They know how many players Faze just had in middle. Oh, Bit good finds the headshot. Sliver gap.
Big shot from Bit. Alexi being connector, breaking apart Karrigan, and it's Frozen left. 1v4 and another round that doesn't seem possible for Faze. So great work for Navi, just cleaning up their chances.
I think you have to save it this time. I'm shocked he's even stepping up into this. 1 kill, maybe time to bail out. 1v3, you have no money if you lose this rifle.
Save. That was the opportunity, but he's hanging around still. It's just so difficult to even get close to the site. It's wild he's staying committed to this. And now if he goes into the connector, he's surely going to die. They hear that reload. Wonderful's moved out of Palace. There's the connector peek from Alexi, and Frozen will not be able to save his weapon at all. So that is 6 rounds to 5. Now if you take a lead, and Money's not in a good position for Faze in this final round of the half.
No, Karrigan's going to descend to an SMG just so he can have a little bit of utility. Frozen doesn't exactly have that luxury. If he wants nades, he's got to go to a pistol. Good job clearing out underpass. Navi's game plan is so effective right now, and it feels like they're prepared for a lot of these follow-up plays. That being said, Faze just ends a 5-1 run with that loss there.
And JL charging out. It's a double setup under the wood. This could be very effective because his range just sells his life away, but I say that, and both players just go down in an instant through the wood. It is Navi ahead by 2 players, and they might just be ahead by a few extra rounds. Karrigan and Frozen coming back in with 2 MP9s. It is a massive ask and one that will not be responded to. Frozen is left now again in a 1v4, and this one he has to attempt. There is no option to save. And he is going to go into the site. He is taken out by Wonderful, and it is Navi who will leave this half with a 2-round lead over FaZe Clan on Mirage. Fantastic showing across the board, led by Bit.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. Navi taking on Faze, 7-5 in the favor of Navi. Looking sharp, but Faze finding ways to fight back. Actually, Faze might have even looked better in the gun rounds. A good start from Navi allowed them to get out to a lead and claw a couple more rounds at the end. And we'll see what's going to happen now that Faze switches over to the T side.
Yeah, we absolutely will. Carrigan's gone to P250, frozen with the smoke, and we'll see what kind of call Carrigan has up his sleeve here. Seems to be a quick play towards the B bomb site. They're avoiding that underpass entrance for now. And Lexi B looking to be the player to gather the information nice and early about this attack. Now he sees those bullets whizzing past his head. It's going to be a drop down into the bomb site. He's hoping JL can cover him off. It's Lexi B to take that first. JL clean right through Carrigan. And Lexi B just staying composed here. Faze not getting the space they would like, not getting these trades. And that bomb plant finally starting to come in, but that might be all that they get here unless Robson Brokey can start to pull this one back. And they are doing exactly that. Brokey's down though. JL coming through short, and Navi recover it. I'm actually surprised Faze got something out of that with a bomb plant and a couple of kills, because that was looking very comfortable for Navi.
I know, just so much chaos in that situation and scrambling to recover the scenario, running out of ammunition. I cannot believe Bit hits that shot on Brokey, disappearing into the smoke. With the effectiveness of that post plant, one extra player might have just been the difference. The fact that he grabs that hurts.
Yeah,
nice simple pistol. That's both pistols now for Navi in this opening map on Mirage.
Now, with the changes we've seen come in just before Dallas, you can't really get a full buy, a very solid force buy in the T round after getting the bomb plant like you used to. So Faze have actually decided to go with some Tech 9s and Deagles instead of fully investing into this. Only one player purchasing armor, and that's Robs. So Faze want to get gun rounds. They want to get as many as possible in this half.
Frozen trying to apply a little bit of pressure for some movement. They pulled back the catwalk defender, which opens up the avenue for Carrigan. He's coming through this all day, and they pass each other. Good shots from Carrigan. Wonderful now is to stay on the other side of the smoke, but the bomb is not in a position to take advantage of this.
Not really, not at all. Carrigan's still fighting though. Get away, JL. Carrigan's just coming swinging. Carrigan down to 7 HP. Brokey has the bomb, and that's now been spotted. Now Bit is going to be primed to try and deal with this threat. He's going to drop down and try and stop the bomb from getting away. He'll do exactly that, but he lost a lot of his health. It was close to going FaZe Clan's way, but now the problem is, Jason, the bomb is down an underpass, and they're so far away from it.
Carrigan's playing with some attitude today. 2 kills with him for the P250.
Bit's low too. Carrigan and Bit, the walking wounded right now. But I do think Bit's position should allow him a kill on Carrigan. But think again. All right. That is so wild for Mr. Anderson.
Who's playing on his computer? Because it's not the Carrigan that I'm used to.
This is crazy. The break did him well. Just a little bit of rest and recovery.
It's just unfortunate and awkward that with the bomb being dropped, Brokey was doing his best to fall back, even kind of read the fact there was going to be a follow-up fight, but...
They got to play for elimination now, right? It's like 18 seconds left. They just got to try and get kills. Carrigan's down. Frozen's now caught between 2 players. And although it was lovely to watch from Carrigan, it doesn't result in a round win or even close to it.
No, not a round win, but it is a win of sorts. You came into that, remember, you highlighted how little they invested. Only one player with armor, just upgraded pistols. That's a fantastic return on investment, 3 kills.
That's very true. Carrigan just takes a risk, goes through the smoke. You know, there's nothing really to lose here with the P250.
It's because it's designed, right? There's no utility, but he's saying my only window to make it through this smoke and make this work and be a little bit creative is this pressure that Frozen is applying, showing that we're rushing B to take attention away from that exact play.
We go right into the gun rounds phase. Decided they wanted to take a weaker buy in the last so that they can get everybody on an AK-47 in this. A lot of damage done to Imma early by utility. He's down to 49.
That was JL's nade that did that damage. He broke open the con smoke and Imma was trying to fall right back through it, so a little awkward.
That's a rough start. Frozen hoping to catch the head of Alexi B jump spotting. Lexi B not giving much of an opportunity for that with the type of jumps he's going for. Wonderful boosted up.
He's got a flashbang if he can set up Wonderful, but Wonderful peeks ahead of it. Good damage, good kill. Yeah. And Alexi playing back.
Alexi B gets into a smoke created by himself. it's an extra corridor of cover to get underneath the apartments again. So if Robs comes out here with a bomb, Alexi B might be able to stop it from getting into the bomb site, but Robs is patient, doesn't matter. Alexi B still hits that headshot. Bits come over to rotate with him. Alexi B follows up, and FaZe Clan just fall apart in the middle of nowhere. That is just Alexi B with some sick kills on the MP9, and the second was found without even seeing his opponent.
And they knew he was still there. They knew he was still there, so they were kind of frozen from really taking control of that bomb site. Even when they get the second kill in B, they know it's not Alexi, so they know they're still searching for one more player. But what just a brilliant sequence of decision-making from Navi's in-game leader. Alexi with 10 kills.
FaZe Clan with their second timeout.
Yeah, well, now it's sketchy. Now all of a sudden that kind of setup they had with the Kerrigan round, with taking 3 players out previously, it kind of goes to waste. You no longer have them at like a tenuous economic position to capitalize on. They get a rebuy. Meanwhile, FaZe, they have to stay on pistols at a 5-round deficit.
Navi building up a beautiful scoreline. Extremely likely to be 11. And it's almost getting to the point, Jason, where it almost feels like FaZe need to win a round like this. Like something that they shouldn't be winning. Deagles, Glocks, P250s. They came close earlier in the half.
It's one of the factors that they were known for during some of their dominant stretches is the fact that they can pull these rounds out magically. They can just use these Deagles. And there's a good start. Rops lands one. That's JL. First step taken by FaZe in these pistols.
But it's just a trade. It's not an advantage. It's just evening those numbers out again. There's not a lot of momentum behind FaZe at the moment, and I'm just trying to figure out how can we put these pistols. It looks like an attack into the B bomb site. He's about to be set up. Kerrigan already in the apartments.
It's really the only option without utility. You have no more nades to cover mid-window, cover catwalk, cover con at all. You have nothing to cover at the A bomb site, the myriad of smokes that you need to take that successfully. So march into the B bomb site, hope the Deagles can provide you another quick kill, and see if you can stream in afterwards.
Well, the setup designed to deal with this is Alexi B at short, and that range will rip the head off Rain. Now Wonderful plays inside of the bomb site itself, and Rops did not see him. Wonderful takes an easy kill, and FaZe not really finding any sort of foothold. Finally, Kerrigan able to carve one out for himself. It's Wonderful going down, and the rest of FaZe will fall. 11-5. That round is quite simply picked up by Navi.
You don't have to miss Nico. He's still here. He's still here. He'll be
go
back.
Outside and see a giant billboard of his head as well if you want.
He'll be back tomorrow. FaZe maybe not. They have quite a deficit to overcome and quite a deep hole at the moment. 11-5 for Navi, and this T side has yet to get started for FaZe, yet to win a round on it.
So this is it now for FaZe. Lose this and Mirage will come to an end. Rain creeping up short, hasn't had the performance he would have hoped for, but that's a good entry, and it's even better on the second. JL goes down in the window, and Brokey missed shot through connector. He recovers, he gets a second chance, and he won't miss that. Alexi B fends off Kerrigan, but FaZe ahead in a comfortable way right now, 4 versus 2. Emma is starting to search the ramp, worried about Palace. They haven't quite pieced together what FaZe are about to do, and it's coming through connector into this A site. Emma hides inside of ramp. FaZe will realize that that has to be a possibility they should consider. Alexi B through jungle. If he can get a double kill, it reopens this question. And Emma, it's a big shot on Rops. It's now suddenly Emma in a 1v2. It doesn't feel as unrealistic as it did just mere moments ago. Rain is low, 25 health, and it does not matter if Emma just jumps into him. And Rain with a fantastic round. We started talking about how maybe weak he's been on this map, but that's a huge step up.
Yeah, well, somebody on FaZe needed to provide a little bit of energy to this team with a sequence, and Rain has done just that. Good kill, good turn immediately to the angle. Spots JL shooting back at him. And Rain puts together a round that gets FaZe finally on the board in this second half. And immediately Navi's struggling for cash, so Pistols themselves, they could have force bought if they chose, but deciding to play it a little bit wise with their money, a little bit conservative with their money considering the lead.
Yeah, like CB's pushed up in that top mid smoke, but look how aware Rain is of this possibility.
And also there's just a timer on this play. Like Alexi's gonna have to make a move. He does it as soon as his teammates swing. Good job on that.
Oh,
not too bad.
From Carrigan, that's kind of filthy. And now FaZe's reaction is to jump out into the A side because they've seen so many numbers in middle that this A side has to be weak. And there's no one home. So they just jump into the site, smokes up in connector, and that bomb goes down. So FaZe up to 7. And they're starting to notice a pulse. Some life in FaZe, still on Mirage. Money's so good for Navi, though.
Yeah, I mean, due to the smart decision of saving here, and especially now that you have 2 AK-47s, one can get passed over to Bit. I mean, this decision to just play it smart with your economy and stick on pistols with the lead that they have, this is going to help catapult their money into them being very, very comfortable for the next 2 or 3 rounds. Good decision-making from Navi has set them up very, very well to close this out without too many issues. Purchasing AWPs will not be a problem for them. And a timeout used from Navi as they want to talk over getting back into the guns, what they can adjust, what FaZe is doing well, where FaZe is being effective, and what they need to do to shut it down.
Factual.
Get this guy some chicken.
Yeah.
I love you too. 4-round lead. Round 19 set to begin. All up in the hands of Wonderful, in the hands of Brokey as well. FaZe trying to continue this streak and claw themselves back into this map.
Quick mid utility, and it's a quick jump out from JL. Ran into mid. He's so good that it's been like this for years that FaZe really can let him just take top mid on his own. He's that reliable. He's that comfortable. And it allows you to have extra players in positions like ramp. And that might be enough to topple Bit. Carrigan goes down inside a connector. Frozen is enough to remove Bit, in fact, and now Wonderful is under a little bit more pressure because he's got to position himself to deal with that ramp threat. And Frozen, well, he just pushes forward. Doesn't care about the AWP presence. And now Wimmer has to try and patch things up for Navi. Had a chance there, but Frozen's not stopping. He's had a round. And we are starting to see the individuals from FaZe have more and more of these moments. It is taken out by JL. Frozen's down. Rob's replies to LexiB back through the smoke. Suddenly, it's a 1v1. And there's lots of time on that fuse. It's Brokey up against LexiB.
And how does he choose to play it, Brokey? Does he look for the cross? Does he try and get the pick as he comes in? Does he wait for the defuse? Alexi's got no utility to help himself get into the bomb site.
He now has one flash that he picks up off the floor, spots out the arm, spots out the leg, and Brokey still peeks to close it. 8 rounds and this comeback is still happening for FaZe.
Alexi never expected that repeat, but how gutsy was it with low health? Getting tagged up, one more bullet would have done it, and Brokey's just way too fast. But this is activated by Frozen. Clearing out a ramp, the swing into the bomb site afterwards. These kills on the cross.
We've seen in this half a huge rain round, and that kind of kick-started this comeback that FaZe are currently on, and now we're seeing a big round from the rifle of Frozen. We know there's so much depth in this FaZe squad to get them back into this.
And a big clutch from the off of Brokey. Yet it's still Carrigan leading the way with 17 kills.
LexiB's having a game as well. He's top fragging for his squad, 16. A battle of the in-game leaders. Alexi Low at 31. Will that grenade find him? Just a little bit off the top, but Rain is pushing up short. He's doing it swiftly. He's not alone either. He's got plenty of teammates in behind him, but this setup for Navi, this is their best chance of being competitive in this round because multiple players defending this B site. JL goes down. He would have loved a lot more out of his rifle, and because he's unable to get any, it is now just wonderful on the other side of the map. So that is a 9th round for FaZe as they crush through the B-bomb site. They're always in a map phase. As soon as you think it's about to be a clean, quick victory from Navi.
We mentioned one of the kind of factors of FaZe when they've been in some of their more dominant streaks being their ability to win those miracle rounds with Deagles. One of the other ones is the fact that they're just so hard to put away. Yeah, they're one of those teams that just don't quit, and it's what's made them such an exciting team to watch over the years is the number and the myriad of comebacks they've had, the number of times they've had backs against the wall, facing elimination, and just staying in maps even when they're down big and grinding it out. It's happening again here on Mirage. 4 in a row for FaZe. And even burning timeouts, Navi's not able to find the solution.
It's a creative call, creative chance. Perhaps the sentiment felt by FaZe as well.
Well done. You've done me in there.
Yeah.
Wonderful, looking towards underpass, doesn't see anything. Missed the timing on it. Now they're creeping a little bit closer. Kerrigan and Frozen working in tandem.
There's a jump up. Ooh. Okay, Kerrigan. What is he been doing during the break? This is wild. Kerrigan jumps up on the bench, blasts the head off JL.
I haven't seen that out of Kerrigan in like 8 years.
It's been a long time. And JL's having a tough time right now, 8 and 14. And that boost up into the window is coming in. Frozen's already in the smoke. Kerrigan, ooh, it's getting heated. Step down into the underpass. 49 seconds left. FaZe just occupying mid at the moment. They know they have Frozen in a position that he can start to get involved late into the round.
They have so many advantages, FaZe. Like, Navi at this point just has to be praying that FaZe's final closing gambit is to head to the A bomb site. That's where they want to finish.
Look like it.
And they're so wrong. Now, equally, FaZe doesn't have a smoke to cross con. There could be a battle. There could be an engagement if they ever peak.
20 seconds left. Imma could delay them, and it's effective trading, but they've got to go to the site now. 15 seconds. Alexi B still inside of the bomb site. Kerrigan in that fight, and Kerrigan, it's another important
he can stop it.
8 seconds left. They're running. Wonderful's right here. Oh my God, FaZe just getting that plant down. Wonderful couldn't stop it in time, and the plant comes in. It is a wild maneuver as FaZe go back into the only player left standing for Navi. And Wonderful is now thinking about a clutch.
I think he's just boxed in, and he's like, I can't get away. Like, Kerrigan's already wrapping me CT spawn. I have no exit. I might as well go for this and see what I can try.
And while time is ticking, Wonderful with no kid on his back is certainly a problem. And now that Molly comes in, if he goes back spawn, Rops is waiting for him. 11-10. This is an incredible comeback yet again from FaZe. It looked like Navi are about to put them away, but as you mentioned, they've got a tough chin. Can't be knocked out. And Navi's money is starting to look a little questionable. They're going to go with some scouts, SMGs. FaZe are most likely going to tie this game up 11-11. 5 rounds in a row from FaZe on the T side. You almost said jokingly at the start of series with FaZe, it was a close game against FlyQuest, but then again, every game with FaZe is close, and it just becomes true every single time.
It's wild, too, how well Navi set themselves up in terms of their money with a couple of saved AK-47s and the way things were looking. and haven't been able to capitalize on that kind of advantage that they gave themselves. This is starting to get brutal.
Rain through connector. Spots out bit first, but the problem will be Imma at the bottom of the stairs. He's going to peek that deagle. And that'll leave a few blisters.
Oh, shot tags.
Yeah, it's not enough to bring him down, though. And now this attack into the B-bomb side is currently coming through. Frozen, spotting out a couple. Rob's working in tandem from the apartments. Oh, JL! He's been silent, but suddenly a big bang on the Deeg. It's two picked up. And Brokey, he is the next victim that JL has in his sights. They want to dodge that Deagle while it's hot. And they're going to go back in a bit. And he's going to try and stop them through the connector, but they realize they just got to go, and they run right in. And now it's a 1v1. It's a clutch that JL can win. He's up against Carrigan, the top fragger here on the server. And the AK-47 in his hands, he'll go into spawn, but JL is closer than Carrigan will suspect. And JL's coming around that backside. Carrigan goes down. What a round from JL. As soon as Faze Clan are about to tie things up, JL steps up with a deagle, and Navi finally head to map point.
And that's a little bit of a throwback to the JL we had at the Major. Whenever Navi needed a round, he delivered. And once again, it's with a deagle. He had a couple of those against Furia. His deagle just creates excellent moments for Navi. And good decision, quick rotations as well. That's the real winner in this clutch. Carrigan just doesn't have the sense of timing because JL got a little bit of a jump on it. And Carrigan thought he had a few more seconds to be safe and clear CT spawn. (12-10). Navi has struggled and labored in this second half, but they put themselves in a position. 2 chances to win map 1.
And that is going to fire them up. Wonderful with the first kill on Rain. The mid player is gone for Faze. It is going to be a play towards the A site for Faze Clan, and look how many players from Navi are on this side of the map. Here's the first fighting connector, JL. Revenge for Carrigan, but he runs with his smoke out. It's a little awkward. And eventually it's Imma that comes out on top of that. Navi a player up. Rob's trading it out, keeping the numbers even. An equilibrium once again established. Bit plays from Ninja. Frozen into a sandwich. And Bit's gonna peek out. Good timing on that. Frozen was looking the wrong way. Bit wonderful has his palace, and it's all over here on Mirage. Unless Brokey's got something magic, and he just does it. Navi stopped the comeback. Navi stopped Faze, and they've got Mirage to kick off this quarterfinal.
Smiles on the faces of the Navi players, but it almost came crashing down around them. Faze fought hard, as you can expect, but those last couple of rounds, ooh, it was so sweet. JL, perfect timing at the end to grab him a chance of that, and then a clean round to get 13.
Yeah, what a very important clutch coming in from JL in a round that was, you know, looking for the takes of Faze. It looked like they were able to win it. Carrigan had a good call, a good idea, and then all of a sudden he decides to completely expose himself and open himself to JL. That capitalized, won the round, and then Navi could finish the job. The game was not won in that round. The game was won in the beginning of the game, in the beginning of the half. Navi were dominating, as you see on the scoreline right now, getting up to a 4-1 start and constantly poking poking back and forth towards FaZe Clan. They had an answer to it, but they were never really in the game apart from the... It wasn't a cosmetic comeback because it became very, very close, but it was a bit of a late comeback attempt in from FaZe Clan after having been absolutely owned by Navi in the beginning of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And for FaZe, you know, that's an absolute nice try right there if I've ever seen one, right? Losing both the pistol rounds as well. Basically almost a free 5 rounds for the side of Navi after winning both the pistols. And Carrigan, yeah, it is unfortunate that in 1v1 he just was so focused on a CT position, expecting Jail to be coming in from there. But apart from that, he was, in my opinion, leading like an actual leader, right? In the fragging department as well. Even the comeback, he was top fragging in the server. Someone you're not really looking towards to, but in the end, just not good enough. And for JL, I did point out JL and Drops, you know, to see something from them. We didn't really see much from either of the two players, but JL with the 2 digs and that clutch in a 1v1, netting them the win.
But look at this, right? When we look down the numbers here, it's kind of not what you expect on many sides of the table, but it was a thing where we'd say that some individuals need to step up and deliver when you really want to be pressured. Did it in a good way.
Yeah, they did. You know, we spoke a bit about Bit coming into the game as well. He's been having a tough time finding his consistency in this game. He was okay in the beginning. In the opener, he was absolutely fantastic. So seemingly he's finding a bit of consistency as well. I would argue, again, Navi just played a beautiful game of Counter-Strike on Mirage. We saw it in the opening game as well, where they absolutely manhandled Furia, going up 12-0 and destroying them on Mirage. We were having the question, we were posing the question whether or not that was a one-off from Navi, or if that is exactly their level when they're playing Mirage, and I think we got an answer to that. They took down FaZe Clan, they did it convincingly, they had all the players chiming in from one moment to another, and then LXB, as I said, whenever he's calling on Mirage, I love watching it, because there's so many moving parts all the time within the Navi camp, and somehow they still find together and actually end up winning the rounds.
Absolutely, and this T side from Navi is on Mirage, I think it's up there. It's absolutely world class. And even the CT side, right? Sure, the economy was in tatters with FaZe continuing to win these rounds back to back to back, but in the end of the day, they got a job done. But for me personally, heading into Nuke, this is a problem for Navi. The CT side, we could see a few flaws here in Mirage, and we saw a lot of flaws from them on their CT side against Furia, if memory serves me right. A lot of miscommunication and whatnot. And for FaZe, if this was a complete stomp, I could foresee a future where FaZe just get 0-2'd by Navi. But with that comeback and also knowing it's going to be Nuke, where they're trying to get back to their greatness in that map, it's not quite done yet.
And I think the style of comeback it was at first, right? Because it looked like Navi felt comfortable. Oh, it's our map. We've got this. And then you start to see their faces change and the panic really start to set in. And Carrigan was the man that was leading that to them. He was making them panic.
It's classic FaZe, isn't it? They never, ever make it easy for their opponents. And in the end, that's what I love about watching this team, right? Watching FaZe. No matter how grim it looks, no matter how just gone the situation seems like, they just never give up. And yeah, absolutely. I'm looking at the players on this FaZe side. We're looking at Rain. We're looking at Robs, looking for him to come back and Brokey. But for me, the biggest surprise is Carrigan, dude. He was hitting shots. This spray transfer is just so ridiculous. Sure, it's against the pistols and whatnot, but it was he did it throughout the entire game, which is kind of nuts.
Yeah, he was playing good Counter-Strike, and I think FaZe were getting warmed up as well. As you said, a classic FaZe comeback. Let's not forget a lot of the rounds they were winning also came down to incredible close clutches. I believe it was Brokey in a 1v1. He survived with 18 HP on towards A-ramp. So there was a lot of moments in that game when Navi could have closed it out, and that probably would have changed our sentiment and our assessment of the game, saying that Navi never allowed FaZe to make the comeback. So sometimes in a game of Counter-Strike, especially with MR12, where there's such a fine balance and a fine margin between making a comeback and just losing straight out, it was, for me, a bit of a cosmetic comeback, and it still felt like Navi were the better team on Mirage, and truthfully, rightfully deserved to win.
But do you feel like those last few rounds have given some time now for FaZe to warm up and come into the second map and do what they need to do?
They have to,
absolutely.
Considering it's gonna be Nuke, right, and most likely will start on the T side as well. So for them to feel that, that's a great thing. I did see from Brokey as well. He gave that, not giving a F attitude with the AWP, re-peeking into it, taking duels that you, for most people, feel like you probably shouldn't take. So I hope he's going to continue with that trend. Carrigan as well, can we expect him to replicate that kind of performance?
Unlikely.
Hopefully not,
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not, because I feel like FaZe are playing the best when Carrigan is at the bottom of the scoreboard and you're looking at your Robs, your Reigns, your Brokey for that matter.
No, I agree with you, and I feel like, sure, you look at his comeback and you call it maybe a cosmetic comeback and whatnot, but absolutely, the fact that we saw Brokey starting to warm up as well, even Robs is having some moments late in that game to kind of wake up, because he had an abysmal first half as well, right? So if they're warmed up, they're feeling, you know, the blood starting to pump, then Nuke could be a whole different ballgame here.
Now, one thing I want to look at when it comes to Nuke, though, is that I remember Carrigan saying it felt like we'd played so much Nuke that we started to be figured out. Now, he's had the player break and he's had some time to change it, but how much could really change in order for them to be that comfortable and that confident with it? Because they're still picking it.
I don't think it's necessarily going to be, you know, too much about new stuff that FaZe is going to cook up here in this map, but I feel like for Navi, one big problem I saw against the Furia's T side was you saw the way Furia playing, super quiet, you know, just denying information a lot of the times. And what was happening for Navi, where when it comes into the 45-second mark, for example, individuals were going for info plays, right? And that is something Furia punished, and if I know FaZe, they're going to punish that as well. And there were times when they're denied information, when it was late round, late in the game, the comms are missing. There were times where players are walking down secret, and there were no one rotating in early on. So this CD side from Navi on Nuke, I think is a bit suspect, and I'm sure that Carrigan has been keeping an eye on it.
And isn't it the T sides, though, where Navi thrive more on Nuke anyway? Alexi B's T side has been looking better.
Yeah, it has, and I think one of the things Alexi B gets a lot of credit for, and probably should get even more credit for, is his ability to change the pace. He can play a slow-paced round of Counter-Strike. He can feel it out. He can play a default, and then he can just wrap up the pace one round to another. And he's always conditioning his opponents to always be afraid of that fast ramp rush, the fast inner go, maybe the fast yacht take for that matter as well. And I think that's one of the most underrated things about Navi, and one of the reasons why they are playing so well at the moment. It feels like the playbook and the depth of the playbook is at a very high level. As an opponent, I'm pretty sure if you were to ask Kerrigan, if you were to ask the G2 players, the Vitality players, some of the teams that regularly face Navi, I think it's one of the hardest teams out there to prepare for, because they have so much in the store right now. They have so many different ways of approaching the rounds and so many different players who can make the difference in different occasions, that preparing for a team like Navi right now is a difficult opportunity.
I agree, but I'm just going to say this. Bit's not going to be dropping to the 30 bomb here in regulation. So who's going to step up?
That's a question, right? Who is going to step up? Because if Bit didn't do it on Mirage as well, and you're going to look at maybe him have some success here on Nuke, who are we looking at in the individuals to find success?
I mean,
Alexi was good.
I mean, the thing with Bit was he wasn't quiet per se, right? He was still finding a lot of impact in the map of Mirage, but 30 bombs is going above and beyond, right? And now, again, JL had a very quiet start in Mirage, apart from that, you know, 3K and 1v1 clutch he got the very tail end of that particular game. But individually speaking, when it came to the Furia game, remember, it was 13-11, by the way, and it was a lot of the rounds being won by hero plays, by Wonderful, by JL, and of course by Bit as well. Now, I don't think that is something that can be sustainable, especially against a Nuke specialist like Carrigan.
Okay, well, let's see how it goes when it does come to Nuke. It's going to be a brawl no matter what, but FaZe are looking to bounce back and try and find success here. But they'll be having to do that after the break.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
لا يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
In the player break, we had probably like a week of practice, and well, you want to stay away from the game. It comes down to the person individually, but whatever the person is feeling. I definitely stayed away from CS2. I know for a fact that a few other guys stayed away from the game. You know, I think it's nice to just have some time off and then come back in with a fresh mindset, and I think that's what we did. And just in preparation for the first tournament, you just try to shape off the rust and get your head back in the game. The main goal for this tournament would be to obviously win. I think we go into every tournament with that mindset, but I think the side goal obviously, as I mentioned, the question would be to get back in the groove, shape off the rust. That comes from the break. Obviously, people haven't touched the game for some time, and you lose some form. That's a natural thing, and I hope we just don't disappoint ourselves with poor individual form this event, and I think that's a good goal to set as well. When we talk about Vitality, I think they are obviously like a very tough team to beat. They definitely have a world-class team and world-class individual players as well. So I think that's the main reason. Like, we have a hard time beating them. I think notably the last few matches we played against them, Saivu has had a good game, or Flames had a pop-off game. So it's always like a player in those matches has a really good moment for them, and then it's, you know, CS is like a momentum-based game. So once you have a player popping off, it's going to be really hard to stop them. And when we don't find a way to, like, on our side, have like a good performance by someone, then it's, as a team, it's kind of hard to stop it, and you just have to find the momentum back into the game. And yeah, more often than not, you don't, because if the opposing team already has done that, then it's hard. Definitely, when you have qualifiers and you have a chance for a team to come out of nowhere, I think it's always a wonderful chance to, you know, put a spotlight on those players and make them a chance to win the trophy in theory. And yeah, hopefully we'll get to see one day to have a team like that do it. And I think overall this tournament is definitely, you know, making a name for itself. Obviously, being like a World Cup sort of thing, it doesn't unite. You know, doesn't matter from which place you're from. I think it's interesting to just see everyone come from every region and yeah, have a chance to win a big tournament.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup quarterfinals time here, and we've got two of the biggest names in Counter-Strike going toe-to-toe, and it was an impressive first map, a big comeback from Faze, but it was stopped right at the end by Navi, and it was a big moment from JL, who was actually the quietest player for Navi for a large part of that.
Until they needed him. He seems to always rise to the occasion. The guy's absolutely sick in those situations. Now, if you're a Faze fan, don't be too sad right now, because they're down a map in this. Yeah, they're facing elimination. They're moving to Nuke, which is their map pick, and the last two times Faze and Navi have faced off on this map, Faze has taken both of those engagements, 13-9 at the Blast Spring Final, 13-5 at ESL Pro League. So they got to be heading into this one. Yeah, bummed that comeback didn't get completed, but very, very confident in their own performance on Nuke. And you got to be very happy when you look at the level Kerrigan was playing with, watching Rain and Frozen come alive in that second half. Like, you have some things going for you if you're Faze, and you come into this one ready to win.
We've seen that head-to-head, picture-in-picture of Alexi B and Kerrigan. They were fragging out both of the in-game leaders at the top of the charts, doing some real damage. But this pistol is about to get underway with Faze on the T side, heading outside with a couple of players. Rops will just lurk out towards door. And Faze starting to cross on over. Smokes will be deployed. And they'll be quick about this with a flash up. JL is forced back into heaven. He'll spot one player and confirm at least one has gone down to secret. But Faze want to stay attacking in towards this A site. Imma's worried about Hut. Frozen's got some space out here, but he's caught in the open, and JL's come back to cover that off, and Frozen goes down. So now it is going to be the lower bomb site under scrutiny. And Alexi B decides he doesn't want to stand and fight in those stairs. Instead, he'll jump up into the rafters, but Rain doesn't care where he's going to fight him because he knows he's going to win it. Rops has been lurking the whole time here at door, and finally it's his time to strike on Imma. who he's just dancing with at the moment, keeping him pinned, and Emma comes out with those jewelies.
Yeah, but that still took a long time to solve that engagement, so Navi have really got to hustle. They've got no kits. This has to be a very fast-paced retake and very clean kills as they come in. Brokey is going to be tucked against the wall.
Brokey just chilling around this corner. Good kill. That's Emma down, and really the chances for Navi are starting to shrink incredibly low. It's so awkward. That was not a fight that we expected to see.
Do they have
Navi
time?
get to the defuse, but it's
he turns off.
Not enough time. They have to run away. It was so close. It was so chaotic. But FaZe Clan just about come out on top.
Yeah, but Navi almost pulls it off. I mean, you could see even just a little bit Alexi scrambling in that opening engagement, just desperately trying to find any form of safety where he could actually take a fight, actually get a second to breathe and settle himself.
And then that happened.
And then that happens. 1-0 pistol round in the favor of FaZe. They didn't have a single one on Mirage, so this has got to feel good. At least a good starting point.
Yeah. And even their pistol round wins come down to the wire. Literally in this case. And Navi are going to come back with a couple of sets of Kevlar, but nothing worth talking about, really. FaZe Clan are given the chance to build up a strong start here on the T side. It's going to be 2-0. Now, when the Zeus was first upgraded and updated in the start of this year, Rops in particular was loving them. Well, JL is going to have a go with the Zeus in this round. He'll play in towards Hut. Flash from Alexi B to set up the peek from his teammates. It has blinded a few FaZe Clan players here. Alexi manages one.
Brokey tapping away with this Galil. Still should be all fine for FaZe as they start swinging into fights, confident in the rifles. And Kerrigan's going to find a second in the round. So 2-0 for FaZe. Last piece of danger is the Zeus. Oh, give it to us. There's some guy in the crowd who likes chickens, and that Zeus makes it close to a chicken sound.
No, well, unfortunately, we won't hear that close to a chicken sound. Jason,
there he is. He's
gone.
back.
Yeah, he's here.
Did you get any tenders between maps? I think that's a no.
It's a beautiful thing. I don't think I've heard that chant before in an esports event.
Surely you haven't. Surely.
Oh, there's definitely been some chicken-related ones, but just straight-up chicken.
It's true. They've taken all the fluff out of it. 2-0.
This Brokey fast. Stay with us, Jason. The chicken, it's Brokey running right out, and JL goes down. It's a good start here for FaZe Clan into the first real gun round, the first real test. It's a 5v4 off the back of that, and no one from Navi able to trade yet. Alexi B is looking to be a bit of a nuisance, though, around those smokes.
Frozen's crossing over just as the smoke starts to fade. But that's a sound cue given up, so Bit and Wonderful can set up defense on control side. Two FaZe players still waiting up above in lobby. So, I mean, if there's some kind of an engagement or a FaZe just sense they have the opening or the opportunity, they can shoot right back up those vents, abuse the verticality. And waiting to meet resistance.
Here's Kerrigan. About to peek in a Bit, and Bit wins that fight. So eventually the trade comes in here for Navi. It's been a very slow play down into the lower bomb site here for FaZe, but now they decide to go. The plant is now coming in.
They still don't know about Wonderful either, that there's two on control side. And actually it might not matter anymore because now the retake's going to come in, and now you have to expect you're going to see plenty of Navi bodies wherever you look.
It's been a strange round here. Everyone's just kind of looking for the next opponent, but there is none. They're not walking into anybody. Eventually, the fight will come in here. It's going to be Imma versus Frozen. The Galil outmatches Imma, and the second on Alexi B. That's enough. Brokey follows up, and FaZe with 3 rounds in a row.
Ooh, Wonderful might be able to find an escape route up the vents, looking for one last parting gift of a frag, but no one's going to give it to him, and now he's got to bail out towards Secret. He'll be fine. Everyone should be fine on the explosion, and FaZe has a 3-0 lead. Yeah, that was a little bit of a weird round. They just seemed to pass each other. You don't see an entry like this too often, I feel. Like, not a whole lot of people go for that kind of a battle.
Yeah.
But we all know Brokey's a little bit crazy and probably had a little bit of confidence considering he knows that third round going to be some head armor missing, and man, does he just take advantage of it.
He does, big time. And when the retake comes in, you think it's going to be a back and forth, a little bloody. Turns out, it turns out the Galil just gets the job done from Frozen. And now Navi once again down to a weaker situation. They've got an AK at least on Wonderful. It was saved on over.
And they position him outside, knowing that's where the first thrust of Faze's attack is going to come. Wonderful looking for Frozen, top silo, managing this. Oh, he's found him.
Okay.
Saw the bullets come through. Can he get a little bit luckier? Almost.
Just a little bit in the backside of Carrigan. They're going to continue to push into Lois' lower bomb side. Wonderful coming up to the control room window, and they break open. And he smashes open Rain and Carrigan. They didn't seem ready for that possibility. They didn't seem ready for the swing of Wonderful. Both players with hands busy. With 55 seconds left, it is Navi winning this round off the back of that saved AK-47, and now they've got two of them bit right through Brokey. Rops is lurking upside, and he hasn't even been able to get a kill yet. That's one locked in. That's a kill on JL, and he's got it. He'll dive down the vent and eventually die to Wonderful, who secures a 4K, and Blade will give him a fist bump because that is incredible from Wonderful.
Yeah, what a good time for him to have an impact round with the AK-47 single-handedly winning a round that they had a very small chance of stealing away. This kill is lovely. Just as the bullet comes through, just fires back a rebuttal. But here, Rain and Carrigan, you're exactly right. Not prepared for the fight whatsoever. Can he do it with an op?
Oh, yes, he can. It's his primary choice. He's most comfortable with the big green in his hands, and JL with a peek onto Rops from height. It is not working out for Faze here. This time of life injected into Navi.
Yeah, this happened real fast. There's a minute and 25 seconds left on the clock. This round was lost by Faze very, very quickly.
Yeah, now you're just sitting back. They know that it's not really going to work out for them.
Still don't know both players over at Redbox. Wonderful.
Should be a chance.
He stops short.
Secret player creeping up now, so should be a trade instantly from him, and he'll see both players, and he'll take out Carrigan as well. So that is a quick round win from Navi, very convincing. And now money is gone for Faze because they didn't get a bomb plant. So they're on 2K average here, so they'll just have to take an eco. And this should now tie up the game 3-3. That's off the back of that one round where Wonderful saves an AK.
And actually, they prioritized the AK-47s at the end of the round. Nobody picked up the AWP, but they salvaged and upgraded 2 M4s to the AK-47s.
We got 4 AKs and an AWP
yeah.
for the CT side.
Plenty of money to rebuy the op.
No longer do they have that op, though, because big Carrigan swings. It is massive from Carrigan, and he was feeling emboldened, so he just kept running with it. But LXCB puts him in his place.
Now, off the back of that kill, did they? Okay, I was gonna say, did they realize Rain crossed over? Did they have the information? Because that would have been a very easy detail to let slip. Good job from Ema closing the back or closing the gap in that defense.
But just waiting. Push coming in now. LXCB swings out. It's Bit and LXCB just cleaning up the rest of Faze. An expected result given the lack of investment from Faze Clan, and now we're all tied up again. 3-3, and the bye is back here for Faze.
Yeah, storming back, and Navi putting Wonderful outside with that AWP, doing a good job containing outside in these past 2 rounds. Obviously, one of them single-handedly from Wonderful, but even here.
Nice shot.
That's so nasty. I thought that was like, when I looked up, I thought that was going to be Rain.
And then you
or
see,
Rops,
and then it's like,
you know,
is this right? Carrigan did that? He's had some real nice shots in this series so far. Been warming up. No AWP here for Navi. But given Wonderful's previous performance in the AK-47, he definitely deserves to have it back in his hands.
Okay, deep smoke. Oh, I was going to say, I don't think he realized Rops was so close to the door. Ima's lucky to get away with his life.
That's unfortunate as well from Navi's perspective, or rather Faze's perspective, because that could have been a big opening for them. The resmokes come in outside. Yet to cross with him. Alexi B trying to delay any cross from Faze with that utility, but eventually it will fade away. Rain and Frozen now get into position. Brokey can't join them. He's got the bomb.
I was going to say that's actually pretty critical. He doesn't feel comfortable crossing over any longer. Maybe a second nade comes in. He didn't really have the timing on the smoke wall either.
They'll have to get a plan B now.
Yeah, they'll have to improvise as he joins up with his teammates over in lobby.
And now comes a push from Navi. A little more proactive through ramp room. He is patient though from Faze. They're set up in a way that would gonna destroy any aggression into lobby, but not looking the right way. And oh no, the timing for Brokey to descend down the ladder, that's the bomb. And the push from Navi works out perfectly. 2 players left for Faze in 30 seconds. It's no time to get the bomb back.
No, I think they're going to just end up saving these AK-47s. Like, this is a point in the round. If you're Rain, if you're Frozen, you just kind of put your hands in the air and you're like, we can't really do anything. We're so far away from being able to accomplish anything. Trying to fake an upper hit and I believe head towards ramp room to meet up with this lower attack, and it all just gets ruined. Good spray control from Bit for a double kill. And Navi take the lead for the first time on Nuke.
First time out for Faze here. It's a tough one to figure out here for Faze because they don't have enough cash to get a really good buy, but they want to get weapons on the board, so they're going to buy some AKs. Couple of Tech 9s here. But do see something more simple, quick and direct from Faze? Well, we're about to find out. Balanced team effort again from Navi. Bit 7 and 3, Wonderful 8 and 3. Lexi B and Emma both on 4 kills. Let's see what Faze have decided to come up with here.
An upper rush. Through the squeak door, through the flames, through the fire. Kerrigan's P250 leading the way. Ema's going to handle it. Alexi gets involved in the action. And they take a good amount of losses, and it's a 1v1 all of a sudden.
Yeah, Robs has got 2 already with this round. He's going to keep the Tech 9 in hand. He's 15 HP. And it's Wonderful, who has been so good so far, but it was such a fast round that there's still 1 minute and 30 seconds left. And Rops is going to try and use as much of that time as possible.
And notoriously, Rops is an incredible clutch player. And you give him this much time to work with, and he's kind of saying, I've been brought down to 15 HP. I have low health. I'm like 1 bullet away from death. Let me put a little bit of time in this, a little bit of confusion, see if I can maybe catch him looking the wrong way at the right time.
Wonderful. Uses the cover as Squeaky here. Because there's so much time, Rops can be very methodical, but it's all about whether or not he gets the spot. Wonderful here. Well, Wonderful turns. He's going to find himself Rops. So, even with that time, even how close it came, it doesn't work out for Faze. And it was quick and direct in towards that upper bomb site. It didn't actually look like it was working out too well for Faze.
No, it didn't at the start. I'm confused how this all turned around so quickly. They just added him in, but Rops comes in real late. I think adds a couple on top at the end of the day to bring it into a 1v1, but Wonderful just stays poised, composed, no stress. Lead extends to 2. Gonna set up that smoke wall a little bit late when they're already out at red box. Try and cross over. Nade will delay things. Navi trying to stall out this utility. Alexi sees a little bit more than he wants to engage with. Oh, it took Kerrigan's attention away for just a moment, and it goes 1 for 1.
And they're just committing down lower now. Faze sending players here with this lobby play forward from JL. He's about to meet.
There's no one in ramp room. Nobody can actually rotate to attend to this.
JL's coming around the back. That's Rob's dead. Easy kill for JL, and he'll upgrade into an AK-47. Frozen's timing is not good enough to be able to trade that out. Now Bit, he's hearing a lot of presence in front of him. They know that bomb's down on the B site, and Navi are going to play this in a 4v3 retake scenario.
Frozen's flanking the flankers, though. This is everything.
This could be huge. This could be absolutely huge from Frozen. He needs his teammates to survive inside of the site for a little longer for him to finally activate, and now he has taken that kill. Navi realize they're being flanked, and it's all falling apart for Navi. Faze piece it together.
They hustled downstairs. They beat any rotation, any idea that Navi had. They got down there with no resistance into that lower bomb site, and he was passing out fist bumps like Halloween candy. That's a disgusting shot from Kerrigan, considering the adjustment, considering his mind was on swinging in towards Mini. Just a brilliant opening provided.
They keep getting rifles. They keep getting solid purchases on both sides. That's what we'd like to see coming towards the end of this first half.
Faze is starting to have a little bit more success outside, though. Not necessarily always in the kill department, but in terms of crossing and getting over towards Secret and gaining map control early on. Wonderful was shutting him down a couple of times in the early stages of this half.
Yeah, they do cross down Secret with a couple here. The smoke fades away, and Brokey gets the bomb down this time.
But they've had this before, right? They've had this before, and they haven't always found that way to connect the two prongs of this attack. So the remaining 3 members of Faze, you have to imagine Rops might stick around in lobby and do some more lurking, make sure that they doesn't get flanked again. The other 2 are going to try and get past this op from Wonderful.
Wonderful. Oh my god, that's a big shot from Frozen. That's incredible. Wonderful looked like he was going to get himself a guaranteed kill, but Frozen just annihilates him. Rops gets a follow-up kill on Imma. And JL realizes some momentum's needed for Navi, so he pushes forward into lobby. But once again, that lower bomb site has fallen, and this time Faze are in a position of power. They've got a 4v3, and Navi don't really want to go for this because Money's not in the best position, and they want to keep 3 rifles up.
Wonderful's probably a little bit pissed off that he actually changed his angle behind that box. Went from the left side to the right side, and Frozen just knocks him out. But other than that, this is back-to-back rounds where Navi have found a path into the B bomb site for free. No resistance, no defense set up anywhere. Nasty.
Yeah, he wasn't happy about that. Understandable. This game's tied again. Kerrigan survived on 1 HP to the bomb blast. Calculated.
Calculating it the whole time.
Yeah.
He did the math. All tied up. Rifles out again for Navi. They've had plenty of money throughout this CT campaign. They rattled off 5 in a row before Faze have tied things back up, and it's a timeout called from Navi, trying to ensure that they can be in a position to have a lead going into the second half. And really, the conversation has got to be about whose job is it going to be? That smoke wall coming up twice now, and 2 players from Faze just crossing over for free, getting into the bomb site for free. That's the gap Blade's talking about right now, I would imagine. How's the team going to shift? What are the protocols going to be to adjust for this?
A couple of rounds left in this half. Best case scenario for this team is 7-5. Navi go out to battle again with hopefully those adjustments being made by Blade. Wonderful, committing towards red.
So aggression. Aggression is the solution. Get someone actually out at red box to put a stop to this.
Swinging out into the fight, and it's a double from Wonderful. Rain and Frozen both dead in an instant, and it works out very well. That adaptation to deal with the threat outside has perfectly been played by Wonderful.
And Alexi, he threw the util.
Yep, shout out to that. The unsung hero himself and Rops. Okay. Speaking of Alexi, he's now gone.
But we'll always have that flashbang.
He will always have the flash that potentially wins Navi their 6th round.
All right, ramp room control for Faze, but this time Bit has dropped down into the lower bomb site.
Yeah, and Nima's now here in the vent.
2 smokes and a Molotov for Faze to use to block off these choke points if they can get past Bit.
Getting past Bit, it's tough. It can be very difficult, but it's free for him up. And Bit, okay, cleans up. Shows that he can do the job of 2 men. And finally taken out by Rops. It's just so elusive, so difficult to find. And he's got 2 kills and that puts him in a clutch that he can now win. You deploy the smoke for some cover in the site, but it is quite an uncomfortable position to find himself in because he's worried about double doors, he's worried about decon ramp, and now control room. Rops is good in these situations. He's so good when he's put up against it, but not this time. JL just runs out those double doors and dispatches of Mr. Cool.
JL knows while that Molotov is up, there's no safety for Rops to find behind the silos. So a nice aggressive swing puts him down. And there's the lead. The timeout works perfectly. They deny access to Secret from outside. Wonderful with his 2 kills, combined with that beautiful flashbang from Alexi. And this one right here, the timing is just against Faze on this. Brokey, it's a nice shot on Ema who's coming through, but there's no reason to expect that Bit is lining up an aggressive swing after the fact.
Last round of this half, and FaZe will come to it with AKs and all the utility they could ask for it. A real chance to make this a tied half. This is the kind of game we wanted out of FaZe versus Navi. Flashes into the upper bomb site. Here they go. JL defending against Carrigan. 2nd kill is even better on Frozen. And right now it's looking like Navi are coming out on top of this half. Rain is doing what he can, but it's not going to be enough. Even with his strength, he can't push his team forward, and it's Brokey left in a 1v4, and it will be Navi with 7 to close out this half unless Brokey can break them apart, and he won't. 7 rounds secured. Great adaptation towards the end, and a big part of that was Blade in the timeout. It's the biggest teams at the biggest events. And we've got a quarterfinal continuing after the break. Faze Climb versus Navi is delivering what we expected, a close game. Both maps down to the wire, and this one is no different. 7-5 half. Navi just about grabbed the 2-round lead, exiting the first, and now they switch to the T side.
Yeah, and both teams exchanging blows, right? I mean, a good start from Faze. We saw Frozen starting to kind of warm up in the early going, but that defense from Navi, the 5 in a row in the middle of this half was just so dominant. They scraped together 2 at the very end. I think the scary thing for Faze is it feels like some of the X-Factor plays between JL, between Wonderful, they're going in the favor of Navi. We haven't really seen those from Faze. We've seen some good individual sequences and rounds, but no one's really kind of turned a situation on its head the way Navi players have, like Wonderful's AK-47.
Plenty of opportunities in the second half to change that, and Brokey set up with Carrigan with a dual Berettas. Oh, it's not worked out at all. Navi just cut right through the double setup. It looked like that was at least guaranteed 1 kill.
Yeah, it looked like that should have had a way more impact. Rain does find Alexi at the end of the day, moving forward. Wonderful, going to be tucked into the corner by Vents. Problem is Rain's teammate has 18 HP, so Rops can't take a single bullet.
To be seen.
Yeah,
like, that is so ridiculous from Rain. He's looking for a bit more, and you keep giving him chances. You keep letting him back into this, and Pitts in a 1v2. Rain has done absolutely everything on his own, and now Rops must finish. He must finish against Pitt, and he can't stop him. Oh my God, Rain, that was something ridiculous. That was something special, but it doesn't turn out to be a round win.
That's a deep sigh of relief for Navi that almost threw away a massive advantage in the pistol. Rain put together something special there and just can't close. You have no idea where the final player is. And the round is lost here. That hot defense had no impact whatsoever. They just kept giving him fights.
And he just hit everything.
Yeah, that too, that helps.
It definitely helps. Rain is a cyborg sometimes. Now that would have been absolutely ridiculous. The lineup for you guys to load at home.
Yeah, you guys can do it. Be like Rain.
That's something you can try at home.
Ima's going to cross over to Secret. Hold his position here with safety. Alexi outside in support as well. Looking for pushes, and they found one. That's Rops to test ramp room, and Wonderful holds on. 2 HP left.
Big jump from Alexi. Taken out by the 5-7. Is there any other 5-7 antics perhaps Carrigan can provide? But leaping through the smoke, he was ambitious.
How did he make it through the doorway with JL spamming? How did he make it through without getting tagged? Now, JL has the bomb. That's a little bit of the scary factor here. And his teammates just coming in for some support to shut things down before it gets a little bit too sketchy. 9-5. And Faye's going to be held away from rifles at least one more round.
Now just USPs and a 5-7 out here for the defense of Faze. You're not expecting anything here. It's going to be double figures to Navi. They're going to have double the score of Faze in just a few moments. But we've been here before, and we've seen 10-5 over Mirage.
Yeah, that's true. This one feels a little bit different. We'll see if Faze can change the nature of that. Good flashbang. Rops might have turned just a little bit too early. Attempted delayed timing lobby crunch that goes the other direction. Navi in complete control.
Frozen in the vent. What's he got? Can he do anything with his USP? He can start to climb up. No. Alexi B, very quick to react, and everything else falls apart for Faze. They lose one player here in Navi, but it's 10 rounds. And Faze can purchase again, but Navi in full control. If they win this one, it is starting to get to that point where it does feel like Faze are going to be knocked out here at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, but my brain's still going back, as we've touched on, to Mirage. The comeback that they had, that kind of tenacity that they showed to stick into it, that factor they have that makes them so hard to defeat. This is where we need to see it spring up once again.
Feels like when they're on their last life, they just the fight that they have just increases.
Yeah, and I think they need to get to that point like right now. You know, like it needs to happen in this round. Rain gonna spam down Ema to about half HP, spots one more on top of the mini roof, almost finds the headshot, and he's still dueling.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of damage. Karrigan's actually going to finish off one of those initial players. That's Ema going down. Rain knows that Bit is still up on top of main. He's going to try and deal with that threat. Dropping down, they line up, and it's Rain with a quick double. Brokey with a wallbang straight through that smoke, and Alexi B hits the deck. When we wanted Faze to step up, they do it in style. And speaking of style, there's a lovely one-tap from JL. Is there anything else? The answer is swift no.
And remember, keep in mind, the comeback on Mirage began with the Rain triple kill on the T side. He just rolled up ramp and just destroyed everyone. And that's what got Faze fired up. So hopefully, again, when he has another stellar round of defense here, that's what gives Faze the energy to kind of get this defense to take a step up and deny access to the bomb sites for Navi.
Navi are going to be able to buy again. They've got AKs. 2 Galils. They don't have anything to combat that AWP that Brokey currently has. JL's blown open the door. The AWP of Brokey is currently occupying ramp and watching for any Navi players crossing into it. And Rain looking to be disruptive outside again. He just sees a whole corridor of smokes being set up. And speaking of setup, it's Rops is now put up inside of ramp room. He is going a little bit more aggressive. He now takes a position backwards. Rain is found in main, and he'll collect the life of Alexi B. Robson ramp is ready for the attack coming towards him, but he's not ready for how many players there are. Brokey can try and back him up. He's got the rotation, but Bit is just mauling them. Another big shot from Bit. We've seen him do this before in this competition. Just absolutely annihilate the AWP rotating through to that spot.
I don't think Rain's going to get here in time to stop this. Maybe on Bit, low HP, coming around. Wonderful has the bomb. One's already up, two's already up.
Where's the bomb? The bomb is the last player coming up, and Rain is focused on Heaven. Instead, he gets back, and he brings Wonderful out of it. Rain is doing everything he can to keep them in this. It's Frozen and Karrigan that now must win this 2v1.
If JL can give this some time, let it breathe. Let them think maybe you're going downstairs.
He's got 30 seconds to let it breathe. And he starts to walk around these rafters. It'll be a loud descent, and that will give away his position. Now he commits to the back of the bomb site to put the bomb down. Faze will start to move into position, and Karrigan going forward. JL's got that headshot. This could break Faze. This could absolutely shatter them. And Frozen ascends, heading back into the lobby. But JL, he has no idea. He has no idea where it's coming from, and Frozen just about saves Faze.
Well, Frozen is going to get the final kill to close out the round that keeps them alive, but Rain is the one who saves them. Quad kill in the round. Just a wonderful heads-up shift, realizing where the gap is, and the perfect play when he sees what's coming. And here comes Faze yet again on map 2.
If Rain can provide enough life support, so the heart starts beating a Faze again.
Yeah, again, buying time so the rest of the team can wake up and get to your level. That's exactly what he's been providing. The question is, how long does he need to do it for? Money's not pretty for Faze, but thankfully Navi's back onto just pistols, and this is fast towards ramp room. Quick, but Rops holds it, shuts him down, clothesline.
Rops is just dealing with the threat easily. They don't get through, they don't break down to that lower bomb site. And they're not charging out towards the vent. Frozen will deal with that threat. And now the bomb can be picked up by JL. But getting it planted is a whole other problem.
I'll buy that guy chicken if he wins this.
Okay. There's a lot on the line now. Beautiful roast chicken if JL can get this one, and unfortunately for the chicken lover, it ain't gonna happen. 4 kills for Rops collected overall in this round. Hopefully that gives him a bit of a push in the right direction to get involved in the rest of the gun rounds here. The gap is now 2.
And a timeout taken from Navi. They need to talk things over. And the timeout back on Mirage was extremely successful. It's what let them close out the map. It's been 3 in a row for Faze.
And remember the timeout that they took in this map. It was just before the end of the half as well with the adaptation. paid off and got them the last 2 rounds. So pretty efficient and effective.
Oh, you know, Blade's always going to have a plan. He's talking things over with the team, talking down the line, helping Alexi out, who might be feeling a little bit stumped right now because everything they've done feels like it's being shut down, but so much of it has just been Rain. Rain has just been a force. Everywhere they go, Rain is there for a multi-kill. Love you too. Round 19.
Wonderful. Begins his charge towards ramp. He'll post up. And it's a early start towards the lowest site here for FaZe. Rain and Rops together. They're coming up towards Secret. The threat has been Rain, absolutely. So he's going to gather information behind this smoke wall that there's no one here. No one's playing with this. And that's great information for FaZe to have, because then they can set up inside.
This is the most quiet it's been on the map for Navi throughout this half. And you're exactly right. Rain again, this time providing huge impact with information, allowing Rops to rotate back up, re-smoke door, and that's when the execute's coming in. Horribly timed for Navi.
Perfectly timed for FaZe though. And now they're going to go through it. Bit with a headshot on Carrigan. Frozen steps into action, covering off height. They're continuing to charge in. Rops gets only one. He wanted a little bit more out of that. And a big shot from him, and that is incredible right through the smoke. Brokey to keep FaZe beating. He comes from heaven, but this just feels like a tall task that he can't reach.
They don't have the money for him to risk the AWP.
He's got to get away.
They could drop him one over, but you're starting to get into crunch time of this map, and you don't want to have to spend that cash right now on such a low percentage retake. Man, it looked like FaZe had everything they needed to stop that hit. Everything they needed, but Bit with the opening. Bit just sliding into Hut and just ripping off one head, and that opened up all the opportunity for the rest of his team to come out door.
And that Imma kill through the smoke at main as well. It's definitely going to help matters out.
You can see Brokey shaking his head, a little bit frustrated that didn't go FaZe's way because they knew everything. As we mentioned, as we highlighted, Rain had all the information. That's the shake of the head that's like, we knew what was coming. We knew exactly what was coming. We had the smokes in place. We had everyone in position and still couldn't stop it.
Timeout this time for FaZe.
Bang.
Yeah, that is a round where you have to call a timeout after, because that is very frustrating. Well, you know exactly what's coming your way for so long. You make the perfect timing on the smoke at door as well. Like, just so much went right on the build-up to the finish.
Yeah, exactly. Everything was good until the hit actually came in. 11-8, and it's FaZe to use their second timeout.
I mean, at least they still have a really good buy to go back to.
Yes, they're not out of it just yet. They still have some money built up after this as well, so depending on how this plays out, if they can save any weapons, they might still have another chance moving forward.
JL has a Mac 10.
JL does indeed have a Mac 10. Blade's got notes.
If they call something quick here, could be devastating.
Let's find out. This quarterfinal getting tense. FaZe's comeback is slowed but not stopped. And oh yeah, JL's going out upper.
They're gonna send Action Man into Brokey, no scope to the head. Mac 10 down, Bit following up in this A side. It is down bad right now. Carrigan has to step up, and he does. He moves out in front of them, and this quick attack for Navi hasn't exactly worked out, and just about getting out of those flames with melted feet is wonderful. He's got 7 health and a 1v2 ahead of him. Rain is low, 5 health left, but Rops, 100 HP.
That round is so close to just collapsing for FaZe. If Brokey doesn't hit that no-scope on the entrance on JL jumping out with the Mac 10, it's basically over. He gets that kill and streams in, creates space for everyone coming behind him. Such a desperate shot to have land. And FaZe stays in this. 45 seconds for Wonderful to work with in this clutch. But not a lot of HP. And he'll find a little bit of safety to save. He spots Rops right at the end. They see each other, and they just agree to a stalemate. Nobody wants that fight.
It's a long build-up into this 1v2. And 10 seconds, and he'll just save down at the door all the way through. And now we're looking at a 9th round for Faze, and really important that they were able to bounce back after the timeout. Still in this fight, still in this comeback. Scope you mentioned, and yeah, it's pure filth.
I mean, you get that MAC-10 out into the open, just wreaking havoc on the defense. And once again, Rain with a couple of critical kills. We're saying his name so much on this CT side for Faze. He's carrying Faze through these struggles. 11-9. Money has dwindled for Navi. They've had to get creative. 2 AK-47s, Tech 9 and P250.
Rain is so comfortable in the back of Garage, and you can see why. So many options of positions for him to play. He opens up the affairs with a quick kill, but Brokey stays committed. Robs goes down without a fight, and now it's all on Frozen in this lower site. They're coming over the top of him, and without fright, it's a double from Frozen. Freezes them out, and just JL, and of course, Frozen will clean up. It got a little scary for a moment, but the Iceman makes sure it's 10 for Faze.
There we go, Frozen with a nice triple kill. Maybe that can extend into the later stages of these last few rounds. The timeout used from Navi without a bomb plant, not the extra bonus money. They can still buy in this next round, but have to talk things over. The last chance for Blade to get involved. Getting close down the stretch. Winner of this quarterfinal faces off against Maus tomorrow in the semifinal.
I think Maus will be in two minds about whether or not they want Faze to come back into this. With the way Navi are playing, they look like a very difficult squad to put away. But then again, Maus have never been able to beat Faze in these kind of big playoff games. So it'll be a Maus that might welcome Navi into that semi-final. AK-47s on 3 players, a MAC-10 for JL, a Deagle for Wonderful.
Oh, the dink and the cleanup.
Another kill for Rain. Another opening here for Faze off the back of their talisman right now. Carrigan stepping up, this time on JL. And Navi off the back of their timeout are down 2 players instantly.
You can't say enough about what Rain's done. We've touched on it so much. He's been so impactful round after round, and Rops is now activated, getting a little bit frisky.
Here he is. Shadow gives away Wonderful a millisecond early. Rops is able to react easily. And now Alexi being bit, well, they really don't have anything to play with. It is going to be a tie game at 11-11.
If they can get a timing on Brokey and get in and get this bomb plant, it would be insanely helpful.
He's going to hear the door.
Yeah, as soon as the door opens, he's going to be swinging that AWP round wide, and he's got the first.
Alexi B makes it out to the site. He knows where he is now, and they run him over the top. And Brokey just takes both out with the AWP right at the end. So it is 11-11. We know the wish of Faze is to try and close this one out, and Navi no longer have a timeout. And they no longer have enough money to get a good buy. It's going to be a half investment. This will concede 12 in all likelihood. And then they're going to have to play for overtime. Considering this was 10-5, it's absolutely insane how often Faze come back into games.
Yeah, it's basically their trademark at this point. Upgraded pistols, armor, and utility for Navi. The upper bust they've executed in this map have been hit or miss. They're going to go for it again.
Alexa B straight out right into Carrigan. They line up. There's one for Carrigan. Rain will take his. Navi staying committed. Frozen. Oh, that is a sick transfer from Frozen. Everyone from Faze coming alive now. And they reach map point on Nuke. Faze's map pick might be going their way, and the decider in this series is Ancient. It is looking increasingly likely that we will be going to Ancient.
This comeback is a 7-1 run from Faze. From round 16 on, something changed. Rain got him started, and Frozen has started to pick up the pace. Brokey's AWP is starting to be sharp, and he's gonna get aggressive with it now. He wants the uppercut finish.
He'll find the AWP of the other team around that corner, and he has got the perfect angle, but the shot, it goes through the box. Wonderful gets the opening kill instead on Rain, and that is the biggest danger man of Faze out early on. Alexi B is down low, but look at JL, he's right through. Carrigan down inside of the site, and Navi are 2 players up. Overtime, the most likely outcome now. And Navi don't give up.
Such a smart play from JL. He saw 2 players called outside. Then he saw Kerrigan's position and he hunts it down.
Missed shot. That's 1 from Robs, 1 back. Navi have 2 low players in this post plant. A couple of flashes still available. An HE grenade still around. But they have got to get a move on soon. Flash for Frozen, sets up his team. Brokey actually gets blinded by that flash. Robs has to make the step forward, and Robs gets that kill. Robs follows up. Oh my God, Robs! It's another massive moment, and this could close it. Robs just stopped at the door. Bit will drag us to overtime, and this game is delivering on every single front.
Yeah, the energy really picked up in these last few rounds. Robs, that's an ace for the victory if he was to get that final kill, just not able to. Bit saves the day. And all those money issues that Navi had down the stretch, all those random save rounds and 2 Tech 9s mixed in, they all go away. We get a reset, everyone's got cash. And we play on into overtime.
There is no respite in any of these rounds, and Carrigan starts off the proceedings of overtime with a little acceleration. He comes out with 2. Rain down again. But look at the space that Imma has gained.
Yeah, this can actually, I mean, that's obviously a fantastic double kill, but this can actually all turn around really quickly with Imma's positioning. I don't know if FaZe realizes it. I don't know if they realize that Heaven is going to be a pressure point. Maybe they do as Frozen pushes in towards Hut to find safety. When Imma clears out this site, he's going to be telling his team, the bomb site's clear. They've got to be pushed in towards Hut. And actually, he might just clear it out himself. Going all the way around, he's found it. Good, smart play. Imma reading the situation.
3v3 again, but look at who it is. It's Robs. Well, he's not around for long. Bit is the bane of his existence. Brokey misses the shot on the crossover. Wonderful gets past. Bit then covering him off with the rifle. And that 3v3 turns into a 3v1 real quick.
That 5v3 turns into a 1v3 real quick. Kerrigan gets the 2 opening kills. Beautiful shots in through Squeak Door, and they cannot capitalize. And that's heartbreaking. In overtime, you've worked so hard to get here. To not close out a 5-on-3.
They'll use their overtime timeout here, FaZe, and they'll use it early. Because that is another frustrating round for them to concede. I mean, Bit does so much work here, just defending his teammates, some really important kills in lobby, and even rounds it out with that final kill on Carrigan. Timeout concluded. Freeze time begins.
Faye's gonna have to muster up that defense one more time. Brokey with the AWP.
Big part of the last couple of rounds though is that Rain has gone down first without being able to find impact.
Twice to Wonderful. He's kind of held him at bay. They had the aggressive setup with Rain and Brokey. It was wonderful to keep Rain pinned down and eliminated, and this round just picks him off in Big Garage. Can he do it again?
Outside smokes being placed towards red. Frozen has descended down into the lower bomb site to address that possible problem. Rain, ever patient. He's employed this position before. It was very effective.
Navi doesn't cross with that wall of smokes, and Frozen is pretty committed downstairs. And with the positioning of Rain, there's no way for him to really gather information because he doesn't want to give up his corner in Big Garage. He doesn't want to let Navi know he's there. So Frozen has to be pretty dedicated to the lower bomb side. He can shoot up the vents, but that's only if Faze's defense upper holds on long enough.
Brokey again, using this AWP like a shotgun, but that Molotov forces him further back. Karrigan needed to take that kill. Wasn't exactly clean, but he got caught by the flashbang. And because Brokey's so far committed with that AWP, he can't get away when the rifles decide to pounce. At 4 versus 3 now in favor of Navi, and that bomb is going down on the A site. Frozen is still in the vent. He's still unable to climb back up into this A site. Wonderful, again, connecting on Rain.
That's through the smoke as well, and that's it. That's the round. Navi gonna take 2 in overtime on this T side. They struggled through so much of it to find success. There was that 7-1 run from FaZe in the comeback, but all of a sudden, Navi gets money back in their coffers, that little bit of an overtime reset, and they're taking complete advantage.
And this is after a FaZe clan timeout. They took a moment to discuss this round, and it doesn't go the way they planned. Now 14-12, Navi could have a flawless T-half here in OT. And Frozen submits to his fate.
If it makes him feel any better, there was a nade coming in regardless.
Yeah, he was gone, you know, it's better to die to the bomb. At least that doesn't count towards the stacks. Alexi hasn't been able to keep up that same crazy performance from Mirage, but it doesn't really matter when the rest of his squad is just fragging out. JL's up at 20, Wonderful on 19. Bit, of course, just the standout star at 24.
Also, I'll take some sick calls in overtime from Alexi over a few kills.
Brokey sees him, changing positions between Brokey and Rain, so Brokey's now addressing that outside issue. Rain wants to get involved elsewhere, and Robs, this is wild. This is a kind of play that is risky, and risks often don't work out. He goes down to Wonderful. Opening kill for Navi here. Frozen's also lost pretty much all of his health.
Yeah, so Karrigan wants to get a little bit aggressive, but Navi's just being so patient. They're just like, yeah, we'll take that opening kill really early on in the round, and we'll see what your response is going to be. A really dangerous situation for FaZe to be in. Frozen swaps out to the SMG to let Karrigan with high HP have the M4. Navi's content to let these smokes clear before they make their move.
Bit up next. Quick kill, follow-up is even better. It's Karrigan to hit the deck, and Bit to open up the A site.
26 kills for Bit. What a monster, an absolute beast.
He is playing like a tournament MVP right now. Obviously, this is the second series we've seen from them, but that opening best of 3, he was sharp. And that, unfortunately for Brokey, is nightmarish. Rain is being cancelled out in overtime and towards the end of regulation. It's 15 for Navi. Once again, they find themselves at map point. This time they want to close it. This time they want to knock FaZe Clan out of the Esports World Cup.
Such a brilliant comeback in regulation as well, and now you're faced with the task of having to win 3 in a row on your T side of Nuke. It's going to be a really tough ask. What an overtime from Navi. One round away now from the semifinals, Navi. They have this set up just perfectly, just need to push FaZe over the edge.
Well, once again, will it be welcome to FaZe with 3 T rounds needed to pull this back. Wonderful. Playing on the right side of the box that betrayed him earlier. He wants the shot this time. Robs is gone. Great opening kill. Wonderful's found many of those over the last few rounds here. And, oh, had a chance at a second. That would have been the bomb. That would have been a real disaster for FaZe.
Yeah, he was so happy to hear the shot ring out from Brokey's AWP because that allows him to re-peek and take the angle with a lot less danger.
Now Alexi moves in. They actually want to get behind them. This could be a sick move. This could be the winning move.
It worked from them earlier. They had a double push in ramp room that completely wrecked FaZe.
This kind of play could knock FaZe Clan out here in Riyadh. Bit uses Rain's own position against him. Alexi B chimes in, and Navi will send FaZe packing. Navi through to the semi-finals of the Esports World Cup and toppling FaZe Clan on their path. This head-to-head is starting to come up Navi time and time again. We talked about that counter resetting. Well, they do not have a head-to-head victory this time, FaZe. They are out on the opening tournament of the second season.
And you gotta love this if you're on Navi. Obviously the win, of course, moving on to the playoffs, of course, but in a broader sense, your entire mission since Copenhagen finished was to silence the doubters, silence everyone that said it was a fluke, and show that this lineup can be one of the best teams in the world, can still challenge and lift trophies. You've gotten one step closer, and you also answered some questions. JL still performing well. Wonderful is back being impactful, and you've got Bit now with a couple games in this tournament so far where he looks like an all-star.
So much to be excited about, so much to look forward to with Navi, and they have a matchup with Maus in the semi-finals. That is going to be fireworks. Maus don't exactly look unbeatable right now at all, but this Navi side coming into this are a real scary threat. They could have another $1 million tournament.
It's going to be
to their trophy cabinet.
It's going to be a wonderful test for both teams. Both teams facing up against really, I mean, both teams are looking really, really good right now, right? Like they're solid, not unbeatable, but really solid, and their players that they need to perform are performing. Both teams showed great adaptations in their games whenever they had struggles, whenever they had issues. So this is a situation where the semifinal is going to be absolutely lovely. We're down to the stage with Alexi.
And there it is, our winners of our final quarterfinal. It's set, it's Navi! And Alexi B joins us on the stage for a quick interview here. I know it's been a long day, but at the end on Nuke, it almost slipped away. Then you took it back, brought it to OT. What happened there?
I mean, I think that FaZe, before this game, feel like they're the strongest team on Nuke we've ever played. And I think you can never count them off if they get on the CT side. So we knew that we might lose a couple rounds here and there. It was a bit frustrating because we did a couple things wrong. And if we nailed them, I think we could take the game home more comfortably. But I also think it shows that we have some depth when we can make this game come back.
Absolutely, and tomorrow, of course, you're going to face Maus in the semis. It's another kind of top-tier level team that you're expected to play. How do you feel about that game? Are you excited for it?
I'm happy to play against them. I feel like we're happy to play against any team, and it's nice to reach the semifinals in the first tournament of the season. And it's nice to play with Chimpat on the server because he's Finnish as well.
Is there anything that we can expect kind of rivalry-wise, or at least some fun times with it?
I don't know. Could be a rivalry, who knows? But the thing I know, he shoots a bit harder than me right now. So.
We'll have to see that on the server tomorrow, that's for sure. But because you're victorious here at the Esports World Cup, that's the key that will be brought over by Kerrigan from FaZe, to be given to you and to be crushed and put into it. There it is. Again, Alexi B, congratulations on the win. Commiserations to FaZe Clan. They fought valiantly. Tomorrow we get to see you against Maus. Any final words before we go off?
Thanks for cheering for us, and good night at home.
There you go. Give it up for Alexi B and Navi, your victors. And now, semi-finalists, back to the studio.
Navi managed to pull it over the line, but once it got to overtime, it was more than game on. They were all over FaZe with no hope of them coming back.
That is what impressed me the most, right? Because you look at this game, it was very back and forth, obviously FaZe with a classic FaZe-esque comeback as well. We saw the wonderful round number 4 with the saved AK-47, single-handedly winning the round. A lot of hero moments. But when it got to overtime, just goes to show, you know, you can always see Blade with a stack of notes there. There's a reason for that, because they comprehensively outplayed FaZe in OT. Those first 3 rounds, you expect OT a little bit more of, you know, a little bit more of fire, a little bit more feisty CS, and Navi were calm, they were composed, and it was actually FaZe who were feeling the pressure. You can see them using the utility early on, using up everything, having to go for risky pushes, risky peaks, and Navi, they punished them.
It's not often FaZe is denied a comeback 2 maps in a row. We saw it on Mirage, we saw it here on Nuke as well. As you said, heading into overtime, you think to yourself, okay, now we're back in the FaZe era, you know, where they're always gonna find a way back, they're always gonna find a way to win. Whether or not that's an ugly way, a beautiful way of winning, it doesn't really matter for Kerrigan and the boys. They usually get it done. But Navi said no, not only on Mirage, but also here on Nuke. I guess the sentiment for me is that they just keep improving and they keep impressing all of us. Again, it wasn't necessarily one player popping off, or, you know, it wasn't the bit show, it wasn't the wonderful show. It was all of them occasionally having moments, having rounds where they were the difference maker.
Yes.
But the sum of the parts and the team play coming in from Navi once more were looking stellar on the server.
And we keep talking about with this Navi, right? Oh, okay, they're going to be so happy to get this win. Oh, they're maybe not playing so good individually. The players are not able to match up. But even with Alexi B maybe not fragging out like crazy, he was able to control these boys and get the best out of them once again.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, wonderful, goes without saying. A couple of massive rounds being won by him single-handedly, right? Bit, again, almost dropping a 30 bomb, even though it was in overtime. He was phenomenal. He's playing like an MVP-level performance so far at this event. And also Ima as well. Like, everyone had moments to shine in this game.
That's the difference maker, though, right? You guys touched on it. Ima, maybe one you're not looking at so much, but in both of these maps, he contributed a lot.
I mean, especially in overtime, we saw it in the very first round when he was the difference maker, getting in behind enemy lines and winning the round. You could see how he was communicating, how he was controlling the round in that moment. It's a very underrated aspect of Counter-Strike. Every player out there, if you want to aspire to be a pro player, you got to be able to take charge of a round. If you find yourself in a position where you get to dictate the calls, where you get to tell LXP, listen, I'm in a position, you're going to do that, you're going to do that, and then I'm going to take care of business, then you know you're a great player. And we saw Emma do that in the very first round in overtime. We saw Bit do that, obviously, with the great aiming that is coming in from him. And that's what I mean. It does feel like it's a team where there's space for every single player to express themselves. And I think JL have said that as well. The reason why he's working so well within Navi is that he feels the responsibility, he feels the freedom to do what he does best, and it works because LXP is giving that freedom to his players.
Do you guys think that there's now maybe more depth to Navi than they were given credit for?
Oh, absolutely. I think the one doubt I had on the CT side for Navi on Nuke was answered in the first half, right? Despite the fact that Faze got off to a pretty solid start overall, like they didn't repeat the same mistakes they made against Furia. When they went for info plays, it was together. They were like throwing a lot of curveballs, a lot of information denials, fake information being applied as well towards Kerrigan. So that T side from Faze, usually we talk about Faze's T side and how almost impossible it can be to counter, but it did feel like, you know, Faze were really having to go in really deep. The players having to pop off, Rain having to have massive rounds for them to even get a few rounds on the T side. So absolutely, we've seen this Navi improve day after day, and that's always a good sign.
Well, someone who keeps improving within Navi over many years right now is our MVP presented by PlayStation, and it is Mr. Bit, the headshot machine. Now, you touched on it already, Blair. 30 kills in the first series, almost 30 kills this time around, 46 across both maps. This man was a beast once again. And what did Alexi say? I think it was in the interview on day one, that it felt like Bit was coming back, right? Bit was more ready, more just in himself to dominate.
And that's an underrated factor that we don't get to speak too much about when it comes to this Navi lineup. Obviously, if Bit can regain the form that he had a couple of years ago, where he was dominating on the server, where he was arguably one of the best raw aimers the game had to offer in the time, at least those 6 months where he was all over the place, then you have that star quality on your team. Then you have him supported by Wonderful, you have him supported by JL, you have him supported by Ima. Then we can start having a conversation about the firepower within Navi also being at a high level. But we're yet to see Bit play well tournament after tournament after tournament. He have had occasional maps, occasional series, occasional tournaments where he's done well, but if I see Bit playing well here, then he better play well the next one as well, and he better play well at Cologne as well. For me, that's the takeaway for me. I'm having a hard time getting excited about Bit having a great tournament, because usually the response is that the next one will be a little less good than the prior.
So you want to see this consistency out of him, what we've been waiting for quite a while now, but hopefully it can come through. Talking about the Faze players, though, Rain deserves some credit, because between the maps, right, he comes into this Nuke and he was locking it down, being very impactful on what he could bring for Faze.
I mean, look, the thing with Faze is, and we've seen this time and time and time again, even if you might have a slow map one, these players will never remain down forever. We saw Brokey come alive as well. Rain obviously come into play. Kerrigan has been a big surprise, honestly. He was out-dueling players like Wonderful and JL towards outside as well, which is kind of crazy to see. But again, you know, a bit of a quiet game coming out from Robs, if you ask me. I was really hoping for him to come out of the player break looking much more rejuvenated. And yes, he had his moments here and there, but again, we haven't seen a Robin Cool of late last year.
When we talk about Robs, though, right, I want to look at the whole thing of, is this because we put him to such a high standard when it started in CS2, and is this maybe a factor of Frozen coming in? Does that change some things?
I don't think the fact that Frozen came into Faze should change that much. I know that
maybe a little bit.
Maybe a little bit. There was a couple of maps where he was switching roles or where they were switching the way they're playing on the T side, but Robs is still playing his preferred roles. Robs is still, you know, should at least feel comfortable in the roles he has within FaZe Clan. I don't know what it is from an individual standpoint that makes him not play as well as we used to. It's a bit of a shame because, as you said, coming into CS2, he was arguably one of the best riflers in the beginning of the game coming out. He was nerding it, he was studying it, but he's fallen off a little bit. And is it because we hold him to a high standard? I don't think so. I think if you look at Robs and the way he's been playing the past 6 months, he's obviously a great player. He's by no means a bad player, but he's not a difference maker anymore, and I expect him to be a difference maker.
That's what we're looking for from him. But let's see if we can get some answers as well from the FaZe camp overall, as Freya was able to grab Frozen.
Frozen, I know it's never easy in this moment, so really appreciate you giving me a few words after that unfortunate loss versus Navi. Just going back to Mirage, obviously, Carrigan, he was pulling out some incredible impact. Looked like you guys were maybe going to push it to OT. Can you tell me what happened in those final 2 rounds?
Well, I mean, we were playing good, I feel like, you know, we were coming back, we didn't win any pistol. Yeah, it was like 11-5 at one point, and, you know, we just grinded the rounds out. And then the 11-10 round came where we lose the Eagles. Yeah, I think that kind of sealed the deal on Mirage, you could say. But I think until that, I mean, we were playing kind of flawless, you could say, on the Mirage T side. Yeah, I mean, just sucks to lose that Eagle round, to be honest. And yeah.
I know Nuke for you has been like a little bit complicated as a team in the, you know, the past 3 months. Can you give some words as to, you know, why it ended up being so close and then kind of going in Navi's favor again this time in overtime?
Yeah, I mean, we had our struggles on Nuke. It was a map that we used to pick before. You know, then we had you could call like a little slump period. We put a lot of time in it now again in a break. I mean, I feel like it's still a good map for us. You know, I feel like we are all pretty confident. But I mean, Navi is as well a good map. It's a good map for them as well. And yeah, I mean, it just wasn't good enough. You know?
I'm kind of curious to how you guys are tackling this season, because this is the first time where we're going to be seeing a major right at the end, kind of what we've all been asking for. How does that impact like your guys' stamina, and when you're choosing to, you know, really put in the work and make sure you're having the peak at the right time? Has it changed at all for this part of the season?
I mean, I feel like we always trying to, you know, maintain the energy. I mean, earlier this year we had, you know, a lot of deep runs, and well, it is hard to maintain the energy. But at the end of the day, we are professionals, you know, and I mean, we have to perform. You know, like doesn't really matter if you go deep or not. Yeah, I mean, we just need to be able to perform. You know, I mean, now, yeah, we might have a little bit more off days since we got our ass whooped here, but yeah, I mean, we just gotta go back, you know, and get better. I feel like because. I mean, it's always different reasons why we lose at this point, I feel like.
Yeah, obviously Cologne round the corner, so thank you so much for your time, Frozen, and yeah, best of luck going into the future events for the rest of 2024.
Thank you.
And with Frozen here, and we're looking at FaZe, right? It is the first event coming back after the player break. We're not going to hold them in such a bad way on this, but it is something where we're going to look at them now in a different way, I'd say.
At what point do we start to worry about FaZe? That's my question right here. The ending to the season was a little bit lukewarm, and I guess now we're talking about a team where we keep them to a high standard. Obviously, one of the greatest teams of all time in
and they do it as well, though, right? They always say they expect themselves to be winning or in grand final.
They should, and I guess, you know, it's still the first tournament coming out of the season, so again, no need to ring the alarm bells just yet. It's not an SOS situation, but at what point do we start to worry a little bit for the future of FaZe Clan and thinking in the terms of, are they ready to win trophies for the rest of the year? Are they going to be ready for Shanghai?
I'm not too worried. I'll tell you why. It's very simple, man. They play 2 best of 3s. That's it, right? And the first
but
one,
even before the break.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Before the break, I mean, they themselves said that, you know, they ran out of steam, some frustration setting in, and obviously they've been basically on the grind since the advent of CS2 back in Sydney. So they've been playing a lot of Counter-Strike, and totally understand, you know, you can be a little bit drained and whatnot. We saw Frozen say right there, end of the day, we are professionals. And FaZe are one team where we can just, you know, be critical of them. And if they listen to criticism, they're like, absolutely, we agree with you, because they hold themselves to the same high standards as James said right there. So I'm not too worried about it. I think Cologne will be very, very telling, however. But then again, just 2 best of 3s. I don't want to read too much into it. They lost to Navi, who are playing very, very well. It was a very close series. They were able to bring it back. There was never a point in this game where it felt like FaZe just let themselves go. They always kept grinding back. So I'm okay with this.
Now, I know it's very different times and very different moments in Counter-Strike, but do you think this is a matchup we can get very excited for, of like the old Navi Faze going into this new version?
I really am enjoying the way this particular rivalry is shaping up. And Navi right now, I like to call them the bane of Faze, right? Every single time, apart from EPL, obviously, when Faze are able to get a little bit of revenge. But now Navi winning more than they've lost to Faze. I think right now it's 3-1 since the major. And that's a pretty big feather in the cap of Navi.
I mean, it is interesting, and I think it comes down to Navi, because I guess we all expect Faze to be a high-caliber team from now on and until they decide to dip out of Counter-Strike, I guess, which hopefully never happens. Whereas for Navi, it's a little bit of a question mark still. I think this win, as we said, coming into the game, it means more to Navi than it does to FaZe Clan. This is, again, Navi cementing themselves as a team that potentially could win this trophy. They're going up against Mouse. We've already seen Spirit out of the tournament. We see FaZe out of the tournament. There's no Vitality anymore. So we're looking at a tournament that is now completely blown open for the remaining 4 teams.
Looking at this though, right, looking at what we've seen from Navi here, is this a team now that you think could potentially be a winner for the whole tournament?
I think all 4 teams left in this tournament have shown me enough that they can all potentially be dreaming about winning this trophy. I think the way G2 beat Spirit was impressive, the way VP beat Vitality was impressive, the way Navi have played tonight has been hella impressive, and Mouse is also a contender, so yes.
I think like keeping for all 4 of these teams, this event is going to mean a lot, because you got to, let's look at how it is. For Mouse, obviously trying to prove that they are a team that can win events more consistently. For VP, it's about his rebuilding coming in, finally coming to fruition. For Navi, it's about proving, hey, that wasn't just a just a fluke win, so to speak. We can actually win more events coming in, right? And obviously, who am I missing out on right now? G2 always trying to prove that, hey, this rebuild, it's here to stay and it's going to work out. So really cool storylines shaping up here into the semifinals.
Yeah, that's quite interesting, right? If we look at the bracket as well, and I want to touch on that thing you were talking about with Virtus Pro having a rebuild, G2 as well.
Yeah.
They're the ones going head-to-head in this one, right? You got maybe the honeymoon period to the ramping up on Virtus Pro.
I mean, think of the history between Snacks and Task going up against VP. I know it's a different era, it's a different time, but there's a lot of history within that game. And I agree with Blur saying that, you know, you're looking at a G2, you're looking at a rebuild where coming into the tournament, I don't think any of us would have been disappointed if they weren't to make the semifinal.
Yeah.
It was kind of expected that it would struggle a little bit, especially when you change your in-game leader and you bring in a guy like Melfs to play anchor roles, you name it. But
and they beat Spirit.
And they beat Spirit, and so far they've looked solid. And I guess for Mouse and Navi, the same could be said. Mouse have looked somewhat decent, haven't really been tested just yet, and I think they will tomorrow against a well-playing Navi. Yeah.
Well, Navi are crushing FaZe's key right now, just like they crushed their hopes and dreams with a 2-0 performance in this one. Looking at Navi crushing more keys, though, potentially. Looking at the fact we've seen both Mouse, we've seen Navi run. Oh, look at this, a lovely team photo as well.
Jail looks so happy.
By the way, this comes back to what you guys said, that this win would mean more to Navi, because that face says it all on the whole team.
I bet your face wouldn't have been that happy.
No, probably not. But touch on this with me, guys.
Maybe Rain.
Maus going up against Navi. We've seen both of them in action.
Yeah.
Who would you give the edge to right now?
Mouse, 100%. Because I 100% feel like for G2 VP, we've already touched upon, you know, rebuilding, they're trying to test themselves and prove themselves. For Navi as well, they are trying to prove to themselves. For Mouse, it's very simple. You're here to win an event. You're here to win more events, right? So I feel like for Mouse, like the way they handled business today, they're going to be approaching with the same mentality going into tomorrow.
It's a close game. You know, I look at it as a 50-50 game, to be completely honest. If you had to choose, probably Mouse, considering how well they've been playing for the beginning of the year and how well they've been progressing. But that being said, you're looking at a major winning championship team in Navi. You're looking at a team that went into the final in London. You're looking at a team who just won against FaZe Clan 2-0. So it's hard for me to say that one is a bigger favorite than the other.
Who did you guys predict to win the whole event, if we go back to that?
We don't want to talk about...
Spirit.
I said Spirit. I switched to Mouse after that.
You can't
switch.
What do you mean? I can switch, because they're out of here, so I just have to go with someone.
Yeah, but it means you lost.
I lost.
And I predicted Navi, so, you know, still a chance in here.
He asked that question just because Navi made it through. He wouldn't have asked it otherwise.
Well, you both also told me that Navi were going to lose, and you were continually saying that they had no chance and the players weren't good
I didn't say they didn't have any chance. I said it would be hard, and they managed to surprise all of us, so kudos to them.
Do you have a point you want to bring forward here, or you're just rubbing your own...
Can I just wrap it up?
Rubbing your own head here?
Send it.
Don't have to send it right now. I just might gloat a little bit more that I'm smarter than both our analysts here. But on that note, it is time for the Kadia Plays of the Day, as we will be sending it all off to bed right now, ready for the action tomorrow as we hit our semi-finals and try to find out who will be in that grand final. See you then.
On face.